It's
attack for this, just about and he's there, it's over! Fernando Cifuentes has found it!
You've been patient, you've been waiting all this time, but you ready. You've been putting in that grind, so let's go. Champions are hard to find, but you know the goal when you're ready to shine. Have they heard of you? Then they know. You got your sights set on that road. If it's on the battle, then let's go. Cause you'll never stop. Show them what you got.
Stays asleep.
I'm not yet
Close
how.
combat onto a Mungus. Is that enough? Yes! Jump across, gets the knockout. Defeats Voltua.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road.
Gets the look down. Can you look down the wish cash where he has a little bit how left? Oh! What HP left. I know.
Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Show them what you got. Yeah, they already know. You got your sights set on victory road. Put your hands.
Pokémon trainers and fans, welcome to the historic and sweltering city of Bologna. You're seeing the beautiful skyline. It is sunny out there, the temperature is sweltering, but it's not just outside in the sunshine, the temperature is also heating up this weekend in the venue here. The players are already getting into the swing of things, getting into the action at the tables, and this one really sells itself. Every round matters this weekend, as it is the final chance to pick up those important championship points in Europe coming into the World Championships. It's myself guiding you through our final journey together, hey, with a star-studded cast here. We have a 2016 Senior World Champion, Jesper Eriksson. We have 2015 UK National Champion, Alex Dow. And we also have a national treasure, Ross Gilbert, a partner in crime of mine for many years. Ross, I have to come to you first, because every time we're doing these tournaments, we always see the schedule, and you're always saying Bologna is the one you're most excited about. What is it about this weekend that has you so excited?
Well, firstly, I'm a bit confused why I'm a national treasure, not an international treasure. We can argue about that later. But, right, since you got to Bologna, I've had lasagna, I've had tagliatelle and ragu, I've had ravioli, I've had pizza, I've had gelato. I've only been in the country for 40 hours. I am loving life here in Italy. And also, last European regional level event of the season, last chance to bring out those spicy little decks you've been working on. We've got Destined Rivals. It's out, but it's not legal in the format yet. So we are about as mature as a format we're going to get. That means more information to work on. And of course, last chance in Europe to get championship points. How could you not be excited about this weekend?
Well, Ross, you seem to have covered everything, but yeah, yes, but what are you excited about seeing this weekend?
Just the action here, I think, with, as you said, mature format, Gardy having been dominating for the past couple months together with Dragapult, is this where we're going to see that trend continue, or are we just going to see something else popping up? We did see some Toad Scroll last weekend, for example, and it's exciting if we see decks like that coming into the format. Are they going to toss it up, or is this going to see Gardevoir strike back?
Definitely shows that innovation can still be made possible, especially as the format progresses. You know, when we start to see 2 or 3 decks emerging, that's when the counters can start coming out. Let's have a look at where we are in the season then. We're quite lately developed in, and Alex, for a tournament like this, it's the final chance in Europe. How does that affect players' decisions coming into this one?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, with the schedule that we actually are seeing, we've been through a number of different places that have been amazing already, but as you can see, the final two sessions and final 2 opportunities to really kind of throw yourself into to the maximum, that New Orleans North American International Championships and that World Championships that is coming up as well. Bologna is your one last chance to get those points at a regional level event, and it's just an incredible place to kind of potentially end the season here, or maybe for some players actually come to their first ones as well, because this is the first event in Italy.
It really is, and everyone needs to be at the World Championships. That's what they've been battling for all year. This is just one of many tournaments we've had. So many majors, so many local tournaments that people have been trying to work their hardest at to get to the World Championships. It's the event that no one wants to miss. And they're at this tournament, Ross, because there are so many points on the line. Why are those points so important?
Well, points mean prizes, and points also mean the biggest prize. That is the invite to the World Championships. Now, of course, if you win a regional level event, a regional or a special championships, you get that direct invite to the World Championships, nothing else needed. Also top 4 at internationals. Otherwise, it's all about championship points. You win this weekend, you get 350, and then it goes down from there. And if you look at the right-hand side here, that's the cutoff point. In North America and Europe, top 125 masters. We get to the end of the season, someone at Pokémon HQ prints off a giant piece of paper, gets a big ruler, draws a big black line under 125. You're above the line, you get an invite. You're below the line, you don't get an invite. It is harsher than it's been in previous years. That makes the competition fiercer. Although it is worth noting that every direct invite will actually push that line down 1 place.
Yeah, but don't forget, Ross, there's plenty on the line also for everyone to be getting involved with and hoping to try and take away as well. There are fantastic prizes available, all of those booster packs, but as you've already alluded to, that little ticket there, that direct invitation is something that everyone is going to be going for at this tournament. But this is only just the top 64 booster packs that you can actually get. It goes down further, of course, depending on the number of players that we have, but there's so much to play for all of our players.
I love the look behind the curtain from you there, Ross, from Team CI, the ruler. That's what it is at this stage. They said, no messing around, let's do that. And that was the change of this start of the season, right? It previously was just an amount of points that you had to hit. Now it's a number of players making Worlds even more exclusive, Jesper.
Yeah, and having been in that invite race since literally 2008, right, it's been multiple different systems I tried in the past as well. It was, you had to win nationals to do very good at nationals. Then we changed over to the championship point system around 2012. It was also pretty tough back then, and we had some years where it's top 40 Europe. And then as the game has grown, we've got into these CP thresholds, and now with the top 125, a lot of people get to see how hard we had it back in the good old days.
Yeah, it is really tough. It's an exclusive club. If you can say you can get to the World Championships this season, you're a serious competitor. Let's take a quick look at the formats that we're going into this weekend and how our tournament is going to be shaping up.
This weekend, the 2025 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokémon trading card game to the global stage. Top trainers from across the world have gathered to compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2025 in Anaheim, California. It's a two-day battle for glory. Trainers kick off the weekend in Swiss rounds, with each match being a best-of-3 showdown. To advance to day 2, trainers need to rack up total match points to exceed the threshold for their division. On day 2, the pressure intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more Swiss rounds to determine who advances to the top cut. After all Swiss rounds are completed, the top 8 competitors, plus all competitors with the same number of match points as 8th place, will advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination bracket. Win and you move on. Lose and your journey ends. Only one trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of regional champion. Who will etch their name into the history books this weekend? And who will punch their ticket to Worlds 2025 in Anaheim? Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future Play Pokémon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
And Amy said it perfectly there. It's all about punching your ticket to the World Championships. For some players out in the field, it's just that final push, that little bit of extra points to get them over the line. For some, it's last chance saloon, to be honest. You need to have a massive performance if you're going to pole vault your way into the World Championships. But we are towards the latter stages of Journey Together, and we have already got a good idea of what the best sort of decks are. So how can our players have their finger on the pulse to really gain an edge this weekend, Ross?
Well, one thing you could have done was look at Portland last weekend. We had a big regional championship in North America. We actually finished the North American regionals schedule last weekend in Portland, and we saw a lot of what we were expecting. Right now, we've got Gardevoir and Dragapult really fighting for the best deck in the format. Really depends on whether you go by numbers, Dragapult, or wins Gardevoir, and then Raging Bolt there as a bit of a wild card. It's not as widely played as Dragapult. It doesn't win as much as Gardevoir, but they really do make up the trio. And if you have a look at those there, we got something along the lines of 45% just from those 3 decks there. That is an impressive amount from 3 decks. We don't normally see that level from the top 3.
And you're exactly right here, Ross, with the top 3 being exactly 45%, really good look. But we're also seeing decks like Joltic Box, this Miraidon Pikachu mainstay here, and Eevee Toolbox, and sometimes the Ogrepon Noctowl Toolbox coming in there to be sort of the decks that are very good into some of these parts of the top 3, but not all of it exactly.
And actually, as the tournament sort of developed, it became a story of those other archetypes. You've already mentioned, Jesper, the Toadstool EX. What an interesting take on the metagame. Ray really championed that tournament. It was having a great run as well. And I would love to see some more innovation this weekend, similar to that.
Yeah, absolutely. When you get to these kind of tournaments, like I said, at the end of the season, the end of the schedule, there's an opportunity for someone maybe to bring that little bit of spice or bring that little text that maybe no one's really seen too much or because we're in a new region, a new place, it's someone who hasn't been able to go to other regional tournaments or larger, and and actually bring a deck, something like the Toedscruel, that we've kind of sort of seen murmurings before, people like him playing it online, but this is their opportunity to do so, and that was a great way to showcase in Portland.
And even though you may be eye-rolling at this top 8, you've seen the Dragapult, you've seen the ways of Gardevoir before. Some of these deck lists were really innovative. Both Michael and Henry brought very different lists of Gardevoir to the table, 3 copies of TM Evolution and having Rabska in the list. I know as well that there was lots of innovation with the Flareon builds, some different 60s in there as well from both our players. What is it about those small changes that can give you an edge in these tournaments?
I mean, sometimes it is just tiny little matchups. You look at one matchup and you go, I'm at about like a 55% here. If I can turn it from a 55% win into a 60% win, and I face 2 or 3 of them, and you know, you're generally looking for 60, 65%, because that means you win 2 out of a best of 3. And it is just those tiny little percentages that get you over. I've also got to mention Flareon, these Eevee, Flareon, Sylveon decks, they were nowhere a few weeks ago, and over the past couple of weeks, they've been making sneaky little strides into the metagame. 2 in the top 8 in Portland. I mean, when Prismatic Evolutions came out, people weren't giving the Eevees much of a chance. It's been a few weeks, and they're coming, Joe.
Yeah, absolutely. And one of the best things about this, again, is because we're in that mature format you mentioned, things sort of come circling back round in terms of the deck choices, in terms of the little tweaks that you start to see in the format and the meta. But don't forget, some of those names on there, barring just the top 2, I mean, there's Piper Lapine there, Owen Dalgard, who's been regularly performing super, super well. There were some fantastic names, Christian Fontenot, who was performing incredibly well with that Raging Bolt deck as well.
With Petron.
Oh yeah, incredible. The little text again that we're talking about, and yeah, it's exciting to see, and that's why we love this competition.
Yeah, the complexity of the format is obvious to see. Just seeing the players over and over again, the names we recognize all the time, just once again emerging, making it through with these crazy records. It's no surprise that we see that. It's a really great indication of the format expression and the skill that we can have, and it's really outlined by our 2 competitors here. Henry Chow in a 4th final this season.
I mean, can we just stop for a second and acknowledge what Henry Chow has done this season? 3 regional championships, and then a finals in Portland. Like you say, 4 finals, but converting 3 of them into wins, all with Gardevoir. I'm not sure we've ever seen one person have a regional season this good with one deck. It is, people need to realize how hard it is to win one of these like 2,000 player tournaments. Winning 3 of a finals appearance at another, this is completely unheard of. And right now, like, if anyone's trying to make predictions for who's going to win Worlds, if you get the first choice in a draft you might be doing with your friends, pick Henry Chow.
At least as long as Gardevoir is good, you pick Henry for sure. But yeah, 4 finals for Gardevoir. Just quick maps here with the 4 finals. Henry has made $37,000 just with Gardevoir this season, at least.
That's not bad. That is not bad at all. And shout out to Michael as well, overcoming a testing partner, playing the exact same 60 as Henry as well, so can't gain an advantage from anything but his own play. And that's played really patiently in that final as well. It got really complicated at times. The Rabska did add to the complexity of the board. And I felt like, especially in that game 1, watching it, that Henry was in a pretty commanding position. And Michael was able to make it difficult enough to make that claw back. So amazing competitor, also a fantastic congratulations to him for booking that direct invitation. Already had a whole heap of points, so that wasn't an issue. But another great result for him. We've seen him in Top Cut many times, and it's just Gardevoir doing its thing. And I think that is one of the decks on the pedestal right now, on the perch, that we have to try and topple this weekend for our competitors. But because it is that last chance saloon, because it is that developed metagame, is there anything you're expecting, Alex, that will be different this time around? Do players' deck choices change if they need to have a huge result?
I mean, one of the crazy things that we've kind of mentioned, because of that line is being drawn, players have to play throughout the season and sort of maintain a level of consistency. So our big normal sort of expectation is that we will see the names that we've mentioned so often, and we will mention across this weekend, that Dragapult, the Gardevoirs, on a regular basis. So people will keep playing those decks. But I'm really hoping just to kind of see those players who haven't turned up to many tournaments bring something a little bit different. Maybe we'll see a spike in that Teal Mask, Ogopon, Toedscruel deck, or things like that. Okie dokie is something we've seen before. It's kind of, I'm just looking for a lot of fun.
Well, Ross, I know you love a go for broke strategy whenever you can turn up to an event and sort of try and spike it. So what do you have your eye on?
What do I have my eye on? I think slacking is something which I've got my eye on. We've seen that pop up a little bit. It was in Stockholm. We had people doing all right with it. That is a deck that has got that potential to just have absolute, and don't get me wrong, I know Slacky's not winning anything right now, but it has got the chance to have those big games where you just set up in a couple of turns, win very quickly. You do that a few times, and you're in a very good position. Miraidon, look, I know I say it a lot, I don't care. I think Miraidon now, with Pikachu, with Iron Hands, with Joltic accelerating energy, I think is a lot better than people are giving it credit for. I think there are some cheeky decks out there that people are not giving enough credit to. Also, Zoroark.
Yeah, another great shout out there. No surprise that Jesper's laughing at some of your choices there, the slacking at least. But, and again, it's no surprise to anyone who's been watching all season that Ross is backing Miraidon one final time. Jesper, I know you love to put your finger on the pulse and are really engaged in the game. What are you sort of keeping an eye out for out in the field right now?
I mean, there's a lot of things I keep my eye on whenever I'm doing like the walk-arounds we would do between rounds whenever we're not casting a game. Although I will have to come back to you later in terms of exactly what I'm thinking, because I just need to confirm something first.
Ooh, keeping us in suspense. I like it. Exciting stuff. There are so many ways that you can surprise a field, a tournament, especially in these latter stages in Journey Together. It's our final tournament. Destined Rivals is, of course, now out. You can buy the cards, you can start collecting them now, but you can't play with them this weekend. That's heading towards the NAIC. But because, you know, in the last couple of days we've been playing on PTG Live, getting to know those cards, are there any cards from Destined Rivals you guys are excited to practice?
I mean, that Marnie's Grimsnarl is a fantastic card. It's obviously one that everyone's been trying out. I think as soon as that the box was available and live, it just meant everything I was facing was this Marnie's Grimsnarl. So there was no testing involved that I got ahead of Utrecht not too long ago.
I mean, a good thing you can always do is just take your Dragon Ball deck, make space for a Shaman, and you got a perfectly functioning deck.
It's a whole new deck.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. Yeah, Dragonfort is still going to be a top contender. But interestingly, that Grimsnarl, more of a challenge to Gardevoir, which I think has been lacking a little bit in this format. Ross, what have you been picking up from Destined Rivals that you're excited to get practicing?
Well, I need to just add to what I said a minute ago. Obviously, I want Mamoswine this weekend. I can't believe I didn't mention Mamoswine. I'm very sorry. I'm kind of into, like, Ethan's Typhlosion I'm kind of enjoying. It's got a bit of endgame power there. But honestly, the Misty's Gyarados deck with Misty's I'm not sure it's quite consistent enough to work enough to really spike tournaments at the moment, but I'm telling you, when that works and you get those giant swings of Gyarados, oh, that's a fun time.
You said Gyarados, my ears pricked up. That's how suddenly my back.
The Gyarados guru, Alex Dow.
Don't sleep on Porygon Z either. Team Rocket's Porygon Z, I'm telling you, there's something there.
There's a theme here from Ross. He loves a single prize Pokemon that takes maybe a little bit too much work to get massive damage output. Admittedly, I'm in the same camp. I really like the Ethan's Magcargo. It's a really difficult archetype to sort of structure, and your board state gets really wacky at times, but it's another one of these single prize Pokemon that can deal ridiculous damage output. I feel like they're feeding us a lot of those in Destined Rivals, which is really exciting, and that Ethan's Typhlosion. I want to make that work. It feels like a Blood Moon Ursaluna as a single prize option, but it does take like 15 cards in your deck to try and make it work. So it's a big commitment, but it's also a big payoff in Destined Rivals. So here we are then, the final special championships of the season here in Europe. And if you don't want to miss any of the action, there's an easy place for you to go. Pokemon.com/broadcast is the best way for you guys to make sure you don't miss a moment of the action. It's right there for you. You can see who's casting the next tournament. You can see the schedule as well. So there's no excuses. You have to be on that Pokemon.com/broadcast.
I mean, look, you go there, you find out who's casting, you find out when the tournaments are on, you find out what's available to watch. What more could you want? Look, if you don't do that, you run the risk of missing a broadcast and not knowing where we are in the metagame right now. Is that really a risk anyone at home wants to take? I suggest not.
It's far too risky. But of course, we also want to hear from you throughout this weekend. If you are watching at home, or if you happen to be catching us outside, you're in the venue, you're playing, use that hashtag #PlayPokemon. Tell us what you're pulling from Destined Rivals. Tell us what you're practicing, playing on PTG Live. We will always endeavor to get your social posts up on us. So whatever you're using, whether it's Instagram, whether it's X, Facebook, and of course the YouTube/Pokemon, where you can watch previous videos and streams, that's where you can get in touch with us, and we will always try our best to get you on there.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the most incredible thing. We are here as a part of a broadcast for you guys to make the show as enjoyable for you as much as possible. But remember, it is on YouTube and on Twitch to be following live. There will be sort of rebroadcasts, but you want to be watching the action as it's happening. That's the most important time to be getting involved and sort of just sending us messages where you can.
And don't rest on your laurels. If you've seen many of these before, don't be caught up, because there is a new YouTube /PlayPokemon is now where you're going to find all the competitive stuff for the TCG. That's where you need to go, and all the other games as well. So a new YouTube, make sure you're subscribed to that one so you don't miss a beat on there. They show all the finals. They show random clips that you may have missed throughout weekends of broadcasts as well. I was randomly on a Portland clip where I was doing trivia and opening a booster pack. It was a whale of a time. I got to spin a wheel, and that was really exciting. That was one of the best moments for me. But I think, chaps, now that that's all said and done, we can get into the tournament.
Yay!
The rounds are underway already, so we're not going to be missing a moment. Let's look back at Utrecht to remind ourselves how we got here.
Hi, I'm Shay Burton, and today we're going to be looking at the Utrecht Special Championship 2025. On the 17th of May, the Pokémon TCG player base all descended onto Utrecht, Netherlands, ready to compete for all the glory, packs and championship points to cement their invitation to the World Championships later on in the year in Anaheim. Coming into the event, Gardevoir and Dragapult were battling it out for the best deck in format crown. But with Raging Bolt just winning Milwaukee, the format was starting to open up. And as day one panned out in Utrecht, we saw a ton of different decks on stream, like Terrabox, Hop Zacian, Flareon, and even Okie Dogie of all things. As day 2 was developing though, the two monsters of the format did filter themselves to the top tables. But the real story was Dragapult occupying 5 of the top 8 slots, with 1 Gardevoir, 1 Zoroark and 1 Raging Bolt filling out the other slots. And this top 8 was stacked, including Ryan Morehouse, Alberto Conti, the Gdansk regional champion from earlier on in the year, and Johan, who had just won the last EU event Seville, who was definitely eager to try and win 2 events in a row. And he was doing very well, as he was able to win his top 8 match to advance into top 4. However, his next match, Yoa, and his Dragapult deck was able to topple the recent champion Johan, and don't worry, we'll be seeing more of Yoa later on as well. Our next top 4 match that we streamed was the Gdansk regional champion Alberto Conti versus Noah, who had travelled all the way from America to compete. And even though on paper this looked like a mirror match, Noah's Curseblast, Dusknoir and Dusclops made for an interesting X factor that did actually force a game 3, but in the end Alberto was able to battle his way into the finals, where his opponent would be Yoa, who was fresh off knocking out the Seville champion earlier on, don't forget, so his confidence was sky high. But Alberto was no stranger to these high stages and was eager to add a second championship title to his resume. And this was a long and hard fought final match, with it all going down to a game 3, where Yoa was able to eke it out and become the Utrecht Special Champion. Who else will be adding a championship title into the history books? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching this stream.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Bologna Special Championships here in Italy. My name's Ross Gilbert, and I'm joined by my casting buddy for the weekend, Alex. How's it going, Alex?
Yeah, fantastic. It's incredible to be back here behind this stage, this desk, working alongside you once again, Mr. Ross Gilbert.
I think it's going to be a fun weekend. I think I've made my thoughts on Bologna and Italy pretty clear by this stage. I don't mean today, I mean all season. Then we got the last event of the season. We've got this real trio of decks that someone's trying to break through, see who in the field, I should say, can actually bring a deck that can take down the big 3, or whether it's going to be another win for one of those. So we just saw a little recap from Utrecht, but why don't we have a quick look back here at the winning moment from Utrecht, the end of that final, so we can see exactly how it all went down. We got Alberto on the left, we got Yoa on the right, and we just see some damage being moved there by Monkey Dory onto Monkey Dory.
Yep, exactly. It was a very awkward, kind of difficult decision for Alberto, and as it goes over to Yoa, and announcement of the attack, takes the knockout on that Dragapult EX, but now it's on Yoa, and this was the moment, drawing that card, making sure he has the right pieces, has the energy, the fist bump, and that was all she wrote, and that earns Yoa that direct invitation, just like what someone could be earning this weekend.
Someone will be earning this weekend. Having that direct invite, absolutely phenomenal, means you don't have to worry. And of course, we had that Dragapult mirror match in Utrecht in our last European regional level event. We're now waiting to see if we could have a similar kind of thing going on at the end of tomorrow. We've got 2 days, however, before we get there. But it's not just about getting a direct invite, Alex. It is also about trying to figure out which of our European players can get high enough on that leaderboard to get up to that, you know, top 125. So all the points this weekend absolutely crucial for trying to get the players up to that 125. And I wonder if we got time to take a quick look at, we do have time. Now, here's the interesting thing here. 16 players there, 7 of them already have a direct invite.
Yeah, good quick math there by Ross Gilbert. As you can see, that little token, that little direct invitation tickets that they've all earned to go to the World Championships this year in Anaheim. But there's plenty of incredible names in this top 16 who maybe haven't quite necessarily got that direct invitation, but are in good stead to make it there as well. There's, you know, a bunch of names like Julius Brunfeld. We've seen him across this season. Tord Reckler, Christian Fontenot, just off the back of a fantastic performance across the pond in Portland as well. And there's so many names, even beyond this top 16 list, that we're going to keeping an eye for. But Ross, I think I've got news for you. I think our players are actually getting ready at our tables for this first round of our stream on this TCG.
They are indeed. Someone just said in my ear, they said, Ross, go to the players, it's time! So let's get going with our first round of the weekend. And we've got Julius Kirkis on the left, and a player we might have just recognized from what you just saw, Alberto Conti there on the right. So we saw a second place finish, and now we're looking to come right back here.
Yeah, there's some fantastic performances that Julius is also going to be going for that invitation, trying to get into that threshold as well. But fantastic performances already this season. A top 32 at the Dortmund Regionals. Stockholm performing, again, multiple day twos. So, again, someone who's going to be looking to try and crush it this weekend and try and aim for that sort of day two burst and those into those point positions. But we've already mentioned him plenty of times across the season. We just saw that second place finish. He has been already a regional champion. He has that direct invitation already. He won Gdansk Regionals. He's top 4'd, top 8'd multiple tournaments already, and it's just incredible to watch a player like Alberto come and perform once again at one of these massive tournaments.
Yeah, very consistent player. A lot of accomplishments there that we can have a little bit of a look at. I'm just trying to figure out the matchup here. It looks like we have got ourselves a Dragapult on the right from Alberto against a Gardevoir from Julius. So let's have a look as the prizes come down. Don't like Pheasant Dipty being in the prizes there.
Yeah, one of the few things that is really required in our Gardevoir decks now for that draw power, but it looks like our players are getting ready. Fist bump. This is round 3 of the Bologna Special Championship, and Julius will be kicking us off.
And just to confirm, there is always just about to find out that one-off Pheasant Dipty is prize. I did have a little bit of a gander there, and it is only one in the list. So while we got a second, Alex, why don't you tell us about this Gardevoir deck?
Yep, generally, as we're just showing there as well, Psychic Embrace from that Gardevoir EX is one of the key abilities and sort of focal points of this deck. Is where you can accelerate energy from the discard pile onto your Psychic Pokemon. Does take 20 damage every time you use a Psychic Embrace, but that's one way to sort of power up some incredible attackers, just like that Drifloon there, or any other attackers like the Screamtail also hiding in the deck as well.
Yeah, post-rotation, that Drifloon. Screamtail never went away, but post-rotation, Drifloon is right back in the fray. You whack a...
Bravery Charm.
Thank you. You whack a Bravery Charm on there. You self-damage by attaching energy with Gardevoir, and then you can get up to some monstrous numbers, take some very big KOs. And oh, look, both players have got a Monkey Dory.
Yeah, one of those really, really important support Pokemons. We'd also see an Artisan coming down, so we'll likely see another Routes as well. But that Monkey Dory has that Adrenabrain ability, the opportunity to transfer any damage counters up to 3 from your side of the board onto your opponent's. Why is that important? Well, Gardevoir self-damages using that Psychic Embrace, so you can start toying around with those damage counters onto your opponent's side of the board. But just for Alberto as well, with Dragapult, when you're also kind of manipulating damage counters and sprinkling from that Dragapult EX, we're going to see some really sort of back and forth Adrenabrain play.
And one of the cool things about Gardevoir is, because, you know, you've got to have a Darkness Energy on Monkey Dory, but because you're accelerating energy with Gardevoir, you never need to attach Psychic Energy from your hand, really, as long as you get your Gardevoir out, which means you've got the time to attach that Darkness Energy as your attachment for the turn. It makes this Monkey Dory fit so beautifully into Gardevoir. So we have a couple of routes. We have a Monkey Dory with a Darkness Energy attached. Frankly, not a bad little turn one for Julius as we head over to Alberto doing that first little search. And you said about Gardevoir, I'm going to tell everyone about Dragapult.
Go for it.
Basically, Dragapult has what our co-caster Joe has described as the best attack in the game. Does 200 to the active and lets you drop 6 damage counters on the bench anywhere you like. The Dracloak, the stage 1, has that recon directive ability. Let's you look at the top 2 cards of your deck. 1 goes to your hand, 1 goes to the bottom of the deck. And then we got Sparkling Crystal to help out a little bit. In some builds, this is one of the unfair stamp builds, though.
Yeah, exactly. There has been different iterations of Dragapult EX. It has been played with things like Duswa, or maybe even some Charizard EXs, but this is that sort of slower variant that we're seeing from Alberto. He will be going into things like that Badoo, the first Badoo that we're seeing of Bologna Special Championships. Gonna get that Itchy Pollen, I'm sure, off, as we do see the Rescue Ball come down out of the deck from that Arven as well, and also an Energy, which is ever so important to start kind of powering up those 2 energy required Dragapult EXs, as we do see now, the Earthen Vessel being played, that Genesect also being pitched away. It looks like another very useful card that people are starting to tech in.
It absolutely is. So we have a couple of Dreepy down. We're going to grab ourselves a couple of energy, 1 psychic, 1 fire. Not much energy acceleration here in Alberto's list, so getting those energy attachments every turn does become pretty gosh darned important. And of course, once you get that Badoo up with that Itchy Pollen turning off item cards, it means that Julius is not going to be able to rare candy, so there will be no Gardevoir next turn, which means there'll be no Monkey Dory shenanigans.
Not quite yet, but we do get the energy attachment. We're getting a Brave Badoo in the active spot as well. And we're just going to get that no energy cost Itchy Pollen. First announcement of this Bologna Special Championships. Onto that route, so it's 10 damage on. It can be transferred back over, but the most important thing has happened for Alberto's side. He has item locked Julius Kirkus from his turn.
And having that Bravery Charm on the Badoo means it's not going to be so easy to take out with Monkey Dory as it normally would be. So an Artisan being used here by Julius just goes and searches for a Pokemon. Worth noting, the Badoo that Julius might be looking for with the Artisan is actually in the prizes. So there's not going to be a Badoo off in this game because Julius only plays 1 and it's in the prizes with that 1-off Pheasantipity.
Yeah, that's one of the other key pieces. So we'll be going into the other support sort of baby Pokemon there. We've just seen that Arton for that Cleffa, a card that's kind of come back into a number of these lists now because of that fantastic, again, no energy cost, grasping draw, which allows you to draw until you have 7 cards in your hand. We do see an Iono being played as well, so this will give Julius plenty of opportunity to see a lot more cards on his current turn and potentially the next, whilst Alberto's just being that kind of just stopped a little bit. I mean, there hasn't been any sort of Dracloak yet because it's only been that first turn, but Alberto will be looking to try and build that up as soon as possible. Julius will be looking to use those Monkey Dories to really gain a bit of a stronger foothold in this matchup.
We wanted a Curlier here. I'm not seeing a Curlier coming out. With Badoo coming out, turning off rare candy, you really want that Curlier this turn to manually evolve into a Gardevoir next turn. Didn't have one. Played the Iono. Still doesn't have one, which means if Alberto keeps getting that Itchy Pollen rolling, we are at least 2 turns away from a Gardevoir, although there is a Clefairy down now.
Yeah, super important card in this matchup. Ideally not something that would have wanted to have put down right now. We are getting also a Brave Cleffa in the active spot with that Grasping Draw as well. But back onto that Clefairy, just very quickly. Lily's Clefairy EX has that Fairy Zone ability that provides your opponent's Dragon Pokemon with a weakness of Psychic. And what is all your deck playing in Julius's deck in Gardevoir? All Psychic Pokemon, apart from that Pheasantipity, of course, and the Badoo. But your attackers are all Psychic, making it an easy knockout onto Dragon-type Pokemon. But it's over to Alberto now after that Grasping Draw, as we do see that first Dracloak come onto the board as well.
Worth noting that this Clefairy has 190 HP, and the relevance of that is it gets 1 hit KO'd by Dragapulse attack, which not that many basic Pokemon do, so that's the kind of game we're playing at the moment. Can Alberto take out that Lily's Clefairy before it gets rolling and starts taking out Dragapult? I suppose we'll wait and see for that. For the time being, a couple of Dracloak coming out, which is going to be very useful because Alberto doesn't just want the Stage 2 Dragapult. You want those Stage 1 Dracloak because that is your draw engine.
Yep, just so you can kind of build up your board. Alberto isn't playing any rare candies. This list doesn't usually do so. It likes to take that slow approach. It likes to slow down the game state, board state, with Itchy Pollen, with a number of other stuff as well. And then, as we're just about to see, potentially just another announcement, just trying to gain control of the board state whilst you build up your attackers, get enough time to get energy. One of the things that maybe Alberto has missed is actually an energy card attachment. So, you know, that could set Alberto one turn back. But it's over to Julius now to try and see if there's a way to get a Curlier out, because that's the only way you're getting up to the point of a Gardevoir anytime soon.
We do get an energy onto Lily's Clefairy. You just need one Mortal to be using that Full Moon Rondo. So that's nice and handy. Now we do see that damage, and look, we're going to see this every time. We're going to just see that damage going straight onto the bench.
Yeah, and just look at that. It's just the Adrenabrain kind of setting up the Dreepies and the Dratcloaks where possible, but it's just a grasping draw for, I think, maybe just one card he had to attach to the Lily's Clefairy, which is fine, by the way, setting that up. As a threat, you're just saying, well, all I need is just another energy attachment. You have to deal with this rather than anything else on my board because there's no Gardevoir right now. So it's on Alberto to try and figure out, well, which turn do I need to turn off my item lock? Which turn do I actually have to then start stretching over and figuring out is the best time to start swinging away? I think it's going to be a little bit more time first because we need more energy attachments, but we'll keep an eye on Alberto as he's going through the deck with those recon directives.
Well, the good news is we have free recon directive now, and if I'm Alberto, there's three things I want. I want energy, I want Dragapult, and I want some gusting to bring up that Lily's Clefairy. I feel very confident we're not going to see a Dragapult swing until it's swinging into that Lily's Clefairy, because you don't want to give up the easy return KO. Now, there is the Dragapult, and there is the energy. Do we have any gusting? I don't think we do, so I think it's just going to be more Itchy Pollen for the time being, and this does give Alberto more time to get more energy down on that Dragapult, given that it's not a deck that plays lots of acceleration, so you want to grind the game down until you've got that energy rolling.
Yeah, absolutely. Those brave baby Pokemon in the active spots doing their best to try and help their trainers progress this board state as much as possible. Julius still hasn't got a Curlier at all yet, and there wasn't really much going in the hand. Is potentially eyeing up a Mind Bend attack with that Monkey Dory as well, as we do see the retreat into the Monkey Dory. Has a very useful attack, not just a great ability. Mind Bend, 60 damage. We'll be able to start putting some annoyance on Alberto's side because he hadn't been able to get an energy on his own Monkey Dories, but will confuse the Purdue.
That's the key here. It's not just the damage, it's the confusion. Although the damage is quite nice, because with the Bravery Charm, it means if the confusion flip is happening and it fails, Purdue will KO itself going into Julius's turn.
Yep. Oh, and that's exactly why, Ross. You know, that puts Alberto on a bit of a clock. You know, this is the turn that Alberto has to potentially find a way to retreat and maybe start swinging away with the Dragapult rather than risking a Purdue going down without having to do anything himself, and then also giving items back to Julius. So great heads-up play here by Julius just to kind of put Alberto in an awkward position.
It's a very awkward position. It is worth noting, because these Gardevoir lists are so tight, the only gusting in the list is Counter Catcher. There's no boss's orders. So Julius is not going to be taking the initiative and getting that Clefairy, KOing the Dragapult before it can come active. No, if somebody is going to do that exchange, it has to be Alberto. Now, here's what we are doing. We are switching out, but we're switching out for the Monkey Dory and then switching it back in. Once you've gone to the bench and come back, confusion is gone and we can be Itchy Pollening.
Yeah, but I don't see another energy card in Alberto's hand right now. Oh, no, he does. He does have the Luminous Energy, so that's going straight on to the Monkey Dory.
He's got a Counter Catcher in hand, so actually having this next turn could be very advantageous. If Julius just KOs the Purdue with Monkey Dory, he will open up a Counter Catcher onto that Lily's Clefairy play the following turn. I don't mind this at all.
Yeah, one of the really interesting things of Alberto's list is a heavy boss's orders lineup. There's 3 of them in the deck, and one of the good things that Julius was maybe trying to think of trying to get out here was actually using that Mind Bend, potentially getting that Purdue to have to force an attack. If Alberto might have, if he didn't have a switch, he could have tried to attack maybe. If it did get knocked out, he knows Julius's deck doesn't really play boss's orders, so there's still no way of gussing anything up or bringing something up with a boss's orders, because it's just counter catcher and you have to only use that when you're behind. So there was lots of little intricate things that were going on in that turn, but Alberto just kind of cleaned up his board. He does just have, of course, that Badoo active once again, able to use Itchy Pollen, that Monkey Dory staring down at that Brave Badoo. As Julius right now is just saying, well, I'm going to prep this Clefairy until I'm ready, and let's see you try and deal with it.
I kind of like this from both players. It's a very cagey opening, but I get it, because, you know, Julius doesn't want to open up counter catcher, and Alberto doesn't want to put Dragapult in the firing line with that Lily Clefairy sitting there on the bench. So we've ended up at a bit of a stalemate here, where there's not much going on. Now, we do see that Badoo going up to 7 damage on there, or 70 damage, only 10 damage remaining, so can be KO'd very easily whenever Julius wants to, but now we get the Cleffa in the active again.
Yeah, and it was just a pass over, because that hand is massive from Julius, not really being able to do too much other than attach an energy on that turn, so can't even use Grasping Draw. Just saying, I'm going to have to send up this Brave Cleffa and see if it can just kind of handle what Alberto throws at me for the moment. Of course, Alberto, if you're able to find a boss's orders, can start doing some shenanigans. You know, that Badoo is currently at a position where it could get knocked out on the following turn from a Monkey Dory. So, but I guess Alberto's thinking, well, if I give Julius that opportunity, maybe it can happen, as he does start setting up the board, cleaning up the damage counters on his big Dragapults for now, making it that little bit harder when he does start swinging away.
I don't think he's got a boss's orders in hand. I think that last card at the back is actually a counter catcher, and this is where it gets awkward, because like you've said, we're going to see a Monkey Dory KO in the Badoo next turn, but then something else has to come active to allow Julius to go and get an attack. And let's say Lily Clefairy takes something out and then goes down to the Dragapult. Well, you've only actually gone 2 for 2 there, and you've taken out your opponent's Dragapult, so that's not a terrible situation. So, yeah, you really, if you were Alberto, you wanted to try and start this exchange by now, and it's not working. There goes the Badoo from Monkey Dory's Adrenabrain, and now Alberto's got to put something in the active. Anything that goes active can be KO'd by Lily's Clefairy at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. That would give Julius an opportunity to go 2 prizes ahead, as we do see that promotion of that Lily's Clefairy EX now has a brilliant Rondo attack, full moon Rondo, I should say, with the Psychic Energies, 20 plus 20 for each more benched Pokemon, both yours and your opponent. We do see 2 prizes now taken, but that has opened up Alberto's counter catcher. If he's actually, I don't even think he's playing. Oh no, he's playing 3 counter catchers and 3 boss's orders. Sorry, you did mention this.
He's had it in hand for several turns. That's why I kind of, for Alberto's side, I wanted that Badoo to go down earlier.
No, and I think Alberto was playing for that. That's why he didn't heal off any damage from that Adrenabrain with the Monkey Dory, because he knows then he's playing from behind, and if he then takes the advantage of this position, because he's moved the damage counters onto that route, if he then gusts up the other routes, there will be no Gardevoir in play next turn. And that's one thing that Alberto's been working on right here, right now, and this is the scenario which Julius probably doesn't want to be looking at, but at the same time still has the threat of that Lily's Clefairy EX.
And that's the awkward situation. You can take out both the routes this turn. You know Lily's Clefairy will return KO. It's already there. But are you then confident enough that you can take out the Lily's Clefairy, go down to 2 prizes remaining for each player with you having a better board state?
Yeah, and that's exactly the reason why Alberto's looking at just eyeing up that Blood Moon Ursaluna as well, which could come in at some point to start swinging away. Does have that incredible ace-spec pink card there that's just hit the discard.
Yeah.
Ross, what is it?
It's Unfair Stamp, and as I like to say, it's unfair by name, unfair by nature. You get a shuffle draw 5, your opponent gets a shuffle draw but only gets 2 new cards, and now the question is, do you want to try and take out the routes? The answer is probably not, because you had counter catcher in hand and chose not to play it. So what's actually happening here is you're going to take out the Clefairy, your opponent's got a 2-card hand, you are betting that their 2-card hand is not giving them a Gardevoir.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking the potential prize lead here by knocking out this big threat of Lily's Clefairy EX in the active, taking down one of the routes and knowing that just 2 cards in Julius's hand, no real draw power available outside of having to utilize an attack like Grasping Draw, does potentially put Alberto in a fantastic spot. Of course, having utilized now that Unfair Stamp, is just an item card. Alberto still able to play supporters as an Arven comes down. As we do see, Ross, that EXP share, which is ever so important, as well alongside that Night Stretcher, because that means that he has a little bit of energy acceleration should that Dragapult EX somehow go down.
It's just a tiny weeny bit. There's only one in the entire deck, but one is enough here. If you get KO'd, you get to move an energy over. It basically guarantees that you'll have a Dragapult rolling next turn, but then you also get an attachment next turn, so you give a Dragapult the following turn, and you get where I'm going with this. Dragapult is no longer an issue. So Clefairy goes down to 1 damage counter remaining, and now here comes Dragapult. Finally, 200 to the active, bye-bye Lily's Clefairy. 6 damage counters to the bench. Now, actually not taking out the routes here, taking out the Cleffa, but we still got some damage counters to play with.
No, I think that's a pretty heads-up play about Alberto, especially with that unfair stamp that's being played. We talked about, you know, just kind of removing a lot of the draw power, and this is one of the few things that we've mentioned, or I've mentioned it already a couple of times. There's not much draw power in the Gardevoir list again anymore, especially you're having to rely on things like that Cleffa, rely on Pheasantipity EX. You don't have refinement anymore, Ross.
Nope.
And that's the biggest problem, or biggest challenge that often a deck like Gardevoir currently has. Items are now finally available, but what can you do with it? That's the big question.
And at this stage, Alberto probably knows Pheasantipity isn't available, because Julius had chance to get it down on the field with a KO looming and chose not to do so. That's kind of a bit of a giveaway that it might not be available in this game. And so now Cleffa's gone, so your emergency draw till 7 play is out. And you don't have Pheasantipity, and Refinement Curly has rotated out. So now you're looking, you're just like, well, now what? Like, let's hope you drew. No, okay. Hand right now. Oh, we got Boss's, or he got Professor's Research. He got new hand of 7 cards. Oh, that was a good draw off of that unfair stamp to 2. Otherwise, things could have been very hairy. Nice draw. Does he have a Candy Gardevoir? That would be huge right now.
I wonder if it could have been something that would be really important to maybe even use a Mind Bend attack on this Dragapult, because you've already seen Alberto use that switch. One of the few cards that you don't get too often in some of these lists, because again, space is tight.
Yep.
If you confuse your opponent's active Dragapult EX, that could be one way to give yourself an additional turn. But let's just see exactly how Julius is going to play this out, because he did get that energy attachment onto the Monkey Dory here. Does finally get his first Curlier. Does have his own A-Spec for this turn as well, if he chooses to do so. But, you know, that hand is looking, you know, after playing a couple of cards, just what can we do here? Because, again, he's having to maybe take a turn off, potentially, and that could give Alberto a fantastic spot. You know, the evolution up to the Curlier with the damaged Curlier is ever so important, despite being able to throw it around, but you do maneuver out of the routes' very simple 70 HP.
Absolutely. Still absolutely in the firing line next turn.
Yes.
But it would take a Monkey Dory and then the damage from your Dragapulse attack in order to take out the Curlier. So it's doable, but it's just making your opponent do a lot more stuff. It's making your opponent concentrate the damage more into one place. Now, let's look at Rescue Stretcher just came down. Now, that is for Lily's Clefairy. Now, had we had a Rare Candy Gardevoir, oh no, he's going for Cleffa here, actually, not Lily's Clefairy. With a Gardevoir, I think Lily's Clefairy is absolutely the choice here. And this kind of just validates Alberto's decision to get the Cleffa. It's been Rescue Stretchered back.
Yeah, and one of the important things here is Julius shouldn't really be moving that 1 damage counter over to Alberto's board to give Alberto the chance to maybe manipulate with that damage from Phantom Dive and that potential Adrenabrain ability of his own. And that's something he's just going to have to keep an eye out for. We're just going to see the retreat into that Cleffa now. He wants to see more cards. It's not enough. He's got 5 in hand. We'll be able to grasp and draw to 2 more. He's looking to play a couple more. Then we do see the counter catch on that Pheasantipity EX. Maybe try and give himself and buy himself an additional turn and time. Try and draw some more cards as well. But Alberto's sitting pretty with a lot going on.
And, I mean, if you're Julius here, you're like, well, I've seen him use his rescue board, and I've seen him use a switch, so I don't think he's got many options other than manually attaching, but I know it's a deck that doesn't play that much energy.
Yeah, and he's just drawn another energy card into that hand as well, and we do see another Recon Directive, so it looks likely we're going to see another sort of attachment and manual retreat here, as we do get a further 2 more, well, an extra Dracloak now onto the board. So again, getting so much draw power just from having slowed the game down enough without his own Badoo, not getting anything back from Julius because there was no other Badoo grabbed from the Artisan, so he knew that opponent's Badoo was prized as well. Itchy Pollen's done its job. Dragapult's been swinging away. Has Hawlucha waiting in the wings. Another incredible card with an incredible ability, Ross.
Yeah, Hawlucha drops 1 damage counter onto each of 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon. And here's the deal, right? Dragapult drops 6 damage counters, and there's a lot of 70 HP Pokemon like, oh, I don't know, routes. So this, one of these goes on the routes. The other one, it doesn't really matter where it goes, honestly. And then you're in, oh, and here's a boss's orders. Oh, this is even better. Obviously onto the Curlier. Then you drop the Hawlucha to put a damage counter on the routes, and then Dragapult gets a double KO on the Curlier and the routes. And what does Julius have at that point? Very little.
Yeah, and as you do see, some fantastic play. Fire Energy attachment to the Vezendipity. Dragapult EX to the active spot. Ready to roll. Phantom Dive on the active, over KOing this Curlier. And it's going to be just deciding now, just to exactly confirm what we said, and that's the fist bump.
Yeah, that's the fist bump. Alberto takes a double KO, and Julius goes, I'm not playing this game when you've got 1 prize remaining, and I have no Gardevoir pieces on the board. Let's head on to game 2. A wonderfully played game from Alberto Conti there. Very patient for many turns at the beginning, but then as soon as that game actually got started, they just had everything every turn. It was easy. Let's go and have a look and remind ourselves what happened. We see early doors here. It was a Badoo show.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is exactly what Alberto played, and he demonstrated it with mastery here, as he had utilized his own brave baby Pokemon until it was time to try and spin or take a turn on his head. He gave Julius the impetus to try and maneuver out of the item lock, but it was on Alberto to kind of find his means with that unfair stamp, with his own Phantom Dive, knocking out the biggest threat on the board, putting Julius down to 2 cards, although we did see that Professor's research there.
That was a good draw off of those 2 cards on the unfair stamp, but it unfortunately was not to be. And here we see the Hawlucha being searched at the end. A huge boss's orders. The Hawlucha bringing that routes down into Phantom Dive territory. And then it was just a case of attaching to the active Vezendipity, that Fire Energy retreating, and then Phantom Dive for the double KO, and Julius said, okay, you know what? Let's have a go at game 2.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's, like I said, already mentioned, it was a performance with mastery there by Alberto Conti. And it's just incredible to watch him, again, pilot the deck so beautifully. And it works. But there's a couple of just things to keep an eye on here, Ross.
Now, the good news is there are 4 Dracloak in the deck. Yay. The bad news is 2 of those 4 are in the prizes. 1 boss's orders isn't that bad because you play 3 of them. 1 of your Luminous Energy is not that bad because you play 4 of them.
Yep.
I do not like having 2 Dracloak prized. We saw Alberto having, 3 of them for a lot of the previous game.
Yeah, and we do get a chance to see Julius's now prizes as well. Just 1 routes, 1 Curlier. The Vezendipity sticks around in the prizes again, hiding itself away as we do get things underway for this game 2 of our Swiss round 3. Alberto 1-up against Julius. Dragapult versus Gardevoir, the battle of the big 2 right now.
I'm pretty sure you mean Monkey Dory versus Monkey Dory, the battle of the medium-sized monkeys right now, because that's what both players have started with. Having that Vezendipity prize for a 2nd game in a row is actually super annoying for Julius here, because it just means, that there's that point where your opponent starts playing the game. And they've been setting up for a while, and they take that first KO, and that forces you to go, right, let's do this. Let's try and make sure I can keep up. And having those extra free cards from Vezendipity on that turn is huge. When you don't have that Vezendipity to draw those extra free cards, things just get super annoying super quickly. So having that happen 2 games in a row is awkward. What would you rather have prized? Your only Vezendipity or 2 of your Dracloak?
Probably my 2 Dracloak, just because like I said, Vezendipity is so important for this Gardevoir to be able to keep drawing into sort of the right pieces. You do play heavy supporter accounts now in these types of lists, 4 Iono, 4 Professor's Research, but that's often not enough. We just saw, if you do get unfair stamped, and generally when there's 2 cards into a big deck, the chances of drawing 1 of those is still relatively not that high, as we do get the energy attachment, super important from Alberto's side, onto that Dreepy, and now it's on Julius to try and figure out exactly what's prized as well. Great start with an Ultra Ball, discarding those 2 Psychic Energies, getting those ready for future turns, future Psychic Embraces, but let's try and work out what actually is available in those in that deck, I should say, for Julius here, as he does get his first deck search underway.
Yeah, and if you're wondering what's going on here, this is the classic prize checking. What Julius is doing is putting all the Pokemon to the front of his deck there so that he can have a very quick look and know, okay, here are the Pokemon that are in the deck, so now I know what's prized. Right now, Julius says, okay, I know I'm missing a Rouse, a Curlier, and a Fezandipti. They are the 3 Pokemon that should be in my deck that aren't, so now they are in my prizes, and I have to deal without them. One thing I'm not loving is only having 1 Curlier available. There's 2 in the deck, 1 is prized. I'm playing against a deck which is going to item lock me. We all know what's happening next turn. Badoo's coming out. That always happens. I've now got 1 Curlier available when I'm not going to be able to play Rare Candy. I'm not loving that too much, frankly. 1 Curlier with no Rare Candy.
Yeah, it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but Julius does get the opportunity, if the hand permits him to do so, get the first Itchy Pollen off here and try and slow down Alberto's side. One of the key things with Alberto's Dragon Ball EX deck, they don't need to rely too much or too heavily necessarily on the sort of items. It's just being able to get those draw power in, get those Strecloaks going, as we do see that Professor's research from Julius' board as well. So there's an opportunity here to try and grab further things going on as we do get another Earthen Vessel. So we're going to see potentially additional energies come into the hands, maybe get it onto the Monkey Dory, get the retreat off. There's an Artisan as well, so we'll be able to Badoo if Julius chooses to do so, but this is going to be a key decision here. It's not just the Badoo that is possible. Julius could go for the Cleffa and kind of get into the board state that he thinks is going to progress this as well as possible.
There are a couple baby options out there. Of course, the Badoo is not prized this game, so that is absolutely available. What are you seeing?
I'm seeing, because it was just a 1 energy grab attachment from that Earthen Vessel, maybe Julius will be going for the Cleffa here because he doesn't want to clog up that hand with additional energies, Ross.
I agree entirely. If you see a player trying to keep the hand size small, that is a giveaway that something like Cleffa is going to be used here, because you don't want an extra card in hand that could be that key card you're drawing. And, you know, right now, Julius is going to be searching for that Curlier at least. Obviously, a Rare Candy Gardevoir in case Badoo doesn't come out, but that's not something you should be relying on. So I've just seen that rescue board in hand for Alberto, with Monkey Dory having a retreat cost of 1. That is a key part. The only thing that's needed here now is Badoo itself, but I'm not seeing it in hand yet.
No, not quite, but let's just see what Alberto can work with here. Does have access to that Artisan, yeah. After Julius did play it down, so
there we go. That was easy.
Doesn't even need to matter. Can grab it whenever he wants. Does have Iono in hand. Does have Brock Scouting, so we'll be able to get at least 1 Dracloak out of the deck. Of course, one of those few cards, because of things like the Badoo, because of things like Itchy Pollen, has come into a number of decks. You know, Brock Scouting, being able to search your deck for up to 2 basic Pokemon, again, really useful early on, or maybe to even grab things like the Fezandipiti or things like the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX at a later stage of the game, but can also has this pseudo effect of being able to grab an evolution Pokemon, and that's exactly what Alberto's been able to utilize it for. Alberto just giving it away as if maybe I would promote this Dracloak, but no, straight into the Badoo. We're going straight back into Itchy Pollen gaming.
It's all about Itchy Pollen. And Brock Scouting's a weird one. It's a card that looks kind of underwhelming on the face of it, but when you build in the, you know, the dual facts of, I'm going to be item locked a bunch, and I've got draw with Dracloak, so I can afford to play supporters to give me a little bit less value, actually it becomes a very, very useful card. This is why we see it popping up into decks like this. It actually fits in quite nicely. Back over to Julius now. We are item locked again. Do we have a Curlier? We got an Ultra Ball, which could get a Curlier if you weren't item locked. We have Secret Box that can get you towards a Curlier if you weren't item locked. So unfortunately, right now, you know, you've got Artisan, which is great if you're looking for basics, which, to be fair, second rouse is fun. Now, once again, look at this board. Julius has filled up the board with no Fezandipiti down. That, again, is pretty much giving away to Alberto, because if you're a Gardevoir player, you want Fezandipiti down when the KOs come out.
Yeah, I agree. It's one of those things that's going to be really important. But I guess usually with the Fezandipiti, you try and keep hold. You don't want it to get attacked. You don't want it to be phantom dived and then not a KO happen.
Okay.
And you, well, you don't without. Sorry, you want it to get knocked out. Well, from Alberto's side, let me repeat this. If Pheasantipity goes down, it's an easy target to just deal 200 damage, not take a knockout, and then manipulate damage counters later stage of the game. So from Julius's side, he probably doesn't want it down too early if he can help it, but this is one of those scenarios because, again, we know one Curly is prized, and only one left in the deck. It's really hard to get to when you don't have the supporters, when you don't have any ways of searching it because you're being itchy pollened.
It's not ideal. Having no items is absolutely not ideal. We do have a drag cloak down for Alberto. Try and get towards another one. He, of course, is not item locked. There is no Badoo coming down from Julius here, so Alberto is free to use his deck as he normally would. Speaking of which, here comes an Arven, which will get an item card and a tool. So one of those items is coming out and can be used. And actually eyeing up that luxurious cape gives you an extra 100 HP to an on-rulebox Pokemon with just a tiny, teensy little downside.
Yeah, it's not just Pokemon Scarlet and Violet where we get those natures. We potentially could be getting a luxurious Badoo in the active spot as well. But no, we're just pitching it away alongside the... Well, maybe it was a luxurious Badoo that's going straight to the discard pile. Doesn't need it right now. Doesn't want to give an opportunity for Julius to take down and grab 2 easy prizes if it is attached to a non-rule box. Pokemon, of course, does get that Drag Cloak ready again to evolve up the other Dreepy on the board, so does have draw power now ready. We'll just be looking for more energy attachments during this, and knowing the last turn, after that Itchy Pollen, Julius did nothing in reality.
Absolutely, and once again, like in game 1, we do have a Lily's Clefairy sitting there as a very enticing target for Dragapult. So if you find your way towards some gusting and a Dragapult attacking, that could be something we see in a turn or two. Right now, Itchy Pollen, more than good enough, and we're going to see that again, like we saw in game 1, this is just going to happen until Alberto is ready. Either until Julius can really force the issue, or until Alberto is ready. They're the only 2 ways this is going to be broken.
Yeah, that hand is a bunch of items, Ross. I think there's 7 in hand, 5 items, or maybe 6, or yeah, it's not looking pretty for Julius right now. It's just a grasping draw and pass. Yeah, it was 7, 2 Pokemon, 5 items, and Alberto's going, well, I can't play this Iona right here, right now. I'm just gonna use my recon directives to get into the position where I need to. Energy, super important. I'm sure he's gonna try and keep hold of that, but yep, there we go. We do see the recon directive now. Ooh, actually chose to keep the Night Stretcher. Remember, does need to get energy onto the board sooner, but is in a great position because he knows the board state isn't being progressed from Julius's side. That Gardevoir is not coming out anytime soon.
One important point to note here, that damage is still on the Cleffa. So if we see Badoo using Itchy Pollen again, Cleffa will go down. It will open up a board space for Julius. It will also open up Counter Catcher, which I think might be what Julius is hoping for. Obviously, I know Counter Catcher isn't going to work because of the item lock, but I am saying that now, when the item lock gets broken, Counter Catcher is potentially going to be on the board for Julius. So I kind of like that. You clearly gave away the Cleffa there, but you did it for good reasons.
Yeah, absolutely. But Julius will know, well, I guess Alberto will know Julius will have to swing away into this Brave Badoo with his Lily's Clefairy EX, and will even up the prize cards. Does grab Pheasantipity off the prizes as well, so for future turns, it will be live. Going to be a super important scenario here, and this is on Alberto to try and actually get that Dragapult going. Does have it in hand, can start swinging away, but that Brave Lily's Clefairy in the active spot does have plenty of HP going for it, and will be able to sort of sit pretty and soak up an attack.
And that's the thing. Once it soaks up an attack, Forming Rondo will then get the return KO. So you're basically trying to make sure that with 2 attacks and 2 Dragapult, it is going to be worth it. Now, the good news is you're going to get a lot of damage on the board. The bad news is, you know, we hit the rotation. We lost things like Lost Vacuum. There's no tool removal now. What you could have done in the past was use something like a Lost Vacuum, get rid of that Bravery Charm, and then attack anyway. Not an option right now, but
this is the big thing. I think this turn, Alberto had to find a way to grab that unfair stamp, and he did find it from that recon directive. Super important. If he didn't grab that unfair stamp, he would have been looking for an Arven to get it to it. Does have the flying entry Hawlucha as well, so can potentially target down one of those routes with that Phantom Dive, and then only take sort of 1 prize. We'll get 2 being taken by Julius if it does get return KO with that Lily's Clefairy. Opts not to flying entry this turn. We'll save it for a little bit later, but this is an important scenario here because he won't be able to take down this Lili's Clefairy EX, but has to start just trying to apply pressure. Maybe we'll be looking also for that EXP share from an Arven, for example.
I was going to say exactly that. Right now, my biggest issue with Alberto, it's not the Dragapult going down. Dragapult going down is not that big of an issue. You can get another one, but you don't have energy. You need one energy on a Dragapult. Do we find it? Do we got it? We got the EXP share. That is absolutely huge. That is going to be the reason why Alberto can Dragapult next turn. That was a huge pickup there.
Yeah, so important. And this Ultra Ball kind of gives Alberto some protection from the KO as well, because let's face it, Julius is going to take down this Dragapult EX that starts swinging away, and Alberto goes, well, if you do, I'm going to draw up an additional 3 cards and flip the script and try and change the game on this head after I get an attack off here.
Now, I love this. This is Alberto's gotten what he needed. To get the 3 cards and flip the script, absolutely huge. Does have a boss's orders, bit too late, unfortunately, for that. It's not needed right now. You've got to attack into Lili's Clefairy, plus you played Supporter. And right now, we're doing another Recon Directive. And here's an interesting question, because on the one hand, you kind of want to try and get a Dragapult now to guarantee it for next turn. On the other hand, that means you don't Recon Directive next turn, which is actually kind of annoying.
Yeah, absolutely, but you got to be thinking, well, I've put Julius down to 2 cards. Surely this is going to stick. Not like last time where Julius actually hit a Professor's Research. This time might be more than enough to move on. As we do see, I think Alberto's prepping 2 Dragapults for future turns in reality. Gets the energy attachment onto that Dracloak, and then also with the Psychic already in hand, has that sort of Dragapult ready with a sort of Night Stretch, I believe, as we do see the promotion of a Dragapult EX. Massive attack here and putting damage counters to play with on future turns.
And I kind of like this. You're putting 3 damage counters onto each of the... Oh, no, you're not. You're doing 5 and a 1. Okay. But putting 3 on each would mean any Curlier would be in range next turn of the 6 damage counters. Of course, you've always got Monkey Dory potentially to play around with at a later date as well. But right now, you've got a lot of damage down. Now, you're going to get the KO next turn. The real question is, how bad can Julius make things for Alberto before the second Dragapult comes in, cleans up this Lili's Clefairy? We haven't actually seen a Gardevoir this series yet.
No, we haven't.
There was none in game 1. We've not seen one yet. There's no item locked down. Now would be a great time to see a Gardevoir.
With 3 cards in hand, it's going to be tricky. It doesn't look pretty, I'll tell you that for sure, Ross. I think we've only got a little flash of the cards in Julius's hand right now. I think there was a Psychic. It looked like another Artisan, and it looked like, I think, a Night Stretcher. So there's not going to be much going on in this turn, I mean, other than a massive swing into the Dragapult. But with no Dark Energy, no healing off and trying protecting those routes, it could actually mean there's a world where Alberto could take a massive sort of turn. I mean, that Clefairy's got, what, 40 HP remaining? And then there's a remaining left on the sort of the routes, which are 20 and 60, so 80. So there's just a little bit short of maybe kind of taking a massive 4-prize turn, but there's opportunities here for Alberto to really just take this game and just pull away so far ahead.
Right, so the Clefairy's got 240 when you add in the Bravery Charm. It's currently got 200 on it, so 40 left. There's a Route there with 20 HP remaining, so no, you could take a 4-prize. You could take a 4-prize KO here.
You're right.
And we know we got Boss's Orders in hand, and we got Countercatcher in hand as well. So I think we can bring up the bench routes with 10 damage on, and then KO with the residual damage of Lili's Clefairy and the other routes, take 4 prizes and leave Julius with a board of just 2 Monkey Dory. And I think that might be enough for Julius to say, okay, good series, you know, see you next season, Alberto.
We're going to have to play to every one of our percents, every one of our outs. As we do see a flip the script, more Boss's Orders into Alberto's hand. Still has access to those Recon Directives as well. Can potentially try and look for something like an Iono with his Countercatcher play to just make things even more trickier somehow for Julius if he's a way to try and pull out of this scenario. But we're just seeing some more cards here. I think a couple of Arvens, and there's a double Iono from that Recon Directive. But, you know, this is on Alberto just to kind of basically put himself into such a fantastic position.
He's got a Night Stretcher, he's got an Energy, he's got a Boss's Orders. Those are the 3 cards I'm looking for here. So here's a Night Stretcher, that'll get back your Dragapult. So Monkey Dory here can retreat. Presumably, we're going to have Countercatcher onto the routes, and here we go. Giant turn coming up. We get to Oh, we're going to play a buddy-buddy poffin for the time being. You're ruining my flow here, Alberto, but I'll forgive you because this is a phenomenal 4-prize attack we are going to have coming up right now. Monkey Dory's already got the rescue board, so the retreat is not going to be an issue. We got an Ino coming down first, putting Julius down to 3 cards remaining, and this has to happen. We want to see the big KO right this second, but Alberto wants to make sure there is no way back here at all.
Yep, has to play again to try, as if there is a world where Julius can find a way. But there's the Dragapult EX in the active, Ross.
And here we go, 200 to the active routes. That goes down, and presumably we're going to see 2 damage counters onto the routes. That goes down. 4 damage counters onto Lily's Clefairy. That goes down. 4 prizes down. Only 2 Monkey Dory left on the field, and that should be enough for Alberto to take this game 2 and the match. Can Julius find any way back with just 2 Monkey Dory?
And 3 cards, 4 to play with that top deck. What can we do here? Nestball going to go for that Pheasant Dipity to try and draw cards. What can Julius do? It's going to have to be something like a Mind Bend attack. If there's a world, if there's a way where Julius can actually try and bring this game back into his favor. Alberto only has 1 prize remaining. If Alberto can find just a Fire Energy, you can just retreat the active Dragapult EX. But if Julius can maybe Iono Alberto down to 1, Alberto has 1 Recon Directive, maybe he doesn't find an energy, and it has to be something like a Confused Flip to maybe try and actually take this game. That's got to be what Julius has got to play for here. Flip the script, 3 big cards. Screamtail, Bravery Charm, and I'm not too sure what that 3rd card was.
I couldn't see the 3rd card there, unfortunately. And this is the thing, right? If this was game 1, there's a very good chance Julius would have conceded like we saw in game 1. But in game 1, you concede to save yourself a bit of time for game 2. Here, there's no other games, so Julius might as well play it out. If there is a tiny percentage chance of winning, then you're going to keep playing until that has completely gone away. I kind of like the idea of Night Stretcher here for Lily's Clefairy because your opponent's got 1 prize remaining. Any KO wins them the game, and this will actually double up your damage on your Monkey Dory.
Yeah, super important here, but does get the Night Stretcher for the energy, so it does look like a Mind Bend will be happening here, just to try and confuse, just to try and slow down the game. Iono to 1. Can Julius find a way out of this perilous position here? Because it's so important to try and turn his game. But he only gets 3 cards himself because he's already been swinging away with his own Lily's Clefairy EX. So this is already really, really tough.
Yeah, 3 cards for Julius, 1 for Alberto. There will be no Pheasant Diptying, unfortunately, for a little while here because everyone's too close to winning and losing. So here we see with the Mind Bend, it's going to do 60 Is it? Is he retreating?
Are we going into Pheasant Dipity instead? Maybe that's just what he's thinking. Well, this is the only way to maybe soak up some damage.
I think we might be soaking up damage with the Pheasant Dipty here. Any kind of gusting, Alberto will win the game. Or even Hawlucha. Hawlucha, oh wait, is there a Bravery Charm on the routes? Yes, there is. So Hawlucha won't win the game here.
Not yet, not yet. So it will look like an energy, one of those special energy cards in Alberto's hand with a Dreepy. It's just Recon Directive. He's just working out whether he should shuffle the deck around first, of course, because Iono only puts your hand to the bottom of the deck and you draw the number of prizes that remain. So it's just shuffling things around, maybe getting that well, he looked at the Genesect, because what actually we've just seen in Julius's hand as well is actually that secret box.
And if you get a tool on Genesect, your opponent can't play any ace-spec cards. So again, what I love about watching Alberto in these 2 games, it is every tiny little percentage chance of winning the game he is taking. Now, it's a Buddy Poffin and a Luminous Energy. So Luminous Energy gets kept. I'm not seeing the win on board for Alberto this term.
Nope.
Is there a tool for Genesect? I don't think there is.
Not right now. So that gives Julius some reprieve here. Dreepy does come down onto the board, knowing that even if Lily's Clefairy comes down, that Dragapult is going down as well. It's going to be a massive Phantom Dive. Remember, no more Flip the Script on Julius' side of the board. He can't give up any more prizes because that would give Alberto the game. But look at the number of damage counters now on that board state.
Now Horlucha would potentially win the game, but of course there's no bench space for it, and you'd have to get the Pheasant Dipty to the bench. It's all a bit of a mess, frankly. Alberto seems very close to winning this game, but Julius is trying to make it as hard as possible and just trying to say to Alberto, you've got to have this on this turn, or else there's one more turn. I've only got 3 prizes remaining myself. If I can just get a cheeky KO on something, a nice easy KO on something else, we could still make it. Secret Box comes down, Genesect, and this is what the players are just saying there. There's no tool on Genesect, so that ability is not active. Secret Box is allowed to be played.
Yeah, so again, super important how we pick the right pieces here. Of course, there's the Bravery Charm, that Artisan, there's that Professor's Research. There's a number of things that Julius will need to kind of draw into. It has to be Rare Candy Gardevoir if this game is to progress. Also needs an energy to the active to kind of maneuver that Pheasant Dipty out of that spot as well. But then it's got so much damage counters on it. It's just a threat to any sort of Phantom Dive or anything is in reality. And that's just the scenario Julius finds himself in with just over 3 minutes remaining in this Swiss round 3. As a reminder, Alberto is 1 game up here in this series and just looking to try and take this final game down and push himself to a 3-0 record. Both these players 2-0 after the first 2 rounds. You joining us here. This is the first round of this stream, Swiss round 3, and Alberto demonstrating exactly why Dragapult is one of the decks to beat.
So Bravery Charm goes on to Pheasant Dipty, but I'm not sure that actually helps all that much. I mean, it does save from a Horlucha, but it's still got 60 HP remaining. Does potentially mean
could use the Monkey Dory to heal it an extra 30, so kind of keeps it a bit out of range.
Yeah,
I think there's a Gardevoir in the discard pile, so nice stretcher either. Rare Candy in hand. We are finally going to get our Gardevoir EX, Ross.
With 2 minutes and 25 seconds left of the match, we finally get a Gardevoir EX coming down, but that does a lot of things. It takes that easy routes prize off the field. When we see the Monkey Dory combined with the Bravery Charm, that's going to take the easy Pheasant Dipty prize off the board, and there is a chance here.
Yeah, but one thing Alberto's just done correctly, he's just double-checked what is exactly in Julius's discard pile. And I believe that was a counting of 4 Night Stretchers. Therefore, meaning Lily's Clefairy will not be seen again.
And that's awkward. I wanted that Lily's Clefairy off the Night Stretcher a minute ago, but of course had to go and get that Darkness Energy. So that's a bit of a problem. You play 4 Night Stretcher, and one of the cards you want to recover a lot is that Lily's Clefairy, but sometimes you just have to get other cards as well. Seems like there's a conversation going on. Worth noting that if this game doesn't finish, the match will end 1-0 in favor of Alberto. So Julius here needs to win this game to force a tie. Alberto needs to not lose in order to actually win this match. If he wins 1-2-0, if he ties 1-0, either way, we are good.
Yeah, and this is one of those scenarios where Alberto is going to be sitting very pretty right now. It's just a retreat into that Monkey Dory. It is finally going to be that Mind Bend attack here. 40 damage counters from that Psychic Embrace. It's going to be the confusion onto that active Dragapult EX. We know Alberto has energy in hand, but does he have another Dragapult? There's an Ultra Ball, but no energy, not enough energies. Monkey Dory firing back. Oh, he could just attack with the Drakloak with 70 damage.
And here we go, and that is the game for Alberto. 2 games to 0. Drakloak's Dragon Headbutt combined with the damage from that Adrenabrain ability means that we actually get the KO on the Monkey Dory. It took a couple turns longer than it might have done, but Alberto gets over the edge. And if you wanted to see somebody play a slow version of Dragapult near perfection, I think you just saw it there with Alberto Conti.
Yeah, he has been a fantastic player to watch since he's been playing the Pokemon Trading Card game. We get a replay here of the first game. Ever so important, that Brave Badoo in the active spot, Itchy Pollen onto that active Ross, and that was really the game until Julius kind of had to turn it around. He had to start swinging into Alberto's active Pokemon, but that just enabled Alberto to kind of prep his own attacks, ready to go, firing away, taking down that draw support that Julius has after using that Unfair Stamp. And then, despite having a Professor's Research, still wasn't able to get Gardevoir going. And game 1, that was all she wrote when you're just taking down all the routes and curliers that are available on Julius's side of the board, as we just get that prep there. That flying entry was the reason why he was able to do so.
Yeah, taking out both the curlier and the routes by virtue of that whole lucha, and the residual damage from Phantom Dive gave Julius nothing to play with. So we went to game 2, and it was more of the same in the early doors with Badoo, but then we saw Lily Safari coming up pretty early, forcing a response. Well, part of the response was this unfair stamp, which really hurt Julius. We saw an attack here that wasn't a KO, but what it did do was get a lot of damage on the board. No prizes this turn, but then we saw the following turn, the Dragapult came around, and because we also had access to boss's orders, we can boss's orders up the routes with 10 HP, 10 HP damage, and then we get the KO on the active routes, and we get the 20 damage onto the damage routes. We get the 40 damage onto the Lily Safari, KOing all of them for 4 prizes, and then the game once again slowed down so far with Julius trying to find a way to come back, and Alberto, we get damage onto the Pheasant Dipty, but it wasn't enough. It was 10 damage short, and it took a while, but eventually it was enough for Alberto to move damage with Monkey Dory, attack with Dragon Headbutt on the Dracloak, and that was all it needed for the 2-0 victory.
Yeah, some incredible, incredible gameplay by Alberto. You know, it's a bit unfortunate. Maybe, you know, Julius is going to have to take it on the chin, you know, just kind of prep themselves for future rounds. They're still 2-1, still in a great position, and they're playing, of course, one of those big 2 decks, and they're, I'm sure, going to be doing super well. Hopefully, and maybe we'll see him again later on in the tournament.
And if anyone at home is wondering why Badoo's such a big deal, I think we saw quite there why Badoo's such a big deal. There's another world in which Badoo doesn't get rolling, and what Gardevoir does is, oh, cool. So Rare Candy Gardevoir, Lily's Clefairy, oh no, you KO'd it back. Night Stretcher, Gardevoir Energy, Lily's Clefairy, and you just win the game super straightforward, but that really needs Night Stretcher and Rare Candy, and Badoo just stops access to those cards, grinds the game down, and we saw it was 2 minutes, 25 seconds remaining in the match that the first Gardevoir hit the board.
Yeah, exactly that, and it was just, again, with the kind of deck that Alberto's playing, that Dragapult EX, the kind of slower version, no rare candies, you're just building up behind that brave Badoo, the luxurious Badoo potentially when you need to. And then when you're ready, one of those important turns is being able to sort of flip the switch, flip the script, I should say, to actually then start swinging away, drawing the cards where you need to, unfair stamp being played, and then taking advantage of the board save.
And that is exactly what Alberto did. But why should we talk about Alberto when we can hear from Alberto? So let's go and have a chat with our lovely co-caster Jesper, and of course, our winner, Alberto Conti.
Well, I'm sitting here with Alberto Conti, and once again, it seems like whenever you start winning, it's me who's interviewing you. We happened this last time in Gdańsk. I remember judging one of your matches in Utrecht, but speaking of that, with the tournament so far, very nice start, 3-0 already. How's the day feeling so far?
Well, the day is feeling really good. I think I just had to copy and paste what I did in Utrecht. The tournament went really well in Utrecht, so I'm really happy about that. Yeah, just copying my homework from my previous tournament, and it's working out, so I'm really satisfied at the moment.
So copy the homework from Utrecht, but then just fixing up that final match, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. Last time I made a kind of a misplay in the final match 2 weeks ago. I had to test more, and I wanted to improve, and I want to show everybody that I can not make mistake in the final again.
So again, like with you being on top of your game this season, this has been by far the best season you've ever had in a game. Not that your career has been super long or anything, but you've been playing fantastic throughout your career so far. But when we're talking about your deck in specific, you've been playing much of the slow Dragapult variant for most of this part of the season anyway. When we're talking Badoo, we do that a lot. What's the optimal moment when you want to break that Badoo lock? In this matchup, for example, against Gardevoir?
Well, against Gardevoir, I want to break the Badoo lock when I'm able to take some important knockout, or when I can take get rid of all the Rals or Killian play from my opponent. Or if they start applying pressure with the Clefairy, which is an easy Pokemon that they can attack with, and in that spot I have to be aggressive myself, so I can stamp back after a knockout, and then start with my Dragapult's attack again. Even if my first Dragapult was about to get knocked out, as you saw in Game 2, it was fine enough for me because I was able to spread enough damage on the board to then like clear all the routes in play and the Clefairy at the same time.
So what you're essentially saying, we're talking that, you know, you don't care if the first Dragapult goes down, gets knocked out by Clefairy, because you're able to claw back with something like an unfair stamp, right?
Yeah, well, exactly. The thing I have to make sure, though, is that I have enough energy on the board to sustain a second Dragapult. So I can do that with the XP share, but my general rule is always to have 3 energies attached to the Dragapult line at the same time. So 2 to the active, and then 1 on the bench, on the bench Draglock.
Yeah, but speaking of getting back to the second Dragapult, you guys are going to be tossed back to Ross and Alex at the desk. Of course, very nice to chat with you, Alberto, and best of luck so far in the tournament. But not only are we going to be going back to Ross and Dow, I'll just be jumping out onto the floor to scout out some of the action.
Don't give away all your secrets, Alberto. Come on, it was far too much information. But again, we got a little bit of insight into that mind. But again, thank you so much, Jesper and Alberto, for that interview. It's great to hear from him.
I want to know which one of us is the second Dragapult. We'll find that one out a little bit later. Also, I've got to tell you, I'm having a little bit of a scout. Look, we're early in the tournament, so it's hard to find out too much. We really are kind of around 5, 6 where things start falling into shape. But I got to tell you, we know that the Italian players are known. There's a lot of really good Italian players that don't travel to too many other tournaments, but turn up to the Italian regional level event every year with some spice. And I don't want to give too much away, but right now we got an Italian player at 3-0 with Blissey. So when we talked about the fact we were expecting some spicy, decks being brought this weekend, we've already got a little bit of a taste. Blissey with Center Scorch. I'll let you guys figure that one out. Yeah, that's sitting at 3-0 right now. So I'm just saying that is one we're going to be following everything, but that's a deck I'm keeping an eye on for the rest of the weekend.
Yeah, there's not many things that gets Ross too excited, but that Blissey and Center Scorch, oh boy, Ross is going to be talking about that this whole weekend.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's going to be a lot of decks, and this is one thing I alluded to during the opportunity to open in this whole tournament, is actually get to see just what this contingent of players get to bring at a tournament like this. That Special Championships, one of the last tournaments of the season, and it's just kind of a great opportunity just to showcase what else is out there, rather than seeing we have already had the big 2. Let's see what else we can see this weekend, and that's what I'm excited for, Ross.
No, absolutely. I can do better, by the way. Ask me what's doing well at the top table.
What else is doing well, Ross? I want to know.
It is Center Scorching on the top tables right now, because there's a Blissey Center Scorch at 3-0.
There you go. I'm busy. You haven't said Miraidon, this little period that we've had, a period of time we've had so far, but I'm sure we're going to hear some more of that at some stage as well. But we've already had Jesper interviewing and actually speaking to our round 3 winner as well, but I know he's doing a lot of investigative work as well, just trying to work out what else is happening. So he's got his Detective Pikachu hat on. Let's try and see where Jesper is at right now.
25 Bologna Special Championships, and one thing I've noticed besides the awesome action going on has been the amount of Badoo we're seeing out of the tables today. So make sure to keep a tab on that pollen count. And with that said, back to the action.
Oh, he's got that sneeze going on. I've had plenty of my hay fever tablets going already this weekend, making sure I'm not sniffling too much. But Ross, how are you feeling? Is it itchy in the air right now?
I'm not feeling it too much, but having said that, you just watched that last game, same as I did, Alex, and there was a lot of pollen floating around in that last game. Badoo, the absolute MVP of the stream match we just watched.
Well, we have a little bit of an inkling about exactly how much pollen there is at this tournament, and maybe a bit further on as well. I think we're going to be able to try and get that little bit of invasion as much as possible. There might actually be as many as 8 right now, but look, let's see. We're going to try and figure out. Oh, there it is. There it is. Itchy pollen count. 8 has gone so far. And make sure you're tuning with us. This is going to rise. But how far is it going to rise? How far is it going to rise, Ross?
How far is it going to rise? Oh my goodness, I'm not prepared for this. So. What, we got 6 rounds today, then maybe 40.
40, we'll see. I mean, we're just having fun. We'll keep a little tab on it, but we'll make sure we'll keep sending out our detective, Jesper, to try and figure out exactly what's going on around those tables. Let's see how much he's sneezing whilst he's running around all of those competitors that are playing for this weekend, looking for that opportunity to take down a special championship. I mean, we're in Bologna. Yeah, it's such a fantastic place for us. We've spoken about it already. It's such a great place, but it's going to be pollinating around everywhere right now.
And since we didn't have the Miraidon check-in, you're right, we should have done. Yeah. How many Miraidon right now are 3-0?
Please enlighten me.
6.
6?
But with some results unreported, so at the end of this round it could be higher, but there's at least 6 Miraidon at 3-0, and as usual I'll be asking you every round we're on together until the answer is 0 and I get a little bit sad.
Right, so where is your Miraidon pin, Ross?
Where's my
or a Joltic, or anything that I'm surprised you don't have it.
Here's the deal, right? I do actually have a Miraidon pin. It's a beautiful pin. I've worn it on stream before. Go back and check. It's in the archives. But my daughter recently discovered Wooper. There we go.
Yes.
The Axolotl Pokemon. She recently discovered Wooper. And she loves Wooper. She's a huge fan of Wooper, so I'm rocking a Wooper and a low and Paldean Wooper pin because my daughter loves Wooper right now.
Well, yeah, this is for you and for every other Wooper.
If you're a Wooper fan, I've got your back.
Yeah, make sure you're letting Ross know in the chat if you're following us along on the Twitch and maybe even the YouTube as well. But yeah, okay, fine, great story, great story. I'm proud of you that you don't have to always talk about Joltic and Miraidons.
I'll talk about it plenty, mate. I will talk about it plenty. What decks do you want to see this weekend? What are you cheering for?
You know what? I'm just looking for the little spice in the different decks at the moment. I'm sure we're going to get a chance to try and get an eye on maybe Jesper and Joe's predictions and thoughts as well. But for myself, I just want to see what other little sort of tips and tricks people are kind of teching in to their lists at the moment, because we've seen so many different win conditions across our streams, across our sort of opportunities to watch gameplays, and that's what I'm keeping an eye on. We saw Alberto finally get a Genesect down onto the board, but without a tool, of course. But we know how important A-Specs are at the moment. Those pink, well, the newer versions, I say, those pink fantastic A-Spec cards, you can only play one of. But how about I not let you play that by getting a Genesect on the board with a tool card? That's one thing. That Ace Nullifier is something I'm going to keep an eye on and see how often we do get a chance to see it.
Yeah, that's a card. It doesn't see a huge amount of play. It doesn't get out there all the time, but, you know, we already seen it. Now, we didn't actually become relevant in the previous game from Alberto, but it was at least in the deck. And as far as I'm concerned, when we see players of that caliber choosing to take one of the precious spots in their deck to play that card, that makes me think there is something there. There is a reason. We don't see great players teching in cards like that unless there is a pretty gosh darn good reason to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just look at how impactful that unfair stamp was. Like you say, unfair by name, unfair by nature.
I do say that a lot.
I mean, it's a great saying. It's great. I'll let you have it, okay? Just keep going. But we've seen how great it is. We've seen how super important Secret Box is in those sort of Gardevoir lists right now as well, in terms of that setup. But when you're stifling them with things like the Itchy Pollen, and then you're utilizing your unfair stamp to stifle their setups even further, I mean, it's just so important. Those A-Spec cards are actually brilliant, right? We haven't even seen some of them, and so good. Although we haven't seen them more recently, like Prime Catcher. Where's that been for a while? Yeah, we see it in your favorite deck, but we're starting to see a lot more of this unfair stamp. We're seeing a lot of this sort of setup Secret Box as well. Precious Trolley we've personally seen a lot of Precious Trolley.
We have seen a lot of Precious Trolley.
And that's why it's such an incredible sort of A-Spec intuition that we got to think about in decks coming up.
When we first saw Prime Catcher, we thought, well, it's going to take some good A-Specs to stop playing that. Well, you know what? We've got them. What else we've got coming up? Right now, it's Joe and it's Julius Brunfeld, and they're out there having a little bit of a chat. So let's go keep an ear out.
Welcome, Pokemon trainers. I'm out in the floor because I've found a fierce competitor, Julius Brunfeld, who is on a 3-0 record right now with Gardevoir. It's a deck you've been playing for a couple of tournaments back-to-back. What is it about this deck that you enjoy in this format?
I enjoy the most part for that you can use like a lot Monkey Dories, because the Monkey Dory is so broken card, and then I like to play double Screamtail because it's my favorite attack. I mean, like you can play one Screamtail in your list, but I play two because it's my the most favorite attack in there, and the Monkey Dory spam in there, and I can destroy the opponent's board state. Is so amazing.
It does give you a lot of control in the game. Gardevoir is such a powerful archetype. Now, Julius, you've had a really good season. You're pretty much locked in for the World Championships with your points right now, and you had your first breakout top 4 at a regional level. What's changed this season that's elevated your game?
What I need?
How have you improved this season to have even better results?
How to prove the better result is that don't think about the invitings at all, because when so many stressing about the world's invitings, and those times what I use stressing, if you that time losing to think about the matchups, you get improving the next level, and then don't worry about anything. I mean, like for myself, I don't want to have any of the goals. I just want to play and improve the playing, and it happens.
I think that's such a good tip. Just focus on the gameplay, and then the results come naturally. I think that's great. And what was your testing process like this season? You've been to so many tournaments with lots of changes in the format. How do you change your strategy each tournament?
I should do like many good players like Brentonison and many others like that. Testing for, when you have a new format, you test only for that tournament, and next tournament the same format. Don't change your deck at all. Like focus improving of course, meta can change, like now you have matchup spread, but don't think about the matchup spread at all. Like, so many people hate Gardevoir right now, but why I still play Gardevoir is because I try just, improving still. And if you can improve it to play Gardevoir, it's still good even you facing bad matchups.
I think that's such a good point. Just becoming a master of one archetype is great. Now, we're coming to the end of the Journey Together format. You've been playing Gardevoir for a while, but now Destined Rivals is on the horizon. Has there been any new cards you're thinking of adding into Gardevoir? Any new threats from that format? Or are you thinking of a brand new strategy for the NAIC?
Well, I'm living in Finland, so there is a lot of Charizard players, you know. so I bet that in the Finnish area, many believe in the Charizard are going to be a hype, but I have no idea because I didn't test or check in the limit standings a lot. I saw a lot Grimmsnarl, but I'm not 100% about that yet, so I have to working out for that. But like Dragapult gets shaming, I think it's so buff for Dragapult now, and I'm not 100% sure about the Gardevoir right now, but at least my double Scream Tail, it can be a little harder to lose when everyone play a beautiful card shaming.
Thanks so much, Julius. Great insight there from a top competitor and a fierce friend of mine as well. So hopefully we see more of you throughout the weekend and more of the action. Don't go anywhere.
But at this point it might be too little, too late. Bubble damage coming through, still tapping, some clapping. Let's give it up here.
Pato Man is your 2025 EUIC International Champion.
He's already stopped tapping, but he's still got a down poke in the go. Give it up for Pato Man.
Multiple members of Peru on Rayquaza. Mimikyu and Ripness. 84 is in. Rayquaza's at half right now. Only 10 seconds left on the clock. Tempo is here, but there's just no time. Overlord moves to the middle, and Luminosity Gaming is going to stop them, and they are going to win the AL's Cup.
This is so tense. We see the Phantom Dive, 200 damage on Lugia. Oliver draws for turn.
There's the boss, there's the Luminium, so he has an Ultra Ball in hand. There it is.
Oh my gosh. It all has to come together. Luminium for boss, boss the bench, Dragapult, and Oliver is your UIC Juniors champion.
Drippy and Dracloak will be going down. Amy, there will be 2 Duskull Imply, and that's it for Nathan.
I think a comeback is nigh impossible, Pablo.
I always call it, and I'm always burned, but I'm gonna call it again. Nathan, there we go.
There is the handshake. Gabriel Fernandez is your seniors victor, our champion of EUIC 2025. Congratulations.
This is where dreams are no longer imagined, but lived. The weight of expectation, the pressure of one of the biggest stages, over 3,300 challenges, and one final brilliant dance partner in Natalie, all stood before him. Yet now, here he stands.
Straight onto Oranguru and then use it for, oh yeah, it's Precious Trolley, getting all of your basic Pokemon out. Whatever 5 basic Pokemon Ryuki wants to get on the board here are coming.
Here we go, look at all the pieces.
There we go, Ryuki is gonna be your European International Champion 2025. He came to Dortmund, he won the whole thing, and now he's come to London and won the whole thing.
Here comes a big Astral Barrage, connecting down into the Torkoal. No damage to the protected Calyrex. It hangs on with 13 hit HP. But did Torkoal go for Eruption? Which is... No, it doesn't want to go. We're not in check room anymore. Into the Torkoal there. Torkoal is down. Ismail seems to be once more on this back hoof. That's it. Your EUIC Junior Champion, Fabian Musicant! It's not going to be enough damage there. Ian's Urshifu soaking this up. This game is slowly but surely coming to a wrap.
It has been Ian's that have been going first. The close combat
to Louise Urshifu. It's going to be the KO. We have our senior EUIC champion, Ian Larson.
With the electric drift, it is moving before the Flutter Mane.
Here we go, which is an into the Flutter Mane, and it is going to be enough. Nero is able to close this out with Ferrograph's only option, able to go for the Psychic in it. It's immune.
Wolfclick is able to take the title. He takes his 2nd international championship and becomes your 2025 European International Champion.
I'm just thinking about the scope. I could not have won this final if I didn't have the support of some incredible people.
Amazing, man. Back-to-back UIC.
Ich fühle mich super erleichtert, weil ich war sehr nervös am Anfang.
I'd like to shout out my friends, my locals, and my family for helping me to get to this point.
All my family, my friends, I love you all. めちゃめちゃ嬉しいです。
My name is Jarvina, I'm from Berlin, Germany, and I just won the Pokémon Special Championships in Utrecht.
A huge knockout, Yoa overcoming 2 champions to become one himself.
Our Utrecht Special Championship has been concluded, and it's Yoa. An amazing performance.
From Germany, Yoa Wigner!
It feels unreal for me, and yeah, I just don't really know what to say about it. I can't express my feelings there. I think it was not in my gameplay, it was actually before the tournament where I decided which list I'm playing, and I think like the Maractus, yeah, I don't know the name, I think I just say Cactus to it. It's a Maractus, really carried me some games, and so the key decision to winning this tournament I think began before the tournament even started. I played for this event a straight Dragapult deck without Dusknoir, with Monkidori, Genesect, and Maractus. The deck is basically, it's really consistent and just utilize Badu really good in the most matchups because you play a lot of supporters like Brock or Jake that just really pairs well with Badu. So you just really win most of the Badu wars and don't let the others play the game with the item lock and set up your board. Then win with some really cool turns, and you have also Stamp to disrupt your opponent, and yeah, that's also basically why I played the deck, because I thought it was really good and consistent. I'm testing with most of my friends in Berlin. We have like a testing group with some friends. There are also some really good players like Leon Timon or something, who is currently top 15 I think in Europe. And I also write with some really good players from Finland, which I'm friends with, like Arnie. I also, this was really important for this tournament, especially Cal Connor from America, who I wrote where Twitter is. And he just gave me some really good advice and also bring me the idea of playing the Maracas. Playing Pokemon impacted especially my life and me as a person a lot, because I think like also in school when I write exams or something, I'm definitely more calm and ready, because like the tournament experience is just prepares really well, I think, for like situations like writing an exam or something. And it's just also, I learned so much new friends. I knew people now all around the world, so many people I know from Pokemon. And it's just really cool. It's a big part in my life, and I really like playing the game with my friends and enjoying my friends and traveling with my friends. So Pokemon is not just playing the game, also the community and hanging out together.
A phenomenal interview there with Yoa, our most recent champion over in Utrecht. But here we are this weekend in Bologna. We have one more champion to crown here in Europe, Jesper. And we've already seen some really interesting decks on stream, but also around those tables.
Oh yeah, we've seen a lot. And speaking of interesting decks, we are going to be featuring that this round too, but we're not just going to tell what exactly yet. You guys will get to see that very shortly. But yeah, it's an exciting tournament. As we talked about in the couch before, we're talking, well, are people going to use this last, European regional sized event to bring out something new, like we saw the Toe Scrolls last weekend in Portland? Or are we going to see people just bringing more and more Dragapults and Gardevoirs to this event because those are more safer picks?
Yeah, the safe picks are still there, but even Yoa in his interview attributed his victory to just one tech inclusion within his deck list. That Maractus really changed the tide, and I think in one of his top 4 games won him the game on the spot. And I think these sorts of adaptations are still the most important thing coming into tournaments like this. You know the archetypes, everyone's played a huge number of reps at this stage. They've probably played the same archetype in a number of tournaments, so we're coming to the sort of hundreds of games played at this stage. They know how the general flow of the game can go, so these small changes to lists can still catch people off guard.
Yeah, and exactly like a card like Maractus, we've seen those kinds of corner attacks in the past being super influential, and we've seen also decks that just keep stuff in the active, like you saw Snorlax before the rotation was super powerful, especially against the aggressive archetypes, where usually Yoa wanted to use that Maractus against stuff like Raging Bolt, locking up that Latias in the active spot, or same against Joltic, really.
Such a smart decision from Yoa. We know that Gardevoir and Dragapult are going to be showing up, but we also want to hear from you guys. The poll is opening now because we have a community choice for you guys. We want you to tell us what you want to see on the stream this weekend. We have a few different archetypes just sort of sitting outside of the sort of top 3 or 4 archetypes that we still think can have a great showing this weekend.
Yeah, one of the archetypes we've been seeing had a little bit of success early on in the format, around about Atlanta, Monterey regionals, where we're talking Terra Box. The good old Noctowl Ogrepons, kind of using the Noctowls to get away into energies, energy switches, Crispin, to use many different attackers in a box, like with Clefairy, well, Team Mask Ogrepon itself, but also the Wellspring Ogrepon, most importantly.
These are our 4 options then. If you're on Twitch, make sure you're voting now. End's Toolbox is one that always surprises me as well. Oh, yeah. It feels like it's quite narrow in what it can do, but what it does, it really does well. Draws a lot of cards, of course. That's still the selling point of Zoroark, has been for a while. But that End's Darmanitan, such a critical piece, I think, in the deck, can really help out dealing with Golden Go and covering the grass weakness of Zoroark, but then also such a punishing spread attack. We've lost Radiant Greninja to the rotation, but it's at the right time that Darmanitans come straight back into the game.
Yeah, and also since we don't have any bench protection currently in the format, Shaman's not going to come, well, for tournament play until in 2 weeks for NAIC. Of course, coming in distant rivals, but yeah, as long as you don't have a kind of Shaman-ish effect, the Darmanitan is going to go unchecked on, because I don't think people are going to start picking up more Rapska now.
And this is an archetype that we both have our eye on, Jesper. Charizard, Dragapult as a combination. What is it about these 2 Stage 2 Pokemon specifically as why you like it as a Dragapult build?
We're typically talking about, Dragapult being the best attacker in the game. I would say the second best attacker would be Charizard later in the game. So you could start off the games with Dragapult, move into a Charizard, so the Dragapult can almost set up for you to take the game in 2 free attacks from Charizard. And what's not good about it? Putting the two best attackers in the game into the same deck.
It's worked before. It can certainly work again. I was playing it myself just last weekend in Portland. My results weren't as good as I think the deck actually is, but it's definitely an archetype that we still have our eye on and will be backing to the hilt. We've seen some as well already on high records. Yeah. And in fact, Jesper, I had to sort of double take and blink at some of the lists that I've seen at our top tables. I'm just going to rattle through some of the ones that I've already caught. Golden Go with Pidgeot EX and the Dunsparce. Ceruledge with Revavroom, which we kind of know, but it's still surprising here and there. Yep. Archaludon EX with Dodrio as the draw engine, using Fan Rotom to get lots of those colorless guys out. I know Ross is going to be excited to see there was a Mamoswine on the top tables. So too a Hydreigon. That was actually up against the Ceruledge, so certainly one of those two is going to be on a 3-0 record. Blissey EX with Centiskorch as well, and also a Budgie Burn deck. Lots of interesting strategies out on those top tables.
Yeah, but interesting strategies. We've mentioned that you're going to bring something spicy for this last event, and yeah, certainly people have. Burn, Budgie, burn.
My goodness. The results are in from the poll, so let's have a look at what are some of the most exciting decks that we can be following. EV Toolbox is what people are excited to see, and it's no surprise, Jesper, because even though you hear that strategy, there's still a lot that can go into that box of tricks.
Yeah, so we're talking a lot about the Sylveon EX that can use the Angelite attack, shuffling two of the bench Pokemon away, and then you ruin your opponent's setup, and then you can switch into something that actually attacks for damage afterwards, and then every second turn you use Angelite, because then they have a turn of setting up, then you disrupt that setup, then you take some prizes, you disrupt it, and you're playing Crisp, and you still have favorable weakness attributes. You can cover, you can cover the Ogerpons with something like Flare in early game while accelerating energies too. Yeah, so there's a lot of things that comes in for that deck, although consistency is one of the points we're always talking about when we're talking about a toolbox deck, so it has to be working consistently.
Noctowl is really the lifeblood of that archetype because it is so much to juggle in the archetype. I also think a new adaptation has been that Umbreon EX as of late. Even if you're not playing the Darkness Energy, because you have the Sparkling Crystal, having an instant answer to Gardevoir is just so important in the format right now. So even though it looks odd on paper, sometimes just having an instant KO option onto that Gardevoir is too vital.
Yeah, exactly, and that kind of gets to cover the matchups, and that's we're always looking at. You need to cover your matchups against the top 3 decks. We were talking about Dragon Ball, Gardevoir, and Raging Bolt. You have to cover your bets against those decks, otherwise you're going to be having a very, very hard tournament.
Well, we've alluded to some of the chaotic archetypes at the top tables, and actually we found one for you for our stream feature match, and our players are at the table, so we are in for a treat, Jesper. What have we got?
Well, we were talking about it before, and I mentioned it. It's going to be Daniele Macari with Burn Budgie.
Here we go.
Using the Magmar, burning up your opponent's active Pokemon while using Itchy Pollen to keep that item lock going. But, well, from Frankie, what do we see here?
Frankie's going to be playing the Joltic box, a pretty traditional archetype, nothing too surprising about the deck list, but I think it's really going to be all about Daniele because this has been an archetype that's been touted really since this Volcanion EX was released, and it's almost like a throwback. It reminds me of old Seismitoad EX. It had such low damage output, so then you would have to put in Muscle Band, then you would have to put in Verbank City Gym and Hypnotoxic Laser, ramp up that item lock so you can maintain it the entire game, and this is why we're trying to recreate it. We're using Volcanion EX to burn, then trying to ramp up the poison damage during Pokemon Checkup via the Stage 1 Magmortar. So this Budgie is going to be doing far more than just 10 damage with Itchy Pollen.
And we've already seen Budgie with the poison do so well at EYC, yes. Of course, winning with Ryuki. But here we off. Frankie starts off the game with Joltik. Not what he wants to do. Wants to be sure to go second and use Joltik turn 1, but essentially with this Joltik Miraidon deck, what you want to do is you get a Joltik early, you get to use a Jolting Charge to charge up either Iron Hands or Pikachu, or both at once when you're using Crispin. And getting all of these energies into play is going to be the name of the game for the deck. Going through the deck with Nestball here at first, looking for Miraidon, because Miraidon can get you these lightning type attackers, which entails your Joltik to charge up your Pokemon. The Miraidon, you can get additional Miraidon if you're looking at that sort of matchup, but typically it's going to be Pikachu, and Iron Hands is going to carry on for the vast amount of attacking you're going to be doing.
Yeah, this deck likes to telegraph its main attackers because of the expense of those attack costs. But thanks to little Joltik helping out, in addition to 4 copies of Crispin in the deck list, you're really trying to maintain these ridiculous energy attack costs. As indeed you said, Jesper, Nestball will grab the Miraidon EX, and a tandem unit now can grab 2 additional lightning-type Pokemon. That's going to be Joltik and Pikachu EX immediately. So it's a pretty decent turn 1, all things considered. We have energy in the hand, I believe, just to swing anywhere we like, knowing that next turn Joltik can get into the mix. We won't be taking prize cards immediately, but we'll be setting up some really devastating attackers.
And yeah, you're setting up these devastating attackers, but it's also about keeping, you know, the gas going throughout the game. One thing that Joltic really has an issue with is the draw power of the deck.
Sure.
Your only draw power is in Mew EX and Festendipity EX. Mew, well, you need to have less than 3 cards in hand to even use the restart ability, but Festendipity is relying on your opponent taking a knockout on your board. So it's a difficult deck to set up, and you kind of have to sit with the pieces already. But we're already over to Daniele, and you know, tell me a bit more about his deck, Joe.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one. We know that Itchy Pollen is a great attack to launch early on in the game, but it feels like Daniele has really lent into this to the full extent, to be honest with you. And straight away, we're seeing the Ace spec pulled out from Arvin. In addition to a Bravery Charm, this is going to be the big warning signs for Frankie as we see a Volcanion EX, in addition to a number of Magmar, I would imagine. One crucial note to remember is there was the 1 copy of Blood Moon Ursaluna EX in Daniele's prize cards. That's one of his sort of late game pivot attackers when he needs to move away from Budju. So not having access to that card could be a bit of an issue, but all things considered, this is a fantastic turn 1, establishing your burn package. Additionally, lots of those Magmar, and Budu is already set up, ready to go.
Yeah, and already Frankie asking about what does Volcanion EX exactly do, and he will exactly figure out what the Volcanion does, dishing out that burn with the Scalding Stream. And you know, with a setup like this, if I was in Frankie's shoes, I would also be looking at it like, well, what does this even do? Yes, you're putting burn on me, but then I have to start remembering what does Magmar actually do as well.
Yeah, if you're reading Volcanion EX, you probably aren't aware of the Magma Surge from Magmortron's turn 2 when we start evolving up to those. It is going to be the free retreat thanks to Skyliner on the Latias EX, straight into our Volcanion EX for that Scalding Steam ability. We'll be burning the Mew EX right now, and we are able to play a switch from hand in order to get Budju into the active position, and we will just launch an Itchy Pollen here. One of the interesting things about the Joltic box archetype, it's really low maintenance on those item cards. It's kind of emerged as an archetype, knowing that a lot of these setup decks sit behind Budju. So it goes very thick on its supporter cards, and realistically, as long as you have energy to attach to your Joltic, Miraidon can pull out multiple attacking threats, and you're still going to be relatively unfazed by this Itchy Pollen.
Yeah, and especially when you have a deck that's built around, you know, playing all these supported cards to accelerate using Miraidon to get the Pokemon. We're looking at a hand from Frankie, which we're very likely to see. Yes, this turn is going to end up with a Jolting Charge. One thing that's actually very cool about Daniele's deck as well, we were mentioning Festendipity is one of the only draw supports, but Joe, when I take a knockout off burn with Pokemon Checkup, does Festendipity work?
It certainly does not. There will be no flipping of the script if Daniele can line up the damage counters correctly. So that could really limit Frankie's options throughout this game. As it is for right now, he's happy to use Tandem Unit to find the Iron Hands EX. You've just seen your opponent Bravery Charm up a Budju, and their board is committed quite heavily into this line of attack. So it does sound very wise to start trying to put energy onto this Iron Hands EX. As we know, Ampy very much has been a devastating attacker since it was printed. Essentially, we found the best way to accelerate to this card in every format that it's been in. In this case, it is Jolting Charge, trying to help us get towards that 4 energy attack cost, because not only can you deal 120 damage, but you also get to take additional prize cards on a knockout. And when Budju is the sort of main early game attacker, the Iron Hands EX is going to be devastating.
And we're also looking at a situation where the Iron Hands is 230 HP. Could also be Bravery Charm by Frankie, which means that, well, Daniele is not going to have an easy time actually getting to knock it out. And with the Budju standing at 80 HP, while that still is very immense for a Budju when we're speaking of that, right, it's not going to be just enough for that MP very much to actually be deflected and not, you know, get the knockout on it. And it just means that, yes, as you said yourself, we're always looking for best ways to accelerate. Jolting Charge in this format it could also just have been, you know, Electric Generator, Mirage Gate, etc., or even Archeops in the past. Sure. It's always about using a card that is so strong and it's as strong as Iron Hands, getting to, well, technically abuse it.
Joltic certainly is the enabler in this instance. 4 energy immediately onto Iron Hands. Action passes back over to Daniele, who picks up the Jet energy. Is there a boss's orders in that hand as well, Jesper?
There is, and we can get to see the boss's orders to pull up this Iron Hands and start putting pressure on it. Because if the Iron Hands comes up and uses MP very much, Daniele is going to have a very hard time to get that one-hit knockout. But if we can get to a point where we can start setting up that Iron Hands for a knockout in the future, it will be a lot better for us.
Yeah, this Joltic could easily be dealt with just via burn, but that single prize doesn't help you out too much. It's much more important to pressurize these Pokemon. If Iron Hands is allowed to sit on this board for way too long, it's just going to run away with the prize race. So it does feel like Daniele has to try and target this Pokemon if he can. The debate here is Boss's Orders versus that Surfer supporter card, another way that he can pivot. This archetype really does rely on getting in and out of the active position for that Volcanion EX to do its work. However, we are discarding the Jet Energy right now, Jesper. There is, I believe, still a switch in the hand, though.
Yeah, and it depends on what ways Daniele wants to go around this. We were talking about, of course, you want to go 2-2-2 prize race, which means that initially even touching the Joltic seems, well, not that useful as to getting, or not getting rid of the Iron Hands, but getting closer to being rid of it, and you need to start putting that pressure on. Yes, let's go with the Jet Energy and the Braver Charm, but yes, there's already a switch in hand, so it could be useful. And with this deck, you want to be putting on the burn every single turn. Volcanion has to be active to use its ability, which means that you have to use Switch and Jet Energy in combination with Latias to be able to do that all the time.
Daniele is just thinking about the rest of his turn, is now evolving into a second Magmortar. And this is a stackable ability, so with 2 Magmortar in play, during Pokemon Checkup, it will be those 8 damage counters rather than the usual 2. And we have to see a Boss's Orders here, surely. Yes, it will be. Targeting down the Iron Hands EX, followed by the switch. Volcanion can swing into the active, quickly burn the Iron Hands. We can Skyline to retreat to the Budgie easily now, into the Budgie, I should say. And it will be a pretty hefty Itchy Pollen here.
And as you see, Itchy Pollen for 10. I mean, it's decent to item lock, but then we will get to see 2 Magmartars and the burn dealing 20 already. And we have to remember to tell you guys, with burn, between turns during Pokemon Checkup, the burn Pokemon gets 20 damage onto it, and then you flip. If heads, you get rid of burn. If tails, your Pokemon stays burned.
Oh, and it's a head
that's
split.
Massive.
That's huge. Why is that, Jesper?
Since we're getting 20 plus the Magmartars for burn, which is 80 damage every single Pokemon Checkup, it means that going back into Daniele's turn next turn, would have been looking at a 170 damage Iron Hands, which then Daniele would have been like, oh, it's easy to get rid of. Where this kind of swings the tide in terms of Frankie being able to use the Iron Hands twice.
And that's not where you want to be. The more value Iron Hands can gain, the further and further Frankie can pull ahead here. So that's a huge coin flip already in this round number 4. I'm seeing already Crispin in the hand. Frankie has prized his second copy of Iron Hands EX, so he has to look towards other attackers at this stage.
And it's going to be really, really important for Daniele to kind of get around this. Frankie can use Iron Hands this turn. Even if Daniele gets the third Magmartar, he's not going to be able to knock out that Iron Hands. It even makes that burn flip that much more important this turn, since had Frankie flipped tails on burn, he would have needed to move that Iron Hands, which is still pretty hard to do with the hefty retreat it has itself. But now being able to use Iron Hands on this Budgie, Daniele not being able to use the Blood Moon, since that's all at the very top of the prize cards. And then Frankie can go for another Iron Hands knockout and then wrap up the game with the Pikachu on either Volcanion or Latias at the bench. So there's already a play out of this game happening from Frankie. What Frankie needs to get is just the energy needed for Pikachu, which they're on their way with the Crispin, and then needs to find the boss to wrap up the game after those two MP very much. So yeah, there's already a line forming where for Daniele, it's about getting as much time as you can. Just looks very difficult from this point.
Frankie not giving any time, as you can see. Jesper already powering up that secondary attacker for what might well be his final 2 prize cards. Metal Energy does come to the hand, so possibly spreading multiple threats. Of course, because the burn is during Pokemon Checkup, that will get around the Resolute Heart ability from Pikachu. So it's not necessarily as safe as it would be in other situations. But Iron Hands is on its rampage, takes its first 2 prize cards with Ampy very much. Action passes back over to Daniele, who can once again burn the Iron Hands. Ooh, picks up the Iono. That's a much better card than the Surfer that was in hand. This is great to disrupt Frankie that little bit, especially when there's only the Mew EX on board for an engine for that archetype. 6 fresh cards. Do we see a Budgie here at all? Ultra Ball helps out. There are 3 copies of Budgie in this deck list, so we can re-establish that.
But just re-establishing it doesn't help a lot. We're still looking at the Iron Hands being able to knock out back. We didn't even get an additional Magmortar. So again, it's going to be 90 damage, including the burn. And then if Frankie flips heads again,
Don't say it.
Then the Iron Hands will still survive back into Daniele's turn on the other hand, even if Frankie just goes draw and then uses MP very much. So we have to hit a situation for Daniele where, yes, goes for the Budgie, does the burn. Well, there comes the burn, yeah.
And then burn. We could sacrifice Budgie altogether and just grab an extra Magmortar, putting all of our Pokemon out of range of an Ampy very much now. I feel like just lead out with the Volcanion EX, force the Pikachu into the active, remove a bunch of energy in the process. There's no board space right now for the Latias EX either. This could be a way that you can target down your opponent's energy from an awkward position. I think Danielle has found a better spot right now than just unloading the lock from a Budgie and saying that, let's try and make my hit points much more robust here. And actually going into the Magmortar, has 130 hit points, and this is a risk, Jesper, because oftentimes there is the Future Booster Energy Capsule within the Miraidon players list. So that could be a way around and to still force an Ampy very much.
And there's even just not the Future Booster Energy Capsule, there's also Vitality Band in Frankie's list. So I potentially would have liked to see either the Volcanion stay in the active, but then that would just be retreat plus an attachment. But then again, how would you get back that Iron Hands when it's so massive in retreat cost without
still
the
burned, Jesper. We're still burned. Finally, the flip goes Daniele's way. Another headache for Frankie. Now, perhaps, do you still look to use a different attacker? Are you still forced to spend your Prime Catcher here just to move your burnt Pokemon?
Yeah, but you have to hit the Prime Catcher first to be able to do exactly that. And we do see the Pokegear here has to be an Arven to get the Prime Catcher, which is the best card we get here.
Arven is there.
Oh yeah, we could see the Arven technically for the Prime Catcher. It gets around the burn, so there's no knockout between with the Pokemon checkup. And then we can also get to see the true price knockout, because I did see a Lightning Energy inside of Frankie's hand.
Yep, that means Pikachu can chase, or you can Prime Catcher simply another Magmortar, because Arven can grab the tool in addition to the Ace Spec here. So you're removing the burn and getting the valuable 4 prizes out of 1 Iron Hands EX. That's why this archetype is so devastating. If the Iron Hands goes unchecked, it really can run away with games, and we're seeing that again here, Jesper.
Yeah, we do see the Future Booster here, which is the sign for these future Pokemon, being able to give them free retreat and plus 20 damage in the damage output. And yeah, as you said yourself, Prime Catcher, Future Booster Energy Capsule, Prime Catcher, another Magmortar, being able to MP very much for 140 and still getting, 4 prizes out of these Iron Hands. And yet still, we get to clear the burn. So there's no knockouts between turns, which is even better.
Actually spying perhaps an Earthen Vessel here. You could still attack with Pikachu, but I feel like the Prime Catcher has to be the route. With your supporter spent, wow, it's going to be the Earthen Vessel still here from Frankie. It looked like the Prime Catcher was in prime position, to be honest. But
yeah, it lead into, could have gone Prime Catcher, Future Booster. Gotten the empty very much to make Magmortar, sitting with the boss in hand already for next turn, and being able to just Pikachu boss with the Lightning Energy he could have been attaching from hand. So here, foregoing that, and potentially could have gone like a more conservative route where we just set up a bit more Pikachus, and we get to get more energies in hand to make sure that we're a bit sturdier against an Iono. But I would have very much liked to see a way more aggressive wave, because when you're looking at Daniele here, he's looking like it's a spot where he just needs more time, and you're giving him more time doing it this way.
It's still going to be the KO, and in fact allowing this Iron Hands to get KO'd via Pokemon Checkup with the burn here. So still takes that 4-2 swing. I suppose we'll simply promote Joltic in this spot.
This also leads with, if there's going to be an Iono being played from Daniele's side, it also leads to there being more outs in deck, which is something that Frankie could have been thinking about, is you would still have every single Arven you draw, still an out for Prime Catcher. Every single boss you draw, every single Pokegear you draw could be an out for Prime Catcher. But then I would also like the attachment onto Pikachu. Yes, Blood Moon or Saluna could have been an issue there. But then if a Blood Moon or Saluna comes and knocks out the Pikachu with Burn incorporated, well, you could have just, or quote-unquote just, but you could just go Crispin in that case, and then the game would be over anyway. So kind of stretching a bit thin here if an Iono happens. Yes, there's the Earthen Vessel in hand, but if an Iono happens, that just gets washed to the bottom of the deck.
It would have been prime time for Daniele to start working towards that Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, but we have to stress top of those prize cards, so not available right now. So Daniele has to find another way around this. The good news is Iono will at least be throwing a number of these cards to the bottom of the deck for Frankie. And he also already has the Defiance Band plus Budgie combination. And here we see the hand disruption. There's no guarantees that this Miraidon EX can move from the active position right now. So there could be a way for you to possibly get a 2-hit KO on this Pokemon by just using your single prize Budju. And with Iron Hands EX cleared off the board, this has to be Daniele's best shot to stay in this game.
And we can even start using something like Prime Catchers to set up one of these Pikachus, saying that, well, if it doesn't move, it gets knocked out by Burn. But if the Budju here doing 40 by itself, then plus 80 damage from the Burn, you look at it 120. If you can actually pull up a Pikachu and do 120 to it, you're saying if it doesn't move and there's tails being flipped on the Burn, it's gonna get knocked out back into the alley in his turn, which is something that, you know, these Quick Game Punch decks, Seismitoad decks of the past really wanted to make sure that the math was fixed, to make sure that they would get knocked out into their turn. So here, just a Budju, 40 damage for the Ichipollen with the Defiance Spin, and then plus the 80 damage we get from Burn.
That is so much damage raining down. Daniele's built this deck to really push as much as possible. As we see another big coin flip, Heads does remove the Burn. So still a headache for Daniele now. Not as easy as it perhaps could have been.
And it's 2 energies and a Pokegear for Frankie, although it's not a perfect position. Really great for Frankie that he flipped Heads off the Burn. Yes. Could get the attachment onto Pikachu, setting that up and basically saying, next turn, I got you. Next turn, if I get a boss's orders, this game will be wrapped up in a nice and tight bow. But yeah, are we looking at retreat of the Miraidon could potentially go into the Jolting, just say Jolting Charge. And kind of
we can't play that Pokegear.
No, Ichipollen's still in effect.
So it will just be an energy attachment. It's, as you say, yes, but whether or not we're going into Joltic, because we have so many Grass and Lightning Energy already scattered, I don't think Joltic's actually doing too much. Mew EX can draw 1 card, does find Crispin. That's still a way for us to retreat this turn if we would wish. That would get a 2-prize Pokemon out of the line of fire.
Although with there already being a boss's orders in Frankie's hand before the Iono being played, it could also be nice with the Joltic to just shuffle the deck initially, to give the boss a chance to be at some other position of the deck. Although Crispin can do the same. Gets you probably a energy or 2 out, depending on how many energy there are left in Frankie's deck, but gets to shuffle the deck more importantly, making sure that it's not a guarantee that one of these boss's orders are stuck at the bottom of the deck.
There can't be many energy. There's a Lightning and a Psychic. That's actually pretty perfect. And a Grass as well, so you can just swing a Psychic onto the Miraidon EX here to retreat, keeping the remaining energy in the deck. You're already holding on to Grass energy for next turn if you need to back-to-back Pikachu for some reason.
Yeah, we could also just Crispin one onto Miraidon, retreat into Joltic, get to these 2 energies that Frankie is actually holding, put them into play so you get more cards out of your deck if you grab the Psychic energy. Also, putting Joltic up there, getting to get rid of those cards, have Daniele go into an uneven prize trade, which means that Daniele would still need to knock out 2 of these EX Pokemon.
I'm with you. I would have loved to have seen another Jolting Charge. It could still be on for Frankie, but having pulled out the Lightning and Grass, it may be far less in his consideration. Does he ever go in with Pikachu EX and just take a prize, go down to 1 and say that my final Pikachu is safe enough? It's vulnerable with all this Burn shenanigans, but you haven't seen a Blood Moon. You haven't seen a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX yet.
Yeah, Frankie.
We're committing here, Jesper.
Oh, I'm not sure whether I like this or not. Like, of course, Frankie does not know whether or not the Blood Moon's prize. There's no way that Daniele should have told him, so it's pretty risky here. Although, Joe, I'm pretty sure there's nothing that Daniele can actually do about this with the Grass energy already being in the hand of Daniele. And it just means that Frankie then just needs to find some way of getting his Pikachu out of the active spot.
The top deck is Penny, and I don't think that helps us here. I think Daniele is staring down an awkward position. Night Stretcher can recover a Pokemon. Budju will return. Again, there's no means of moving the active Pikachu EX and attaching to the benched Pikachu EX. So in theory, you're not out of the game just yet. We will once again burn with Volcanion, bringing Budju back into the active position, and it will just be an Ichipollen here, but it is looking precarious from this stage.
It indeed is. So yeah, the Ichipollen plus Burn gonna do 90 damage. Then we need to head the flip to go something like a Tails here for Daniele still to be within contention.
Interesting.
There's a Tails, but going over to Frankie's turn. Yeah, a retreat and attachment to a Pikachu would be enough, and that's again why with the top deck boss, why I would have loved that Jolting Charge last turn.
Just top deck boss, it's that easy. I think there's actually, because we pulled 2 energy out with Crispin last turn, I don't think we can even Crispin I think there's only one Psychic remaining in the deck, Jesper. I don't think we can move this Pikachu and launch our final attack with the bench Pikachu EX just yet.
Yeah,
we're going to check with Tandem Unit.
It's always a good thing to do. Like, you can just check for free, but there's one Psychic. Is there any other energies in the deck? I'm pretty sure there wasn't. There's just the Psychic energy, which means whenever you're using Crispin says you can pick up 2 different energy types, and then you can attach one from the Crispin and then put the other one into hand. But if you're not getting 2 different energy types, it's basically just an energy search.
Yeah,
so you need to have, it's awful for a supporter, indeed it is. Which means, well, you need to have 2 different energies in deck, and if you can't have that quite, well, you're in this exact position that Frankie's getting themselves into.
I think it's still the best line to attach, retreat this Pikachu EX and go into Joltic. I can't see a safer line. You're spending resources as you go, and you're giving Daniele this lifeline at this stage. Frankie playing aggressively with his Pikachu EX, and the resources are now dwindling. Still so close to closing out the game.
But it feels like if Daniele somehow, although we're stressing this again, the Blood Moon, had that not been in the prize cards, this could have been wholly different.
It really would have.
But one thing that is really, really important here is Frankie has to be thinking, does Daniele have it out to actually be taking out the Pikachu here? Because it just looked like if the Pikachu with the 2 energies on it is taken out by Daniele in some fashion, this game looks over, and there could still be Iono's being fired off. Iono to 1 territory is pretty scary.
So perhaps even just attaching to Pikachu EX on the bench is the best call, and say the bench is full. Yeah, it's just going to be the pass. Even taking the burn damage and saying, this Pikachu's a headache for me. I want this KO'd.
And it goes up to a 170 damage off the burn. Of course, well, Frankie does have to remember to flip. Yeah, and, you know, given the signs of remember to flip and heads. So we need to remove that burn marker too. Although, Joe, still looks like a situation where even Iono doesn't help here. If the Pikachu's knocked out this turn, well, Frankie just promotes the other Pikachu and it gets knockout. So, yeah, I'm not quite sure where we go from here.
It's a sad state in that the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX, not only was it the best attacker, but it was the only Pokemon that could stay out of range of a Pikachu with Bravery Charms within Daniele's list. So yeah, it's just going to be the Itchy Pollen without doing any burning shenanigans, keeping this Pikachu EX in the active, but we know that Frankie does have energy in hand here.
But there is an energy, and we're able to wrap up the game 1, attaching to Pikachu, retreating, and getting that last prize on the Buddy, the main opposition for this game. And yeah, going into game 2, Daniele, please do not prize your Blood Moon Ursaluna, otherwise we'll end up seeing a repeat of this exact game. But yeah, really interesting to get to see the Burn Buddy deck going on, and yeah, it's an exciting prospect to see, and we do see already Daniele on our camera here looking at the Blood Moon Ursaluna playing. Why do you have to be prized?
Let's have a look at this replay then. There were some big burn flips early on. This heads flip specifically was massive, keeping Iron Hands EX around for that additional turn, so Frankie was able to launch ahead with 4 prizes, actually allowing between turns the Pokemon checkup, the Iron Hands to get KO'd, and just saying that the Future Booster Energy Capsule was enough. Let me get Iron Hands 4 prizes ahead with the Arven grab. And from there, just with using a couple Pikachu, it was aggressive, but it did limit Daniele into a really tight corner.
Yeah, and one thing we were talking about early doors was, well, the Iron Hands getting full value. It definitely did.
Oh, yeah.
Demo were just needing a bit of like the Pikachu magic to go on, which could have been a bit more effective, but for Daniele, he kind of has the same issue with his deck as the Joltic box deck has. Joltic only has Mew and Fessendipity to draw with, but then when we're looking at Daniele's side, well, there's also only, well, there's a few draw supporters like Iono but in the free research, but we're not looking to add a lot of on-board draw as we'd like to see in many decks.
But the good news for him is that the Blood Moon EX should be available in this game number 2 and 3.
Oh, it's in his hand, yes.
It's in his hand already. Wow, there you go. So there's already that huge relief. And additionally, Frankie didn't even see that card in game number 1 because he didn't have access to it. So the way Frankie played in that game number 1 may fall prey to the Blood Moon Ursaluna.
And triple Arven in the prices of Frankie is such an important tool to set up, get these Joltics out. We may even be looking at a spot where Frankie can miss this Joltic because the Arven is just the most immense piece that he needs to do so, and the hand looks not too great. There is a Nest Ball, however, and this deck is super easy to set up. You just need Nest Ball, form a Rhydon, Tandem Unit, goes and gets your Joltic and your Iron Hands, and then you're fully set up after the first Jolting charge.
These basic decks are always known for being more low maintenance than the rest, but Miraidon, among them is by far the easiest to get rolling. You only require an energy and a Miraidon EX. That pulls out not only your acceleration, but also your primary attackers. And when you lead the Mew EX as well, it's not such a headache that the Arven have actually been prized, because you don't require a switching card or a rescue board that you would typically have to grab via that supporter.
Or an extra nest ball for Latias and any other of these, like you're saying yourself, rescue board, right? So again, super easy to set up. That's probably why Ross adores Miraidon. One nest ball and you're ready to go.
There's nothing wrong with a solid 8 out of 10 every single game. That's what we look for. Consistency, consistency. It's a word that comes up in every player's vocabulary. They want their deck to be as consistent as possible. And Miraidon getting into the game certainly is that. And no surprises, the tandem unit will grab Joltic in addition to Iron Hands EX. It carried the early game for Frankie in game number 1, and he's looking to implore the same strategy again here.
And we do have to remember for Daniele, go second again. First game, Frankie went first and won, which typically is not one thing that we do hear from Joltic players. They want to go second. They want to do that every single game. Although when you're losing the coin flip and you win game 1, you're bound to go second. So passing over to Daniele here, and we're looking at, we need to get this Magmar back into the bench. We do have a Surfer, we do have Nest Ball, there's Team Evolution, there's a lot of options, and I think it's also a Professor's Research that's laying out in the hand. So there's options to be drawing these cards, Nest Ball to be able to get your setup, but it's still a lot of pieces we need. Well, whatever Trolley can get us typically, but
that's it.
Volcanion, Latias to get back, Budgie to attack, several Magmars to make sure that we can set up this burn lock from turn 2 onwards.
Is that all? Is that all we need? It's a lot. The good news is you're not under pressure next turn. You know that a Jolting Charge will almost always be the attack from Frankie. There are 2 copies of the Latias EX, fortunately, in the deck for Daniele, so if you're worried about the single copy in the prizes, don't worry. We've accommodated for that with a second Skyliner within the list. It's just about piecing it together. Is it a Surfer here, or is it a Professor's Research in the hand? Oh, it's an Iono as well. Was it not Iono?
I do think it's a Professor's Research that
it is,
left. It's a new print of Professor's Research from Journey Together. And yeah, really good to play that, because the Joe Surfer would have gotten you, well, 1 card. Not too great in this situation, of course, that goes without saying. Although we need to see something here. We do see the Magmar, but there's no energy to use with the Team Evolution, which hurts. So you did get that Nest Ball on top, although we could Nest Ball for Budgie, get the switch, get Budgie into the active position, and start swinging with the Itchy Pollen, and make sure that those pollen counts get higher and higher.
Yeah, I think it's good to just use one of these switch. Don't get too frisky getting Volcanion in and out just yet. Until you establish your Magmortar, the burn isn't that devastating. And it's going on Mew EX, which is already a Pokemon you can reach pretty easier later on in the game, provided you set your board up a little bit further later down the line. But still, announcing that Itchy Pollen will be really hindering the outs from Frankie. We know that Ball Search is premium. We also know that the Pokegear is a big item card within this archetype, to make sure they're using the premium supporter every turn. So it will indeed be, unfortunately, having to sacrifice the TM Evolution, but you at least establish your item lock here.
But you're not sacrificing for anything bad, you're sacrificing for item lock, and I think I'd take that over nothing, rather. But yeah, as you said, Ball Searches is premium, can't use those balls, so basically just have to go retreat, and could see a boss to kind of pull out one of these Magmars and say, well, you get to pull some pieces, but we do want these bosses later in the game to either pull up these EX Pokemon when we have to knock them up with Pikachu, or get some of these Pokemon out with the Iron Hands. So 10 immunity goes again. We could be seeing some Pikachu stuff happening very, very shortly. And then we start with the Jolting Charge, either putting something like 4 energies onto the hands to make sure that the Iron Hands is already able to, save MP very much, multiple times hopefully for Frankie, but also get to set up these Pikachus, which are kind of the playbook from the first game, getting to set up multiple attackers and just make sure that we get the full value out of this Iron Hands.
I think you're basically giving credit for Daniele to actually play Blood Moon Ursaluna. Now you've seen it in the discard pile. Otherwise, you may just power up the Miraidon EX itself. But now that you've seen Blood Moon Ursaluna, it does make sense to still have that higher reach. But it will still be 4 energy onto Iron Hands, making no secret that this is a huge card in the deck. And certainly in this matchup, when you're expecting Budgie to be launching multiple attacks, just have the amp ready to rumble is a great policy here for Frankie. And again, it's an intimidating board state that Daniele has to look at.
Yeah, intimidating indeed. Iron Hands being such a big Pokemon with such an attack like that, and just draw us into the turn. well, we need to see multiple Magmortars. We need to see a way to get back into the Volcanion. We already do have that with the switch, but then a Latias on top if we need to deal with it. So not as good of a start for Daniele this turn, or this game rather, and well, it also means that the Bravery Charm off the Arven doesn't do as much when we're talking about getting into Iron Hands. At least game one, Daniele could have gone, well, boss and start, you know, picking away the Iron Hands. Unfortunately, well, Frankie at that point flipping heads, but right here it doesn't look like things are going as hot for Daniele.
And in this instance, it would just be one Ultra Ball for one Magmortar, you would imagine. So you can get a little bit of burn damage in. You can already KO via Pokemon Checkup without this if you want to, but perhaps just Itchy Pollen for 10 is still a better policy.
It could be still a better policy to lock off the Festivity, but then again, like, we need to see some cards being drawn. If Daniele looks at it, it could also just be, well, I have to take his prize because that's the same as drawing card, and that's the only thing I can do to further my setup. And it does look very bleak when you're looking at it. Having to Ultra Ball for Festivity to kind of have an assurance policy for next turn whenever this would do, well, it's going to go down to an Iron Hands. I'm pretty certain of that.
But if we're going to grab the Festivity, we could have still used a Trolley and found an additional Budgie or an additional Magmar as well. So did look like Daniele was caught in two minds as to what to pick. Eventually landed on the Festivity, knowing that his hand just needs help.
Yeah, but if you grabbed like something like the Trolley, you could have like grabbed two cards out of the deck, thinning the deck a bit further, which is a lot of players talk about. We want to have the deck thinner. Goes for the retreat into Volcanion. Does the Scalding Steam, gets the burn on top, and then we get to go Itchy Pollen for 10, plus burn, 20 more, and Joltic has, well, 30 HP, which means a knockout.
That's one of the easier KOs you can find with the Itchy Pollen. Frankie can go straight into his free retreat pivot Pokemon, the Mew EX. Not only is this a great card to draw an additional few every now and then, but also it helps out in this instance by being a free retreat, allowing you to decide what you want to do with your turn after drawing your additional card. But it feels like an easy one. There are no Pokemon here. We can't play the one Ball Search card in our hand. So we pretty much just have to go in with Iron Hands EX here.
Yeah, and not too bad. Like, if you're looking at it from Frankie's point of view, not much pressure being put on from Daniele. Yes, there's an item lock going on, but you can just go retreat into hands and take the knockout because Daniele is not showing that they've set up a board that's actually capable of taking out an Iron Hands to this spot. And it means, yes, again, we're going to get full value out of these pair of hands.
These hands are doing some miraculous work here. Actually going to be Boss's orders, taking out a Magmar, recognizing that Magmortar is the main fuel for the damage output of the burn. So we are going to take the opportunity to yoink one of those basics off the bench and keep this Iron Hands nice and healthy, no matter what Daniele comes up with.
I mean, there's no fuel without, there's no fire without fuel, and if you're taking away the fuel, which is Magmortar and Volcanion, if you're just chucking away those pieces, it's going to get more difficult here. Oh, and a Festivity flipping itself over to Frankie's side of the board on the script here, getting an Ultra Ball, a Jet Energy, and a Magmar. Some more setup pieces, which is nice, but we're still just looking at a situation, Joe, where it's like, we need more and we need better. Yeah, something like a Defiance Band would have been huge here just to start ramping that damage. The one Ultra Ball can allow one Magmortar. Yeah, there is an Arven in hand, so we could go Arven, we could go Ultra Ball for something like Latias, we could go Arven exactly for that Defiance Band, being able to chuck some more damage into play, although we still need to hit Magmortar to actually start putting on pressure onto his hands and threading a 2-hit knockout on it. We're discarding the Arven with Ultra Ball now. That's one Magmortar established. I believe that is there Jet Energy in this hand, so you can move into the Budgie that way. This deck has to have so many pivots. The Latias Skyliner, the 4 Jet Energy, the Surfers, the Switches. You have to get in and out with the Volcanion EX so frequently. That's why it's built in this way. But one Magmortar established, one Magmar in the hand for future. Again, it sounds like a situation where we really need the burn to stick for a turn on these coin flips to start ramping any of this damage. We're perhaps talking that there could be a Boss's Orders on Tomorrow, and hoping that there's no energy in hand for Frankie. Although Joltic is a deck that plays a lot of energy, you kind of have to start taking your chances sometimes. But we do see the Volcanion going for the Scalding Steam, which means burn onto the active, and we're probably locked into going into Budgie for the Itchy Pollen, unless you want to be promoting either Magmar, that only has 140 HP, we know what happened last game with that, or you want to keep this Volcanion active and just start soaking up some burn damage. It might be best to stay active, honestly, and Daniele again is thinking maybe that's the play.
No, it is eventually going to be the Jet Energy to the Budgie for one more Itchy Pollen. 4 damage counters in addition to the 1 from Itchy Pollen itself during Pokemon Checkup.
And massive flip.
5, sorry.
Tail. All right, that's really good. It means there's going to be 50 additional damage onto the Iron Hands going back. But then we need to find somehow to deal 180 damage, which I think, if we were looking at the Fine Span last turn, it could have been possible with like double Magmortar and stuff like that. But in this instance, even with the Fine Span being drawn next turn, or have even been used this turn, it does look really, really hard for Daniele to go on and actually kind of establish a board state that would be nice for his situation and trying to deal with these pair of hands.
The tandem unit now for Frankie. Does he want any additional lightning Pokemon on the board, or is he just scouting for a potential Arven here again for future turns? Boss's orders in the hand also. Doesn't feel like there's any great target with the Bravery Charmed Magmar now. So I feel like you will just be going through Budgie. The only headache is there aren't any additional Crisp in here to refresh energy across the other attackers you require.
Yeah, Frankie looking for the different options that will be available to them later in the game, of course, with Blood Moon or Saluna. Arven could be used there to get something like Prime Catcher as well, oftentimes. And yeah, Frankie is doing what most of these better, like really, really good players are doing. Scouting out, what am I actually going to be doing? Not just looking at the right now moment, because, well, yeah, of course you're going to use Thank you very much with the Iron Hands to go down to 2 prizes, but you then start to look at what do I then do from there, and trying to look at how do I lose the game? Well, that's pretty hard to actually identify at this stage, but also how do I win the game, which is actually the most important question you could always ask yourself.
Frankie goes up 3 prize cards now and removes the burn, which is handy. You expect Daniele will be able to establish it regardless, but there's only 1 card in Daniele's hand. It's a Boss's Orders, so we need the top deck and flip the script to help out a lot here. It's time for that Blood Moon or Saluna. Bearing in mind, we discarded it early on in the game in addition to 2 of our Night Stretcher. So we need to find our final Night Stretcher or an Arven here to have any response into this Iron Hands EX.
Ideally, what I'm hoping of to flip the script is Night Stretcher, Jet Energy, and Iono would be the perfect. There's Iono Night Stretcher.
That's a huge hit, Jesper.
Wow. If we off the Iono can then go ahead and get any way of getting into, well, we need to actually get Jet Energy since there's 2 prizes on Frankie's side. Wow. What a flip the script.
We'll hold the phone. Defiance Band to the active, and Daniele does in fact play Reversal Energy as well. Blood Moon or Saluna EX can be put into play, brought back, but then shuffled to the bottom. So we're giving ourselves future Ball Search outs. But here, this Iono, 5 cards. If we can find Reversal Energy, we could be taking a KO with our Searing Flame from Magmortar of all things.
Yeah, that would be dealing 120, and 120 plus 110 is equaling 230 damage, but there's no Reversal Energy.
There's nothing here, Jesper. We can't even move this Magmortar now.
No, at least it has 130 HP, but Daniele looks like an extension of the hand and sees the writing on the wall. Not that we know what's in the hand of Frankie, but yeah, that was just too tough. When we're asking the question, you need to hits off to flip the script and gives him hope, and then the Iono goes, nah, mate, not gonna happen for you anyway.
And I think that was the right hedge, honestly, as we see Frankie with that victory. Great work with the Iron Hands. Pretty much Joltic Box doing its thing. As we said, if you're the one just imploring your strategy on the opponent and just pressurizing those prize cards, you will just start churning ahead. And Daniele was being the one asked questions consistently. That Iron Hands, such a devastating early game attacker. And even though Daniele was able to build up that board state, this was the game number 1, by the way, there were some big coin flips in there, keeping that Iron Hands EX around. And that was a huge deal to just get as much value out of this Pokemon as possible.
Yeah, and Iron Hands was the name of the game for all of these games. You're wrapping up for game 1. Well, Frankie letting the Iron Hands get knocked out by the burn with the Pokemon checkup. Going further, getting rid of the burn again, and these flips are so important, of course, then going into the Pikachu, not once, but 2 different Pikachus to take 1 prize each was enough for Frankie to eventually be able to wrap up the game. And when we were heading into the game 2, we're often talking about Block Moon or Saluna being able to take out these Pikachu with burn. Never got to see the setup. We do get to see the final KO of the Pikachu before the game 1, and then triple Arven prized for Frankie, but showed no hesitation, no need for the triple Arven there. Jolting charge onto hands with the playbook, and then boss's orders to get rid of some of the fuel for the fire here, and then being able to amp very much onto the Magmars. And from that moment on, it looked like a constant struggle for Daniele to even keep up with the hands.
Yeah, he tried his best, but the Iron Hands was just too devastating, and charging through those prize cards once again. It does feel like this burn-style strategy does rely a lot on those coin flips. If they're no longer burn, a lot of your damage sort of evaporates, which is a big issue of the archetype. Nonetheless, very cool to see, and I really like the hedge from Daniele to say, I need to find that reversal energy because Blood Moon may not be enough. There's a Pikachu EX on the bench with 1 energy already. If I go with the Blood Moon Luna, sure, I have more outs to make that attack happen, but my opponent can easily just take a response KO, and that would be the game anyway. So let me make the winning play, which is in fact find that reversal energy, use my single prize attacker to take a 2-prize KO, and then hope to weave in the Blood Moon, taking out that Pikachu on the following turn. He was like 2 or 3 turns ahead. It didn't work out in that game number 2, but that was his only way to win the game.
But we could definitely be seeing what Daniele was starting to think about the game. Like, yes, you could have grabbed the knockup of the Ursaluna. That would have been very vulnerable to Crispin, as he probably mentioned, like, thought out correctly.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was just too far away. Like, Daniele was not hitting the combo of the outs that he wanted to be hitting. And yes, this burn package is very cool to see whenever it's set up. But if you don't get to set up the burn package, the kind of, well, the whole idea about the deck just falls together on its stomach and kind of goes into a itchy pollen plus Defiance Bane kind of situation where when you're standing against the Iron Hands, yeah, your opponent gets to take 2 prizes every single turn with it.
Yeah, that's what Frank is going to hope to do all weekend with that Iron Hands EX, getting handsy with it. And Alex Dow is on the stage talking to our winner.
Thank you very much, both. Yes, I'm here with our round 4 winner, Frankie. What a matchup. How are you feeling after that?
I mean, it feels great. A bit of unlucky matchup for him. To be fair, I didn't know what was going on half the game. Just Iron Hands for the win.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw from, I think just from the first game, you were picking up multiple cards. So have a quick read, try and figure it out.
Yeah.
Did you think you'd be going up against Burn, Badoo Burn at any point?
Absolutely not. Like, I have no idea what he was doing half the time. All of his cards are in Italian, but the judges were there to help, obviously. Yeah, just Iron Hands and onto the next prize cards, honestly.
Yeah, sure. I mean, you look elated with that. I mean, this does put you on 4-0 now, so it's a great spot to be in. I mean, why Miraidon? Why Joltic Box?
So I played it to Dortmund, didn't do that well. Blamed out the deck, obviously.
Yeah, as you do.
Can't really find a deck to settle on at the moment, so I just kind of where are all my shiny cards and just put them into one deck.
Right. Were there any special shiny cards that aren't usually in there that you've got in there?
No,
or are we a bit standard?
Yeah,
pretty
standard.
Gone with the flow, exactly how it's
definitely.
gone. How are the other matchups gone so far? What sort of decks have you faced? Have they been the favourable matchups you've been looking for?
A bit of hit and miss. I hit Dragapult game 1. Really, it's an okay matchup, but it was a really tough game. Like, my opponent played so well. Round 2 or round 3 was like Goldengo, Dragapult, Monkey Dory. Very interesting matchup, like the moving of the counters to knock out my Pikachus. Yeah,
no, it's great.
Good round.
I mean, and then look, we took it to this round 4. You were up against Burn. I don't really know what we're going to coin this as of yet, but one of the most important things in this matchup was actually what looked to be flipping coins, right?
Yeah.
You were flipping heads, you were flipping tails.
I kept forgetting to flip, to be fair.
I mean, we've got this here for you to just remind yourself. It were a lot of heads. It worked out pretty well for yourself. What were you feeling when you were having to flip away those burn counters?
I mean, I'm a Mew VMAX player at heart, so I love flipping coins. Yeah, got a couple good heads. I was really happy there.
I mean, that's what made it so important, right? Your Iron Hands stuck around for long enough to be able to take 4 prizes, and then you were just closing out the game with the right pieces. And it just looked, in the end, a bit of a tough matchup, as you kind of said.
Yeah, I mean, it was a tricky decision whether to put, like, Bravery Charm on or put on the, like, damage amplifiers to knock out the... I don't remember what they're called.
Oh, can you?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, just
or the Magmortals, I should say, sorry.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's lots of different things. That's why you were having to read the cards. I wouldn't have no idea how to go into that, but you just go with your big boy hands, you amp you very much and take additional prizes. Just a little bit about yourself then. So how long have you been playing the game? Where are you from?
I've been playing the game on and off for about 2 years. My first ever regional was EUIC in 23. I have a testing group in London Darksphere. Shout out to Daphne, shout out to Richard, shout out to Justin. Yeah, just on and off a bit.
It's great to hear from a fellow Londoner, of course. But you know what? I want to give you a chance to have a little bit of a break, get yourself prepped and ready for round 5 and onwards, of course. I'd like to know how many cards you guys picked up, or try to work out, you know, what actually does Volcania do? What is that ability? Over to you guys.
Already way ahead of you, Alex. We did look through the deck before we were on stream and making sure whatever Magmortar was doing on the screens we have here. But yes, Volcanian, a card we've been seeing actually in Joltic box more rather than putting that together with Budyu. But it's definitely something we typically see these kinds of strategy at locals whenever we're playing our league challenges, league cups, or just going to our normal, I mean, for me, it's either Monday or Wednesday nights at my locals, wherever I get to sit down and play some fantastic, well, next time it's going to be Burn Budyu for sure.
And our winner there, Frankie, was also shouting out all of his local friends and partners and players, because that's how you can really get exploring the game. That's how you can get into things. The local scene is a great way just to try out different strategies, learn your archetypes, and just enjoy the game with friends.
Yeah, and we always have to start somewhere. Not, well, barely any of these players do start at the major stages. It's such a huge competition level, and we also have to make sure that we learn to play the game first. I learned to play my locals, what was it, 17 years ago now.
17.
And yeah,
I thought you were 16, Jesper. You still look baby-faced.
Oh, that's too sweet of you. And with you, Joe, well, we all get into the game somehow, and I reckon you also started locals?
Oh, absolutely. I was trying out a Dunsparce one-turn win deck with Seeker and Crobat G and plus powers and all sorts. It was terrible. It was a terrible deck, but that's the time and place to do it.
For every single idea we get at locals, there has to be around about 100 bad ones before we get one decent idea getting in here. But one thing we do have to remember is locals is one of the best places to go and play with fellow Pokemon players, fellow enjoyers of the game like us, for example. And for example, if you go to locals, you're going to be able to see some of these players we get to feature on the stream and maybe even get to beat them in a cup or a challenge.
So if you have 100 bad ideas for decks, we have something for you to watch so you can get involved in your local area.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokemon League.
Here is your QR code then. Get your phones out, get scanning to find events near you. The local stores are a great way to meet new people. And as I just said, if you have 100 bad ideas, ironing out the 99 and finding the one that you can bring to the major tournaments is a fantastic thing to see. And you can frustrate your friends along the way.
Yeah, and frustrating friends and making new ones at your local games. And you can scan the QR code or simply find the Pokemon event locator to find the nearest league near you, or maybe perhaps find a league challenge, league cup, or maybe even some upcoming special championships or regional championships, or perhaps if you're in the New Orleans area, it's going to be the North American International Championships in just about 2 short weeks.
Yeah, we have our regional and special events all across Europe, but I'm certain there'll be something right around the corner for you at those local level. You can still acquire a number of championship points that can help you on your way to the world stage. So it's important, even players like us, we've been playing for many years now, we're still going to the League Cups, League Challenges, getting our reps in, but also trying to battle out for those points.
Yeah, and just to get to hang out with our friends, right? It's always so fun to go to these different places around about the country. I live in Denmark, and we have about 7 cups a quarter where all my friends are coming out, and we're having the time of our lives while getting to compete for all of these important championship points, to get our invites, to get our ace trainer status, which is new for this season. We just need 200 championship points to get to that point. But yeah, it's about having fun, hanging out, and getting to enjoy the game we all love.
Even if it's not the trading card game, there's going to be people on their Switches, there's going to be people with their phones playing Pokemon Go as well. So even if you're just a fan of Pokemon generally, don't really know the rules of the TCG, there's going to be someone who's going to help you out.
There's always going to be great help to find these locals. Maybe even some of these major tournaments, we also do have something called Play Lab where you can get to learn how to play. So regardless of where you are, and it has something to do with Pokemon, there's always going to be someone to help you and to teach you the ways of the game, whether that's Pokemon TCG, Pokemon VG, or Pokemon Go.
Yeah, it's such a welcoming community. If you get someone else talking about Pokemon who enjoys Pokemon, they're going to bite your hand off. They're going to be talking for hours. You're going to have to walk away from them as they're trying to give you tips and tricks galore from all their experiences.
They will have caught you beforehand, so not going to happen. If you go to one of these events, I am pretty sure you will get caught by the excitement of Pokemon and getting to learn how to play the game. And speaking of learning how to play the game, I mean, I said 17 years ago. How long have you been playing for again, Joe?
I've also been playing for 15, 16 years, something like that. It's been a while.
We're old.
Yeah, it's been a while. Tough one. I can't believe you made me say that live. Anyway, we have a recap of Milwaukee to go over. So let's take a look at how that panned out.
Actually work for a major airline, so we do doubles, so 16-hour shifts. So I'll do a double and then have like 2 weeks off, which I'm doing right now. And then I was just playing Pokemon on my time off and then playing with friends.
You just kind of find it within yourself and make sure Pokemon Go is like an outlet. You know, you're really busy and you want to take some time off and just have a nice break instead of like a chore or a liability. And when I find that good balance, when I enjoy the game the most.
I work part-time while I'm also going to college. So usually what I'll do is I'll do all my homework, I'll go to work and all that. And then if I have any extra time, I'll just sit around and play Pokemon for a little bit.
It's a lot harder than it looks, but as long as you focus and just keep your goals in line, you can definitely like achieve it. But also don't be afraid that like every now and then you can take a break. You can just play some practice matches or just go to locals and take a break from a regional for a month or two. It's okay. There's so much to do, but honestly, as long as you enjoy it, sometimes I might pass out at the end of the day and feel like I just walked 10 miles in a venue, but it's fun. I love it.
It's mostly trying to find direct time in between when I work at night and when I work at my day job. And I've just been trying to at least find little moments here and there to at least practice on live and at least try and get some practice for events like this, or try to find some local leagues, at least on the Pokemon website. It should be all right if you find out time for that.
The balance for me is this is a thing I only do once in a while, and I do it with friends, so it's social and I don't lose my mind over it.
Hey trainers, my name's Ross Gilbert, and I'd like to tell you about one of the most important new decks that has come around with the release of the new Pokemon trading card game expansion, Journey Together. It is, as most players call it, Terra Box, because it's all built around Terra Pokemon. Like Terrapagos EX and its fantastic unified beatdown attack. You can't use it on your first turn even if you go second, but it will do 30 damage for each of your bench Pokemon. And because we're using Area Zero Underdepths, being a deck that plays Terra Pokemon, we can have 8 bench Pokemon and do 240 damage. Frankly, that's a pretty good start. But this is a deck that plays a lot of tricks, and if you're gonna play a lot of tricks, you're going to need to be consistent. Enter Noctowl, and the ability Jewel Seeker. If you have a Terra Pokemon in play when you evolve into this, and as we've said, you're going to have a Terra Pokemon in play, then you get to search for 2 trainer cards, reveal them, and put them into your hand. With players playing up to a 4/4 line of this, you are going to have some consistency. But not to be outdone, we're also probably going to play Pidgeot EX with that phenomenal quick search ability, allowing you to go and grab a card, any card, from your deck once during your turn. And now that we're nice and consistent, we can play a whole bunch of different attackers. Like, for instance, Lily's Clefairy EX. It's got an ability that makes all of your opponent's dragon Pokemon weak to Psychic, and the attack Full Moon Rondo, which does 20 damage, plus 20 more for each bench Pokemon, yours and your opponent's. And might I remind you that with Area Zero Underdecks, you can play a bunch more bench Pokemon. And given that two of the best decks in the format right now are Dragapult and Raging Bolt, that makes this a very important Pokemon. But then we got options like Blood Moon Ursaluna. 5 energy, 240 sounds a little bit expensive, but every time your opponent takes a prize card, that cost gets reduced by 1. And let's not forget our suite of support Pokemon, like for instance Latias EX, which takes away the retreat cost of all your basic Pokemon, which is pretty much your entire deck, or Monkey Dory, which allows you to move damage counters from your Pokemon to your opponents, Pheasantipity, which lets you draw cards if you had a Pokemon KO'd the last turn, even Bouffalont, which reduces the damage done to your basic colorless Pokemon by 60, as long as you've got at least 2 in play, making Bouffalont and Terrapagos pretty much best friends. There's a lot of different ways to play this deck. There's a lot of different attacking Pokemon you can use, a lot of different supporting Pokemon that you can use. But one thing's for sure, if you like options, you're gonna love this. So stay tuned to see what options people choose and how far they get in the tournament this weekend.
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you very much, Ross, for that video, and thank you very much again, Ross, for being beside me. It's myself, Alex Dow, and yes, I've just mentioned the Wassy is beside me. How are you feeling, Ross?
I'm feeling good. I'm feeling quite good. I had to run over here. I wasn't quite in position, but I did some running. I was here with my headphone on a good 20 seconds before we came live. Job is a good one. And yeah, you saw a little bit about Terrabox there, which is a deck we'll hopefully see as we go through this weekend. And I'm just a little bit excited. We saw a fun deck last round. Yeah. Magmortar, Volcanion, Burn deck. That was fun.
Yeah, not just your running that got my heart a bit racing, just working out whether those burns are going to be taking knockouts there. But yeah, really, really interesting. Obviously, I got a chance to have a word with Frankie. He was trying to work it out. I'm pretty sure Jesper, despite what they were saying, they were trying to work out as well. But we're going to keep trying to bring sort of unique, fun where we can, you know, decks that are doing well, and that was one of the ones that we've been keeping an eye on, and there's been a few that you've already mentioned a couple of times. Actually, to be fair, you mentioned Miraidon, that also popped up in the last round, so we've seen that. We don't need to talk about that anymore, do we, Ross?
There's at least one that's a 4-0, I'm just telling you.
I saw another one. There's at least 2 that are for at least 4-0 right now. But speaking of the decks that you'd like to see and want to see, like Miraidon, that was your caster prediction, was it not, Ross?
That was my caster prediction. And look, I'm going to make the argument here because I know I predict Miraidon at most events. Not every event, but most events. And I need people to realize this isn't just some random, like, I'm going to do Miraidon again. Right now, you look at the top 3 decks in the format. You've got Gardevoir, you've got yourself Raging Bolt, and you've got yourself... Dragapult, thank you. It is a deck that can use Lily's Clefairy, which can give you a chance against those 2 dragon decks. It is a deck that can set up a fast Iron Hands, which can take care of setup decks like Golden Go, like Gardevoir, etc. And I'm not saying it is the absolute best deck in the format. I am saying there are very few matchups where I look at Miraidon and think you can't win. A lot of the time, because you can use Lily's Clefairy, because you can set up an early Iron Hands, you can win a lot of these matchups. I expect, it isn't a random prediction, I expect Miraidon to have deep runs this week. And then I went for Monkey Dory because, come on, if I'm going to go Miraidon, I've got to have some low-hanging fruit. You know Monkey Dory's all over this. It's in the best 2 decks.
It is. I mean, it's just one of those support Pokemon that's, you know, alongside Badoo, just been as important in our meta game. You look over to my predictions, Ross, and that's where we get a little bit tricky. I mean, I didn't actually go for any decks because, you know, like, unlike all of you guys boring people and those kind of very boring cards that you guys have predicted, I had hoped that we're going to see a bit more, and something that I alluded to earlier, a bit more sort of text or unique inclusions into different decks right now that will impact the meta game going forward. We've seen throughout different events before where things like Maractus with that fantastic attack, just essentially being able to corner, prevent retreating of Pokemon as a unique way of finding a win condition. And similarly, when I spoke about Genesect earlier, when we saw Alberto Conte not actually use it, but we did see it hit the field, that Ace Nullifier ability, being able to stop such an incredible, powerful set of cards that you're only allowed to play one of in decks. That's how powerful they are, Ross. Just with that ability and by getting an tool attached. I feel like those kind of unique inclusions in deck lists are where and what's going to take players really, really far in the tournament.
Yeah, we talk about little edges, we talk about percentages, and that's basically what we see with these kind of cards. It is a case of, if I get this Genesect, there's going to be, I don't know, 2 or 3 games through the whole weekend where it actually works. But that's, you know, that's a game where my opponent cannot prime catcher for the win, so I win that one. A game where my opponent cannot drop an unfair stamp on turn 2 or 3 to completely wreck my setup, which could well turn a loss into a win. You know, another one where my opponent can't play a Sparkling Crystal, so they miss an attack, which gives me an extra turn, essentially, which ends up being the win. And that's the thing. It's going to work 2 or 3 times throughout the whole weekend in any real sense of the word. But if those 2 or 3 uses of Genesect win you the game, or at least, you know, increase your chances enough that they essentially do, that is a very good inclusion in there. Just the same as, you know, to take something like Lily's Clefairy. If you're playing against Raging Bolt, phenomenal card. Playing against Dragapult, phenomenal card. Any other matchup, decent attacker, but it's nowhere near as good in those matchups.
No, absolutely not. And I think like you're starting to hit the nail on the head there with some of those important cards that are so useful. I did just have a quick scan, you know, we're still trying to work out, I think, or maybe finalize the rest of the round 4 sort of matchups and so on, but I'm just having a quick look. There's quite a few different decks that are kind of rising to the top now. You got things like Charizard Dragapult, which was actually Joe's.
Yeah, Joe loves some Dragapult Charizard.
So does Jesper. You know, it's definitely a deck that he's been speaking about throughout sort of multiple periods of this season so far. You know, we do have the Gardevoirs sort of rising to the top as well. We do have Raging Bolt. Of course, we haven't yet to feature during our sort of broadcast at the moment, but there's so many decks. I mean, just look at Raging Bolt. It's one of those decks that you've highlighted, Ross, as potentially the 3rd best deck of the format right now, right? Or at least the 3rd most played. It's often played in heavy numbers, generally because of that simplicity that it has. But it's utilizing things like that Knock Tower now to provide some additional early consistency. It's got the sort of baby Raging Bolt, which allows you to snipe away at certain Pokemon as well. But then when it's hitting up matchups where they're just big, bulky Pokemon, Bellowing Thunder, 70 times the number of energy cards attached to your Pokemon that is discarded. It's just taking out massive, big 2 prizes where possible, and that's why you can see it's good matchups. Those bad matchups there, it doesn't actually have sometimes too bad of a time into those Dragapults and Gardevoirs, because you're starting to, as I mentioned, build around with those little tech inclusions, that Raging Bolt, for example, and there's just so much going for it at the moment. And that's why we're starting to see some of them actually just rise to the top.
I think there is an argument that Raging Bolt might be the best deck in the game. Now, I think Dragapult and Gardevoir have better arguments. Yeah. Dragapult's got the argument of most played. Gardevoir's got the argument of, you know, has the most wins under its belt. Yeah. But Raging Bolt, when you take things like, you know, its performances in Japan at those giant Champions Leagues, you combine them with a regional championship win recently, all the other numbers, it has absolutely got that argument. Dragapult, nice and easily, it's the most played deck.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw in our most recent tournament in Utrecht, that special championships that we had there, Alberto Conte piloting the same 60, that copy-paste of what he had into the submission of his deck list. Again, in a mirror match, we've just seen how strong it is, and we're showing just one of the many different ace specs there that you could play in Dragapult. That Sparkling Crystal is currently what you guys are seeing, but we saw Unfair Stamp.
Yes.
We've seen other different cards like Prime Catchers in Dragapult before as well. There's so many different ways to build a deck, and that's what makes it such an interesting concept and deck to build. But you are building around the key thing, which is arguably the best attack in the game right now. Phantom Dive, 200 to the active, 6 damage counters spread as you like.
I've got a folder on my computer at home, and what I do after every streamed regional level event, whether it's here or in the US, I go and I take a little screenshot of the day 1 metagame and the day 2 metagame, so I've always got a nice reference point for the most played decks. It's always Dragapult at the moment. It's starting to get, like there's so many pictures in a row in that folder on my computer, which is just Dragapult, 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 Dragapult. It's always there at number 1. It is the most played deck. It has become, and this is what's so interesting about that versus Gardevoir, and that is that newer players, less experienced players, are often not willing to take up Gardevoir because it is seen as a deck with a higher skill cap, a harder deck to play, whereas Dragapult is seen as, it's not an easy deck to play, I'm not saying that, but at times more forgiving than Gardevoir. And that leads to higher numbers being played, but yet when you look at the result of these regionals, even though it's not being played in as high numbers, Gardevoir is what we've got winning again and again. Henry Chow was 1-3 on his own with Gardevoir, losing a Gardevoir mirror match in a 4th, and that is interesting.
To his own 60.
To his own 60 is his deck list.
Yeah, I mean, look, we speak about the big two so often. Make sure you guys are, putting in the comments below how you guys feel about Gardevoir and Dragapult EX as well. I mean, with Dragapult, if we just go back to that a little bit as well, we do have Dragapult Duskmars. We have this kind of slower build of Dragapult. We have that Dragapult Charizard. Again, it's why it makes it so interesting which type they're actually going to start bringing to different tournaments. And, there's different game plans for each one, especially when you're having to face up, and you're going to have to face up against those mirror matches, against the Gardevoirs. But, this is why we're also looking for those types of deck lists and decks which are maybe a little bit less played, under the double percentage of actual play, those EV Toolbox, which utilizes those Flareon EXs, the Sylveon EXs. We're looking out for those Toadscrew EX decks as well, ever since it was popularized, most recently in Portland as well. I know there was a few people who actually brought it here, and there's a lot of other different decks, lovely single prizes that I know you love, Ross, as well.
Oh, I love me some of those single prize decks. And always, whenever I'm looking around the room, I always look at things like, that Badoo's Itchy Pollen, everything else. I think, how do judges keep track of all of these game states? And I could tell you a bit about judging, or we could go and have a chat with Joe and an actual high-level Pokémon TCG judge. I say we do that.
Thank you very much. Yes, here we're out on the floor and the games are just wrapping up, which is fantastic to see. But I've taken Reese to the side, our head judge this weekend. Reese, tell us a little bit about judging. You're the sort of heroes without capes, making the tournament run smoothly. What are some of the roles of a judge throughout a tournament weekend?
Yeah, so I think everything really about getting the tournament running smoothly. So we always say fair, fun and fast is what we like to see. I think it's just sort of about helping our players and sort of making sure that any issues they have, we sort of help them through that and try and get everyone having a great time.
It's a great way to put it, and that's a great slogan for the judges out there as well. As a head judge, what sort of responsibilities do you have over the weekend that's different from a regular judge situation?
Yep, so obviously the main responsibility of a head judge is taking the sort of appeals, so sort of making sure that every ruling has that sort of say of the head judge. But then also there's various other things, so some logistical tasks, and then also making sure we train our own judges and sort of make sure to improve them. So one thing that's sort of really fun about the SPEs is sort of the local market judges that maybe we don't see on the season all year. So it's really nice to sort of work with them and try and teach them things at the SPE so they can take them back to their local stores.
Yeah, so important. There's going to be judges around the locals, and of course they all culminate here at those major tournaments. If you're trying to sell judging to people, what is it that makes you come back to judge event after event?
Well, the metagame's always developing, right? It's the same reason as why you want to play all the time. Played for many, many years. It's always good to see the different strategies evolve. No tournament is the same. Even between the sort of regionals and SPEs themselves on the European circuit, every country is slightly different. The judges are different. The players are different. It sort of never gets boring, I'd say.
And I was going to say, one call that I imagine you've had to make a few times already this weekend is stopping someone playing items under Itchy Pollen. How many lightning reactions have you had to have this weekend for that card specifically?
I have had several rulings, but no, I haven't jumped on any tables just yet, just for that ruling. But it certainly happened before. Yeah, as judges, as you say, we always try and prevent things before they become a higher penalty. So we do always encourage people to sort of intervene where they can. I think a lot of the time it's just about sort of trying to make sure the game's decided by the game rather than by penalties. However, yes, please everyone pay attention to Budu. It is the bane of most judges' lives right now, I think is my takeaway.
Yeah, unfortunately, the itchy pollens are everywhere right now. It's one of those things. I find it really interesting that you see the evolving metagame, probably more than most, just by wandering those tables. Do you always keep your eye on certain decks or certain players if you're trying to watch a certain game very specifically?
I wouldn't say certain players. I think it's always interesting to get a flavour for the meta. If anything, that also sort of would take that into account. Say if there was a deck legality issue, it's always good to sort of know what's in the room and get that feel for the room. But certainly, I do definitely look twice when I see an interesting tech. I guess the players are the same thing, and I'm sort of sometimes I'm walking by and then I have to look back because I've seen a card that I didn't recognise. But yeah, so yeah, more decks than tech specifically, I think is my takeaway.
And it's clear just from talking to you over the last few minutes that you're still really engaged in the game as a judge. Do you ever get a chance to play yourself? Is it all about the judging? And are you keeping your eye out for anything? Maybe NEIC, it's a new format. I've been asking a lot of people today about Destined Rivals. Any cards you have your eye on?
I guess I don't really have a card from Destined Rivals, but I have a sort of a favourite card to say is the actually not sure of the English name, the Holange Transceiver reprint, which is from deck.
Team Rocket's Transceiver.
Yeah, because I never played when that card was out, and I think a lot of mechanics I'm very familiar with as a judge, because I started playing in sort of events from about 2010. However, that is actually a new one on me, and so many cards that we see, like Budu, I played lots of Seismitoad a few years ago, but that's one thing I'm really looking forward to seeing.
I love that. Such a cool call out. Sort of rebrand of an engine that we've seen in the past is an amazing thing to see. Well, Reese, you're a busy man. Thanks so much for talking to me. Keep doing what you're doing and inspiring the other judges out there. That's it from me down here at the studio. Let's head back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Joe. Not all heroes wear capes. Sometimes it's red and black judge shirts. And if you've been around Pokemon for a while, you will know Reese, one of the absolute top Pokemon TCG judges in the world. And whenever you go to a tournament, seriously, thank your judges, because if we don't have judges, we don't have tournaments. Find a moment every tournament you're at to thank your judges. They do phenomenal work.
Yeah, absolutely incredible. And I think it's just actually quite insightful because not all the time players get a chance to actually hear from a judge outside of judges trying to actually maybe support them and help them through any sort of awkward game states at times, or maybe there's questions, or maybe sometimes just taking in the win slip that you have to hand in once you've actually won your round. So I think it's just a great way to just showcase that, yes, there's a lot of importance for you guys that are helping us out as judges and beyond as well.
Yeah, no judges, no events. But when we get to events, we also get a whole bunch of players. So I want to take a look at the European leaderboards. There's one player I've got my eye on this weekend, and that is Stefan Ivanov. Now, Stefan Ivanov is a fascinating player to me because they are always, and I mean always, right there at the top of the leaderboard. Now, right now, we see them at 13th place. And what's interesting about Stefan Ivanov here is they've not won a regional this season.
No.
They've not got to the final of a regional this season. They've had a top 4 finish in Dortmund, 17th place in Lille, and then, you know, a top 32 in Stockholm, top 64s in Utrecht at EUIC, at Toronto regionals, top 128 in Stuttgart, in Birmingham. And what Stefan shows us is the importance of consistency. Top 4, and then, you know, a couple top 32s. And yet, because they're coming at every event, or at least a lot of events, and they're pretty much always placing in the points, they still find themselves in 13th. And yeah, no direct invite. There's no way Stefan is falling out of the top 125 at this point. Stefan isn't technically locked, but I'm willing to say they've already earned enough points to be in the top 125 at the end of the season. But also, I think there's an interesting thing going on this weekend where there are some top names we would expect at a lot of tournaments that aren't here. I think Stefan might be one of the players with the inside track to have a phenomenal weekend. I'm calling it now.
If you're picking one player from this list, I'm going to pick one too. There's another one on this list there that we haven't even spoke too much of, despite being in his home turf. Alessandro Cremascoli is here, is playing, and will be looking to try and take down another tournament as well. He's just behind Stefan on points. But again, if we're talking about consistency, and both of these players, we talk about consistency, not just in this season, but it's across multiple years. Fantastic players in both of their own rights, but Alessandro, someone we know who plays control archetypes to the utmost perfection, more often than not, regularly day 2ing multiple tournaments alongside Stefan.
So I have breaking news. When I first started looking at Stefan for winning this tournament, they were sitting at 1-0. I've just checked their record. They're actually sitting at 1-0-3 right now. So undefeated, needs to start putting some wins together. But let's not forget, we aren't far away from North American Internationals.
No.
And in the history of North American Internationals, the most accomplished, most successful player in the history of that tournament is
Stefan Ivanov. He came close for the three-peats.
He did last season.
So close.
I was there last year at NAIC. Stefan got second after having won twice in back-to-back years, for what that's worth. So, and even had to miss one NAIC as well.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
I'm just saying, look out for Stefan. Even if this weekend is not their tournament, look out for the North American Internationals, because, I mean, you know, Stefan's got to be a favorite in that tournament, surely.
Favorite's so hard to predict when we're talking about these massive tournaments, because let's face it, when we go to these tournaments now, they're growing, and that's one of the key things about this game. It's so cool, so fun to actually see the growth of where Pokemon's getting to. I mean, look at the number of players that we've got at this tournament. Look at the number of players that we know are actually registered for the North America International Championships. Stefan obviously is one of the great players of EU right now, but I know absolutely everyone going to that tournament will be looking to try and take it down. But Stefan, of course, has that history behind him. There's a chance that he can go all the way once again. Let's see. We'll follow it in 2-3 weeks' time.
I think we are. But let's get back a little bit. Let's go away from North American Internationals back to the Bologna Special Championships this weekend. Let's take a look at the metagame that we've got this weekend, what decks people are playing, and at the top there, well, it's a little bit interesting because
this is for the juniors first.
This is for juniors first.
We're gonna slow roll into the Masters. So
okay.
If you are just seeing this graphic for the first time, this is just to showcase what all of our players have brought to the tournament today. So this is our junior players, 128 of them, 23% of them have decided to bring Dragapult EX in some variation. The next highest is not Gardevoir, it's far down in 5th place. It's that number 3 deck that Ross has mentioned so often, Raging Bolt EX as well. And it's just, again, when you're a junior player, often you're a bit, let's say, you're of the younger divisions, and you just go for that more simpler game plans or decks that have been around a bit longer because you're more used to it. As we move into the seniors meta game, we're starting to see it really kind of culminate towards the Masters type.
And we see there the top 3 decks are the top 3 we would absolutely expect. Dragapult number 1, Gardevoir number 2, Raging Bolt number 3, and I think that's 46% of the metagame between those 3 decks. So once again, we're getting dangerously close to half the meta just being those 3, and then we still got Miraidon, Eevee, and Golden Go kind of bringing up the rear.
I mean, what's the crazy about this is that there's 4 decks that are over double percentage, and also what's really interesting is that there were more junior players than senior players in this tournament, in the Bologna Special Championship. But here is the Masters, something that we always want to keep an eye on. It follows a similar trend of what we just saw with the seniors. The top 4 are all over 10% into those double figures. 18% of 1,239 master trainers here this weekend are piloting Dragapult EX. 16%. So in total there is 34% in total of the big 2 are piloting it this weekend here, and we've already seen it in action. And we do get a chance always to try and showcase what's behind the top 6 most played archetypes as well, Ross.
Yeah, Ends Toolbox is one I've got my eye on there, Alex. There's only 3%, there's only 37 players. Now, there's no undefeated Ends Toolbox. I had a look a moment ago, but there are a few sitting there on 1 loss for the moment. It is a deck which did not do very well in Japan, and I did not have high hopes for when Journey Together became legal over here, and yet it is outperforming my personal expectations for the deck based on what we saw in the Japanese metagame. So I'm just saying, I got my eye on Ends Toolbox this weekend.
Yeah, we've got an eye out on a number of different decks, but I've also got an eye out and know that our players are actually getting ready at our feature table now for our round 5 of the Bologna Special Championships. There's our players. You got Yari on the left-hand side up against Idris on the right here. Two players who are going to be looking to try and take their performance at this weekend to 5-0 and try and push themselves as close as possible into a day 2 position. But you know, they're doing super, super well. We get a chance to showcase and feature some brand new players as well, potentially brand new players, and we'll get that information, I'm sure.
Yes, we'll have a look at the players more in a moment. For the time being, I'm seeing an Electivire plush. Always fun when we see players bring their mascots. And it's no coincidence. You see where Electivire is sitting. Yari's going, you know what? I want to make sure that Electivire gets a little bit of love. We saw Magmortar in the previous game. Only fair that Electivire gets the love here. Now, I'm having a little bit of a look at the matchup, and it seems to be that what we've... Oh, no, it's Adiris, sorry, who has got the Electivire. The names have been swapped around. Are we good now?
Yeah, all good. I think that's all actually correct now. So
lovely. The
matchups, I mean, you get a chance to showcase some additional sort of players that may be a little bit unknown to some viewers at home, but this is the opportunity for them to really showcase their abilities as Pokemon trainers as well. And it's just great. Again, what an opportunity. And two fantastic decks we've yet to see as well that will be piloting as they're setting up their prizes now. We get a glimpse exactly what they're going to be piloting, Ross.
Wow, we got Golden Go on the right with Yari here. That is, there's no giveaway there. Now on the left here with Adiris, that's a little bit more scared, but it is going to be a Raging Bolt.
You've not nothing to give away. Do you not see something surfing in the top right corner there,
No,
Ross?
the Golden Go was obvious. I'm saying the other one.
Oh,
don't get me wrong. You see Professor Sarda's Vitality.
Sorry, my bad.
Seems to be, right? And here we go. We got Raging Bolt. And Stormy, if you've heard this one before, we got a Monkey Dory on the right. I think we might see a few more Monkey Dory as we go through. So we see a Nest Ball coming down for Adiris here, searching out that first basic Pokemon. And while they do that, why don't you give us a quick rundown of this Raging Bolt deck?
Absolutely. We do have a little key features there as well, but just to run it through, they're going to be looking to utilize the Teal Mask Ogerpon EX again for draw power, but more importantly to get energies on their board state, because Raging Bolt EX's attack, Bellowing Thunder, does 70 times the number of energies discarded from all of your Pokemon against your opponent's active Pokemon. So you are hitting for massive numbers, and that's why exactly you're being able to maybe target down some of those big bulky EXs which often want to try and soak up hits. It utilizes some support Pokemon that we do see just there from that Nest Ball grab, that Fan Rotom ability, Fan Call, which allows you to grab 3 colorless Pokemon under the HP of 100, so you can grab your Hoot-Hoots, you can grab your Noctowls, so that you can utilize Jewel Seeker as soon as possible and really get the game ebb and flowing. And that's one of the key things that you're going to be looking out for, everyone, as Adiris is playing out their turn here.
I was going to say, don't forget about Ditto, but out comes Ditto here as well. We got a Ditto and a pair of Hoot-Hoot, and this is one of the big changes we've seen to Raging Bolt over the past few months, is the fact that we now see a pretty heavy engine of Noctowl. Gone are the days where we relied entirely on Teal Mask Ogerpon to draw a whole bunch of cards with its Teal Mask ability. Nowadays, it is Noctowl consistency, and right now, there's no bench space. There's no bench space available for a Teal Mask Ogerpon, but maybe we can use a Ditto. Maybe we can use Transformative Start and swap it into another basic Pokemon. And now we do have space for the Teal Mask Ogerpon.
Absolutely. You don't want to have that Ditto in your deck because, again, you can only use that ability. As Ross has said, you're never going to want to attack with it. You don't want to use Splop. You just want to use that Transformative Start to get a Pokemon in, and this is where you activate your whole board so that those Noctowls, Jewel Seekers will be available. But Ross, we have Yari on the right-hand side, piloting that Golden Go deck, doing their first deck search with that Arven. Go straight into it, my friend.
So what we got with Golden Go here is two very nice things. Firstly, we got a coin bonus. You get to draw a card per Golden Go per turn, although it's an extra if it's in the active. And then Make It Rain for just a single energy lets you discard as much energy as you like from your hand, as much basic energy as you like, and you deal 50 damage for each card discarded in this way. So essentially unlimited damage output. What you're really looking for here is the ability to one-hit KO anything, but we're playing playing it here with a thin Dragapult line, a 2-2-1 Dragapult line. Dracloak gives you a bit of extra consistency, and then Dragapult gives you an option for good attacks as well. But for now, it just seems like we got a Monkidori in the active. We grabbed a couple of Gimmighoul off of the Buddy Poffin, and then TM Evolution will evolve both of them straight up into that Golden Go, which means 2 coin bonuses next turn.
2 coin bonuses, 2 big, pretty hard, not the easiest to knock out EXs on the bench, which is obviously important because Adirius will have to try and maybe stretch over, maybe take 2 prizes, and this is where Yari can utilize that single prizer in the active to offset the prize race of what you get from 2 big heavy hitters, as we do get the activation of that first Jewel Seeker from that Noctowl, because that Teal Mask Ogerpon EX is in play, can allow you to grab any 2 trainer cards as you'd like. Adirius will be looking for things like that Area Zero's under depths to kind of build out the board a bit further, maybe weave in a single prizer into the active spot at some stage as well, just so that they may be able to also offset that prize race. It's going to be a really interesting one, folks, just how they're going to be able to navigate maybe either those sort of 2-2-2 prize mappings or having to weave in the additional 7th prizer somewhere.
You really don't want to KO that Monkidori. Monkidori's in the active very deliberately. If you're Adirius here, your goal is very simple. I want to KO 3 EX Pokemon with big attacks and Raging Bolt, and that's going to be the game. So Yari here, first job, make sure there is a single prize Pokemon in the active. Now, there is 1 Boss's Orders and 1 Prime Catcher that Adirius has here, and essentially this gives them 2 opportunities to try and gust up one of those Golden Go. The best case scenario this turn is Prime Catcher up a Golden Go, get a KO with Raging Bolt on turn 2, having gone first. It's not an easy thing to pull off, but that would be the dream scenario here.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tall order, especially when you're having to still try and get energy. This is the first Teal Dance that we see as it's drawing into another energy there, and there's only 1 on the board at the moment. You know, Professor Zada's Vitality can only really accelerate 2 energy attachment, 2 energy cards, I should say, from the discard pile, as we do see the Ultra Ball of 1 of those lightning energies going to the discard pile there, alongside that Jamming Tower. Could have been really useful, able to get it down on that first turn, maybe even stopping that Technical Machine evolution, and that maybe it was a bit of a missed opportunity there. I wasn't too sure unless it was drawn on this turn. But hey-ho, here's the Noctowl with the second Jewel Seeker. That does mean no access to any further Hoot-Hoots or further turns at the moment until another Hoot-Hoot is benched with that Area Zero's under desk. But it's eyeing up, Ross, that Prime Catcher.
And Professor Sada's Vitality, those are the 2 cards. Now, 3 energy won't do it, we will need 4. But remember, the attachment for the turn hasn't happened yet. The attachment onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon was an ability, and the Professor Sada will also be, you know, your supporter, so you can attach for the turn. That will give you enough energy. Now, there's no Prime Catcher yet, because we had to go Area Zero under depths. That doesn't mean Prime Catcher isn't coming out, but it means it is a lot less likely that it is coming out.
Yeah, it has to be drawn into here, as we do see the Nest Ball being played. Now can expand your bench space, something that we don't often get until we got the release of Area Zero Underdepths here, in combination with a Terra Pokemon to build out the board to 8 bench spots, as a Teal Mask Ogerpon is being eyed up here, maybe trying to utilize another Teal Dance, or weave in another Teal Dance, I should say, before we get to Professor Sada's Vitality, because we still need to get 2 energies on that Raging Bolt EX on the bench there, because, you know, you do need a 1 Lightning and 1 Fighting to be able to do so.
You absolutely do. There's our second Teal Dance, so there is an energy there. I think it was a Pal Pad. It wasn't anything particularly important. Now, here we see Professor Sada. That's only for 1 energy, but you draw 3 cards here. Boss's Orders, but you've already played a supporter. That's not going to do it right now. We still need another energy attachment for the turn. Now, there's a Mew. If you can get below 3 cards in hand, you can draw.
I think it's just a decision to go into the Fan Rotom, a free retreat with Latias's Skyliner ability here, and a pass over. So oh, just double checking both players, just making sure the board state does not get lost here, as Yari does get to kick things off on his second turn now, already having 2 of those Golden Go EXs raring to go. Start maybe coin bonusing and then making it rain where possible. Was holding that counter catcher, can't be utilized because nothing was taken, or no prize was taken. So maneuvering into that single prizer, pretty important from Adirius there.
Now here's a great card we see in this Golden Go deck. Cypher Maniac's Code Breaking. Yeah, it's a bit of a mouthful, but what it lets you do is grab any 2 cards from your deck, and then you basically shuffle your deck and leave the 2 chosen cards on top. Now, if you've got a built-in draw engine like this coin bonus, there's no, I'll get to them. No, you are going to draw them. So basically now, instead of those 2 coin bonuses being random cards that could be anything, they will guaranteed be the 2 perfect cards, one of which is that A-Spec, that Energy Search Pro. The other one, I'm afraid I didn't see, but I'm sure we'll see it in a second. And it basically lets you stack your deck so you get the perfect 2 draws off a coin bonus. And it was a Buddy Buddy Poffin and an Energy Search Pro. And yeah, do make sure you use them both before you play Buddy Buddy Poffin. That would be bad.
Yeah, there we go. We do see the Buddy Buddy Poffin now, because that obviously would have shaken things up in that deck around. But for the moment, this is working pretty nicely. Is there a way to try and target down a 2-prizer, or will it be just something that's, you know, just trying to weave in that Monkey Dory with something else here, as we do see another Gimmighoul being targeted from that Buddy Buddy Poffin. Now it's just kind of seeing what else Yari could do. Maybe bring out one of those extra support Pokemon. Maybe get a Dracloak going as well at some stage. There it is. There's a Dreepy with that wonderful little, is that a masterful version? Oh, Pokeball, I can't quite tell right now with the little gloss, but it's always fun to see that different type of reverse hollows. But anyway, Buddy Buddy Poffin, and obviously the important cards. Energy Search Pro still in hand.
I think it's a Master Ball. I know it's not terribly important, but I think it's a Master Ball.
I've made Ross go down that hole. He has to find out now.
I have to know. What's way more important, I'm looking at the deck list. I'm not seeing any way to go after the bench, and we don't. We just see a pass with Monkey Dory in the active. There's Boss's Orders, but you'd already played a supporter. Countercatcher, but you weren't behind on prizes. So now we actually do see that Power Pad. This was a draw off, I believe, the Teal Dance last turn. Yeah. But it just gets 2 Professor Sada's Vitality back, the most important supporter in the deck. Having 2 more of them in your deck available to use seems like a win. And now we've got a full bench of 8 Pokemon for Adiris, but importantly, couple of Teal'c Gogapon, couple of Raging Bolt. You've got your Latias for free retreat, your Mew as a draw engine, and then the free colorless Pokemon. I'll be perfectly honest with you, they ain't doing much right now. No, they've done their job.
Yeah, definitely not, especially when, you know, maybe Adiris was looking to keep that open spot for maybe another Hoot, but in the end has to go. But does have Prime Catcher in hand. Must have top decked it in the last turn, as we do only have 1 card in hand now. Can Mew for 2 further cards.
1 energy. There's an energy.
It's the wrong one.
It's the wrong one. You don't just need an energy. You need it to be specifically a fighting energy for Raging Bolt. That's important. The rest of the energy is irrelevant, but Raging Bolt needs a lightning and a fighting, and we don't have a fighting right now. Oh, and you've used your Prime Catcher as well. And you had to use Prime Catcher first because that gave you an extra draw off of the Mew. But as now it looks like we are just passing over. Was there an argument to maybe attack with Fan Rotom? 70 damage isn't terrible. Either way, Energy Search Pro, we've seen the A-Spec for Adiris not coming through, but the A-Spec for Yari here is going to go and get a lot. You can get as many basic energy as you like, on the condition that they're all different types.
Yeah, exactly that, and it's going to be really important here, because that's how you really expand and being able to make it rain, because of course it's discarding from your hands, whilst Raging Bolt is discarding from the board state. Make it rain is discarding from your hand. One of the important things, just kind of thinking about, or trying to think about some of the plays, maybe could have attacked with a Fan Rotom, but it wouldn't have changed too much, because that Monkey Dory is waiting there to send damage counters back, and then still would have kept that Golden Go needing or requiring 4 energies to get it knocked out. So it's pretty heads up here, just to kind of keep a single prizer in the active. Has forced Yari now to have that Golden Go. Does get the extra bonus, of additional cards in the draw.
Boss. Did I just see it come off the top?
I think it did. I think there was a nice shiny Lysandra Boss's Orders in hand, I think.
I think I saw the Lysandra. Yes, there we go. This is huge. You don't want to carry the Fan Rotom. It is a waste of making it rain. You want to go after, presumably, one of the Raging Bolt that's got energy on, ready to go. 5 energy discarded. Or the Latias, I don't mind this at all, because now you can go after the thing that's giving you free retreat. Tool Jam Jamming Tower comes down. To be honest with you, this is actually a really easy choice because you've got 3 Pokemon that are doing nothing, but it's still good for turning off tools.
But now I'm going to leave all my board of just 2 prizes for Yari to maybe try and target down at some stage. But here it is, Make a Rain. First Make a Rain of this tournament, taking a massive knockout on the Latias EX, taking Yari down to 4 prizes remaining. Adiris, it's on you to respond.
And that is what we see here, and these are 2 decks that like taking big KOs. Both Raging Bolt and Golden Go have the ability to just get enough energy either in hand or on the board, discard it all, big KOs. Taking the first 2 prize KO is absolutely huge, and now it is a question of momentum. If Yari can keep up these 2 prize KOs, they're probably going to win the game, but here we see a boss's orders onto the bench Golden Go. That's a very bad sign.
Yeah, not good at all. Is the boss's orders just trying to slow the game down because maybe knowing Yari has to get another metal energy.
Oh, and I think that is the game. We do see Adiris saying, there's nothing I can do here. You took the first 2 prizes. That was too much. Let's go to game 2. I am too far behind, and it is as simple as that. In this matchup, if your opponent takes a 2 prize KO and you can't respond, that is probably going to be the game.
Yep, despite Jewel Seekering for 4 trainer cards on that second turn, wasn't really able to combo those pieces to try and take down a Golden Go and had to give up so much. As we do get a chance to replay it here, that Monkey Dory's just being able to sat in the active position, protecting those Golden Go EXs, utilizing Technical Machine Evolution, and just not being able to be maneuvered out of the way. And this was the turn where Adiris just couldn't find the energies and the gusting power to take down a Golden Go. But then Yari, after getting so set up, remember, Raging Bolt EX doesn't play too many disruption cards. This Prime Catcher just wasn't enough with that Muse ability to draw 2 more cards. It just wasn't there.
Had an energy been out of fighting energy been drawn there, it would have been a very different game, but it wasn't. So then Boss's Orders brings up the Latias. What was KO'd here honestly wasn't terribly relevant, but it was just taking those first 2 prizes, and then after that forcing Adiris to respond. They couldn't respond, and that meant that Yari takes game 1, and we are over to game 2. The good news is this kind of matchup, I feel like we're going to have plenty of time for games 2 and 3.
Yeah, I'd love to see maybe Adiris's board state just kind of develop a little bit better in terms of utilizing some more single prizes, because that's one of the good things about Raging Bolt EX now, is that you can build your board state where it's really difficult for your opponent to actually take 2 prizes. As we do see both our players beginning to set up here, you know, it's going to be one of those decisions again, because both players, well, actually probably would like to go second, usually. Yep. You know, Yari being able to utilize that Technical Machine Evolution. Adiris would like to sometimes take a big knockout, but more often than not, maybe it's just kind of setting up the board. It's fine to use things like the Ditto's Transformative Start, things like the Fan Rotom, just to get the board built up, ready for future turns. Yeah, it's really interesting to try and work out how this is actually going to pan out.
It absolutely is, and you're right, you know, there are some single prizes in this Raging Bolt deck, like Raging Bolt, that you can use to try and sort out the prize map a little bit. No real attack. What have I said?
I was going to say, it's really interesting if a Raging Bolt deck didn't have a Raging Bolt, but I know you meant the little one.
I meant the single prize Raging Bolt. I said Raging Bolt, not Raging Bolt EX. Boom, they've got different names. I was right all along. But that's something you can use to try and kind of take the prize map in a slightly different direction. As for the Golden Go, there isn't really that option. The only other legitimate attacker you've got in the deck is Dragapult, which is, again, you know, lots of damage to the active. So game 1, we saw classically what we would expect. Setting up these big EX Pokemon to do big attacks, and when one player couldn't respond to a 2 prize KO, that was it. That was the game.
Yeah, I do feel like Golden Go has an easier time, because more often than not, it will be starting a single prizer. There's a lot less of them. It's only Pheasantipity EX that could be started as a 2 prizer, which means that you can kind of, again, keep yourself a single prize board state until you're ready to evolve up. Use that things like Technical Machine Evolution. It looks like a Gimmighoul is going to be in the active position there. We're going to get a confirmation of exactly who's kicking us off. But this is game 2 now. These are the prizes for both our players. Nothing too crazy here again.
No, there's a Rotom in there, but there's a second Rotom in the deck. Here we go. We got Raging Bolt on the left. We got Gimmighoul on the right. And here we go with that turn 1 Nest Ball, which, let's face it, it's going to be for Fan Rotom. I learned the hard way at a Stellar Crown pre-release that Fan Rotom can only be used on your first turn.
No, you didn't, Ross.
I did. Not only did I made a conscious decision. I went, you know what? I don't need it this turn, but next turn, I'm going to really need it. I'm going to wait a turn. Next turn came and I had a look and I went, oh, really should have read this card a little more thoroughly. Will say I still went 3-0 and won that pre-release, so I'm going to give myself a little bit of slack. Now, here we go, and I just want to give some love here to the Ditto. The Ditto is such a cool inclusion in this deck. Now, you need to be able to get it into the active. Like Fan Rotom, it's only on turn 1. But if you can get it into the active, it essentially lets you search for 2 colorless and any third Pokemon. Now, the fact that we went for 2 Hoo-Hoo and a Noctowl kind of tells me Adiris cannot get that Raging Bolt out the active.
Yeah, there we go. Here we have the Ultra Ball now as well. Won't be sort of threatened by any attacker on this first turn from Yari's side. So it'll be very interesting to see which direction we go here. Maybe Ditto is around somewhere to be able to pick up, because then you want to get it out of the deck where possible. And then you can try and get and weave in another Latias. Maybe it was possible with that Ultra Ball. But, you know, to get Jewel Seeker live and going, you do need a Terra Pokemon on your board. So identifying that Teal Master Pokemon being so important here to make sure there's that level of consistency involved. I'm sure Adiris will be looking to try and keep hold of a Hoo-Hoo on the bench for future turns, and maybe not having to utilize both of them in one turn, just so that they can continue their sort of consistency throughout. As a Teal Dance here, we do get to see some additional cards. You draw one. There's a Area Zero Underdesk, I believe, that was picked up there. There's another Ultra Ball as well. So maybe it was just, I could have gone for Ditto, but there's so many important pieces that I might have to consider discarding, just like that Professor Sala's Vitality and that Area Zero Underdesk.
Oh, that is not ideal, but here we see that single prize Raging Bolt. Now, if you can get a Ditto, you've got to get it in the active, remember, so that's my theory here, is that the Ditto just couldn't get into the active, which is honestly very sad. Single prize Raging Bolt, we didn't see it back in game 1. You got 2 options. Either for free energy, you do 130, great against single prize Pokemon, or for a minimum 2, you do 30 to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each energy attached to this Pokemon. And it does not have to be the active, so free energy on here can take out a lot of those bench-sitting Pokemon, either support or evolving Pokemon. That's something to watch out for. For now, we're back over to Yari, and oh, look! Buddy Poffin.
Yeah, I think there were 2 in hand, and I think I also caught a glimpse of a Technical Machine evolution as well. So long as there was an energy, I mean, so long as I'm correct and that's what I've actually seen, we might see again another very quick explosive turn. There's energy, and I think there is a Technical Machine evolution. We're going to see a couple of additional draw and consistency Pokemon hit the field at the end of this turn, Ross, or yeah, at the end of this turn after the attack.
We absolutely are. Keep an eye out as well. We didn't see Dragapult back in game 1, but if we're going to see things like Fan Rotom and Hoot sitting on the bench, there is an opportunity here as we see a second Buddy Poffin being played. There is an opportunity to weave in Dragapult's attacks to try and go after some of those bench Pokemon. So that's something I'm looking out for. For now, we got us out, especially when you got Monkey Dory to play with as well. For now, it is TM Evolution, and we're actually going up into 2 Dracloak. Now, we got 3 Gimmighoul there and 2 Dracloak. And what I love about this, you can evolve Gimmighoul into Golden Go next turn. Now you can evolve Dracloak into your Dragapult, and even if one gets KO'd, there's still another one there. This opens up maximum options for Yari next turn, which is awesome. And let's not forget, every single Pokemon on that board is a single prize Pokemon, which means Adiris, they can get an attack this turn. They ain't taking 2 prizes.
Yeah, fantastic spot there, Ross. I mean, it's such an incredible way to kind of just get this board state and know that, well, you're going to have to try and utilize and weave in that Raging Bolt baby, I say baby, little Raging Bolt, non-EX Raging Bolt, whichever term you'd like to use, into the active spot and maybe start swinging away with that. But then you're giving me access, if you do take a prize, to my counter catcher. You're giving me the opportunity to try and find a way to maybe target down one of your 2 prizes that I know are sitting on your bench and there's no way for you to get rid of. As we do see a Crispin come down, one of those other energy acceleration cards, you get to search your deck for 2 energies of 2 different types. The first one has to be put into your hand, and if you can do that, you can attach the other to your one of your Pokemon.
And I like this, because now you can do 90 to the bench. Everything on the bench has 90 or less. So I like this. What you're doing is stranding, you're trying at least, stranding a Dracloak in the active, because that's the thing you least want to be active, taking out the other Dracloak on the bench to take away that recon directive, and then saying to Yari, you know what, you want to get a Golden Go, can you actually make it work?
Yeah, and that's exactly why it's so important, Ross, because there's only few ways of actually switching out from the active spot. Usually it's going to be an energy attachment to retreat, which means then you cannot get a metal energy onto one of your Gimme Ghouls and obviously eventually your Golden Go EXs to actually fire off an attack, or I'm going to make you spend your switch and get that out of your deck, and knowing that I can continue maybe trying to weave around your attackers and just keep firing off small little knockouts and force you to have to take out this Raging Bolt, or little Raging Bolt, I should say.
There's only one switch in the deck. You wouldn't expect more than one in the vast majority of these lists, so that is going to be a hard thing to find. Cyphermaniac's code-breaking. Now, here's what's really heartbreaking here, because essentially you search for 2 cards with Cyphermaniac's code-breaking, but you only get one of them with Dracloak. It is going to be a TM Evolution, and this is not what Yari really wants here. You're 1 prize down, and you're just using TM Evolution for a second turn to evolve a couple of Golden Go. This is not what turn 2 is supposed to look like.
And it's not too great to have that grass energy sort of expended on a Golden Go right now as well, because remember, you have to discard from your hand to take knockouts. You have to discard that lightning energy that needs to go into the discard pile to be able to get access to that once again back. But this Raging Bolt, I mean, it could take down the other Gimme Ghoul and just leave that lightning energy attached to that Dracloak, because again, it can't be utilized for Phantom Dive either. So right now, pretty good, interesting plays, and it's just gonna be interesting. Oh, it's taking down the support Pokemon, just limiting the draw, and Adairis will go down to 4 prizes.
And there were 2 really good arguments there. One was take out the Gimme Ghoul because you don't have the right energy on Dracloak. The other argument was take out the Dracloak because it's got Recon Directive and could evolve in the future. They were both good options. Right now we see that single prize Raging Bolt taking out both the Dracloak, and yeah, there's a double coin bonus and there's another coin bonus from the Golden Go on the bench, but what have we just drawn into? It's a superior energy retrieval
and a big pickup, that counter catcher. So alongside this Carbon for that Energy Search Pro, where you can get multiple of your basic energies from your deck out of different types, as Ross has already alluded to earlier, and allows you to get that metal energy for that attack as well. But that counter catcher is live and in hand waiting after one of those coin bonuses, and that's going to be one way Yari can bring back this prize race. It does leave that Raging Bolt with 3 energies still on it, but then you can start targeting down those 2 prizes, which is what your ideal scenario is going to be.
Yeah, we'd love to see an evolution of that Gimme Ghoul to take that option off the board for Raging Bolt. The reason I point it out is getting a little bit ahead of myself, but that superior energy retrieval, in addition to that, the Energy Search Pro, basically says, I've got the energy this turn, Energy Search Pro, and next turn with that superior energy retrieval. Having both of those is absolutely huge. It means we're starting to stream attacks. You've got 2 Golden Go already ready to go, and we just need that Gimme Ghoul on the bench to evolve. Here we see the lone Teal Mask Ogerpon being dragged into the active. And this is huge because remember, that is the only Terra Pokemon on the field, which means there's going to be no knockdown next turn, and there's going to be no Area 0 under that unless another one comes down.
It's also simpler to knock out as well. Only 3 needing to be discarded. Oh, sorry, it's Make It Rain. It's actually 4. Still exactly the same scenario. Yeah, I was weirdly thinking about Raging Bolt EX's attacks for a moment, but there it is. It's 5 because it's got that little extra 10 HP as well.
It's 210, isn't it? Correct, yes.
Which is making it rain onto that Teal Mask Ogerpon, leveling up this game 2 here. Raging Bolt in the active spot. I do wonder maybe if sometimes taking out a Raging Bolt would have been better, because you get rid of 1 energy. As we do see another Teal Mask come down, that Raging Bolt now only needs 1 energy plus, actually only really needs 1 energy attachment, and we can take a return KO here.
We can. It's a really awkward one. I think if a return Teal Mask Ogerpon doesn't come down, then taking out the Teal Mask, shutting out things like Knockdown were absolutely the correct call. If another one does come down, as it did, then it makes you think, oh, I kind of wish I'd gone after the Raging Bolt. As with a lot of these, it comes down to what's in your opponent's hand, and you never really know, and that's a little bit sad.
That catch-22 scenario where I wish I did this, or I wish I did it a different way, but sometimes it can haunt you. But right now, like I said, it's on Adairis to take massive advantage here. Needs to find that fighting energy to take a massive KO and put themselves down to 2 prizes remaining.
That's the goal here, because now there is a Gimme Ghoul, and the Gimme Ghoul's very easily KO'd by the single prize Raging Bolt. It doesn't really do much for you here. It doesn't really hurt Yari that much, and it doesn't really help your prize map. So the 2 single prize KOs at the start were big. We're beyond that now, but here comes a second Knockdowl, and now we're going to search for any 2 trainer cards. So whatever you needed, you've got it. With no supporter played, might I suggest... Oh, I was going to say Professor Sarda's Vitality, but I wouldn't say no to a cheeky Crispin.
Yeah, I think there was a double check. That was only a grass in the discard pile for the moment. So Crispin is the supporter of choice here. As mentioned, able to grab 2 of different type of energies from the deck. The first one has to be put into hand. If you do so, then the second one can be will be attached to a Pokemon on your board state. Does also get the Serendipity EX as well, so a lot of things going well here. Was able to keep a Hoo-Hoo in reserve for a second Jewel Seeker ability for turns like this to be able to take full advantage of knocking out big 2 prizes.
That's something you called out right at the start of Game 2. It wasn't something Adiris was able to do back in Game 1, and it hurt them as we got to the mid-game, whereas here, being able to save 1 for this turn has led to this guaranteed KO. We're going to get a big KO on Golden Go, and now, you know, we're back like we were in Game 1, but we switched it around. Adiris took the first 2 prizes, then Yari responded. Now Adiris is responding. And even if Yari responds, if Adiris KOs next turn, that's the game.
Yep.
Yari cannot win the game next turn. If Adiris got a KO on their next turn, that is it. That is a game sewn up at this point. We're not there yet, though, so we'll just search out a couple of energy and see where we can go in a moment.
Yep, and there's still plenty of time on the clock. I know Joe called out, or I think it was Reese Williams as one of our head judges, called out 3 Fs a moment ago for the judges. I mean, this is fast, frantic, and fantastic here, where we're likely to gonna see a 3 games. If Adiris is able to pull this off, we'll be able to get a massive knockout here. Then it'll just be 2 prizes. Sets up the board for an additional Hoo-Hoo as well. Love to see that, just so we have future Jewel Seekers and try and weave in another attacker after this. If we do see the extra attachment there to the active Raging Bolt EX, announcement of Bellowing Thunder. How many energies there, Ross?
Is that 4 energy? 7, 14, 21, 28. That's 280 on the 260 HP Golden Go. That is enough. And I like the way this has been left. 1 energy on the Raging Bolt EX, 1 energy on the Raging Bolt, opening up just different options just in case. So now it's over to Yari. You have got to return KO, and it's got to be on that Raging Bolt, honestly. Even if you do, it might not be enough, but this is what you've got to do to stay in this game. If you don't, your opponent is going to get a couple of, in fact, all they would need is like an energy attachment for the turn, and that would be the game. So right now, you got to return KO. It's got to be on the Raging Bolt, and then hope that Adiris misses a beat next turn.
Yeah, we get a flip the script, having hit a Serendipity EX from that coin bonus. Both of these decks, because they are massive attackers into 2 prizes, don't really play too many disruption cards. I mean, well, I've already mentioned Raging Bolt EX only piloting it with 1 sort of disruption card, 1 Iono, or sometimes we've seen 1 Judge. It's the same for Golden Go EX. It's just that 1 Iono in the deck that kind of provides Golden Go that 1 opportunity to actually disrupt your opponent's hand. You're just going to race, usually, against other decks. But it looks like it's going to be a boss's orders that's being eyed up here. But first, let's get that energy attachment so that we can get an attack off. A nice stretcher, so there's enough energies in hand to at least do that 200 damage. So actually doesn't have enough energy to take the knockout on the Raging Bolt EX right now, as we do see an Ardsim being played. Easy choices again, Ross, the same 3 that went down last time from a support.
We do have enough energy. There is 5. There is a KO, yeah. Any Fan Rotom or Knockdowl on the board have already served their purpose, so there's not any difficult decisions there. So we're back over to Adiris, and the deal is this. They've got a free retreating Mew in the active that could draw cards if you get below 3 in hand. There's an energy onto the Teal Mask Ogerpon, lets you draw a card. We are looking for a Raging Bolt, and we're looking for a Professor Sarda's Vitality, and we're looking for another attachment, because you need the fighting and the lightning onto Raging Bolt. The pivot option isn't an issue. Mew and the active's got free retreat. It is those 3 cards. There is an Ultra Ball, which we'll go and get now. We're getting rid of of the earthen vessel there, which suggests they've got the energy.
They do. There's at least a couple of energies in hand there already as well. There's the Noctowl from the Ultra Ball. Can grab all of the pieces you've just been describing
there
for
we
us.
go. There's your Professor Sada's Vitality. We've got energy in hand. We don't actually need any other trainer cards here. I don't think they're even searching for a second one. They can attach from hand. They can play Professor Sada's Vitality to attach the second energy. That's going to get all the energy needed onto this Raging Bolt. There's one. There's the other. Big KO with Raging Bolt. We even this up at 1 game apiece, and we got 18 minutes left for a game 3. I'm going to get 2 big one-hit KO decks going head-to-head. This is what happened. So let's go to a game 3.
Yeah, like I said, fast, frantic, and fantastic by Adiris there. Now leveling up the series, and it is going to be plenty of time for both of these players to try and take down the next game. We saw a very different game in game 2 as we get a chance to quickly recap exactly how this planned out. We did see the same fan call to get those Hoot-Hoots and Noctowls going, but then we had the little Raging Bolt start swinging away at these single prizes, and it was something Yari couldn't deal with, because then it was just a second technical machine evolution as Adiris was able to take out 2 small single prizes, basically saying, I'm still taking the first 2, which is the most important factor in this matchup. And then by then, you could not keep up with me. I'm just going to be swinging away with Bellowing Thunder, taking down Golden Go after Golden Go, and taking all 6 of my prizes there. As you see the second one, or the first one, I should say, go down, and we do see the Professor Sada's Vitality. And then, you know, the writing's on the wall here, energy in hand, Professor Sada's Vitality, and it's all there for game 2.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Both games have gone exactly the same way here, which has been somebody takes the first 2 prizes, doesn't miss a 2-prize KO after their 2 prizes up, and then that is the game. Now, one important thing here is Adiris won game 2, which means Yari gets the choice of who goes first in game 3. If you're going to have a game 3, you want to have the choice of who goes first or second. Here, like you've said before, Alex, going second, having access to TM Evolution is something a lot of players do covet.
Yeah, I feel like Yari's going to try and choose to go second again, as we do get a glimpse of the prizes. Double Hoot-Hoot being prized could hurt. There's only one other available in the deck as we do kick things off. Yep, chose to go second, wants to get to Technical Machine Evolution on that first turn. First deck search here, you're going to find out that only 1 Hoot-Hoot's available, but you're going to try and hide that. Your poker face has got to be good. You're probably going to grab that Ditto if you can. You're going to grab that third Hoot-Hoot that is hiding in that deck. You're going to have to grab that Noctowl and try not to give too much away.
I mean, I feel like in game 1, you went for 2 Hoot-Hoot. In game 2, you went for 2 Hoot-Hoot. If in game 3, you go for 1 Hoot-Hoot, if I'm Yari, I'm like, hang on a second. I am not buying this one. Now, there was, of course, you know, one thing Adiris did wonderfully in that last game was have the mid-game Hoot-Hoot. Only 1 got used early. So there is an argument here that you want to go for a Hoot-Hoot and a Noctowl and save the others for later in the game. I still think I would be a little bit suspicious. We've gone for a second Fan Rotom here, so we can now play that and use that ability again. Can we know it's once per turn, isn't it? So why would you go for a second one?
It's going to be Ultra Boost. It's going to be. I was going to say it's going to be Ultra Ball fodder.
I don't. Yeah. So here's the thing. If I know my second Hoot-Hoot is prized, I am down with getting a Rotom as Ultra Ball fodder.
Yeah, true.
But I'm just never doing that if I've got another Hoot-Hoot available. I just think this is given away to Yari that it's gone. But yeah, that's why I was confused for a second, because I'm like, hang on a second. Fan Rotom is once per turn. It's only on your first turn, and it's only once. It's once per game, really. But you want to play a couple in case one is prized. Because let's face it, all 3 games, Adiris has done this turn 1.
I mean, it's such a great ability. I mean, I've played a deck where I had 4 Fan Rotoms, Ross.
That might be too many Fan Rotoms.
No, because it's so important to make sure you get Fan Call off. As we do see the NG attachment, no Teal Dance here first. We do see the Ditto transform to start straight into that single prize Raging Bolt. Again, so vital. However, energy attachment expended, which is not ideal, and it's a pass over. Yari here, will you follow the same game plan? Double Body Poffin once again, but are you going to evolve up to the Golden Go EXs so that you can swing back sooner rather than later, which is maybe at the detriment in the game 2.
Game 1, we went double Golden Go and it worked. Game 2, we went double Dracloak and it didn't work. Got to say though, 2 games in a row, double turn 1 Buddy Buddy Poffin. How many people are watching at home going, that never happens to me? No, we got two Golden Go.
No, I was going to say, he actually has a third in hand, it looks like.
Oh my word.
So, you know, having to access to all of your single prizes is actually just incredible. It's a great feeling, but that does mean that's 3 cards in your hand that are not free cards that may be good later in the game.
Wait, has he got? He's got a third Buddy Buddy Poffin in hand, ready to go. He is not struggling for basic Pokemon, of course. You may well want to keep a bench space for a Fezandipiti, and it is worth noting that the 4th Gimmighoul is prized. The 2nd Dreepy is prized. There's actually no other little basics left in the deck. It's just Monkey Dory and Fezandipiti.
Yeah, now he's just showcased all 3 of those Buddy Buddy Poffins. From that Arven, grabbed the energy and the Technical Machine Evolution. So we are going to be seeing 2 Golden Go EXs at the end of this turn. Maybe get that Psychic Energy attached to that Dreepy. Kind of also threatens the Phantom Dive at a later stage if it's not knocked out. We do see the evolution. Now Golden Go is going to be hitting the field. There's 1, 2 to the front of the deck. And that's a fantastic turn. I think this is going to be pretty good because at the same time, no energy attachment on that Raging Bolt means it could do a maximum of 60 damage snipe. And it's not enough for anything.
No, that's not going to get anything. 70 damage is where we really start doing a lot of damage. Nothing is going to be KO'd this turn. You can get some setup damage down, but you're not doing enough here. And, you know, you don't really need setup damage a lot in Raging Bolt because you can just attach another energy a lot of the time. So it's a very different game to what we saw in the previous game. You've got a good board setup. You're not really at that much risk of a KO this turn. There's no Knockdowl that's going to be coming down. So, well, sorry, there's this Knockdowl, but this is the only one. There will be no second Knockdowl.
I suppose dealing the extra 60 damage does put the Golden Goes into range for just a free energy. Bellowing Thunder at some stage as well. You know, you can start chipping away, and it still keeps your single prizer in the active slot, right? And it's just that Teal Moss. You don't want to activate too much gusting power or ability for the Golden Go players for the moment. So maybe it's okay just to utilize that Crispin and just start swinging away a little bit, chipping away at those, say, big EXs. 260 arguably is actually quite a small EX in comparison to some of the others that we've seen. But, you know, this is the game plan that we have to work with at the moment. Is an Ultra Ball being played as well? Fezandipiti and Noctowl both going to the discard pile. No other access to another Hoot-Hoot, as we mentioned. Is that the only draw power we're going to have from the Mew? Is going to be the restart up to 3. Crispin being played now. Everything's happening.
This is quite nice, though, because Crispin gets you an energy attached and then an energy in your hand to attach manually. You then go down to 1 card in hand, and if that's unplayable, you get 2 more from the Mew restart. So you're still drawing as much as you can. You're not going to get any more out of your Knockdown, which is a little bit sad. But to your Hoot-Hoot prize, what are you going to do about it? What you can do is get your Mew, draw some cards, and I don't get me wrong. The argument you just laid out for Raging Bolt being useful here, you're absolutely right. I do not love putting 2 energy onto a Pokemon just to save an energy down the line on my big EX. But if you get to keep an energy in hand, it's not the end, you know, you single prize in the active. We do still get the Teal Mask here, you know, drawing a card, attaching an energy, it's just a lightning. And then we draw 2 with Mew, Professor Sada and Prime Catcher. This turn ain't looking great.
No.
But next turn could be a bit spicy.
No, again, what Yari will need to do is actually retreat away from the Dreepy. You're maybe making them have to use the boss's orders, and then you're sort of activating it on your side. Yes, that does mean Yari's going to go ahead in the prizes, which is the scary thing, right? But you're keeping your single prize on the active. That's the most important. It doesn't matter which Golden Go. There is the attack by the Raging Bolt. Thunderburst Storm, 60 damage going on, bringing it down to 200. 3 Golden Goes now staring across the board, and a Recon Directive Dracloak as well. It's all looking on the up here.
Could you really want, there's 2 cards you're really looking for here. You're looking for Boss's Orders and Energy Search Pro. You want those 2 cards to try and make sure you can take a big KO on what will probably end up being the Teal Mask Ogerpon. So here we see the Artisan getting rid of that stadium.
Yep, limiting what Adiris might have access to on future turns. I think we're going to have to try and go for it here. Maybe look for that. Yeah, I guess there's too many cards that it needs, and that's not one of them. There's a Dracloak ability on the second chance. There's a Superior Energy Retrieval and an energy card. It looks like it might be another turn off unless those 2 coin bonuses still on the bench might save Yari here. That's a buddy-buddy Poffin. That's not doing anything.
Literally not doing anything. There are no targets left in the deck for it, unfortunately. So we got an Iono, but Iono would then lock you out of boss's orders. You can't use counter catcher because you're not behind on prizes. It is an Earthen Vessel and an Energy.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing now in this scenario, now that we've got the Arton, now that we've got the Earthen Vessel, it's time to get that Monkey Dory down, potentially, and actually just start getting a Dark Energy on it. That's a potential option. Does sort of say, well, maybe there's the option where I can get a Fire Energy onto this Dracloak as well. It did just evolve this turn, so can't go into Dragapult, can't start swinging away, causing all sorts of menace. So for the moment, I would like to see the Monkey Dory down. You know, this is your one off turn where you could potentially just get Monkey Dory down with a Dark Energy on it.
And that's the thing. When we see it in Gardevoir, it's actually really easy to find that turn to attach the Darkness Energy because your Psychics all being attached to your ability. Golden Go, you need to attach them your hand to attack, so it's not as easy to get the energy on the Monkey Dory. Now, we do have 2 energy on that Dracloak, so it looks like we're going to be using a Dragon Headbutt for 70, and then Iono just comes down here, giving both players a new hand of 6. And I don't mind this, because essentially what you're saying to Adiris here is, deal with my Dracloak.
That's true.
You don't want to, but you kind of have to, and if you don't deal with it, it's going to become a Dragapult at some point. And if you do 70 damage to the Raging Bolt here, then that will actually bring it into range of being KO'd with the residual damage from Phantom Dive, and you're not playing something like Monkey Dory to heal it, so the 70 damage will actually be relevant here.
Yeah, super useful to keep an eye out on. You know, my Dragon Headbutt, it might be a little bit less than your Dragon Headbutt, but it's relevant here. My 70 damage could do something quite useful. And there's the announcement, Dragon Headbutt onto the opposing Raging Bolt. Let's see how Adiris is going to play out this turn. Did get a fresh 6 cards, which has been very nice to work with. Just trying to work out what actually was in that hand. It's a little bit dark, but too many shiny cards. Can't always see all of them. We do get the Nestful here. Again, shuffles things up. Anything that was in the hand that went to the bottom because of the Iono will be now sort of maneuvered around. We do see that Prime Catcher, I think, that was just there as well. So we know it's in the deck. Can we draw into it? Can we start trying to target down one of these 2 prizes? Maybe that softened up Golden Go EX. This could be a pivotal turn here. If Adiris can take a 2-prize knockout, you're activating the prize race.
That is what you're looking for. Crispin, now you've used Crispin, you really are locked into having to try and find Prime Catcher to get that 2-prize fight going. You get 1 energy goes into your hand, and then 1 energy gets attached. Fun little ruling query, of course. You must get the energy into your hand, and then attach the other one.
Yep.
That means if you've only got 1 energy in the deck, you're actually not accelerating energy with Crispin. So if you're playing Crispin, you've got to be a little bit careful. You keep 2 energy in the deck if you want to accelerate.
Yeah, you certainly don't want to be using Crispin as an energy search.
No, you really don't.
You don't want to expend your supporter as an energy search. But we do get the extra attachment there from the Crispin to the Raging Bolt. So now we are dealing 90 damage. So Adiris is saying, I will deal with that Dracloak. I'm not allowing it to evolve up to a Dragapult. You are scaring me with that potential there. But for the time being, I'm just going to Teal Dance and then work out what the option is available on future turns. Because we do have the Raging Bolt EX waiting in the wings at some stage as well. Taking this prize, it's only really just trying to further your board. We do have just over 5 minutes on the clock, Ross, as well. So it's something that our players are going to have to keep an eye out on. We know both of these decks can be frantic and very, very quick at taking prizes. But, you know, this is where it gets really to the nitty-gritty moments.
Absolutely, and plus 3 turns actually comes in super handy in this matchup because that can really be the last couple of KOs. Now, I'm looking at Yari's board and the Yari's deck list, and I'm going, right, there's Countercatcher and 2 Boss's Orders in the deck. One of the Boss's Orders is prized. If you can Countercatcher on this next turn when you're behind on prizes, and then Boss's Orders twice, you can just completely ignore that active Raging Bolt and just take the prizes that way with your Golden Go. Now, actually, no Dracloak. Oh, now this opens up things very nicely. There's a potential double KO on Noctowl or Fan Rotom with Raging Bolt, for instance. We can use Monkey Dory, potentially, and then KO like a Fan Rotom and you're active, and you won't even need any gusting. So Darkness Energy on Monkey Dory, move damage to Fan Rotom. That is a double KO with your Dragapult without using gusting, and he's just top-decked the Dragapult. That's super useful. So we we could be seeing a double KO here, but we will need Monkey Dory moving damage.
It also needs that boss's orders. No, it doesn't necessarily need to move the damage. If it's just, you know, all you need to actually to progress 2 prizes taken on this turn, and it's just, you know, you can just gust up one of the single prizes and use that as a knockout alongside that Raging Bolt in the active, removing those energies in play as well.
Yep.
There's the Dragapult EX. You don't see it too often come down in this sort of type
Oh, and
of
there's
deck.
the Darkness Energy on the Monkey Dory, so this is what we needed. You move the damage over, yeah, got to be onto the Fan Rotom there, and now you get the double KO on Raging Bolt and Fan Rotom, and this means Yari takes the first 2 prizes, and so far, Alex, in this matchup, you take the first 2 prizes, you win.
Yep, and especially when you've got and sat behind a massive terror. Dragapult EX, it's got 320 HP. Yes, Raging Bolt can overcome that, but you're making it more difficult for your opponent, whilst I've still got this army of Golden Go EXs on the bench waiting in the wings.
I absolutely love this. Of course, it's also relevant to note that Mew has 180 HP, so that means that Dragapult can Phantom Dive it for 2 prizes without needing a handful of energy, so it's much easier to KO Mew, and here is a damage counter onto that Teal Mask Gogapon, which now is also in range of a Phantom Dive. So right now, Yari is setting up a board where Phantom Dive can take KOs, and actually, to be fair, Golden Go goes in multiples of 50, so that's actually, even if you KO the Teal Mask with Golden Go, it's still 1 less energy.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this board state now. Adiris is going to have to find some way to retaliate against this Dragapult EX. Does grab with that Night Stretcher the Pheasantipity EX, so can flip the script as well, so draw some additional cards. There's another Teal Dance being weaved in as well. There's another energy on the board, ready for big knockouts, of course.
It's just a fighting energy now.
Yeah, it's just a fighting energy. I was just going to say, there's a flip script for, yeah, guaranteed your energies there. Yep. With Vessel and Professor Sardis Vitality. You're going to want to start setting up that board at some state. I feel like the way Adiris has to play this game now is get energy accelerated to not just 1 Raging Bolt EX, but to 2, and then also find that Iono on a future turn, so that maybe, just maybe, Yari misses a turn, and that's one way to kind of make sure you take this game. Under or just over 1 minute 30 to go here. 4 prizes left for Yari to take, 6 for Adiris. We're very likely to go to time, and we're very likely to maybe try and find a win in time itself.
I agree with you entirely. Yeah, what you just said about the Raging Bolt, you use Ultra Ball to search for 1, and now we get Fighting onto 1, Lightning onto the other, so they're ready to go. And as long as this turn ends before time ends, we should see a conclusion to this game. Because now both players have 4 prizes remaining, that's 2 KOs. Both players have 2 turns, assuming Adiris finishes before the end of time, and that means both players would have the 2 turns needed to finish out their game. So as long as Adiris can finish, take these prizes before the clock strikes 0, we will technically be in +3 turns, but it shouldn't actually really matter. We should have all the turns we need. Now, that clock becomes very important. If we go to time before Adiris finishes their turn, they will only have 1 more turn and they can't take 4 prizes. The clock is your enemy. Might I suggest announcing an attack in the next 24 seconds?
I mean, there it is. It's got to conclude. The turn officially starts when Yari draws a card. If you are unfamiliar with some of the rules here, as 5 energies are being mentioned there. There's a massive Bellowing Thunder. Dragapult EX counting down. 6, 5, 4, 3. Is there a draw card? Does draw.
2 seconds remaining, the card is drawn. We will get confirmation, but Yari should be turn 0 here. That is absolutely huge. It means both players will have the 2 turns needed to potentially take those last 2 KOs and finish out the game.
Coin bonus 1, straight into Energy Surge Pro. Incredible top deck of the coin bonus. So it's just now working out exactly how many of those energies are the deck. It's just going to be 4. You know, it's not full value, but we've already seen plenty of them hit the field. Just needs access to superior energy retrievals to grab further energies from the discard pile. We've already seen 2 go down. There's a metal energy pointing out there from the discard pile as well. So we know there's at least 3 energies in there, so we can utilize a superior energy retrieval that's already in hand.
Oh, we got enough energy in hand, honestly. There's a light metal to attach. I saw 5 energy in hand. and there's actually like 1 million energy retrievals, superior energy retrievals. You don't need it this turn. There are 5 energy in hand. That is sufficient. There's an argument to save it in case you, for instance, get Ionode, so that you've got more superior energy retrieval to draw into next turn. And this should be, there's a Pheasant Dipty. I adore this. Let's just draw some more cards. You don't actually need anything this turn, but let's just get yourself in the best position possible.
Yeah, so just iron up that Cypher Maniacs, code breaking as well, maybe just kind of setting up a future turn. That's really important here because, like I said, Adiris is going to have to look for a way to weave in an Iono just at some point, just to work out exactly, and then exactly, putting that superior energy retrieval to the top of the deck, making sure you are Iono proof on a future turn, and that's so important here. Again, I end up a second one again to just follow up at the same time. Yari really doing their best to just kind of close out this game in the 2 turns. The turn 0, which Yari is, and the turn 2 that Yari will be in this matchup.
And that is absolutely crucial. The fact that we're even on prizes, but it's their turn. And they know at this one, it's why they have to be careful. They know that they are in a position of, if I take a KO this turn, and if I take a KO next turn, I will be the winner of this matchup. Adiris there, just hoping that Yari misses a KO. Raging Bolt is not a big disruption deck, it is a big smashy deck. It doesn't have as many tricks to try and stop your opponent as, as a lot of other decks do, and that is to his detriment right now. Now, we are seeing a Monkey Dory Adrenabrain resolving. It's going down onto the Mew. Actually, that's kind of cool, because Mew now is down to 140 HP, which is 3 energy rather than 4. So that's just made it easier to get the KO with that Golden Go. And in this matchup, Raging Bolt is counting in 7s, and Yari's counting in 5s. I hope you've all been doing your times tables. You're all up to date with that, because that's how we're working out the maths here. There's 5 energy being shown. There's a KO on the Raging Bolt, and Yari is just 1 KO away from going 5-0.
Yeah, big, massive knockout here. Mew to the active spot, has that free retreat, one of the other unique things of that fantastic support Pokemon as well. But Adiris, what can you do? You can't utilize a single prizer to take a big 2-prize knockout here. It's going to have to be another big swing with a Raging Bolt EX. Can you weave in anything else that you don't play Judge? Yari set up the next couple of cards in that deck, on top of that deck, I should say. So we're really going to be stretching and looking for any outs as much as possible.
There's no hoot down, so you're not going to be able to just knock down and go and grab whatever trainers you want. That is unfortunately not an option right now. So that's a little bit annoying.
Maybe looking for that Bravery Charm to try and extend the Raging Bolt's HP out of a big Make It Rain if we do get an Iono off, as an example. But where can we go from this scenario? Hand's pretty big. There's a number of options. Another Teal Mask. Ogerpon here's the field. Another Teal Dance. First Teal Dance of this turn. Here's Professor Sada's Vitality. Not ideal. Second Teal Dance here. Can we get it? What is that card? It's a Nest Ball. Not ideal again. Flip the script. We're looking. We're digging.
We are
digging. There's the charm. So can we get an Iono and energy attachments going here?
We saw, I think it was a Boss's Orders we just saw there. That unfortunately is not really going to do it. Gusting is not what we're looking for here. What we really want, like you say, make it as difficult as possible for Adiris to take a KO while also taking a KO. The absolute minimum here is Adiris taking a KO. And then they need to try and stop Yari taking a return KO, so they've got the last chance. We have, you might have seen a judge just slid a little number 1 die on the board a second ago. That was confirming that Adiris is turn number 1. The question is, can they keep up with the prize race? And if they can, does it matter? Because again, if Yari takes a KO on their turn, that will be the game. Here's Professor Sada's Vitality. So this is going to get the required energy down onto the board. We've got plenty of energy here. We're drawing 3, and there's the Iono, the 3rd card. Be lovely if you could play that as well right now. But you can't.
Exactly that, Ross. You cannot. So it's just promotion of the Raging Bolt to the active. 4 energies, I should say, that are required to take the knockout here. 70 times 4, 280 damage. Knocks out a Golden Go EX. Hand not disrupted. Perfect cards placed at the top of the deck. Plenty going for Yari. Should be pretty simple here.
And there's a superior energy retrieval. You need 6 energy. 1 needs to be a metal attached to your active Golden Go. There's your metal +3 in hand. But there's another superior energy retrieval, so you get rid of 2 more. That's going to get more energy. The fist comes out from Adiris. There's your fist bump. And Yari takes it 2 games to 1 in time to go 5-0 at the Bologna Special Championships here in Italy. I mean, they must be feeling as good right now as when I got my first lasagna after landing in Italy.
Right now, you can take a breath, Ross, there. Yeah, congratulations to Yari there for winning this round 5 feature match here. Commiserations there, dearest, but you're still doing a fantastic job. You're still 4-1. We do get a chance to see exactly how it all went down right now. Game 1, the TM Technical Machine evolution to bring up 2 Golden Goes, take the first 2 massive prizes in the prize race, and that's what really set Yari in full flow in this first game, being able to take the knockout on that Latias EX there. Combination with jamming towers, locked out boards, just 2 prizes on Adiris' side. There was not much that Adiris could really do, and I think that was all she wrote after there, and it was just a concession. Adiris, though, switched up the game plan, Ross.
Yeah, in game 2, it was all about that single prize Raging Bolt and going after those Drakcloak early. We saw the TM evolution, getting the double evolution on the Drakcloak, but Raging Bolt took one of them out, and then the following turn went, you know what, that was so fun last turn, I'm going to do it again. Took out both of the Drakcloak, and Yari really struggling to get set up from there, as Adiris went 2 prizes up, which means, hey, if I just Raging Bolt twice into Golden Go, I am going to win. So here we see the first one, getting a big KO on Raging Bolt into Golden Go. And when this happens, it doesn't really matter what your opponent does, because here we see again 2 prizes remaining each. And what are we going to see? There's your Professor Sada's Vitality, the KO with Raging Bolt, and into game 3.
Yeah, game 3, we saw the same game plan that we saw in game 1 for Yari. Maybe learn from his lesson there. But one of the unique things, had that Drakcloak in the active spot that was able to stay there with energy attachments on it as well, utilizing that Dragon Headbutt, moving into a Phantom Dive, something we don't often get to see too much in a Golden Go decks, but Dragapult EX there really pulling through and pulling its weight before Golden Go comes in from the bench and sweeps things away as Yari kind of sets up the board here. The second big EX, well, first big EX KO of game 3, and then kind of just setting up that board with that fantastic Cypher Mania's code breaking. There was nothing that Adiris could do, and this was the final big knockout there. Fantastic.
Yeah, double superior energy retrieval. You needed 6 energy. Who needs 6 energy? How about 8? And sometimes you see those Golden Go players at the end of a match, they'll play that how much damage can I do game, seeing how many energy they can get. I do feel like Yari probably could have gone further there, but they didn't need to. They got the KO. They went to 5-0, and I always, you know, look at these decks like Golden Go, which can be a fairly streamlined deck. What if we had a 2-2-1 stage 2 line in there? Then we had some Monkey Dory tricks in there, and actually that all worked, and the Monkey Dory came in clutch in that matchup as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that Drakcloaks and the Recon directives, you know, the Golden Go's missed a little bit of a great support Pokemon and partner from its previous iterations with things like Radiant Greninja, and then you've got also other Pokemon, but it's had to find different ways to build itself, and it's found another decent partner. You know, let's jam in arguably the best Terra EX attacking Pokemon because it has that additional consistency as well, and we came to fruition. It didn't happen so much in game 2, but game 3 it's hung around long enough with those energies, and it was just enough of a threat to say, well, I'm just going to start swinging away. I've still got extra turns to use a Dark Energy on that Monkey Dory, and it just meant that I pulled so far ahead.
Yeah, when you pull that far ahead, you end up winning. Now, I didn't have time to tell you earlier, there are 5 undefeated Miraidon going into this round. More importantly, something we do have time for is an interview with our winner. So take it away, Joe.
Thank you, Ross. Yes, we're here with Yari, 5-0 with Golden Go Dragapult.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about what you were feeling going into that matchup. It was a real slugfest with the Raging Bolt.
I think Raging Bolt's very favored, especially going with the prize race. He attacks first, he takes first prize, and then there's just a 2-2-2-2 prize race. So the only way to avoid it is to attack with Fan Rotom, which she didn't do. So I won with that. So
I think we saw great acknowledgement of that from you. Especially in that first game, you TM evolutioned only single prize Pokemon, and in that third game, even headbutting with your Drakcloak, just to try and make it as difficult as possible. Are these some of the more intricate plays you can make with the Dragapult build?
Yeah, one of the most ones I like is just setting up only Drakcloak, So you avoid the 2-price KO in the next turn, which I like very much. But the other thing is to attack aggressively with Dragapult. I wish I had a Crispin in the deck. I miss that really, just to do that. But yeah, happy with Dragapult and its performance this tournament.
Yeah, I had to ask about that Dragapult because it's not always shown up in Golden Go. What is it about that evolution line? Is it just more options in your deck?
Yeah, it's more options, but the most important thing is more draw. Since Bibarel and Radiant Greninja went out of rotation, you need to just have more draw next to that. So Dragcloak fixes that. And I mean, Dragapult's a great attacker. Great in the format, spreading, so...
Yeah, fantastic combination. One-hit KOs and having some intricate damage. Is this an archetype you've been playing for a while and testing a lot, or was it a metagame call for this weekend?
No, I played it a lot. My coach is Jelle, so he's been teaching me...
Of course.
Yeah,
Golden
he's
Go.
been teaching me Goldengo a lot. I've been playing it since, I think 1 year now. And I think I know everything about the deck right now, so...
Well, you played flawlessly on the stream. Talk about some of those intricacies of the Raging Bolt matchup. You said it was a fairly easy one, as long as you sort of make it come together. And it felt like you were even setting up with Cypher Maniacs just so that you couldn't even be disrupted. Was that really a matchup you were comfortable with?
Yeah. The Raging Bolt next to probably Joltic Box are the two best matchup there is, just cause you can price trade very well.
I think this is actually a clip from that game 3 where you're Cypher Maniacing cards to the top, so you just knew that even if there was something like an INO, you were already securing your position
Exactly.
in a really, really great spot.
I knew that I had everything in hand, so I used it a lot this game. I just set up for next turn to prevent the Iono lock and KO the next turn to keep the 2/2 price range.
Yeah, ironically, it was the time that was the most stressful thing there. I think you had 1 or 2 seconds remaining before the time was called, but I think you'd mapped yourself out for those turns pretty nicely.
Yeah, exactly. Just the most important thing is to focus on your time and focus on the game plan, which is just the price race. And I could do that perfectly 3 games, so I'm happy with the performance.
Fantastic. And 5-0 so far. What else have you faced so far in the tournament? Any awkward matchups? Any interesting stuff out there?
I faced 5 different decks now. Raging Bolt, Joltic Box, Terror Box, a Goldengo Mirror, but not with Dragapult, but with the Dunsparce. And the last one I can't remember. Dragapult, just straight Pult, so...
Okay, so you faced a really good variety of decks. Do you think this is an archetype that can more or less take on anything in the format?
Yes, I do. I think the variance on the spreadsheet for matchups is very good. The only matchup tricky is the Mirror, just because you can't play a 2-price here, otherwise he just takes a KO and you lose the game. So it is a great spreadsheet.
It's great to hear about the coaching and the spreadsheet. You're clearly taking this very seriously. You're taking testing very seriously.
Yeah.
Tell us a little bit about that testing process and how you got to this great record.
I ask Jelle a lot to what he plays and what kind of decks he wants. But most importantly is for me to feel comfortable with my deck. I can ask him what he likes, but I like different things. So I think stay with your choices, stay what you've tested with the most, and test it against every deck in the format. So you can get the best performance out of the tournament.
I think that's great advice for everyone out there. Get comfortable with an archetype. Make sure you test against a whole array of matchups, because Yari's faced 5 different decks already throughout the tournament and is now at 5-0. Congratulations once again.
Thank you.
You're in a fantastic position for day 2 of the competition and possibly even further. So we hope to see you again later on, either today or tomorrow. That's it from Yari, though. Moving on to round 6 action very shortly.
Pokemon fans, there has been a burning hot deck that has burst onto the scene, and it is one that, if left unchecked, can run amok in our metagame. I'm Bert's PTCG, and today we're going to look at Flareon EX. Burning Charge is our build around, dealing 130 damage for just 2 energy, while also attaching 2 basic energy from your deck to one of your Pokemon. This could help set up another Flareon to use Carnelian, but normally we see Burning Charge to help set up a Sylveon EX to use Angelite, a devastating attack that shuffles away 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon back into their deck. This can immediately win games if you can catch your opponent's only attacking Pokemon and shuffle them away, or even their draw engines as well. We even see Lily's Clefairy in this deck too, so you can use Magical Charm from Sylveon with a fresh weakness applied thanks to Fairy Zone to now KO Dragapult and Raging Bolts as well, with Noctowl providing consistency in Trainer Search via its Dual Seeker ability. Player on the X has all the tools to dominate the metagame. Will we see it this weekend? Only one way to find out, and that's by watching the stream.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Welcome to Pokemon Championships History, the series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. For this episode, we're going to take a look back at the 2015 U.S. National Championships in Indianapolis, Indiana. After a stacked top 8 bracket for the Masters division, we were left with 2 players remaining. The first finalist was Jason Klaczynski, the 3-time world champion with a resume, well, the casters said it best.
No one has a resume like this even close in the Pokemon trading card game. He's won many more regionals than just that one in 2015.
This was the furthest Jason had ever gone at the National Championships, and he was counting on the item and ability locking deck of Seismitoad EX and Garbotoxin Garbodor to get the job done. His opponent, Enrique Avila. Enrique was considered an up-and-comer in the scene and would have to take down Jason, the final boss, to claim the title. The resumes showed a clear favorite, but Enrique had sleeved up the secret deck of Wisconsin, Wailord EX. This massive Pokemon featured 250 hit points, the most in the TCG at this time. The strategy was unlike anything ever seen on a table of this magnitude. Deck out your opponent with a wall of tenacious Pokemon without ever announcing an attack.
How prepared do you feel going up against a deck that is so new?
Not prepared at all. I got 75 minutes plus 3 turns to figure it out.
The stage was set, and Enrique started things off with that Wailord EX in the active position. Jason was taken aback by the size of this Pokemon. The game plan commenced. Pass, pass, pass. Jason's main attack only dealt 30 damage. With the Muscle Band for an additional 20 damage and Hypnotoxic Laser for poison, Jason tried to whittle away at these giant Pokemon. Enrique meanwhile used well-timed healing cards like AZ to avoid giving up prizes. In a pivotal spot, Jason had to overcommit Pokemon to the bench, and Enrique jumped at the opportunity to play Lysander. Enrique played back-to-back Team Flare Grunt to remove energy from the Seismitoad EX and led to the deck-out victory in Game 1. With half the match time depleted, Jason's opponent shifted from Enrique to the clock. For a game to be considered complete after time plus 3 turns, a player must have taken 4 prize cards. In Game 2, Jason focused on a single Seismitoad EX stacked with energies, leading to the necessary knockouts.
And there's the knockout. Wailord goes down.
With just minutes left, Enrique finally ran Jason out of energy. But was there enough time to deck him out? With a Colress and an N both reloading the deck and avoiding the Hue, Jason had found a way to outlast the Wailord. With the match tied 1-1, this would have to be settled in sudden death. The crowd was electric. The rules for this final game were simple. 1 prize card for each player. Take it and you are the champion. For Jason, this meant bide time until the perfect turn. Energy, Band, Furbank, Laser, N to 1. With the inevitable staring him down, Enrique played the honorable AZ to clear his only Pokemon from play, and Jason Klaczynski was crowned the 2015 U.S. National Champion. With this victory, Jason had won every level of Pokemon TCG competition, cementing his legacy in the competitive scene. Thank you for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
Pocket, both switches are firing. He's gonna get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick through the paralysis and with a critical hit takes the win. Let the games begin.
Our round 5 slugfest went down to the wire, those final turns of time where Yari was able to pull it out and remain on that X and O record. Really impressive stuff from Dragapult Golden Go. It's myself, Joe Bernard, alongside me, Jesper Eriksson, for some round 6 action, which really won't take too long because we went right down to time in that last round.
Oh yeah, and not much waiting time here for us is very good because that means we can get as much Pokemon action as possible, and we're going into what seems like to be a classic at this stage.
Yeah.
Joe, lead us in with that.
Well, we've been looking at our top table action, and anytime you come to Italy, you start thinking about Alessandro Cremascoli and what archetype he's going to be bringing to the table, because he turns heads with his deck choice. He is someone who has become an expert of just one thing and one thing only, and that's not taking prize cards. Typically not the best way to win a game of Pokemon, but of course Alessandro wins by stopping his opponent, by having any win condition whatsoever, typically trying to run the opponent out of cards or finding some other alternative win condition. So whenever you see an Alessandro deck, firstly there's cards for you to read. You may not have encountered them before, but also he is setting traps throughout the entire game to try and stump his opponent.
And there's a reason why we call Alessandro the godfather of control at this stage here. Alessandro has been performing so well the entire season. We did see him get the finals in Stockholm, again, with control, unfortunately getting stopped there by Isaiah Bradner's Gardevoir deck. But we've been seeing him the whole season. We've been seeing Alessandro online complaining after rotation. Oh no, control's dead, we can't play it no more. Have found another way to do it yet again. This time, we're talking again on the couch. It seems like we're getting back to the on and on and on again. We're talking about can there be other decks than Dragapult and Gardevoir? Seems like the answer is yes.
Yeah, I didn't believe Alessandro for a second when he was dooming about control. He will find a way. If there's anyone who can, he will. You can find him streaming non-stop on PTCG Live, testing out his creations, finding the way to do it. And at this X and O record right now, it feels like he's once again cracking the code for control.
Yeah, and then we also get to see, unfortunately, it's a very mature format. Journey Together format is done after this event. Although this also might just give players more ideas heading into the North American International Championships, and perhaps Alessandro would have liked that to be a winning deck. Like we've seen multiple control decks just come out there in later years. We've also seen this UTV Union control a few years ago, which just came in NAIC totally unexpected. Was really good against the Palkia meta we had at the time, and here, well, Alessandro perhaps doing it one more time.
Yeah, I feel like control's in this volatile spot right now. You have to contest with Dragapult, which is so good at targeting active and bench Pokemon. Gardevoir can also target bench Pokemon, multiple threats at once, and has great spread pressure and can reach ridiculous damage. So you can't even tank in a lot of situations with some of the Pokemon you're trying to do. And also there's Dustoir in the mix. There's even Budju. So half the cards you can use to disrupt an opponent can sometimes be shut off from you. And of course it shuts down Rare Candy into Pidgeotty X, which is usually so vital to run these more control-y elements because you need to cherry pick cards as you go.
Yeah, you need to be able to cherry pick cards because often when you're playing control, you're having these situations where you're talking, well, I'm playing one-off in my deck, and I'm playing this one-off, and I need these two one-offs to be beating this exact matchup. And then you're looking at it like, yeah, you kind of need some glue to get that together, and the glue is always Pidgeot, unless you were rolling some decks in the past, but typically these past couple of years, with these past couple of rotations we've had, it has been Pidgeot, it has been the glue to actually make these control decks work. And most of the time where we've been seeing control stumbling has been when there's been no Pidgeot in play. And it's always just the name of the game for, well, most of the things that Alessandro's been playing for the past 2 years, it seems. Get that Pidgeot into play or we're not playing at all.
Yeah, the namesake has been Pidgeot control for a reason, because that's what stitches it all together. Also, when you're taking prize cards, sometimes you need to access those crucial one-offs. So I'm already looking at his list and seeing some redeemable tickets in there as well, which is a great way to reset those prize cards. Like I said, Alessandro, he'll find a way somehow. We don't want to go into all of his secrets of the list just yet, because players are just starting to sit down at the table. But right now, this is our top table. Have to stress that both players on 5 and 0. So Alessandro once again doing it at the top. Having a quick look at the other top tables right now, there are a lot of Dragapults at the top of our table. I can see that on, going down the first like 5 or 6 tables there. There's an interesting Archaladon archetype on table 207. There's some Gardevoir in the mix as well, Raging Bolt as we've seen. But it does seem to be, so far, apart from Alessandro, the same story we've seen over the last few Journey Together tournaments.
Yeah, and when we've been seeing that for the past few tournaments, it's always been amazing to watch these different ways of decks. And yeah, you're saying yourself, a lot of Dragapult up there, but you were also still, while seeing Dragapult as one of the, classics of the format currently. We do see a bunch of other decks like Roaring Moon, the Dunsparce, loads of Gardevoir. Yeah, exactly. And then even Raging Bolt is still in there as the third best deck.
And that just means it's time for us to get down to the stage because both our players are shuffling up right now. You can see Alessandro Cremascoli on the right-hand side. And we've been talking all about him in this prelude because he is a phenomenal player and someone that many Italians and players from across the world will look to create that blueprint of control. He's someone who just simply has more reps than anyone else and can get so creative with these strategies. Already you're seeing a hint of that creativity because there's a Garganical staring at you. Of course, there's the Knackle that has the corner attack, and there is Relicanth in Alessandro's list. So we could be getting some big Garganicals with luxurious capes, difficult to deal with Pokemon, whilst also cornering at the same time.
Yeah, and going up against one of the best decks in the format, straight Dragon Ball, as we saw from Alberto Conti earlier. Yes. Another Italian, not to forget. But Lorenzo Bruno playing straight Dragon Ball here. But one inclusion is very important. You're talking about, Garganical and Knackle. Well, there's 2 Turos in Lorenzo's deck, so there's going to be a lot of denying of that, cut of the retreat from the Knackle. So it's going to be super important to see if Lorenzo in this matchup can get to time them properly.
Yes.
And also get into the spot of taking out Alessandro's setup before it gets to an eventual point.
A big part about winning with control is knowing what's in your opponent's range, knowing how many outs they have to certain combinations. And I think seeing 2 copies of Professor Turo's scenario is already a bit of a jump scare for Alessandro that he is not going to enjoy seeing.
Yeah, and also the cards like Neo Upper Energy, Jamming Tower, where we're talking about these luxurious capes going to be able to boost the Garganacle's HP. Well, if you throw down a Jamming Tower, that's not going to work for you.
Yeah, this could be a really interesting build. I feel like this is more similar to something like Henry Brand has been playing over in Melbourne, where it's that Neo Up Energy. We have seen it in Europe as well, of course, to a pretty far finish in one of our special events. So this is just another way to be playing the Dragapult right now. It is a sort of straightforward Dragapult with just the chaps on the bench, the basic Pokemon, no other real attacking threats outside of Blood Moon or Saluna. But rather than going heavy on tools that we've seen before and adding in Genesect to ace nullify the opponent, instead it's adding in Jamming Tower and going down the Neo Upper route. What do you think about that?
I think it's a very interesting way of doing it. I've been doing it myself a bit with Dragon Ball Dusknoir, where that has been working wonderfully, where you don't need to be attaching. Oftentimes Dragon Ball struggles when it can't be attaching energies every single turn for the first 3 to 4 turns of the game, where with the Neo Upper Energy, you can just explode that into play. Your opponent thinking, well, there's no energy in play, then you have to bud you again. Nope. Don't need to do that when you're playing the Neo Upper Energy. Then again, you have to hit it, and if you're playing no Colress, you're leaning into having to draw it off Iono or your Festivity or Cloaks, whatever can get you cards in that scenario.
And I feel like that again leads into the deck list of being Jammer rather than having like EXP share and a bunch of tools. It looks like we're about to see some prize cards coming down for both our players. Now don't fret of any of the cards you see in Alessandro's, because he does play 2 copies of Redeemable Ticket to try and fix that situation. But already one of the Professor Turo scenario in Lorenzo's prize cards in the top right. It's winning in time, round number 6. We see the fist bump. And looks like Alessandro is going to be kicking things off and even has a fantastic lead, Jesper. Starts off with that Tatsugiri.
Yeah, and Tatsugiri, a fantastic lead, even though Alessandro's going second. Going to be able to use the attract customers to potentially attract some supporters that he could be using on his turn 2 to get this setup going. As control decks always needs to, there's going to be a lot of setup pieces that needs to come down at some stages of the game. But having that fish out there is going to help you tons.
Brock is a handy customer to have for future turns. That's a great setup early. You may have already spotted those eagle-eyed among you a Feebas in hand for Alessandro. Now that's not going to have a Milotic EX in the list, but it does have the single prize Mentally Calm ability Milotic, which can prevent some Professor Turo, which is going to be an interaction we have to watch thoroughly throughout this set.
And it means that it puts pressures onto Lorenzo's 4 bosses orders that Lorenzo runs in his list and the free counter catches. Not that I think Alessandro's ever going to turn on Lorenzo Bruno's counter catches, but the 4 bosses orders.
I'd be surprised.
I would be too, honestly, mate. And it just means that the bosses orders has to target the Feebas, and that the Feebas, if it has to turn into Milotic, it has to be put into play very, very early to make sure that a turn-free Dragapult, which is the earliest window we typically see, because there's no rare candies, cannot knock out a Feebas or go for boss Milotic. So has to start that retreat like super, super early to make sure that we don't get into a situation where, the Feebas is going to get knocked out and we don't get to use the Mentally Calm ability at all.
We already see a Feebas hit the bench in addition to a very shiny Pidgey. And Alessandro has to be happy with that turn 1 setup, knowing he has a Brock scouting in hand for a future turn for additional Pokemon to be searched. Let's see what Lorenzo has access to. Immediately has the Buddy Buddy Poffin, one of the most important early game cards almost every deck can incorporate, because it can immediately grab 2 basic Pokemon with 70 hit points or less, and in this case that can give us great access to our Dreepy, and if we want some of our baby Pokemon, the likes of Budew and Cleffa could be great early game attacking threats, either to shut down some options from Alessandro if we go the Budew route, or if we go for Cleffa, we can Grasping draw up a huge hand size.
Yeah, but the issue with stuff like Cleffa, Monkey Dory in this matchup too, Latias even, is that it's super bad versus a card like Knuckle when you're using corner.
Yeah.
Because you have to turtle them up, and if there's a Milotic in play, a Monkey Dory, well, not a Monkey Dory perhaps, but a Latias in play as well, you just go corner that Latias, and it's going to be stuck there for the entirety of the game. So with Cleffa, thereby Lorenzo cannot go Cleffa in this game, otherwise the Knuckle's just going to go, I'm just going to sit and corner you for the rest of the game, mate.
Lorenzo is immediately attaching his Neo Upper Energy to Dreepy, which gives Alessandro firstly a lot of information, but also a target to remove energy, because he does play the Ruffian supporter in his deck, but Lorenzo is going to immediately use Ino for a fresh hand here. Also re-establishes Alessandro's as he does. Iono draws the same amount of cards as you have remaining prizes, and it forces the opponent to do the same while shoving the current hand to the bottom of both players' decks. It's a great early game consistency card. Already we see the Latias EX coming into play, Jesper. That allows us to move the Monkey Dory, but as you said, there's always a threat for later on. But first things first, let's use Itchy Pollen, deny the use of Rare Candy for Alessandro.
Yeah, and deny the glue that holds the Alessandro's deck together. And if we can deny that glue, we might not even get to see a Knuckle using corner, so that might just be a moot point in that case. Again, we're always talking in this matchup, the non-controlled Ruffian already.
That's a spicy customer right there. The Ruffian supporter can discard a tool and a special energy from one of your opponent's Pokemon. And being able to deny your opponent's A-Spec at some point in the game is going to be devastating. Does Alessandro have any other supporting supporters, helping him draw cards, I should say?
There's only Arven, and I think there's
time to
Jacques
Ruffian.
Index. There's time to Ruffian, get rid of that Neo Upper Energy, and unfortunately Lorenzo does not play any ways to get back that Neo Upper Energy. And yeah, I do like the way that Ruffian stands in the card art. They'd be like, yeah, what you got?
What do you think about that, huh? Dealt your ace back before you got any value at all. And that does buy some wiggle room for Alessandro as we pass the action back over to Lorenzo. Looks like outside of the Ruffian, Itchy Pollen has done its job. The first Recon Directive is online. You're going to hear this ability throughout the weekend because Dragapult's one of the most popular decks in the room, and a big reason for that is the value of this Recon Directive ability from the Stage 1 Dracloak here, allowing you to look at the top 2 cards of your deck. You pick one to go to the hand, the other goes to the bottom. Having access to more of your deck, accumulating these combos is a massive reason why Dragapult is so strong right now.
Yeah, and we were talking about the control decks wanting to buy as much time as possible. Right here, we did see the Ruffian do that, but if Lorenzo gets an attachment down, the Team Star Grunt can also be used to draw even more time out. The Team Star Grunt, of course, saying that you're able to pick one energy attached to one of your opponent's Pokemon, put it on top of their deck. Well, it means that we can just reset that clock constantly until we are able ourselves to do that. Of course, it's only one Team Star Grunt, so just being able to take a couple of turns, but Ruffian plus Star Grunt means 2 turns. You delay Lorenzo from attacking, which is immense when you're talking a matchup where Dragapult can be knocking out Pidgey and Feebas on bench. It gives you the time to get Pidgeotto, then get Pidgeot, and then actually get an attempt to set up.
Lorenzo is going to Iono both players once again, and is going to find one of those basic energy Jesper for his Dracloak, so is again representing some Phantom Dive shenanigans on the future turn, if he can evolve up and find a Fire Energy or a Luminous, but will once again maintain the Itchy Pollen and keep this Pidgey at a Pidgey if he can.
Doesn't look too good from the hand initially from Alessandro. Has to go attract customers, and said attracting a Star Grunt would be nice, but the boss's orders. Unfortunately, the entirety of Lorenzo's field has free retreat besides the Dracloak.
Yeah.
But the Dracloak only needs, well, a Fire Energy and a Dragapult. Should be a Dragapult that's attacking, so the boss is not going to do much if you're looking forward to a boss perhaps stalling a bit here since, well, there's no corner action as well. So, but we do see the Knuckle, but there's no energy in the hand. No.
Okay. So we can't get too fruity just yet. A lot of items clogged up thanks to the itchy pollen from Lorenzo. It's an unwanted customer in the boss's orders right now. Not too much help, just has to pass things over.
It's not always you get to pick your own customers, but here, unfortunately,
the customer's always right, Jesper.
Yeah, in this case, I would argue otherwise.
Good point, yeah.
But we do see like the double trick cloak going, and now Lorenzo has his engine set up. Much could be wished for Alessandro. That's definitely not a setup engine, and there's no reason for Lorenzo not to keep up an itchy pollen unless we get to remove both Pidgey and Feebas from play, or even just the Knuckle too. So Lorenzo's buying himself time by just using itchy pollen over and over and over again, since, well, Alessandro with all these item cards in hand, which might have been telegraphed to Lorenzo at this point by playing such a weak turn from Alessandro's side, that he could just be like, well, you're drawing one card a turn, plus you're attracting bad customers at this stage. What about that? I'll just let you do some bad business.
Speaking of bad business, I think Lorenzo has Luminous Energy and Jacques in hand. So we'll be able to fire off a Dragapult Phantom Dive if he wishes. Here is the Jacques supporter coming in, which means we certainly will grab another Dracloak and Dragapult EX to the hand. And we're going to start taking some prizes here, Jesper, by the looks of things.
Yeah, Joe, would you go for Feebas or would you go for Pidgey?
It's a tough call for multiple reasons. For me right now, if I'm Lorenzo, I'm fearing my Milotic EX. That's actually a really annoying wall if my deck is really focused on terrestrial attacking Pokemon. But you also know that Pidgeot EX is the lifeblood of the deck, and as soon as you release the itchy pollen, it's easy for Alessandro then to get a rare candy combination. So both good options. I feel like I'm more terrified of Feebas right now, to be honest with you, but that might be what Alessandro's banking on.
But what about if you take another turn of itchy pollen and try to hit into one of your 4 boss's orders instead then?
Yeah,
I know there's been one that's discarded off Ultra Ball, but then you would still have 3 left, but decides to forego that. So yeah, Joe, make a call. Feebas or Pidgey?
I'm going Feebas, but it looks like Lorenzo's going Pidgey. I understand why, both great choices. This is the issue here. You have to fear both Milotic in a way. I'm worried about the EX, I'm worried about the single prize option, but 5 counters can go onto the Pidgey, so just 1 damage counter can go onto the Knuckle.
Yeah, and it sets up so if Alessandro does not evolve to Feebas.
Oh, the Pidgey auto draw. Oh, it's a concession!
Concession already? No! This might just be the... Well, we have to beat this. Okay, in Stockholm, Alessandro scooped after the first game the whole entire match because he did not have enough time left to play. One thing we do have to remember with Control, it takes time for them to win.
Yeah.
So Alessandro, as soon as he sees the writing on the wall, has to recognize, okay, not going to go anymore.
Those customers, not the best. Ruffian slowed down Lorenzo that little bit, but the boss's orders was certainly not what he was looking for. Any Arven, any Brock Scouting would have been a far preferable card to see. And as soon as the only sort of engine Pokemon left the board, the Tatsugiri and the Pidgey wiped out all in one go thanks to this key Jacques supporter from Lorenzo. It meant Alessandro was left with nothing and actually lost on board thanks to his low hit point Pokemon.
Exactly, as could be said, Alessandro's store started out so great with so many great customers, the Brocks, the Ruffian, and it turned into just being bossed that went through this shop's door, and unfortunately not being good enough with the employees. Well, not going to be able to get their salary out of whatever happened to board.
He's gone bankrupt.
Yes, indeed. And now we're looking into this game. Alessandro has to get more pieces. Wants to hit that Pidgeotto a turn before so we can make sure that does not fall to the Dragapult. And yes, get a bit more time to set up initially to make sure that we do have time to use the Drag customers more. We do, on top of that, have time to actually get our Milotic, our Pidgeotto, and then our Pidgeot into play to make sure we actually get to play the game at all.
It's exceptionally rare to see Control scoop things up when they have to, but at least it's given Alessandro 40 or so minutes to try and claw back a second game and at least bring this game to a tie if possible. My fear for Alessandro coming into this second game is that he's not even seen either of the Professor Turret scenario from Lorenzo. Those are still rooting around in the deck. As we see the fist bump, we're getting into game number 2 here. And Lorenzo, it looks like, has been forced to go first in this second game. Alessandro wants additional outs for supporters.
But not just one Buddy Puffin, Joe. I do think I see 2 Buddy Puffins of Lorenzo, just playing one at a time. We get to have a wild moment here in a second. Once that first Buddy Puffin's played, going ahead, looking through the deck, searching his deck, wants to get the Buddy online next turn, but wants to get multiple Dreepy, around about 2 to 3 Dreepies out if we can. And if my eyes don't deceive me, Joe, I do think it was 2 Buddy Poffins that were in there. So triple Dreepy and Budju coming in.
And honestly, for Lorenzo, it's business as usual. He won the game on the spot as soon as he announced Phantom Dive, essentially. So let's try and build back up towards those 2 stage 2s. There's the second copy of Buddy Poffin. Everything you want to see if you're Lorenzo, because more Drakloak is certainly welcome. And trying to find Budju, it worked so well for denying Pidgeot in that game number 1. It's once again going to be pulled out of the deck straight away here.
And the entirety of the reason why you want to go second as Dragapult is to be able to set up.
Yeah.
But yo, it doesn't matter if you're going first and you open double Buddy Poffin. It's essentially the same as going second in this case. No need to use Brock Scouting. No need to use Arven. I don't care about that. I'm just going to go double Buddy Poffin. And if Lorenzo can follow up with something like Jacques next turn, wow.
There we go. The suite of 4 basics already found. There's energy in the hand as well. It's a Luminous going on to a Dreepy, and we're passing things over to Alessandro, who is peeking at his... a Brock Scouting.
Otherwise, that hand looks super bad and was just fanning himself a little bit. Some cold air, please.
It is hot in here. It is hot in here, especially when you have a bad hand like that.
And yeah, but the question is just, you need more of the Brock. Yeah, that hand besides the Brock was not playable at all besides the accompanying flute, but it doesn't truly matter at this stage. Alessandro has to start getting these basic Pokemon out, but has to be afraid of, what do I even get out at this stage to make sure I can set up? Because this Brock is very short-sighted. Gets to get the 2 basic Pokemon, but then what next turn?
I think once again might have to employ the use of the attract customers from Tatsugiri. That might be one of his only options here. It has been thumb to the front.
But then again, that doesn't get your Pidgey, that doesn't get your Feebas into place straight away, and then you kind of have to start hitting Team Starkrun or Ruffian to kind of draw some time to make sure both of your Feebas and your Pidgey doesn't get knocked out at the same time.
Yeah, it's all long-term here. You can't think that this one Brock solves every issue. That's the problem that Alessandro is having to go through. Instead, it's going to be the grasping draw from Cleffa. Use the items before you lose them.
As it looks from a hand, he can get to play at least 2 cards, being the Pal Pad, get back to Brock, which is good to draw it for next turn, gets out the Feebas and the Pidgey if you need to. Then you could also get to play the accompanying flute, potentially grabbing something like the Blood Moon or Ursaluna.
That would be a dream.
That would be a dream. Or the Cleffa would also be very good, because since that's also a Pokemon you can lock into the active spot for a few turns. So the accompanying flute,
5 cards revealed, no Pokemon among them. If you find a basic, you can force it into play onto your opponent's bench. Not found for Alessandro. Unfortunate, a tough break for him. Will he be grasping for 2? Looks like he's not going to play the Pal Pad in this instance and just take the 2 cards.
Yeah, and unfortunately, Lorenzo's deck not playing along with the orchestra here with the accompanying flute, and we just get to go back into Lorenzo's turn. Again, name of the game, get these Drakloaks out. Make sure this engine gets going. Lorenzo had no issue of getting his deck's engine running. But yeah, Alessandro's kind of needing some engine parts, honestly.
Yeah, step 1 complete for Lorenzo. First Drakloak online. Now we see a Brock Scouting on his side. One of the reasons why this supporter is seeing so much play is thanks to its flexibility. You can grab 2 basic Pokemon or choose to grab 1 evolution. In this instance, Lorenzo is cherry-picking a couple of basics. That will allow him to move Munkidori out of the active and initiate the Itchy Pollen lock.
And what's really good about like grabbing a card like Halucha in this case, gets to put both the Fessendipity and the Latias within a Phantom Dive range later. And we could be, before the Feebas gets into play, we could be talking about, you know, potentially Turo, let's say Budju in that case, and then get to put these 2 within range, or even putting the bench Pokemon to range. It's a really good card to use multiple times for these Dragapult decks, especially when you're not running Dusknoir. And we do at least get to see the customers getting in here. It's going to be Brock Scouting, finding 2 additional basic Pokemon is going to be put on the bench. And yeah, we named it. Feebas, Pidgey.
Feebas, Pidgey, yep. This is all the things we wanted on the previous turn, but we couldn't do that in good conscience knowing the hand gave us nothing else. So having the grasping draw did find us the Tatsugiri, which then found us Brock, and now we have not only the Feebas and the Pidgey, but also the Tatsugiri, hopefully helping out again on a future turn. So Alessandro has gone the long way around, but has eventually found the basics that he requires, and is at least grasping onto a few pieces here. The issue is a lot of them are item cards, so he has to really just still bank on Lorenzo having slower turns.
Yeah, and you were talking about it being item cards, and I see Lana's Aid, not very good. Storosic Machinations, that's a late game card you kind of need to use to swing your opponent's resources. And we're just looking at Lorenzo playing like he wants to. Drag Cloak in, Drag Cloak 1, Drag Cloak 2. Get me the cards I need to make sure I can just take out the setup. And if we're in a situation where Lorenzo hits one of the 4 boss's orders in their deck, hits the Dragapult, we may just spell Doom early. I do think I'm seeing a boss here, Joe. But it's going to be another Brug Scouting.
I think did we have the Dragapult EX? That might have been one of the only missing pieces.
I did think I saw it, but as Lorenzo here, he knows that there's not going to be a Pidgeot coming into play, which means that if you get to use Budju onto the Tatsugiri, it also sets it up later, so you actually don't need to be using Halucha later to set that up on the bench. So it's a really good play, and I think I did see the Dragapult here, but he has all the time in the world to set up this, especially when the Itchy Pollen's going on.
We're going to toss away the counter catcher. We know that's not going to be too handy in a matchup like this. Faraji is already in the hand, but now we can continue to power up Dracloak. I see no reason why you shouldn't attach two to one of those Pokemon. Typically, you have to be concerned about aggressive boss's orders, KOs, but not so in this instance, especially when we're evolving up. And actually, we're going in, Jesper. Are we once again trying to take out Tatsugiri and Pidgey in the one foul swoop here?
And we do get to do that, and 10 damage onto the Vesentipity, setting that up. But here it means that we can actually get into a spot where, yes, our last 100% is not great, but... again!
Alessandro sees the funny side.
I mean, it's amusing for sure, but it's very unfortunate for Alessandro. Every single time that Pidgey gets taken out by the Phantom Dive, yeah, we were top taking Pidgeotto, and yeah, Alessandro needs help here immensely. There's a Precious Trolley, Arvin, and Nespal. All of them are really good to get set up. Would have loved these cards a bit before, though.
Yeah, with one of the Pidgeys in the prizes as well. You can't even trolley for a Pidgey here. You have to try and find some other basics. The Knackle, perhaps.
Yeah, but the question is Knackle and what? You could have perhaps gone Arvid for the ticket and then played the trolley.
That's true.
Depending on whether or not Alessandro actually checked for how many pitches there were in their deck. It just looks at off the trolley that there's no real good basic targets right now in the deck. And yeah, it's going to be super difficult. Not even an attachment from hand from Alessandro currently, it looks like. So I'm struggling to see what kind of line we're taking here. Double Knackle, though. So it means that we can pull off the Latias into the active. And one thing that's really funny in this matchup is that Latias has fighting resistance, which usually is pretty good. But when Knackle does 20 on corner, Latias takes 0 damage. So if you can get Milotic in play, pull off the Latias to the active, Knackle says corner for 0 damage, you can't retreat, but the Churros can't be played at the same time, meaning that the game is essentially over if Alessandro gets to assemble that combo. It just has to happen once, and then the game's over.
Well, we do still have a means to Pidgey via this Night Stretcher. That's another way of going about things. But as I said, Jesper, no energy in this hand means we can't initiate corner just yet.
Yeah, but we need energy plus
counter catcher or boss's orders, one of those combination cards.
Yeah, and
the Milotic.
Yeah, it's going to be like Ultra Ball here. Can go ahead and get that Milotic, but then we're thinking about a case where, well, if Dragon Ball then stays in the active spot, there can be just a boss's orders being found here.
Yeah.
And it makes it way more difficult and could potentially search that Luxurious Cape to make sure that this Pidgey does not get taken out on the bench again by giving it, 100 extra HP. But yeah, Joe, again, it is so difficult when you're in Alessandro's shoes that it's this fragile deck in the early stages until you set up this retreat lock, and then you're okay.
Like you said, there was a checkmate possible. We just didn't have access to Pidgeot to get it all together, and the Pheasantipity EX didn't find the pieces required. Garganical going to have to hit the discard pile with this Ultra Ball here. The attempt has to be made with Milotic, I feel. You can Luxurious Cape the Milotic to push it out of range of a easy boss's orders KO.
Yeah, and you can still, then if the Knackles get knocked out, yeah, we do see the Milotic, so has to forego. Like, you don't really care about Pidgeot in this match. You really just care about getting the corner lock on, because then you will have any single amount of turns that you want in the game. And with there being a half an hour left, even if you get the corner lock going now, you still need to be very fast in drawing and using corner.
The good news is, once you're in that lock, you will literally draw a card, announce, and hope for the best. There's the Luxurious Cape, buffing this Milotic up out of range of a Phantom Dive gusting play, that mentally calm ability. stating that your opponent's Pokemon in play and all cards attached can't be put into your opponent's hand. And we must stress that Lorenzo only uses Professor Turio's scenario to maneuver his Pokemon. That's currently shut down by the ability of Milotic. Lorenzo now actually going to take a read of this card and familiarize himself with it.
And it means effectively that Alessandro got to buy himself an extra turn with this Luxurious Cape, which is really good for his side of things. Milotic cannot be knocked out currently by any means from Lorenzo's board in one hit, which means that if Lorenzo just goes for attacking onto Clefairy Prep, potentially taking out the Pidgey, that if Alessandro could get energy plus a means of gusting either Counter Catcher or Boss, then we would have this pretty easy checkmate to have.
Oh yes, but there's Jamming Tower in the hand. I believe there's a Boss's Orders plus Jamming Tower combination. Alessandro spent his turn building the Luxurious Cape Milotic. If we see this combo now from Lorenzo, it could be all crashing down for Alessandro.
Gets to take out both the Milotic and the Pidgey in that case, and really just gets to put his foot
one step away from 6-0.
Yeah, and we do see the Jamming Tower here.
If we're playing Jamming Tower, we have to take out the Milotic,
yeah,
surely.
For sure. And we do get to see the Boss's Orders onto Milotic. Such a crucial moment in the game here, since, yeah, well, you can take out Milotic. You can even put damage on Knackle. Not that it matters too much, but we definitely want to get to see, yeah, 50 on Pidgey, 10 damage extra can just be put onto the Knackle, setting that up. And even if Alessandro goes for Counter Catcher Latias and goes corner, Lorenzo can answer with one of the two Professor Turo scenario. And I know, Joe, like last turn, it looked pretty possible if Lorenzo didn't pull off exactly that combo. But yeah, the tech inclusions from Lorenzo are really coming through importantly here.
This is devastating for Alessandro. The Jamming Tower, piecing it all together for Lorenzo. Alessandro has seen his additional 3 cards from Flip the Script. He's holding on to all the options he has available. Is there any wiggle room here for a get out of jail, even for a turn of wiggle room here?
It doesn't look like it. With no Milotic in play, we don't get to like have a solid checkmate lock, and
we're picking up our cards.
Yeah, it looks like we're gonna be seeing the concession from Alessandro. Sees the writing on the wall. Unfortunately, another second time on stream in a row, we do see Alessandro picking up his cards, realizing, yeah, there's no way to win this game currently. But still, congratulations to Lorenzo Bruno. Really well thought out, really well played out. We get to see this Jamming Tower, the new Upper Energy played in Dragon Ball, which you don't see as often, and against, yeah, the godfather of control, Alessandro Cremasgoli, and we do get to see the replay of Game 1 here. Starting off with Badiou, getting the new Upper Energy attachment, and using the Ruffian to get some time away from Lorenzo, but at the end of the game, we did not get to see the whole combo setup from Alessandro. So we're talking about getting the combo setup needs to happen for the deck to work, getting these different pieces down. Feebas, Pidgey, not being able to find the evolutions. And finally, Dragapult coming out, taking out the lifeblood and glue that is Alessandro's deck from Pidgey.
And I love to see the patient and calm approach from Lorenzo. We saw him laughing along there, reading cards as he had to, and sort of just be aware that Alessandro at some point is going to have weird combinations in his deck that could cause headache. But as you said, Jesper, the way Lorenzo built his list, we didn't even have to see the Turo scenario come into effect because the Jamming Tower was such a big piece. And Lorenzo was diligent. This is into the second game now, at continuing to march through those Pidgey. Never allow Alessandro the option to Pidgey RTX, because that's when the combinations come together.
Yeah, and when the combinations don't come together, we were talking about this turn where we get the Milotic into play. Can we see Counter Catcher? Can we see an attachment of energy? Unfortunately, it was quote-unquote just a Luxurious Cape. The Jamming Tower comes into play there, and the Boss's Orders onto Milotic, taking out both the Milotic and the Pidgey, and then afterwards we soon get to see Alessandro seeing it in his eyes and be like, yeah, that was all she wrote.
Yeah, that is a tough matchup for Alessandro. The supporter cards, the stadium cards, all of them created such a difficult situation. Alessandro having the light side of things, you know, when you play these controlling matchups, sometimes you can have a really favored time, and sometimes your opponent just has a list that is really difficult to get around. And in this case, it means that Lorenzo cruises to a 6-0 record.
Yeah, and cruising with a Dragon Ball list we don't see typically. We do see a lot of these slow Dragon Ball decks, but we don't see them just like this. Many supporters in play, well, the Jacques, Iono, Boss, Turo, not seen very often. We typically see other things. And other aspects, we typically see unfair stamp in these slow Dragon Ball lists, but we do see the new upper instead favoring a bit of a more consistent approach in terms of the energy count to make sure that we actually get to attack with Dragon Ball. As we're saying, you need to be hitting these energies consistently when you're playing these other Dragon Ball variants, whereas with this, if you're missing energy, you can just go one singular new upper, and then you have your attacks ready.
I'm not sure if Lorenzo was building it this way to have a better time into control, but it might be something lingering in the back of his mind. You know, you're in Italy, Alessandro's around, he's also got a number of disciples. You know, we've wandered some tables, seen some interesting deck lists, seen some Blissies out there. I've seen other Pidgeot controlling variants out there. So I do think having the edge coming into this local metagame, you know, changing up that Dragapult deck list, still playing the best deck in the format, probably, or one of the two, but having a list in this way actually does give you a hedge into the field that might be slightly tilted towards control.
And it could be very funny if, like, I know Alessandro's from the north part of Italy, Lombardia, and if Lorenzo's from the same area and thinks like, yeah, I'm going to Bologna. We're in the north part of Italy. This is Alessandro's roaming area. We cannot lose to control, and if you put yourself in a spot like this, 2 Turos, Jamming Tower, and new upper, that's how we should beat it.
Well, Lorenzo is standing by. Ross, did he play this build just to beat control? Let's hear from him.
Thank you very much. I am here with Lorenzo Bruno. First of all, you just won on stage. You're going to 6-0, I believe.
Yeah.
How are you feeling after that?
It's amazing. It's the first time I do a 6-0 result, and I'm very proud of myself, and I'm confident of the list because the deck is very strong, and it's very amazing to be here.
I mean, your deck is strong, your play is strong. The casters want to know, did you build this deck to beat control decks? Because it looked like it just then.
No, I didn't mind about control when I decided to play the deck, but and Alessandro drew very poorly, so it was a luck factory, and the deck go very well. I play a very consistent list with 4 of every supporter or consistency card, so the deck goes lonely.
I mean, it's certainly running absolutely brilliantly. Of course, it's a deck that a lot of people are expecting. Can you take us through your choice of why you chose to play it at this tournament?
Dragapult for me is the best deck for consistency in previous, because Gardevoir is very strong, and the matchup against Dragapult with the Gardevoir is favorable, but I think the deck breaks so many times, so I prefer to play a consistent deck one. So, and the choice is okay.
It's working. It's absolutely working. You're 6-0. Your deck seems to be running brilliantly. Now, I had a little bit of a look at your accomplishments before we did this interview. 2 years ago, in Turin, the Italian Special Championship, you get a 45th place finish with Gardevoir, with Genesect Mew.
Yeah.
So is this kind of your cadence? Do you just tend to turn up to these Italian special events, and that's your big tournament for the year?
Yeah. As I said before, Turin was my first special event, and I brought a deck that I was confident with. Last year, I did the special event, but I lost my winning in.
Oh no!
So I'm very happy that this year is going well.
It's going very well. Look, if you're coming to one big event a year and you had a 45th place finish, then you lost your winning in, now you're sitting there at 6-0 in great position for day 2. You know, we talk about, are there a lot of Italian players like you who kind of don't travel much to the big events, but then, you know, save it all for your special championship?
Yeah, we have a very big community that is a powerful community.
Oh, yes.
This year, a lot of players are going well, like Alessandro, but especially Alberto Conti and others. So Italy is here.
It absolutely is. We see this every year at the Italian special event. A lot of Italian players having very good runs. Well, hopefully you can take what you did in Turin 2 years ago, get even further this time. 6-0 is a great start. Good luck for the rest of your games.
Thank you.
And with that, I think we're going to head back on over to the desk, have another chat with our lovely casters. Take it away, dudes.
Thanks, Ross. Yep, there we are. Lorenzo 6-0. And getting creative with his Budu there. I think that's been something you've had your eye out for the whole weekend, actually, Jesper.
Yeah, I have, definitely. It's been pretty rough here in northern part of Italy. The pollen count has been steadily rising throughout the day, and yeah, I've been needing to blow my nose a couple of times, up to 19 times used here on the stream so far, and yeah, I think I need to go back to my hotel room and get my allergy medicine.
Antihistamines for sure. We saw an archetype built all around the Budu, actually. We got to showcase that Burn Volcanion Magmortar list, trying to make Budu as powerful as possible and making those itchy pollens really matter between Pokemon checkup and pushing that burn damage. We didn't quite see a victory for that deck on stream, but it still showed that the pollen count is high, and we're seeing it in all sorts of archetypes.
Yeah, and despite the pollen count being high in relatively almost every single deck we have in the metagame, it's really good we get to see so many players being so creative with the way they're playing. We could easily, we've been talking about this after the game as well, we could easily have seen the Budu player win that game on the game 1, where the game 2 didn't turn out that great after all, but we could have seen game-winning action there. It's not that the deck is bad, it's not at all. With the start it had, definitely good. But yeah, again, there's small pieces that really separate the best decks from sort of these rogue and creative archetypes.
And I think one of the main tug of wars that we've had in the Journey Together format has been, if I'm playing Budu, or even if I'm not playing Budu, how can I react to my opponents using Itchy Pollen on me? We've seen TM Evolution become a huge card in a number of archetypes. Some Dragapults are playing it, some Gardevoirs are playing it. You know, we've seen all sorts of archetypes, Zoroark including it into its list as well, Golden Go. A lot of these decks are using TM Evolution to find new ways around the Itchy Pollen. We're seeing more and more Brock Scouting, more and more Jacques, more and more Professor's research into like non-aggressive digging decks, just because you want to have live cards available to you. And I feel like that's a real adaptation that our players have had to have over the last couple of weeks and months, and one of the biggest shifts that we've seen in the metagame just on this one little card.
Yeah, but it's just so powerful. We saw that back in the days of Size Plateau DX, right? The Quick Game Punch only doing 30 damage, but yet again being able to be boosted by stuff like Hypnotoxic Laser, Verbank City Gym, Muscle Band, you name it. And keeping on with that kind of thing, it seems like unless you're playing Joltic box, yes, you have to run either Budu or Team Evolution to get your deck going, really. And some people may view that as unfortunate. It's just a part of the deck building difficulties we have in the current format, where we have to be good at dealing with the different threats there are. And yes, Budu, while being a 30 HP squishy guy, yes, is very powerful in the item lock department. If you get to lock your opponent cards, it's one of the main things. I remember doing this at EYC where we were talking about how do we play the Pokemon TCG most effectively. One of the 4 points we always made was just don't allow your opponent to play.
Yeah, and that's a constant threat in our current metagame. And in fact, we have the day 1 meta breakdown for our Masters division as well. Let's take a look in a bit more detail of what the strongest and most played archetypes are out there in the field. For Masters, we have over 1,200 players, and 18% of them are still rocking with the Dragapult EX. It's had phenomenal performances in all sorts of ways. We're seeing straight builds of Dragapult with just a handful of basic Pokemon. We're seeing builds as well with Dusknoir having great success. And every now and then we're seeing a smuttering with Charizard. I don't think that's part of the 18% for what it's worth. But why is the go-to still Dragapult in this format, Jesper, when Gardevoir's been the one winning all the tournaments?
We're just seeing such consistency off the Dragapult. When we're just picking apart Lorenzo's list, we're talking 4 Iono, 4 Brock Scouting, 3 Jacques, and 4 Ultra Ball, 4 Buddy Puffin. Such simple deck building, and while it still may seem simple and consistent, it's yet still so powerful whenever you're just leaning yourself and using the best attacker in the game. Yes, Gardevoir may be winning a bit more than Dragapult does, but I think if you're looking at the average placement that Dragapult has, it's still way better than Gardevoir, because it more so feels like Gardevoir is a type of deck that, you know, has really high highs but really low lows, whereas Dragapult is just a really good middling deck, so to speak.
Yeah, Gardevoir used to be similar to Dragapult. When it had Curlier, it could cycle through its deck, it can maintain a board quite nicely. Now it actually plays off the board a lot more often. Sometimes you're going to rip those researchers and see large hand sizes. Sometimes you're the one now as Gardevoir being Iono down low and being left with not much outside of maybe a Mew EX draw, maybe a Pheasantipity EX draw. You're always an aggressive archetype these days with Gardevoir and trying to weave in those single prize Pokemon as as and when you can. It still seems like there's big representation for both Raging Bolt EX and Miraidon Joltic box as well. These two aggressive multi-prize basic Pokemon are still ever present in our metagame.
Yeah, exactly. We do see other decks like the Ogre Pawn Noctowl Toolbox really popular in the start of the format, and my child of hearts, Dragonfall Charizard. I know you love that deck too, Joe. Yeah. You would have piloted that last week in Portland. I remember I piloted that for, what was it, EYC, Birmingham, and San Antonio.
You're hardcore. Yeah. Hardcore fan. Living and dying by the Charizard Dragonbolt combination. And a handful of players already going for that as well. We have a really diverse metagame. Even though it's the 3 and 4 percenters out there, it does feel like with the Flareon, which is a really interesting inclusion, with the Terrestrial Toolbox, there's a lot of ways that Noctowl can make things happen. Also seeing that end Zoroark, we haven't yet shown it on the stream, but that's always an interesting archetype. Has that throwback to the old trade Zoroark GX, and still has a lot of those powerful elements. Also quite similar to Mew VMAX as well, copying some of your Pokemon on the bench, trying to weave in the single prizes physically in the game as well, especially that the N-Star Manatan is a big plus and a bonus for the archetype, trying to stitch that together. That's also had a really interesting flow to how it's been changing how it's built. We initially saw Harvey bringing a full research for Iono build, then we saw Lucas Zing and a couple other American players bringing the Cyrano supporter to the table. How are we playing Zoroark these days?
It truly doesn't matter how we play Zoroark, as long as we're getting to set that up the most consistent ways.
Just trade. Yeah.
I mean, just trade away. Get those guys into play and you're good to go. And yes, Cyrano can also help. It seems like the Bridget just for evolutions, right? And being able to do these kinds of things with Cyrano in a deck like, it seems like Cyrano is like the only supporter you can get to play in the deck. Like typically you're just playing Jacques and Dragon Bolt because you're not playing EXs that way. You get to Cyrano, you get the Bombardier.
You do.
To be able to have your Cornerstone out, be able to get your Zoroarks, be able to get your Bloodwinner Salunic, being able to get your Festivity. But yet, one thing I really want to touch on is that with this metagame, you're saying is so wide. There's never been a better time to get into Pokemon than now because there's something for everyone's taste. And you can always get to play, whether you like to play Dragapult, whether you like to play Gardevoir. A deck like Zoroark is, for example, really good positioned against a Gardevoir deck. Whereas, you know, you can always play your Raging Bolt and kind of take your wins against the people who are not setting up their decks perfectly.
I think a great sign for any format is that there's options for aggressive basic decks, there's options for the stage 2s, and there's even options for the stage 1s, which can sort of role play both based on whether you're facing the basic or whether you're facing the stage 2. So I'm a massive fan of this format.
Yeah, and it's just going to get better in Destined Rivals, so we don't get to see any of these, what we call overpowered decks, right, where they just get too good for the other cards in the format, like we did actually see Seismitoad EX back in the day. It seems like we've been mentioning Seismitoad EX a little bit too much today, but I think that's probably my Paul analogy getting in the way there.
And speaking of fan of the format, Ross is in the fan zone out in the field, so let's hear he's got an interview.
Thank you very much, Joe. Look, we talk a lot about the format, we talk about the meta game, we take you through the main event on the stream. What we don't get to see as much, though, is what is happening around. There's so much going on at these Pokemon TCG tournaments, and there's people like Sarah here who are helping people who aren't playing in the main event have an awful lot of fun. Hi, Sarah. Tell us who you are. Tell us what you do.
Okay, so I'm Sarah. I'm here as the Fun Experience Lead. And basically, it's this amazing place where you guys are going to see, where we have tons of activities for free for people to enjoy and have fun and gather for the love of the brands.
And I think that's the thing. We're all here as massive Pokemon fans. There's a lot to do. You're the fan experience lead, so that basically means you're in charge of everybody having fun. Sounds like a good thing to do. You've also got, I am enamored by these cards you've got. Can you explain those cards for us, please?
Yes, of course. So we have like this challenge that people, these in specific, they can purchase on the site. And basically we have the Parents Challenge, where people should find these Pokemons around the venue, take a selfie with, and come here to our hive to swap for a Journeys Together booster. Besides of these, people will be able to pick either a trading card game, a video game, or a Go research mission cards. These all have 5 different missions, and the same thing applies. When they finish all 5, they come here, and we will swap again for another Journey Together booster.
So basically, there's a lot of challenges. You complete the challenges, you get booster packs. That sounds like an awful lot of fun to me, but it's not just the cards and the challenges. We've actually got tables full of games here. We've got the Battle Academy, that's very TCG, but I'm seeing Labyrinth, I'm seeing Scrabble, I'm seeing Dobble coming around here. I'm seeing Pokemon Monopoly. There are a bunch of different games, and every time I walk past here, Sarah, I'm seeing people joining in and playing these games. Give us your choice for which game you like playing when you get a few minutes of downtime.
If it's in the board games area, I would say Dobble. Since it's a quicker game, you can take the time that you want. I'll say that one.
I will admit, Joe and Jesper and I were playing a little bit of Dobble when we had 5 minutes during setup yesterday. So we've got the cards, we've got the board games. That's not all that's in the fan experience, though. What have we missed?
So we have a trading zone, a dedicated place where people can bring their own cards and swap. It's over there in the yellow tables next to the stage. Then we have coloring and drawing, where we have a color and a drawing contest. So until the end of the day, everyone can submit as many as they want with their name and age division, and we will reward them with the prize if they won the best place that you can get for each age division.
So not just a chance to draw and colour, but a chance to win prizes for doing so. Are you the judge of this, or do you need a judge?
No, I usually try to have someone outside our area, because we engage so much with everyone that we try to not be biased, you know? So we always try to have someone from outside to make sure that we don't have inputs on the ones that we prefer.
I think that sounds absolutely fair. So board games, colouring, drawing, we've got the admissions there to try and win booster packs. Before we go, just take a minute, just sell people on the fan experience. If people come to events, why should they come and visit you and your team to hang out for a little bit?
Well, one thing that we missed was the retro gaming area, and you maybe didn't have any opportunity to play these old consoles and old games, and I think we have a lot of value there, because everyone can try, older and bigger people, and they can all play together, and you can find like different age there, you know? We also have tournaments. It's very fun, and basically what we're seeing here, it's families enjoying the event and not just following up the kids and whatsoever for the competition. We are having a place for everyone here.
I think that is exceptionally well said, and I've got to say, sometimes you play a few games of the Pokemon TCG, you've been thinking a bit much, you get a bit tired. What you really want, sit down with some friends, have some nice casual gaming, and as we've just told you, there are a myriad of options here, and I cannot believe I forgot about the retro games. Maybe it's because I just play all of them at home, but now we're going to be getting back into the tournament very shortly indeed, but we've been talking a lot about Raging Bolt. I think it's time we learned a little bit more about how that deck rolls.
Hi Pokemon fans, I'm Bert's PTCG, and today we're going to have a quick crash course in the loudest decking format, Raging Bolt. Bellowing Thunder is our main build around, dealing a massive 70 damage for each energy you discard from your Pokemon. By discarding 5 energy from your Pokemon with the effect of Bellowing Thunder, you are KOing any Pokemon your opponent has in the active spot, and doing it very easily as well. So how are we getting those extra energy in play then? Well, Professor Cider's Vitality will attach 1 energy to any 2 of your ancient Pokemon, and Teal Mask Ogerpon's ability, Teal Dance, can attach 1 grass energy via each activation, both of which actually provide a little bit of draw power as well. Noctowl, with its Jewel Seeker ability, keeps the deck moving smoothly, searching for 2 trainers from your deck when you evolve into it, meaning whatever trainers you need that turn are just a single Noctowl away. All of this makes Raging Bolt one of the fastest, most high-powered decks in format right now, and I would be shocked if it doesn't feature more during this stream. But for now, that's it from me, so let's get back to the action.
Hey trainers, Chip Ritchie here. In this short video, I'm going to take you through the basics of how to play the Pokemon trading card game. The Pokemon trading card game is an exciting way to enjoy the world of Pokemon. You can play at home with friends and family, online against other trainers, or compete to earn championship points and try to be one of the very best. Players construct their own decks of exactly 60 cards to play with. Most trainers play in the standard format, which only allows for cards with the newest regulation marks to be used. You can only have up to 4 copies of a single card in your deck, with the exception of basic energy. There are 3 types of cards in this game: the Pokemon themselves, which you use to attack your opponent's Pokemon, trainer cards to help you support your deck's strategy, and energy cards to pay for your Pokemon's attack costs. There are 3 main types of Pokemon in this game: basic Pokemon, which can be put directly into play on your bench, Stage 1 Pokemon, which can be played on top of basic Pokemon to evolve them, and Stage 2 Pokemon, which evolve from Stage 1 Pokemon. Check the top left corner of your card to see what stage your Pokemon is, and also what Pokemon it evolves from. Pokemon have different attacks and abilities that they can use. Most attacks require a certain amount of energy cards in order to use them. We'll go more in depth on this later. Pokemon also have HP, which lets you know how much damage that Pokemon can take before it is knocked out. There are 4 types of trainer cards you can play: supporters, items, tools, and stadiums. It's very important to include plenty of trainer cards in your deck, as they will help you to more consistently execute your strategy. There are only 2 different classifications of energy card: basic energy and special energy. You need energy in order to use a Pokemon's attack. You can attach an energy card to one of your Pokemon once during each turn. Some Pokemon require specific types of energy in order to use their attacks. Each basic energy provides 1 energy of its type, or 1 colorless energy at a time. The main areas of the game board include the active spot, the bench, the deck, the discard pile, and your prize cards. You may only have 1 Pokemon in the active spot, and this Pokemon is the only one that is able to attack. You can have up to 5 Pokemon on your bench. To start the game, flip a coin or roll a dice to determine which player will get the first turn. Then, each player begins by drawing 7 cards. You must have a basic Pokemon in your hand in order to begin the game. Place your Pokemon face down in the active spot, then set out 6 prize cards to the side. Now you and your opponent can begin the game. In the Pokemon TCG, players take turns playing their cards. On your turn, the first thing you do is draw a card, and the final thing you do on your turn is announce an attack. The order in which you play cards between these 2 steps is up to you. During your turn, you may play trainer cards, attach energy, and place Pokemon on your bench. It's important to remember that the player going first is not allowed to play a support card or attack that first turn. Every time a player knocks out an opponent's Pokemon, that player adds a prize card to their hand. The first player to take all 6 prize cards wins the game. When a Pokemon is KO'd, it and all cards attached to it are sent to the discard pile. A Pokemon from the bench must immediately take its place in the active spot. If a player has no benched Pokemon to make their new active, that player loses the game regardless of how many prize cards have been taken. As mentioned earlier, players must start their turn by drawing a card. If a player has no cards remaining in their deck at the start of their turn, then that player loses the game. These are just the basics of what it takes to play the Pokemon TCG. Be sure to tune in to our Championship Series coverage, and to learn more, visit Pokemon.com/play.
Hi, my name is Jesper Eriksson, and today I'd like to tell you about one of the meta-defining decks, Gardevoir. Since being released in Scarlet and Violet, Gardevoir as a deck has always been at the very top of the metagame. In one of its previous iterations, Gardevoir EX used a combination of the Gardevoir from Chilling Reign, alongside Curlia from Silver Tempest to dominate the metagame. The Gardevoir, commonly referred to as Baby Gardevoir, used its Brainwave attack to allow players to deal tons of damage by stacking Psychic energies onto it, either via the Psychic Embrace ability from Gardevoir EX or its own ability, Shang Arcana. Kirlia, in the meantime, would be used to set up consistency with its very own refinement ability that would let the player draw additional cards, thereby making the deck way more consistent. With first losing to Chilling Reign Gardevoir and then Kirlia to rotation, many players felt that Gardevoir EX as an archetype wasn't able to compete with decks like Dragapult Dusknoir or Terrabogs. Going into Atlanta Regionals, the first regionals of the post-rotation format, the master of Gardevoir, Henry Chow, showed us that this wasn't the case, by claiming another regional championships for Gardevoir EX. Henry used a list featuring Zoroark EX that has the trait ability, which is the exact same as the Kirlia had previously. Not only did Gardevoir win the Atlanta Regional Championships, it also won the Monster Ray Regional Championships as well as the Sevilla Special Championships, making the archetype a winner in the first 3 major tournaments after the rotation. Gardevoir EX nowadays uses its ability Psychic Embrace, which lets you attach psychic energies from your discard pile to your psychic Pokemon while dealing 20 damage to them for every single energy that gets attached, mainly to charge up Pokemon like Drifloon and Screamtail, which are very efficient one-price Pokemon that benefits from the energy and damage counters Psychic Embrace puts onto them. Beyond charging up these Pokemon, Gardevoir's ability can also be used to bring more damage counters into play that can be used by Munkidori and its Adrenabrain ability to damage your opponent's Pokemon and put them into range of exactly Drifloon and Screamtail. With such a plethora of options, Gardevoir EX will, for as long as it stays in the standard format, be one, if not the best deck at using Psychic Pokemon as attackers to cover every single corner of the metagame. As we move forward and our metagame continues to evolve, there's still massive amounts of potential for Gardevoir EX to take down even more tournaments. So stay tuned to see if Gardevoir also gets to take down this tournament.
Hello Pokemon trainers, welcome to Moments in Championship History, a series where you will learn about the most exciting stories throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Today we'll be focusing on an incredible deck that combines an unlikely trio of cards. This is a combination that you would not think would synergize well together, but as it turns out, they formed a partnership worthy of a World Championship title. I'm referring to none other than Robin Schul's Zoroark GX Gardevoir deck, which combined 3 of the most powerful cards ever printed.
I think one of my strengths at this game is building decks and choosing the right decks for tournaments. I think I'm quite good at seeing what's important in a matchup between 2 decks and seeing how it should play out in theory and then checking the theory in practice.
The first card was Gardevoir from the Breakpoint set. It was a very effective way to stop your opponent's strategies by shutting down all the abilities with its own Garbotoxin ability, as long as it had a tool card attached such as Floatstone. Next, the other Gardevoir from the Guardians Rising set with a powerful Trash Avalanche attack, dealing damage based on the amount of item cards in your opponent's discard pile. This card alone completely changed how trainers built their decks and played the game, as many powerful item cards such as Ultra Ball, Field Blower and Puzzle of Time that were played back then were now a liability and would increase the damage that this Gardevoir could do. And finally, the glue that brought everything together, Zoroark GX and its trait ability, allowing trainers to discard a card from their hand and draw 2 cards. With multiple Zoroark GX in play, you could draw up to 8 extra cards each turn, allowing you to find key resources like Guzma or Acerola at just the right moment. This formidable card already had 3 international titles to its name with different partners. Tord Reklev won the 2018 European International Championship by combining Zoroark GX with Colysopa GX, and then won the 2018 Oceania International by pairing it with Gardevoir GX. And finally, Stefan Ivanov was crowned champion at the 2018 North America International Championship with the same unlikely trio of Zoroark GX and the 2 Gardevoirs that would then go on to become world champions. Now, why is it an unlikely trio, you ask? Well, this Gardevoir shuts down abilities, while Zoroark GX's best asset is how many extra cards it grants you each turn with its ability trait. So how was Robin able to make these 2 unlikely friends work so well together in the same deck at the World Championships in Nashville? The answer comes in many forms, but the main one is, you want to take advantage of all these powerful cards at the right time. Draw as many cards as possible with multiple Zoroark GXs, shut down abilities when it's convenient for you, and deal more and more damage with each item card your opponent decides to play. In Game 1 of his top 4 match against Clive, Robin won by using a Tapu Lele GX with 3 double colorless energy attached to 1 Kiowa Zygarde GX. During Game 2, Robin decided to hold off on evolving into Gardevoir until the last possible second. And after playing a devastating end to 1, in combination with shutting down all abilities, Robin was able to start an amazing comeback with powerful Trash Challenge and Rider Speeding attacks to make his way into the finals. On Championship Sunday, Robin adjusted his strategy to start limiting his opponent's abilities as soon as possible against a very ability-reliant Malamar deck, as that deck needed to continually use Psychic Recharge every turn to power up its powerful attackers. Robin didn't hesitate, and as soon as the second turn of Game 1, he decided to shut down all abilities with Garbotoxin.
The lock has been established. Turn 2 Garbotoxin for Robin.
And utilize Zoroark GX with its Psychic Resistance as a bulky and powerful attacker, dishing out a lot of damage with its Rider Speeding attack.
Robin Schultz takes game number 1.
Game 2 was more of the same.
A perfect second turn from Robin Schultz. It's going to take a 2-prize knockout, lock down the abilities.
And even though it was a bit closer this time around, Robin was able to lock down the Psychic Recharge abilities long enough to walk away with victory.
That is it. Robin Schultz is the 2018 Masters Division World Champion.
Turns out combining 3 of the most powerful and threatening cards ever printed was the perfect strategy for Robin Schultz to be crowned the 2018 Pokémon TCG World Champion. Thank you so much for watching. We hope you enjoyed learning about the history of this crazy deck. Make sure to let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokémon TCG history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
I saw him. I found Meryl just in time, just in the 30 seconds. I found me some Meryl. Welcome back to the Bologna Special Championships. My name's Ross Gilbert. We're going into round 7, joined by my TCG buddy for the day, Alex Dow. How you doing, Alex?
Yeah, great. My little jazz hands there. But yeah, having a great time. We've had a great tournament so far here in Bologna, in Italy. It's just such a great place to come here for some really intense competition. And we've still got more to come. There's still so much to come today and, of course, tomorrow as well, where we will eventually be crowning a special championship champion.
And we have had a bunch of Italian players here in Italy having very good runs. We spoke to Lorenzo Bruno after the previous round. 6-0, a player who only really comes out to one big event every year, the special championships in Italy. And will also win it in last year, but 2 years ago had a good run this year, having a very good run. They are not the only Italian out there. Alessandro Cremascoli, Alberto Conti. We have got some Italian players we are watching, and there's plenty more we may end up talking about as we go. Now, I didn't get to, we had 5 undefeated Miraidon Pikachu.
Right, okay.
Before the last round, how many did we have? Out of the 5, how many made it one more round?
You're asking me as if you don't know, and I'm supposed to give you this information.
No, I know, I'm asking you to guess.
3.
1.
Aww.
It was not good for Pikachu Miraidon in the round 4. But going into round 6, now there's only 7, there's 6 or 7 undefeated decks. Is there an undefeated Pikachu Miraidon?
Yes.
Yes, there is. Victor Zhao from France is currently sitting there at a 6-0-0 record with Miraidon and Pikachu. We got 6 undefeated players and 1 game still to see if we have a 7th undefeated player. A lot of what we would expect with Golden Go and Dragapult and all those kind of decks. And then a Pikachu coming in as well.
Well, let's try and have a little look, if we can, about who else is there alongside them with that Miraidon list. Here we have the current or most recent Swiss rankings as we had headed into Swiss round 6. A number of names do sort of pop out off the screen there. We know we did just have Alessandro Cremascoli on the feature match as well, who currently is now 5-1, which is a bit unfortunate, but you know, he's still going to be in a fantastic spot. Piotr Olienski, a well-known player who's been playing for quite some time, also doing super well. Alessandro Bax is another name we need to keep an eye on, because I know they've been performing super well across the season as well. And then right at the top there, Kamil Kalatosti is someone who, again, is another name we've seen pop up here and there, and then again was unbeaten heading into round 6. So I mean, just take your pick. All of these players doing super well at the moment. Still a couple of rounds to go. Round 7 we will be featuring in due course as well, and round 8, and then heading into day 2 tomorrow.
And our top 2 seeds there, Lorenzo and Camille, we did actually see winning in that previous round. So they are both sitting there at 6-0, one with Dragapult, one with Gardevoir. And looking at the top tables here, there's a lot of Dragapult, Gardevoir, Golden Go. We do have an Archaladon at 501, Matteo Cavani there. So that's a player I'm keeping an eye on. And like I say, we've got that Miraidon Pikachu sitting there at 6-0 as well.
Yeah, fantastic to kind of hear about some of these decks, different players as well, but not alongside these Master Division players. We also do have the juniors and the senior divisions playing it out as well here in Bologna, and they're also having to go through same number of rounds. There's 6 rounds in both of those right now that they're heading into. This is the current junior meta game that we are showcasing here as well. Mentioned 128 players, a great amount of junior trainers here trying to become the Bologna Special Championship champion. We do remember talk about how it kind of differs as we go through the different divisions. Dragapult is still at the top, but you know, Gardevoir is nowhere to be seen for the juniors. It's only the 5th most piloted deck.
We see Golden Go and Raging Bolt seeing more. And look, you know, this is going to be fairly standard for junior players. They are younger. They have not had as much time to play the Pokemon TCG. They are less experienced by definition as junior players. So that is going to lead them to some of these decks which are a little bit less, I suppose, decision intensive, or pick a phrase you like. Gardevoir is a very difficult deck for all but the top players to pick up and make the right decisions as they go. So we see a lot more Dragapult, Raging Bolt, Golden Go. That's fairly standard when you look at a junior division metagame.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I'm just having a little look right now. There's only one player who's currently heading into this round, or the round 6 in the juniors division, that was 5-0, and that was a Charizard Dragapult player. But we do get a chance to have a glimpse of the seniors metagame as well. 123 players. It's always very interesting to see, like, you know, these are the up-and-coming trainers that are going to be eventually, hopefully one day, battling it out in the Masters Division as well. But 123 here in the Seniors Division today. Dragapult still out in front. Of course, that includes all the different variants, including Dragapult Dusknoir and sort of the slower Dragapult EX decks, but a bit more attuned and closer to what we get in the Masters Division now, where Gardevoir and Raging Bolt and the Miraidon all being that over double-digit percentages across the board here. So again, very interesting to see how it develops through the different sort of divisions that we have. And then, I don't know, Ross, anything that you want to pick up from there?
I think one of the things to remember about senior players, especially the older seniors and especially the ones at the top tables winning these events, a lot of them are training with Masters Division players. And they are getting lists from Masters Division players, working on them with them, practicing with them. So that is naturally going to lead them to a metagame which looks a lot more like the Masters Division. A lot of these seniors are thinking, in a year or two, I'm going to be in the Masters Division, and they are preparing not just for winning in seniors, but making sure that they can make that jump up to Masters. And that's why I think we see that metagame being a lot more similar to Masters than we see with, say, the juniors.
Yeah, and again, I'll give you a little bit of insight. The top table was a Gardevoir against the Dragapult EX deck, and it was Dragapult that took it down. So there is a senior right now that is 6-0, and that's just, again, an opportunity to kind of hear about or just think about how close or sometimes a little bit different that senior sort of metagame can be. And it's just kind of giving you guys a little bit more information, because it's not just the Masters out there. It's all these 8 different age divisions, all the different games, of course, as well. But we're here focusing on the trading card game. But speaking of trading card games, Ross, there's a lot to look forward to, because what's just been released this weekend?
Oh, Destined Rivals has just been released this weekend. It's a very big set. There's a lot coming in. We've got a couple of Japanese sets, Hot Air Arena and Glory of Team Rocket. Plus, we've got the Marnie and Steven decks all rolled up into one big ball that we call Destined Rivals.
But what's a few of the cards that we are most interested in? There's a certain trainer, I believe, and Pokemon. I think it was Ethan's Typhlosion that we actually really enjoyed, kind of keeping an eye out and just seeing what kind of impact it could have into our format going forward.
Ethan's Typhlosion's an interesting one to me. It's one of those cards, you know, it's a stage 2 and it's a very cheap attacker, but you need to get a bunch of the supporter card Ethan's Adventure in your discard pile to fuel that Buddy Blast. 40 damage plus 60 more for each Ethan's Adventure in your discard pile. It's a kind of card you look at it and you go, it's not really going to work though, is it? And actually, if you look again, you know, we can look into the future a bit by looking at Japan's metagame and what's being played over there. And Ethan's Typhlosion looks legit, both on its own and as a partner with Golden Go.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we've seen certain stage 2 Pokemon become partners of Golden Go before. We saw it on the broadcast so far, where we see it partnering Golden Go, as you've mentioned. Maybe Ethan's Typhlosion could find itself a place like that because it has such a good, efficient attack and deals so much damage. So certainly a card to keep an eye out for.
Absolutely. Evolves from Ethan's Quilava, which will search out Ethan's Adventure as an ability sitting there on your bench. And then, of course, Ethan's Adventure, the supporter card, searches out your basic energy, which Golden Go needs, and then you got a late game attacker. It all works out wonderfully. But how about a big EX?
Yes,
How
absolutely.
about Cynthia's Garchomp? That is a card I want to have a little bit of a chat about. I am a big fan of Cynthia's Garchomp. I love me. So we were talking earlier about my adventures with Breakthrough Garchomp back in the day. But Cynthia's Garchomp, I'm a little bit excited.
Yeah, it's a really cool card, and of course, it's one of those, so it's very special Pokemon. It's, again, another one of those fighting efficient attackers as well. That's great. Corkscrew Dive, attack, 100 damage with 1 fighting energy, but you get to draw your cards in the deck. And what's one of the most important things, or important mechanics of the Pokemon trading card game?
Drawing cards.
Exactly that, Ross. And that's why, alongside that second attack, where you're dealing a great amount of damage, but with the support that Cynthia's has, you can start overstretching certain very important numbers. And I know you love sort of taking big knockouts with a lot of Pokemon like this.
Single and double energy fighting Pokemon have been my bread and butter for many, 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 many years. The way I see Cynthia's Garchomp, it's kind of, you use Draconic Buster when you have to, and Corkscrew Dive when you can. Because there is Cynthia's Roserade as well, which lets all of your Cynthia's Pokemon do an extra 30 damage, so that 260 becomes 290, and then it becomes 320, and all of a sudden, those numbers which should have been a little out of reach, you know, you shouldn't have been able to get up to KO something like a Gardevoir or a Dragapult. Now all of a sudden you can.
Yeah, absolutely. And I guess that's one of the great things about a card and all these kind of trainers Pokemon that we're starting to get, because we get to see different sort of game plans from each of them. Let's talk about one more, I think, that's kind of taken over Pokemon TCG Live in recent weeks, and that's the Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX, which is obviously a very big, bulky, fantastic, imp dark Pokemon. It's almost a checkpoint for something like those pesky Gardevoir EXs because of that fantastic typing. But again, what's another one of those mechanics which are so important and so fantastic in the Pokemon
Energy Acceleration.
Game. Exactly, Energy Acceleration. When you play it from your hand, you can attach up to five, Ross, dark energies from your deck into your Pokemon anywhere you like. And it's just fantastic to be able to just energy accelerate. And then you've got a really, really cool attack as well.
This card isn't legal for a couple of weeks. Do you remember when we first saw this card?
Yep, well, I've seen it a few times in different places.
The World Championships.
Yes, exactly.
This was revealed on the World Championships live stream back in Honolulu, Hawaii. We've had to wait from last August until this weekend for Marnie's Grimmsnarl EX. It's not even quite legal for tournament play. And here's the thing, I underrated this card for a long time. I think the energy acceleration is fantastic. The typing hitting something like Gardevoir for weakness is fantastic. I asked the question all along, okay, but what are we attacking with? And then we saw the rest of the Marnie's cards, and then Morpeko's fine. I didn't think we had a good enough attacker, but then everyone just went, no. Use Frostlass to put damage on all the Pokemon with abilities. Use Monkey Dory to move damage from your Pokemon with abilities to your opponent. And then that combination of Frostlass and Monkey Dory means that actually Grimmsnarl is doing enough damage. And then you've got the energy acceleration. You've got the 320 HP. You've got the typing. And I think it's fair to say, of all the trainers Pokemon from Journey Together and Destined Rivals, right now, that's the best one.
I mean, it's definitely a very interesting card and interesting sort of concept that you can start pulling together. I mean, Frostlass Monkey Dory is already a deck in its own right, but how about we include this big, bulky EX attacker that can help get the energies onto the board state as well, and then just start swinging away with Shadow Bullet, I believe it's called, or Yeah, it's Shadow Bullet, 180 to the active and 30 to the bench. So you're also then just racking up more damage, and then you can kind of manipulate that the way you'd like.
Yeah, you introduce, you know, bench damage with your Grimmsnarl, then you've got your ability with Frost Slash, you've got your Monkey Dory moving damage around as well. It adds up very, very quickly, and it really solved a lot of the problems. You know, Marnie's Grimmsnarl doesn't hit hard enough. But actually, we looked at a card, and it turned out that was the only real issue with Grimmsnarl. We had the HP, we had the energy acceleration, we had the typing. The only issue was it didn't hit hard enough, and the player base went, well, hang on a second, we can fix that.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, when you're having to play into sort of matchups which a lot of people are utilizing Pheasantipity EX, flip the script to be able to draw cards and stay relevant in the actual game itself. Well, how about, I don't necessarily have to take a knockout on the turn I actually attack. How about I just pause a turn, use the Frost Slash's ability to get the damage tick over, but then when I want to take the prizes, use things like Monkey Dory to then just go, well, that's a 30, and I'll then take my prizes on the turn that I need to and try and limit the amount of flipping the script that you might get.
Absolutely. Being able to control when you take prizes, when there's cards like Counter Catcher around, cards like Unfair Stamp, cards like Iono, cards like Pheasantipity, all of these are cards that can help your opponent when you take a prize. So having that ability, we've seen it on stream already this, you know, today. Players not taking a KO, setting up for a Monkey Dory in a turn or two, saying, I'm going to KO that, but right now I'm going to leave it with a very small amount of HP, because if I don't take a prize, there's no Counter Catcher, there's no Unfair Stamp, and it gives me more time to do what I want to do.
Yeah, thinking about some of those cards, I think we're getting ready with our players for this Swiss round 7. They're just kind of at the table, ready now, kind of just setting up, shuffling up, getting themselves prepared to try and take them as far as they can at this Bologna Special Championship. And it's two very fantastic players. Filippo on the left, who we've seen before do super, super well in sort of recent times, and a player I've seen from way back, who's been sort of come back into the game, Nicolo Castignoli, someone who's been a fantastic player from this area before, and look at the decks that they're piloting as well. Gardevoir EX, we know that's been one of those decks to beat, one of the big two, and he's going to be up against that deck. I believe the community had voted that they wanted to try and see a bit more of. Well, here you are, everyone. This is going to be that Eevee sort of Flareon, Sylveon toolbox deck up against the Gardevoir. It's going to be a really, really intricate matchup.
This is, I was having a look a minute ago, this is one of the main decks this weekend that we wanted to get on stream, that we've not been able to get on stream. Loving that we get our first chance to have a look at it here. That Eevee toolbox deck with Flareon and Sylveon being your Eevee evolutions of choice. So we're going to have Filippo against Nicolo here, and we're going to hopefully have a fun little game between a deck we've seen a bunch already and a deck we have yet to take a sneak peek at on the stream.
Yeah, Filippo with that deck, he's going to be utilizing the support Pokemon we've already seen before in terms of utilizing Fan Rotom, and then a Hoot Hoots and a Noctows, because it all is Terra Pokemon. We do get a glimpse of those prizes now. Again, you can see one of those Noctows. You do have the Drifloon, I should say, in Nicolo's side, which can be very useful to try and take big KOs. This is winning in. This is 501 players on Swiss round 7, and Filippo will be kicking us off here, starting the game up against Nicolo's Gardevoir.
Absolutely. So we got the Filippo here starting off with Eevee. We're using Buddy Poffin to go and search out a couple of Pokemon. And then this is very much a toolbox deck. So one of the things you want in the early game here, you want your Flareon. We love Flareon because Burning Charge does 130, but searches for 2 basic energy and attaches them to one of your Pokemon. That is your engine for getting set up in the early game. But we've also got Terrapagos, which can do damage based on your bench Pokemon. We've got Sylveon with the frustrating Angelite attack that chooses 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon and shuffles them and all cards attach them into their deck, although you cannot use it on consecutive turns. And there are a lot of other... Oh, there's actually an Umbreon. We don't see that in every build of this deck.
No, I really, really like it. It's a really, really cool inclusion as well. That Moon Mirage attack, 160. It's a dark and double colorless attacker. Your opponent's active Pokemon is now confused, but why is it so relevant, Ross, particularly here in this matchup?
Well, if you double 160, it actually turns into 320, and that is, would you believe it, exactly what you need to do to KO Gardevoir. They've got 310, so you round up to 320. This is the magic number, but I believe they've actually got the energy here. Am I being said, do we have the energy for Onyx?
I haven't double checked. What is the energy? Just to kind of remind us.
It's lightning, psychic, and darkness. We got all 3 of those. So that means you can actually use our second attack on Umbreon, which says discard all energy from this Pokemon, take a prize. If you've got 1 prize left to take and you are not in the mood for KOing anything, don't.
Yeah, as we do kind of just have a quick glimpse of Filippo's turn as well. You know, kind of bring it back to the game. Those are some of the game plans that we're going to likely see from Filippo. We will remind you, as we look to the prizes, that 1 Dark Energy Filippo is playing is currently prized.
Boo.
But let's just see how the rest of this game plan comes out here, as we do see a fan call for 3 colorless Pokemon with 100 HP or lower. It is an Eevee, that's Pidgey, and a Noctowl. Does already have a Hoot available as well. Does already have a Terra Pokemon in the active spot, so can be pretty happy with this setup here, I think.
And this is a very toolboxy deck. The Pidgeot is a 1-0-1 line, so you're only playing, and there's a 1 rare candy in the deck, but of course, when you're playing Noctowl, which searches out 2 trainers when you evolve into it, you can do greedy things like playing just 1 copy of rare candy, knowing that if it's not prized, you're going to have access to it. So there we just had an energy on Eevee, and then we passed over to Nicolo, who is going to get us going with this Gardevoir deck. And first, straight away, Earthen Vessel.
Yeah, and again, just a reminder for anyone who's just joined us or maybe isn't too familiar with Gardevoir EX, it is all built around that fantastic Psychic Embrace ability of Gardevoir. From the discard pile, you can energy accelerate to your Psychic Pokemon. They do take 20 damage for each energy accelerated onto, but this is one way to kind of boost up your attackers, get attackers like that Drifloon, which is prized, let me remind you, and that Screamtail in the active to start, you know, whacking away at your opponent's side of the field with sort of big, hefty, single prize Pokemon that deal a lot of damage. It does, or used to have some draw power with Curly's Refinement. We all thought Gardevoir will be going away, but it's hung around. It's probably taken it actually has taken the most victories in tournaments since EUIC and the rotation that's actually happened. But Psychic Embrace is so important here, as you do start to see that Arven also come down for that incredible ace spec Secret Box.
We love Secret Box. It's a card that took a little while to get established in the metagame, but we're seeing it more and more lately. You've got to discard 3 cards from your hand to do so. Here we see 2 energy and a Pheasant-Dipty, and you want energy in the discard for Gardevoir. And then you search your deck for an item, and a tool, and a supporter, and a stadium. So you have to get rid of 3 cards, plus your Secret Box, but then you get to go and cherry pick 4 cards. And look, we got your Buddy Poffin, we've got your Artisan, that's going to get all your basics. We got your Professor's Research for next turn to give yourself a nice new hand of cards. And then we haven't had a tool yet. Looks like we're going to be going for our old friend TM Evolution.
Yeah, Nicolo piloting the Gardevoir list, which is more akin to years, well, not years, or months gone by, which utilizes the full 4 Arven package with the technical machine evolutions. One way to kind of burst into your stage 1 and eventually your stage 2s and try and stifle what Filippo is going to try and do, because you know, one of the things that Filippo can do, which Ross has already mentioned once or twice, is we do get the technical machine evolution and the dark energy attached alongside an Artisan down as well. We're going to see that evolution attack in a moment. Is that Filippo could go into something like that Sylveon EX, that Terra Pokemon, which with that Angelite attack can just lift up 2 of your opponent's Pokemon and get them shuffled back into the deck.
Yeah, that is a super annoying attack when it works. The only evolutions we can really be sure of coming around in this deck are Flareon and Sylveon. Umbreon, I looked at a bunch of lists this past couple of weeks and I didn't see much Umbreon at all, but it's always a good choice to have it there. Speaking of which, here comes our Flareon, and there's already an energy established from last turn, so all we need now is a fire energy and burning charges off and rolling. And are we seeing? Yes, it's the first Noctowl of the game, Alex.
It's a wonderful little piece there, because again, that Flareon EX is another Terra Pokemon, allowing the activation of that Jewel Seeker. It looks like we're grabbing that rare candy, Ross, and we're going to be rare candied on Filippo's side of the board. It's going to be that Pidgey.
Yeah, Pidgeot into Pidgeot is just a redonkulous play here, which, I mean, yeah, It's a phenomenal play. We absolutely love it. We saw Serrano there. Lets you search your deck for free Pokemon EX. First, we're going to get Pidgeot. That's going to... Oh, there is a Serrano coming down.
Yep,
and that Pidgeot is going to allow you to basically get the card you want every turn. Now, we have gone straight for the Umbreon. Remember, the only Darkness Energy is prized. So that's an interesting play from Filippo. He is betting that he is going to draw that Fire Energy. Or has he not? He has searched his deck. So he should know the Darkness Energy is prized. And yeah, he doesn't even look for it. He goes straight for 2 other energy. He is playing this game hoping to get the Darkness Energy because he didn't even look for the Darkness there. He just got a couple others.
Certainly feels that way. And we're going to see that prize going to be taken in a moment. He has dealt 130 damage to that Screamtail. So we'll be taking 1 prize.
Oh, it's the wrong one.
He had a 50-50. I mean, he wasn't to know that Dark Energy is at the bottom, but he took the boss's orders. At the moment, no access to Umbreon. Nicolo, again, will just have to be working with having to deal with that Umbreon EX eventually here. Has set up the board quite nicely because he's playing the Technical Machine Evolution, does play 3 Curlier, none of them are prized, so does need to, weave in all 3 at some point, try and protect from Angelite as the Monkey Dory does go into the active spot. Second Monkey Dory hitting the field as well, Ross.
We love Monkey Dory. We've seen it in so many decks. It's in Dragapult, it's in Gardevoir, it's in Golden Go, it's in a whole bunch of other decks. One of the very best cards in the entire game. Here comes Night Stretcher grabbing what looks like Screamtail back from the discard pile. Screamtail's awesome. Screamtail, basically you've got Drifloon, which hits your active, and Screamtail that hits the bench. Lovely.
Yeah, the only scary thing is, with Terra Pokemon, what little rule do you have when you're a Terra, Ross?
Well, you can hit other Pokemon. You cannot hit Terra Pokemon on the bench. It's a rule a lot of people forget.
Yes.
So you can go after your Pidgeot, you can go after the Hoo-Hoo, you can go after the Noctowl, you can go after the Rotom. Do not pick the Umbreon. What's going to happen is the attack works,
but then
does nothing.
A nice barrier suddenly comes up and protects them.
And then it's your opponent's turn and you have wasted your attack. Careful, Screamtail. We're watching you.
Yeah, I mean, that Pidgeot is still something that I'm sure Nicolo will look to try and remove from play at some stage. Looks like we might be even thinking about the triple monkey board here. Again, one of those really, really important cards to kind of protect yourself, have access to loads of Adrenabrain at some point as well. Lots of supporters in hand. Gardevoir is there as well. For at least 3 Psychic Energies in the discard pile, so we will fire off an attack. It's just which attack will Nicolo be firing off here as the Ultra Ball is being played.
Wow, the Ultra Ball's coming down. We're getting rid of a supporter card and a Curlier there. But we've already got 2 Curlier on the bench. We are playing Rare Candy in this deck like we tend to nowadays. What are we oohing for?
What's just come down? What can Mew do, Ross?
You can actually copy attacks. Which is kind of fun.
And what attack can it copy?
Well, it could copy a whole range of attacks. It could copy Flareon. It could copy Umbreon. It could copy a bunch. I think what you're getting at, though, if I'm honest with you, Alex, Flareon, has an attack that can KO itself, and Mew doesn't need the relevant energy. It just needs a free colorless energy. So, Carnelian, I'm assuming that's what it's pronounced, 280, and it can't attack next turn. Flareon needs a fire, a water, and a lightning, but Mew just needs free psychic. The rule is, if it says you need the energy, the specific energy, you do. If it doesn't, you don't. It doesn't, so you don't. And Mew copies Carnelian here to KO Flareon.
Yeah, fantastic opportunity here where Nicolo actually goes ahead in the prizes. Filippo hasn't hit that Dark Energy, so can't really swing away with that Umbreon right now. But let's see what Filippo could muster up on this turn. Probably didn't expect this Mew to hit the field and suddenly be copied with that genome hacking. But, he does have access to Pidgeot, does have access to Pheasantipity with Flip the Script. Let's see exactly how Filippo plays out this turn now. Bit of a turn of events, not something I initially had seen, but when that Mew came down, everyone keeps forgetting how strong that card is. It only has 100 HP, but it has free retreat. It has restart to help you draw some cards if in a pinch, but then has genome hacking, and in that scenario, worked perfectly.
Any Pokemon that's got an attack that can KO themselves, like Flareon that can do 280 when it has 270, is always should be worried about Mew. We see it a lot as a little bit of cheeky extra card draw, but there we saw the power of it as an attacker. Don't forget, you can also use it to copy Flareon to just nick a prize if you need to towards the end. Umbreon, did I say Flareon? I meant Umbreon.
Yeah, you definitely meant Umbreon, because Umbreon's, I mean, it's something that we're both having to learn a little bit more with that Onyx attack as well. So if in a pinch that Umbreon maybe has taken a knockout on a Gardevoir and you only need one prize left and you still have the Mew ready at some point, maybe that's one way to win the game. But yeah, like I said, Filippo's going to be doing his best to try that. But we have forgotten one key aspect of Filippo's deck, that Sparkling Crystal, Ross. It's a fantastic ace spec, but what does it do? When attached to a Terra Pokemon, it uses an attack with one less energy cost.
And the crucial thing about this is it is any energy that it reduces. So you put it on the Flareon, I assume the Umbreon as an example, and it can be the Darkness Energy. So that Darkness Energy, which is currently prized and unavailable, you can replace it with Sparkling Crystal. We also saw areas that are under depths there. That allows another Hoot to be established. We've seen 2 knocked out already, 3rd ready to go next turn. We do see it coming down on to the Umbreon, and I do think we might see a bit of a KO coming down here. I don't think Mew is long for this game. Mew is, of course, also weak to darkness, but no, it's a boss's orders onto Gardevoir.
Yeah, now one of the scary things here, Nicolo's actually got the nice sort of 2-2-2 prize race going, and actually is actually ahead in this scenario. I don't know if there's a way for Filippo to overcome 3 prizes at some stage, but remember, this is a massive knockout, Ross. Remember, you've already spoken about the numbers, that perfect 160 from Umbreon's first attack, Moon Mirage, and then with that darkness, it's going to hit double. But, you know, making sure we're setting off for future turns here before we announce that attack.
Yeah, you need to make sure you're as sorted as possible for future turns. We do see a Terrapagos coming down with an energy. That's good. That means you can attach a second and attack next turn. There comes a KO on the Gardevoir with the Umbreon, and that is why the Umbreon is played here. It's why Filippo was so willing to go and set it up, even with Darkness Energy prize, but did finally go and get that Darkness and a Night Stretcher out of the prizes just for good measure.
Yeah, and when you have Pidgeot EX on your board, when you're able to cherry pick any card you like with that quick search ability, Filippo wasn't worried at all, was he? But it's back on Nicolo here. Does have that Mew back in the active spot. What attack could be copied here? Maybe even try and target down that Terrapagos. That's another easy 2-prizer if you get your bench. Actually, you can't get your bench big enough. I do apologize, because it's just your bench that you need to be thinking about. So this Mew isn't able to take a big knockout. The energies are actually right now stuck on the Mew EX. There's no way to get them off without using something like Professor Churro, but that's not in the current list, which does mean and limits what Nicolo could do as a return attack here.
It really does. One of the ways you want to get energy off these Pokemon is by just manually retreating, but Mew's got free retreat, so you can copy Umbreon's attack. I mean, what you could do here, I don't love it, you could actually copy Onyx, and that would both take a prize and then get the energy into the discard. If you can't take a KO, that is an option. I don't love it.
No, I mean, leaving 2 prizes in the active spot, especially a damage 2-prizer.
I told you I didn't love it, Alex.
Yeah,
I'm pretty clear about that.
It's not clear, but I'm sure we'll work out exactly what Nicolo is going to do in this turn as well. He's just eyeing up another Monkey Door. He does have that dark energy attached to one of them, so one Adrenabrain will help to maneuver some energy across at some point. Again, got to be thinking about what he could utilize here as a potential sort of softener in terms of what Pokemon he would move the damage to. But again, there's the second one. Monkey See, Monkey Do, and we do see the Iono being played as well. So both of these Adrenabrain Monkey Dories are ready to go.
Now, what you could actually do here is just KO Fan Rotom. Fan Rotom's got 50 HP remaining, there's 60 damage on your Mew. You could literally just take a cheeky prize on Fan Rotom. Again, it's not the best play, but it gets a prize.
I mean, it's not a bad call at all, because, Ross, what can you do by taking knockout with Monkey Dory on Fan Rotom, then use Onyx, get the energy into discard? That's still 2 prizes being taken and still accelerates you into the actual game.
I just said about using Onyx.
And now we do like it.
Okay, we like it again now. Nice. I like it. And here's the thing, right? When you're trying to trade, and it is Onyx, it was exactly like we suggested. This gets the energy in the discard, it takes a prize. It's not a traditional way to take 2 prizes, but it doesn't actually matter. Nicolo's goal that turn was, I want 2 prizes. It doesn't matter how I get them. And it looks like we're actually We saw a look at Screamtail there. We're packing up. Let's just get confirmation. It looks like Screamtail might have been the deciding factor in that game. Filippo just showed Screamtail and went, look, I've got Screamtail. And now they're packing up, ready for game 2.
I think both players kind of knew the actual scenario. The back and forth, what would happen is because Filippo would have to actually try and work out what that game plan would be. We'll get confirmation exactly what's
Filippo's won game 1 there, yeah. And it was the Screamtail, essentially. It was just, look, my Screamtail is going to hit your bench, and that is going to be enough for me to win the game.
That would be on Nicolo's side.
That would be on Nicolo's side.
So we will get confirmation. We did just kind of showcase. We'll get a replay of some of exactly what's happened here as well. Very intricate, very unique sort of game plans that we saw. We saw the Umbreon come down on Filippo's second turn, that Burning Charge being able to power it up, and of course take that knockout on that Screamtail. But then we saw the instant return KO from a Mew EX, genome hacking, that Carnelian attack on that Flareon EX, taking Nicolo down to 4 prizes. Umbreon comes out with a Sparking Crystal attached for a knockout on the Gardevoir EX, but there's another retaliation of 2 prizes being taken. And this is where we get the scenario here, where with the Monkey Dories taking out the Famrotom, the Onyx attack, and I think we're just kind of double checking.
Oh, and here we go. It was Briar. So right at the end there, we use Pidgeot to search for Briar. Briar, of course, goes and gets you an extra prize, and that was what made the difference and gave Filippo that game 1 win. So apologies there. That Briar thrown down right at the end. It was a special illustration, rare artwork that threw me on the Briar. So that is how Filippo got to the end of game 1. And I'll tell you what, I am very impressed by Filippo's play that game. He had it under control.
Yeah, and it was at such a good pace as well. I mean, when you're kind of going through the decks, you know all your pieces, didn't have to worry too much about that Dark Energy. You know, that Umbreon really pulled its weight just by being a threat on the board, but then still being a Terra Pogon to utilize for that Briar attack, and then really easily taking 3 prizes with an attack announcement that turn. It's really just kind of, I mean, I'm taken aback by the sort of plays that we've seen so far. It's such an interesting back and forth.
I mean, we saw some weird plays in that game, you know, having the Mew copying the Carnelian, and then seeing the double Monkey Dory Onyx, which I called him just saying. The things like that, these are very unusual plays, but actually, even with all of those fun plays coming from Nicolo's side of the board, it wasn't enough. Filippo's deck in the end was too strong, and being able to utilize that Briar, what do we see from prizes here? 2 Professor, 2 research. Oh, and the only Umbreon. That was so big last game.
Yeah, we're kicking things off. Filippo is starting this game 2 here, having taken game 1 with that fantastic Briar play. Does have Pidgey in the active spot. Hoo comes down. The rest of the hand is not looking too great. Not really a supporter there or anything else to kind of get other Pokemon. It looks like it's just a pass over with this board state. No EVs to be seen. Over to Nicolo. What can you do here? Well, I'm pulling out a Buddy Poffin.
Okay, I'm going to say something potentially controversial here, Alex.
It's always controversial.
Umbreon is such a huge card in this matchup. It's prized. If there's a game 3, you're going to be able to have your choice of going first or second. If you're going to draw terribly, this is not a bad game to draw terribly. You've not got access to your Umbreon. You're going to get your choice of going first or second in game 3. It's not the end of the world if Filippo drops this game if they can get a good setup in game 3. You would ideally not like to do that. You want to win game 2. But with Umbreon prized, if you're not drawing well, we could see a quick game 2 here. But that does put Filippo in the driver's seat for game 3. We're not there yet, but that is what I'm thinking right now. With Umbreon prized, with that bad start, it's already looking pretty bad for Filippo.
Yeah, absolutely. It's one of those things you're going to have to just kind of, as if you're Filippo, just watch and see what Nicolo does. You know, often Nicolo might have to play an Iono, right?
Yes.
That just happens, and then your hand is fixed, and then your board state is fixed again, and you can at least continue the game until the point where you can grab the Umbreon out of the prizes at some point, and then be fine with it. As we do see now, it's just an energy attachment. There's actually not much else going on. It's just going to be a slap for 30.
I mean, sometimes that's what you've got to do. Now, there is a Hoo down, so a Knockdown could completely unlock Filippo's deck here. Do we have any supporters? Do we have any Knockdown?
No,
anything?
Needs a Terror as well to even allow Jewel Seeker to start going. Does have Pheasantipity EX, so does have to basically let the Pidgey go down to slaps. As an option. It's just a pass back over. You know, Nicolo's going to be looking at that thinking, well, definitely no Ionos anymore, and I get double Curlier, nothing to worry about. There's Ultra Ball. Maybe this is a turn where Nicolo could go into something, maybe just to draw some more cards, maybe Ultra Balls and get some Mew to draw, because he's only got one card in hand now, and then can restart and actually just feel pretty comfortable, maybe taking this game as slow as possible.
We've got Mew coming out. Mew, of course, did great against the Flareon and with the Onyx attack last game as well. So Mew coming down nice and early is not a surprise. We've got double Curlier already established. Filippo's hand is pretty terrible. There's just a bunch of cards which are not doing anything right now. And they've got Counter Catcher and Energy and Boss's Orders. We do now see the slap KO with your Screamtail. Now, we draw for turn. It's a Fan Rotom. It's pointless because it's not the first turn of the game. So now we play Fez and Dipty. We flip the script. We draw 3 cards. It's an INO, an Energy, and an item card of some description.
Looks like a Nest Ball.
It was a Nest Ball, you're right.
There you go. So can play this turn out now, but when you don't get that Fan Rotom on your first turn using Fan Call, it's really, really tricky to get this board going. But let's just see exactly how it's going to pan out here. That Eevee is being picked up from the Nest Ball, but you know, there's still quite some way to go before you can really get this board state in the best position possible.
You want to get an Energy on the Eevee this turn so you can at least start using Flareon next turn if you want to. So Energy on the Eevee here is quite big, but well, that doesn't really depend which energy it is. Flareon can have any energy in addition to the fire. So getting energy down, there's actually a fire in hand as well. So there's the energy onto Eevee, and now I think it's literally just Counter Catcher actually onto Curlier just to make things a bit more awkward for your opponent. We Night Stretcher to go and get a Pidgey, hoping to evolve that next turn. And then it is INO and cross yo fingers.
Yeah, this is going to be a big turn. Let's just see how well Filippo could draw this. Remember, there's a bit over half the amount of time currently remaining in this Swiss round 7. So if we go back to your point, Ross, about maybe there's a world where you just, maybe give up this game and then go into game 3 and just feel a bit better with yourself with a bit better setup. That's a possibility. So he's just double checking what's available to himself now. There is energy.
Yeah, and here we go. I did say this a couple turns ago, right at the beginning. Go to game 3. We've all done it. We've all been in this situation. Nicolo wins game 2. We're at 1-0. And basically what happened there was Filippo just said, this game is not working. My Umbreon is prized. My start is terrible. Let's go to game 3. You've got plenty of time. You get the choice of going first or second. You're in the best possible position when you've got plenty of time and you get that choice. So here we see the replay of game 2 for what it was. We see the prizes coming down with the Umbreon being prized. That was huge. We see double Curlier coming down, and then we see a slap from that Screamtail taking out the Pidgey. That gave Filippo essentially 1 turn to try and have a ridiculous turn. That's what it would have taken. We flipped the script. We drew 3 cards. We did get a supporter card. We did get a Nest Ball, and we got an Eevee. We got an energy attached to it, but in the end there was nothing. Even post INO, there was just nothing in that hand. So Filippo goes, you know what, let's go to game 3. We've all done that in game 2 in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and Filippo recognizing that INO didn't come down from Nicolo's side. He did have a chance to, with that flip the script, to try and get back into it, as you kind of said, but why waste time when knowing your easy way to take a big knockout on a Gardevoir EX is currently prized? You've already searched your deck and it's not there. So we'll go to game 3, and odds and the variance is maybe likely to give himself a chance to have a better game plan into Nicolo's Gardevoir EX.
If you win 2 out of every 3 games at a regional, you'll win the entire tournament. You don't need to win every game. You need to win 2 out of 3. If you can always win 2 out of every 3 games, you will be the Special Championships champion of Bologna. So look, no, it's not great to just give up that game so quickly, but it doesn't matter if you can win game 3. We've got 25 minutes on the clock. You got your choice of first or second. And look, it cannot go as bad as it did last game.
Yeah, we're getting a glimpse of the prizes now.
Candy.
The double Mankidori is currently prized. 1 rare Candy.
It's the only one he plays.
It's the only one, yeah.
Only
there you
one.
go. And here is game 3 of this nail biter. Has decided to go second, Filippo, it looked like. I think Nico just drawed the first card of this game 3. Does start one of his EXs in the active spot, that Lily's Clefairy EX. Not vital for this matchup. Can do a lot of damage when Area 0 Underdepths is in play, though.
It can do a bunch of damage. Very 0 Underdepths, you can do a lot of damage, but that's something that Filippo will be conscious of and be aware of. Also, not weak to darkness, so it doesn't give up. Even though it's only got 190 HP, it doesn't give up an easy 2 prizes to something like an Umbreon, for instance. Flareon needs a free awkward energy to get a KO, so it's not actually that easy to get KO'd in this deck without a lot of setup in front of it.
So we do see the Earthen Vessel discarding 1 Iono already. There's a couple of supporters in hand with a Rescue Etcher. Double Psychic Energy currently being pitched away with that Ultra Ball. 1 Routes will come in. I don't think there's any Buddy Poffins or any other Buddy Poffins, I should say. It's just the one that he does play in the list alongside that Secret Box as the kind of inclusions to try and quickly get some routes down. But this may be enough for the moment. It just comes down to how well Filippo can set up that board. Does have that Fan Rotom in the active spot, so which is already a great feeling.
I'm a bit worried about the rare candy being prized because they're playing a 1-0-1 Pidgeot line with 1 rare candy. If you don't have rare candy, you cannot get Pidgeot. Outside of that, this seems like a decent start. And Nicolo, you know, all they got was a Rouse like that turn. There's no energy on the board. There's, you know, the Pokemon you started with, which is a suboptimal starter, and just a Rouse. Filippo here can use Fan Rotom, use that Fan Call to go and get 3 colorless Pokemon, each of which has 100 HP or less, and then you can start setting up from there. Get your knockdown potentially on the board for future turns. So in a pretty good position if we can keep setting up, and what we really want early doors here, bunch of EV.
Exactly that, and I think Filippo's just double checking and can see what is prized. We'll eventually notice that rare candy not being available, so we'll just go back to being a fairly standard Evolutions Noctowl type list with a sort of 101 Pidgey line in the deck, kind of just waiting. Maybe you'll try and look to try and get the rare candy out of the prizes at some stage with some prizes being taken, but we're just going to have to work with those Noctowls and those Terra Pokemon that you do have access to, Filippo.
Yeah, don't worry about what you don't have, worry about what you do. So we're going to be going here, and look, if you've got regular Noctowl coming out, that is still going to give you lots of search for trainers. It's still going to give you a lot of options for getting rolling, so it is not too bad. It's not the only engine that you've got. Noctowl will have your back a lot. Now we see this first search taking a minute from Filippo. This is essentially the, oh no, really? Confirming that it's gone. 'Cause you don't really want to waste one of your searches on a Pidgey if you don't know if it's ever going to evolve, especially because Pidgey doesn't have that much HP. It's sitting there at 60, which means double Monkey Dory, easy KO. You don't want to leave something on the bench, which is a really easy target for Monkey Dory to KO, if you don't know if you're ever going to be able to evolve it.
Yeah, absolutely. As we do see, just kind of that choice. Probably pretty tough. I mean, like I said, you're going to have to flood the board with EVs at some stage. Does have the Hoot-Hoots already in hand, so has access to just kind of cherry pick what he really wants, to be honest. And then it's just making sure you can get access to a Terra Pokemon as well, as that other EV is being eyed up there. And again, just so many options. It's one of the great things of playing the sort of Noctowl engine with the Jewel Seeker. Just the fact that you can sort of cherry pick so many pieces in your combo deck, go down so many different lines, and that's what makes this deck such a cool and fun deck to actually pilot, but also very intricate.
You have a lot of options here. Obviously, in this matchup, we've seen how good Umbreon is. We didn't even see Terrapagos coming out, but Terrapagos can just hit for 240. 30 damage for each of your bench Pokemon. You can have 8 bench Pokemon, so you can just sit there and do 240. That's your kind of ordinary, everyday run-of-the-mill attacker if you don't have a specialist for the job. Here, we got 2 Hoot-Hoot, 2 Eevee, great start, and we're going to go Crispin straight away here. Search for 2 energy, 1 goes in your hand, 1 gets attached. So this is the, I'm setting up whatever Eevee I want. So are we going Flareon or are we going Umbreon? I would imagine Flareon, always nice to try and get an early KO and then start getting your energy on the board.
Yeah, does it ever get into your head that a Mew could come down at any point and just genome hack in a Carnelian attack?
Oh yeah,
and take it down.
100%.
Sometimes you start getting a bit scared about actually going for the Flareon, but you know, it's so important, especially when you're trying to boost up your actual other attackers as well, because of that fantastic first attack that it has, Burning Charge, 130 damage, and being able to search that for 2 basic energies and attach them to one of your Pokemon. So it's likely a route that Filippo will still think about going down.
Absolutely. I really like the Flareon play here because, yes, absolutely, Nicolo could punish that. And here we go with the Flareon being searched out straight away. So no controversy here. It is going to be the Flareon. The thing is, Nicolo's going to need a rare candy and a Gardevoir and a Mew and a pivot and a couple of energy in the free energy in the discard pile. That's what's currently needed to get that Mew rolling. I'm not saying it ain't going to happen. I'm saying it's not that likely to happen. Nicolo is probably a couple turns away from getting a Mew, and right now we've got the Flareon already rolling. It's doing 130 damage, and we are going now. There's something important that we probably should mention here.
Yep, that Eevee has that fantastic ability, boosted evolution. So if you're just wondering how on that first turn a Flareon EX has hit the board, it's got ability called boosted evolution as long as this Pokemon is in the active spot, which is why Filippo had to grab that Latias EX for that Skyliner ability to maneuver that Rotom back to the bench. You can then evolve it on your first turn or the turn that you play it. And with the energy attachments via the Crispin onto the active, well, onto the Eevee, I should say, that Flareon was able to use Burning Charge turn 1.
50 HP Eevee is a little bit worrying in a lot of matchups, but the idea of being able to use boosted evolution, you're only going to probably play one in the deck, but you only need to play one in the deck. You're going to search it out with your fan Rotom on your first turn, and then you can get it into the active using something like a Latias, and all of a sudden, oh look, I've got turn 1 Flareon hitting for 130, and now you are really putting Nicolo under a lot of pressure here, because that Lilica Fairy can't stay in the active. You've got to pivot it out of the active, but if you're going for TM Evolution when your opponent's already attacking, that is generally a bad sign.
Yeah, we do grab also that secret box. 3 cards are required to be discarded, and then you get to grab 4 cards itself. 1 stadium, 1 tool, 1 item, and 1 supporter for the turn. Already played the Arven, as we kind of just mentioned there, secret box, pitching away one of those technical machine evolutions alongside Night Stretcher and an Iono. Just grabbing an Artisan there, grabbing an Earthen Vessel, maybe just getting a number of those setup pieces here. It's looking like it's a bit more troubling in comparison to previous turns. Does have that second copy of Technical Machine Evolution ready to go as well, though.
Always nice. You want to be getting your evolution going. It is an evolution deck. The thing that worries me about Nicolo here is that everything's just taking a little bit longer. While Filippo had that fantastic turn 1 going second, getting your Flareon already rolling, Nicolo's sitting there. We've only got 1 route for the moment. Need to try and get some more basics down. Then you're going to need to use TM Evolution as your attack for the turn to start getting some evolutions rolling. And then maybe next turn you have a Gardevoir, by which point Filippo's going to be in a much better position. What do we see? Alex?
There is a rare candy in hand, so alongside this Artisan being played by Nicolo right now, that Scream Tail is hitting the field. Does have rare candy ready to go with Gardevoir after that Ultra Ball pitching away those 2 psychic energies, so can go into Gardevoir this turn, but it's just the 1 route in the board, and he's already seen one of his Gardevoirs go down to an Umbreon. Is there a world where we're in a real bit of trouble here? Psychic Embrace to the active to retreat.
Do we have free energy in the discard? Because Screamtail could do 60 and KO that Eevee on the board, on the bench, which already has energy attached to it. No, we don't even need to. That's going to be enough. Now we get that Eevee with the energy on. Great play there from Nicolo with that Screamtail. Does 20 damage to one of your opponent's Pokemon for each damage counter on it. 4 damage counters, 80 damage. And that Eevee was about to become an Umbreon, and now it's not going to become an Umbreon anymore. And here's the thing, if you bench more Eevee without taking care of the Screamtail, that's going to keep happening. So you need to now use Umbreon to KO the Screamtail, but that's given Nicolo a nice bit of breathing room.
Yeah, sorry, that Flareon in the active spot could power up another Eevee at some stage. We do see a Noctowl come down now, Jewel Seeker live. There's that pesky Umbreon actually at the front of the deck, or the bottom of the deck, I should say, at the moment. But it looks like he's just eyeing up this Area 0 under depths. Again, building out that board state. Nest Ball as well. We'll need to get another Eevee, and just kind of just confirming to Filippo, Nicolo just saying that I've got 2 cards that I'm working with. I believe you should know one of them, because one of those should have been the Professor's research or future turns as well. But, you know, still decisions to be made here. Pretty big, important ones for Filippo. Plenty of time in this game. Free if you are just joining us. Filippo took game 1 with an impressive Briar play with the Umbreon EX, that Terra Umbreon EX. Game 2 didn't really get anything going with Nicolo taking advantage, was slapping the Pidgey into taking some prizes, and then it was just into this Game 3 now where we really are getting the back and forth. Nicolo taking the first prize and putting Filippo just asking questions, and that's one of the most important things sometimes you get in this game.
Well, right now we're looking for the same two trainers that we figured they were going to be looking for. We've got Area 0 Underdefs, which will open up your board, and then you can go and use a Nest Ball for an Eevee. Absolutely crucial play here. Like you said, we need to be accelerating energy to a new Eevee, and the cool thing about Eevee EX is it can evolve into any of your your Eevee evolutions, your Umbreon, your Sylveon, etc. But it's got a lot more HP than a regular Eevee, so like a Screamtail play isn't going to work, and it's a boss's orders onto Lily's Clefairy. That's why this Eevee EX is so good. A regular Eevee, you have to take out the Screamtail to avoid the Eevee going down. But with Eevee EX having had so much more HP, you can afford to KO Lily's Clefairy, saying, Screamtail, you have not got what it takes to KO this Eevee EX, so I get to take 2 prizes off of Lily's Clefairy.
Yeah, so now Filippo will be ahead in the prize race. Nicolo will have access to his 1 counter catcher, if that's an option, because remember, that Eevee EX on the bench is also a Terra Pokemon, and as long as this is on your bench, prevent all damage done to this Pokemon by attacks, and that's exactly what the Screamtail usually feasts on and starts screaming into the ears of different Pokemon. But Nicolo, what can you do here? Still has to decide which Pokemon to promote. Wants to maybe utilize some of the damage counters on the Gardevoir there. Draws his card, does have the supporters in hand to already start playing the game. Ultra Ball, not a useful pickup. Double Professor's Research, 7 cards here for Nicolo. We'll need quite a few pieces to be working with.
Yeah, once again, the Mew from last game. Mew would be quite good right now. Mew would be able to copy and go and get the KO on that Flareon exactly like we saw back in Game 1. There isn't a great option for Screamtail here. You could take out the Hoot Hoot, which of course would stop potential Knockdown plays coming down. But that's about the only thing that's going to be really useful there. It's an option if you can't get anything else rolling. What you really want to do now is start taking out some of these Eevees, and that's... we haven't got it on the board yet.
No, it's not simple at all. As we are currently eyeing up an Ultra Ball. It's the only sort of ball search that Nicolo has kind of found from that Professor's Research. Eyeing up that Pheasantipity EX. We'll want to see more cards because it's a little bit lacking for the moment, to say the least. You know, this Flip the Script is currently live following the Burning Charge attack from the Flareon EX onto that Lily's Clefairy. Has taken 2 hits of that and powered up a second Eevee EX that we've already seen on the board. So Pheasantipity could try and save Nicolo's hand here. Let's see that Flip the Script. Just double checking what he has access to from the Night Stretcher as well, if he needs to do so. There we go, Flip the Script, 3 big cards. Arven, not useful. Professor Research, not useful. Dark Energy, not useful either.
It's not looking great, frankly. Like I say, well, the one attacker that would be an option here would be that Mew, but we seem with the hand we've got from Nicolo to be miles away from getting that Mew established. So are we going to attack with Gardevoir? Are we going to retreat Gardevoir into Screamtail and just take a prize that is available? It looks like that's where we're going here. Put Screamtail active. This is not necessarily the #1 choice, but it is still a viable plan, and you can use this. Now, you could get some setup damage onto something like the active Flareon, not the benched Eevee because of that Terror ability. So, I mean, Hoot Hoot? Yeah, yep. That would have been my choice.
Has to try and just limit what Filippo has access to. Does even up the prize race now. Does have 2 EXs left on the bench. Takes the Curlier from the prizes at the bottom there. Filippo is going to be looking to try and see how he rebuilds this board state and maybe take out one of those pesky 2 prizes. Again, activating that race if and when possible. This is so important for this turn. At the same time, also kind of starts to put Nicolo's board where if Nicolo goes down to 2 prizes again, that Briar becomes active. Of course, something we didn't really highlight too much, but just to remind everyone how Filippo won that Game 1. Briar as a supporter. You can use this card only if your opponent has exactly 2 prize cards remaining. During this turn, your opponent's active Pokemon if your opponent's active Pokemon is knocked out by damage from an attack used by your Terra Pokemon, you take 1 additional prize card.
That's how you get from 3 to 0 when your opponent is sitting at 2. It doesn't come up in every game, but when it does come up, like we saw in game 1, absolutely huge there, making sure you can take 3 prizes. It's an interesting one because it kind of means you can afford to occasionally take a single prize, but it looks like we're actually getting ready here for a Sylveon. Now, that Angelite attack, it's one we normally go for here. And have we got the right energy? We've got the correct energy. And you just choose 2 of your opponent's Pokemon and shuffle them into your opponent's deck.
Alongside an Iono as well for some disruption from Filippo here. Looks like there's going to be a massive swing turn. Can Nicolo find a way out of this when something as devastating as an Angelite might be coming down onto his board right now?
Now, the other option, of course, would be try and KO that Screamtail, go down to 3 prizes, give up a 2-prize Pokemon, and then Briar with an Umbreon again. That would get you from 3 down to 0. There's a bunch of different options. This really is a toolbox deck, this Eevee's deck with Flareon, Umbreon, Sylveon. So Sylveon's ready to go. Flareon is ready to go, only with a first attack, mind you. And no, we are retreating into Sylveon. It could use Magical Charm, but I think it's going to be the Angelite here. Is there any way we can force a Screamtail to the bench and leave them with just a Pheasantipity? That would be fun.
I mean, it's definitely an option. That Pheasantipity won't be able to be active or live to utilize that energy, and the energy would also go back in the deck, but it's just going to be the double EXs going to be shuffled back into the deck. Nicolo only has 1 rare candy utilized for that Gardevoir already. Angelite basically saying, well, let's see how you work with this. I'm going to leave you with just that Screamtail.
I like this. I would prefer to leave just with a Pheasantipity, but I understand that wasn't an option. I want to put the energy back in the deck and make it awkward for my opponent. But here, I kind of love this. You force your opponent, bearing in mind they've been Iono'd. There is a scenario when no other bench Pokemon come out and you can just KO the Screamtail and win the game. But I think I saw at least an Arven in hand, so I don't think we're there this game.
Yeah, I mean, we mustn't forget with Angelite, we know how devastating it is. You can only use it once, and then you can't use it on the following turn, so you have to kind of wait an additional turn to use it, but you can start swinging away with Magical Charm or another attacker. But it is 2 of your opponent's bench Pokemon, as we do see the Artisan coming down now as well. Decisions for Filippo here. He can't really give up one of his other Hoots. Maybe has to give up that Pidgey.
I'd give up
here.
the Pidgey.
Yeah, I think that's probably the easiest choice, because you know a Hoot is going to be targeted, and if you leave Pidgey, well, it's going to eventually be targeted, because right now you don't have access to it. There it is. There's Pidgey. After being slapped away in game 2, it's been it's been Artisan away this turn.
I've taken a couple prizes. If I draw the rare candy, yay, brilliant, I've got a Pidgeot. At this point, I'm thinking, look, I gave it a go. I took a couple prizes. I didn't get my rare candy. I'm just going to assume Pidgeot's done for the game. Let's keep the Hoot that can actually do something. Although, I think there's a very good chance one of those Hoot is not going to be there when Filippo starts his next turn.
The really scary thing for Nicolo is simply that he doesn't have access to maybe something like that Technical Machine evolution, because I think he's pitched one away already, right? And then we do have the double routes here. You know, Filippo could take a turn and take a knockout on something like this Screamtail, or even a route if he does have access to something like a Boss's Orders. And then next turn, even Nicolo starts trying to get closer to a Gardevoir, Angelite away once again.
Now, I really like that they're going Screamtail here, and here's the thing. If I'm thinking for Filippo, I don't know how many rare candy my opponent's playing, but I know that there's a chance they're only playing 1, which is actually the case here. I know even if they are playing more than 1, there's a decent chance they don't find it. So I used Angelite, I got rid of a couple of Pokemon. I take out the Screamtail this turn, and if my opponent's got a couple of earlier, then I'm just going to Angelite all over again. And essentially, if my opponent doesn't get a rare candy, they are not getting a Gardevoir. So I'm going to play on the assumption that they're not getting a rare candy, because looking at Gardevoir lists recently, that's not an unfair assumption to make.
Yeah, one of those things now. We're starting to really tick down the timer of this game as well. We're in game 3. There's just over 5 minutes, 5 minutes, 30 seconds to be exact, as we're talking now, and ticking. That does mean there's both of these players are on the clock to try and win this game to put themselves into a 6-0-1 berth. Remember, at 5-0-1, they're basically both locked in for day 2. They're just going to want to try and improve that position to try and get as close as possible to the top cut in tomorrow's continuation of this game. As we do see the Mew EX come down now onto the board with a Bravery Charm. We've got a Brave Mew EX on the board now with a Dark Energy. There's a restart for free cards as well. So we're still drawing, we're still going. That's 3 supporters hit there.
Yeah, I'm not worried if I'm Filippo. I'm like, look, mate, you don't have a Gardevoir. And the absolute minimum next turn, I don't think you're even getting it next turn. So, sure, manually attached to your Mew, go for it. You need 3 manual attachments before you get rolling. Screamtail will take a KO here, presumably on one of the Hoo-Hoo. There we go, that is the KO. But once his Screamtail goes down, and the other thing is, let's not forget the other text of Magical Charm there from Sylveon. 160 during your opponent's next turn. Attacks used by the defending Pokemon do 100 less damage. Oh, you're KOing it, it's kind of irrelevant. Never mind. But you're still getting a KO here. And I'm seeing nothing on Nicolo's board that's threatening a return KO right now.
I mean, you don't know the opponent's list, I guess, if he does suddenly have a second Rare Candy, but we know.
Oh, absolutely.
We're lucky that we know that he doesn't. But if Rare Candy comes down again, that Drifloon is a bit of a threat because it can take a big knockout.
Okay, you're right. Drifloon I'm slightly worried about. And it also would be super annoying because that would then put Nicolo down to 1 prize remaining, not 2, which then goes out of Briar range. So, Drifloon, we know it's not a threat.
Yes.
But Filippo here has to play on the assumption that it might be a threat. And essentially, that's it. Drifloon is how Nicolo can go and try and win this game. And you're playing around that a little bit. Outside of that, you're kind of feeling all right about this. I would like to work towards an Umbreon, I'll be honest. I want to get an Umbreon going if at all possible, because I don't think they've used their Sparkling Crystal yet.
No, we haven't seen it on this turn. We do see a Crispin after that Artisan for that Fan Rotom now. Remember, 2 basic energies from the deck. First one to hand, second one, if there is a second one, gets attached to one of your Pokemon, has targeted a Water and a Fire going to the Flareon EX, a Water attachment, let's say, going to the Fan Rotom, can swing away with a single Prizer and take a knockout on something like that active Screamtail. So then that way, just leaving an active Pokemon that's a single Prizer, nothing to worry about for the moment, but still applying enough pressure. There's a switch into the Fan Rotom, a fantastic attack as well. There is a stadium in play, which is always key because otherwise that attack does nothing. But here we go, Fan Rotom is going to be assault landing this Screamtail, it looks like. And it's just going to be putting himself down to 3 prizes, matching what Nicolo is. But let's make sure the rest of the turn goes as planned as well. He wants to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes here, because it's really, really important to make sure, you don't just give up. There it is, assault landing, Screamtail down to 3. Nicolo, on you to respond.
If you went to a Stellar Crown pre-release, you will be very familiar with Assault Landing. Fan Rotom was everywhere, and that was an absolutely phenomenal attack to take a lot of prizes early doors. There you had the KO on the Screamtail while getting a 2-prize Pokemon out of play. And the other thing is, like, if Mew's going to copy now, it's copying, and you will get the KO on Fan Rotom, 70 KO 70, but you are not worried if Mew's going to all of that effort.
I'm going to keep referring to it. Time is running short.
Yeah, it is.
There's 1 minute 40, 1 minute 39, 38, and counting remaining in this match. Both players at 3 prizes remaining. There will be further 3 turns once time is called. Nicolo has to protect that board from a further Angelite turn, but that doesn't actually forward like Filippo's opportunity to take prizes either. So Filippo probably has to start swinging away and taking prizes himself. Another one of those things you need to start thinking about, because Angelite, despite putting your opponent on a back foot, doesn't actually progress yourself.
Does not progress yourself. What we need here is 3 prizes. You take 3 prizes if you're Filippo, you go ahead and win the game. If neither player meets a win condition, your opponent runs out of cards in deck and tries to draw at the start of their turn, your opponent runs out of Pokemon, or you take 6 prizes. If no one meets one of those win conditions, the game ends in a tie. And then that's just it. There's no winner. It is just a tie and nothing else happens.
Yep, so there we go. Professor's Research from Nicolo there, discarding another Professor's Research and an Arvin. Curlier does come down, so maybe it's just the option like, if we could have had access to maybe to another technical machine evolution, that would have been great. We do get the manual attachment to the Mew in the active spot. Can't use genome hacking right now. Probably doesn't want to leave it in the active spot because it can get easily knocked out at some point as well anyway. But what can Nicolo do here? What will he have to retreat into? This is the only sort of worrying thing. Does have another Curlier and a Gardevoir in hand, but doesn't want to evolve. Leaves Mew in the active spot and passes over.
Well, now, here's the important thing. Passed over before the clock went to 0. That means Nicolo is turn 2, will have 2 turns. Filippo's got this turn and 1 more. Nicolo's got 2 turns. One of them needs to hit a win condition.
Was it? Oh, did the time ticker when it was Nicolo's turn?
No, Filippo had drawn a card before it turned to 0. He passed, and then Filippo drew with like 10 seconds left, or maybe a bit less.
There you go.
So I'm pretty sure. Plus, the judges have been very good at putting the die out on turn 1. No die there means we're probably still on turn 0. So I'm expecting Filippo's turn 0 here. He should be, assuming our time is correct. So everyone has 2 turns. Can you take 3 prizes? If neither player can do that, we are going to end up in a tie. So here we see something being dragged in the active. Everything is in range of either Sylveon or Flareon. Nobody cares. I kind of want to get the Drifloon here. Ooh. But I like the Monkey Dory as well. Yeah, the Monkey Dory is a good call because that can get super annoying moving damage around.
Yeah, there is confirmation as well that Filippo is turn 0. So both players with 2 turns, including this one for Filippo, to find a way in this game to win. Of course, does have that Flareon EX in the wings waiting. That could deal enough damage to take a knockout on that Mew EX with its Colleen attack. Does need another energy, as well as maybe something like that Sparkling Crystal to be able to do so. But, you know, just taking out that threat, potentially, of that Monkey Dory for the initially, did expend that boss's orders. You know, there's only really 2 boss's orders in the deck, 1 counter catcher. He will be going ahead on prizes. Was that just a pass? It was just a pass over.
Did he use an Angelite to get rid of anything on the bench?
There was. I guess that Routes had disappeared.
He needs to take 2, but he needed prizes. He's only got 1 turn remaining now. So Filippo's got 1 turn to take 3 prizes, or else he's not going to be able to win the game. Nicolo also has now 2 turns to take 3 prizes, but that's surprising from Filippo there. He really needed to take a prize at that point. If this ends, you know, without a player meeting a win condition, we will end up with a tie. So here we see a super odd coming down from Nicolo, but can Filippo take 3 prizes in 1 turn? Because if he can't, he's only got 1 turn remaining. He's not going to be winning this best of 3.
No, it's one of those awkward scenarios here where it's really intricate, because what Nicolo maybe could have done with that Mew is at some point brought up the Flareon EX with a Gust, a counter catcher as an example, take a knockout with Cornelian. Did have then a Brave Mew EX. That's sort of in the active spot. Sylveon can't deal with that. And I'm not too sure if Filippo has an easy way to then take a knockout on it because there's nothing else set up. Maybe that was the game plan for the moment.
Well, Terrapagos would have been an option. With Sparkling Crystal not being used, you could have just gone Terrapagos, Energy, Sparkling Crystal, or onto your Flareon, you could have Energy, you could have Sparkling Crystal, Energy. So there were options for Filippo to take a 2-prize KO on the Mew this next turn, but he needed to take a 1-prize KO on the previous turn in order to set that up as a win condition. And it seems like we've just got a fist bump with a tie coming in here.
Yeah, I think that was just Nicolo saying, well, I'm not going to take a prize to give you that potential Briar option as well. So that way, we're going to have to just kind of end at a stalemate. I think, again, it kind of goes to show just how difficult some of the decisions you have to make in this matchup. It looked like Filippo was in a pretty good position with that Angelite, removing the Gardevoir EX, the 1 Gardevoir or Routes line that was in play at that moment, as we do get a chance to recap exactly how Game 1's Game 2 and Game 3 went down. Game 1 here, we saw a big burning charge, powering up that ever so important Umbreon EX to ready, waiting in the wings there, and that was kind of more than enough to kind of say, well, my board is set up. And the boss's orders onto that Gardevoir EX, that fantastic Umbreon EX that we keep mentioning, the Moon Mirage, perfect numbers, takes a knockout because of weakness. And then it was just there from that moment. Nicolo can only do so much, taking 2 further prizes, but that Briar at availability for Filippo just meant he'd be able to take 3 prizes on 1 turn because Nicolo was down to 2 after that double knockout there. Game 2 was a bit shorter. That Umbreon was in the prizes, Ross.
The Umbreon was in the prizes, and that was something which gave me pause before straight away. But then we saw Filippo start, and he just had very little going on. We got double Curlier established from Nicolo. We saw a double slap from Screamtail taking out the Pidgey. And then Filippo, he had a bit of a go. He took a turn. He used Pheasantipty. He used Flip the Script to draw an extra 3 cards, one of which was an INO. So we did get an Eevee down with an energy. We played an INO, but post INO, the hand was still unworkable, and Filippo said, nah, you know what, let's go to game 3. And in game 3, we saw Nicolo having a pretty fast start and using that Screamtail to take some early prizes.
Yeah, especially taking down that Eevee that had energies powered up from that Flareon EX. Again, but this is where that Angelite came in, and this is that Pheasantipty and the Gardevoir EX being shuffled back into the deck, leaving Nicolo with just the board of that Screamtail. Was able to rebuild the board pretty well there and start taking some hoo-hoots down. We had a retaliation from the fan Rotom as well with Assault landing. So we're really going back and forth with single prizes. We just couldn't find enough time to really take this whole game down. Despite having a pretty good board state, it was just not enough time to actually see the finish for either of these players. And then we saw a pretty respectful fist bump here to say this game does end in a draw. We'll leave ourselves in a very, very good position still at 5-0-2. And then heading into the final round, trying to push themselves a little bit further.
Absolutely, and it is worth noting that when I said that we couldn't see 3 prizes in a turn, we obviously could have done from Briar, but that would have meant that your opponent would have taken exactly 1 prize and then left open the Briar, which, I'm going to be honest, I wasn't talking about it, Alice, because I thought the chances of that were exactly 0. I don't think you could really rely on your opponent leaving 2 prizes remaining. So unfortunately, no result there. And it was looking so good in game 1. Game 1 looks so good.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of those things, right? I've been on the side of the Gardevoir, playing up against this sort of Evolutions toolbox before. I didn't really quite work out the full matchup, but I've been told that it's actually still in Gardevoir's favor, despite Angelite just being that really annoying attack. But with the inclusion of the Umbreon EX, we saw how kind of, as Ross mentioned, how smooth it can be in terms of that matchup if you're able to power up the right sort of EVs, keep them sort of around long enough, have access to Sparking Crystal, have access to that Pidgeot EX, which felt like that was a really important inclusion for game 1 to go as smoothly as it did. And then games 2 and 3 was just a bit slower because didn't have access to the Rare Candy, didn't have access to the Umbreon EX, and Gardevoir was still able to just kind of keep up in that prize race.
And one of the things I really want to stress about Umbreon, one of the things I love about Umbreon, because you start off with Flareon, right? You're doing 130 damage. This is one of those decks where you'll often get a cheeky KO with Flareon while you're setting up energy, and then your opponent can set up a 2-prize board. So that initial KO with Flareon becomes pointless. It's forcing you into 7-prize game. Umbreon with that Onyx attack basically says, if you really try and force me into a 7-prize game, I'll take my first KO with Flareon while I'm setting up energy, I'll take a 2-prize, I'll take a 2-prize, and if you won't put a single prize down, I'm just going to use Onyx to take my final prize with Umbreon. And then it also ends up being a great, great counter for Gardevoir specifically. You add all of that together, and I am loving it.
Yeah, fantastic to see both of these players. Like I said, I've known Nicolo for quite some time, playing for quite a long time. He sort of tends to try and stick to these Italian events in more recent times as well, but has kind of come back into it. It's great to see him. And Filippo, what a player. He's been able to sort of really come down and actually start performing quite consistently at a lot of these tournaments as well. But, you know, what we're getting a chance to start to see now as we go through the Masters Division results. Ross.
Wait, no. Can I just ask the question, Alex?
Yeah, go for it.
Is there a Miraidon Pikachu at 7-0?
I don't know, Ross. Is there a Pikachu Miraidon EX at 7-0?
Yeah, there is. Victor Zhao from France sitting there with 21 points at 7-0 record with Miraidon Pikachu. There are a couple other players that could get to 7-0. Golden Go, Dragapult, Raging Bolt, Gardevoir. They are the 4 decks that are in play to potentially join Miraidon at 7-0. But right now, with the round not fully concluded, there is only 1 deck at 7-0.
Yeah, absolutely. There's other players who are currently unbeaten. There is another Evolutions EVEX toolbox type deck out there that's currently 6-0-1. There is a Dragapult EX at 6-0-1 as well. You know, there's a lot of players. We saw Yari Senna on Golden Go Dragapult currently, you know, in his matchup, currently 6-0, also looking to try and keep himself undefeated as well.
Absolutely. All I'm saying is, look, anyone watching at home, you know, listening to people like Shay giving me a bit of grief for always predicting Miraidon. I predicted Miraidon. Everyone went, oh, he always predicts Miraidon. 7-0 right now. 7-0. I will take apologies in any medium, you know, social media, letters, interpretive dance, however you want, I will accept it. Right now, however, I would like to learn more about side events. It's not just the main event we got rolling here, we got side events as well. So yes, go and have a chat with Jesper, find out more about these lovely side events.
Thanks a lot, guys, for the throw over there. Yes, of course, I'm ISSL, and I'm standing here with Sam Getlif. Of course, you are a side events judge here today. You know, we've been mostly talking about standard format whenever we have to stream. We only showcase the standard format currently, although there's a lot of other stuff happening in side events. Tell me a bit about that.
Sure, so GLC is a fantastic side event. It is something that I've seen quite a lot of in my time as a side events judge. It's great fun format. Like, you see some really, really old cards from way, way back. But yeah, yes, you've got a deck of cards and you've got like one of each card in your deck. And yeah, you can only have one type of Pokemon as well. Really, really interesting. And you see some incredible decks and cards from years gone by that I haven't seen in years, but it's such interesting like interactions and stuff. It's really, really cool.
We're typically talking in standard format about Dragapult, Gardevoir, Raging Bolt. What would be the top 3 decks you would see in GLC typically?
So I think a water deck is like absolutely like I see tons of water whenever I see GLC being played at the table. So Octillery is just such a good engine. You've got so much water support, like Brooklet Hill as well, the stadium. So you've just got such fantastic stuff in there. But that's definitely a great deck. There's lots of like Psychic running around as well. So yeah, it's a real mix, and I'm always surprised by like what's actually on the tables. But yeah, water is definitely the way to go. That's definitely for sure the thing I see the most of.
So a lot of water in the GLC side events here, and besides the standard format we have here, we do, as said, also many awesome side events running. It's not only GLC to have, it's just a little bit of the taste we get here. But thank you so much for your words, Sam, and yeah, we'll toss over back to you guys, and you know, Alex and Ross, tell me a bit about what's your favorite fun format?
I know exactly what you're trying to allude to, yes, but my favorite fun format, I mean, we do obviously enjoy a lot of that kind of gym leader challenge, but there's a lot of other things out there. But do you know what? That was just a small little taste, but how else will you get into the Pokemon scene, I guess, Ross?
Okay, I can't draw a cube with my fingers, so I'm drawing like a square. But I want you all to know that, you know, I got your back, Joe. Cube.
That was not a square.
Was a square.
He's got a rectangle going on.
Oh, it's all about, Joe gets it. It's all about the cube. I love playing me some cube. That was an article on the official Pokemon website, went up recently. I encourage you all to track down. It tells you all about playing in the cube format. I love me a good bit of cube. One day I might be good at cube, but in terms of alternate formats, fun formats, yeah, cube all day long, mate.
Yeah, we could talk cube all day. I mean, that's something we definitely get along with. But, you know, how else would you actually try and, you know, have some fun formats or fun games with other people as well? There's exactly only one way, and that's to find out at your local scene.
Hey, do you want to play?
Yeah.
Nice.
One shot?
Wait, that card, yeah.
I'll use twin cannons.
Great game, guys.
Bye. See you next week.
Come play at your local Pokémon League.
Now you can see a QR code on the screen there. That QR code, very useful. It's going to help you to find events. Scan that QR code, find an event, find a Pokemon League near you. And I don't get a chance to go as much as I used to because of the whole, you know, free young children thing. But there was a time a few years ago, Alex, where I was at League every single Tuesday without fail. And then I went to the World Championships in Hawaii. And I played my friend Tommy, who I play at League every week on a Tuesday. We could have just stayed at home and played that game.
Yeah, but if you want the opportunity to meet other fellow Pokemon fans, play different varying games, not just the trading card game, Pokemon Scarlet and Violet as well, Pokemon GO, there's lots of opportunities to just meet anyone in your sort of local area, local scene, or maybe venture a bit further out. And maybe one day you'll come to one of these sort of larger scale tournaments as well, and then we'll get to see you featured on stream. But that QR code, that Pokemon website is where you should be going to find and maybe even meet people like Ross at your local league.
You never know. I still pop into, when I get a chance, I still pop into my local league. I love playing at League. Just a completely relaxed environment, meet some like-minded people. Generally speaking, if someone likes playing the Pokemon TCG, we're probably going to end up being friends. So, you know, it's nice. You start off at your local league, then you come somewhere like here to play a big event, or maybe you're in the US, maybe last weekend you were in Portland having a look at one of those big events. And actually, while we got a minute, why don't we remind ourselves what went down in Portland last weekend on the other side of the pond?
My name is Oscar Madsen. I'm here because I compete and just like to play the Pokemon TCG. I started playing competitively around 2013, and that was my first Worlds as well in juniors in Vancouver. And from there, I've been competing on and off since that. And lately, I'm competing more than I used to. I think one of my favorite archetypes lately has been Charizard Pidgeot. That's like the first deck I really liked to shine with. I also played Palkia and Teleon, and I like that deck a lot. It reminded me of Ashes and Teleon as well, which I also played. One of my favorite decks of all time is probably the Gyarados deck back from, I think it's 2010, with the Magikarps, and I also played with the Claydolls as well. I think it's so fun to just like deck build, and it feels so cool when you have like something that people haven't thought about and bring that to a tournament. And I think that's what's been keeping me going, just trying to find unique ideas with friends, chatting, and then whenever you find one, just bring it to a tournament and have fun. I think it has to be taught, because his deck building is like just next level. And that's also why I played like something similar to him today. Like he played for UIC. I twisted the list a bit and tried to make some different cuts, but I think that's the person I'm looking up to. I've just been chatting about decks all the time, friendly community. Everyone is so nice when you play against them. Like it's just so friendly and kind, and you can just like be who you want to be.
Consistency is key. You know, you don't want to get tilted when stuff happens, but consistency and just trying to be upbeat with everything you're doing.
Some of the fundamentals trainers should learn about is, thinking about speed ties, stats, definitely understanding how abilities work, how they interact with one another. But I also think a big fundamental is also just learning how to have fun with the game, because at the end of the day, this is a video game. You're here to have fun. I feel like it's very important to know.
I think the most basic fundamental for every trainer is going to be just knowing your typings. So always make sure you're throwing the most efficient moves. Maybe start learning your counts. I think that's like the most advanced strategy.
So I think the fundamentals every Pokemon trainer should know is like knowing the ins and outs of your deck and like what are your niche scenarios that do come up in your games. I had like some Briar plays that really worked for me when we were testing. Just knowing those kind of ins and outs of like what does your deck do and what are your win conditions towards the end of the game is really important.
There's a lot of fundamentals that go into competing in VGC. If you've ever played Pokemon, you know that it's essentially a very complex game of rock, paper, scissors. So right off the bat, you have to understand all the type matchups, all the dynamics, when your move's going to be super effective, resisted. I think there's a lot of really important abilities that you need to be familiar with right now. What Pokemon is going to get a boost, what weather effects are going to be in play, what terrain effects. And lastly, I would say that if you're just starting out and you're a little bit overwhelmed by all the different statistics, all the stats that these Pokemon have, the most important one to be familiar with would be speed. That's definitely another very important mechanic that I would try to get some mastery over before competing.
I think a fundamental that every Pokemon trainer should know is at the end of the day that they should have fun, and it's just a game and a hobby for us to enjoy ourselves and not to take it too serious. I think that's the most important thing.
My name is Ross Cawthon. I'm a Pokemon TCG player. Started playing competitively maybe 23 years ago. My first World Championships was 2002. Started playing the Pokemon trading card game at local league when I was 10 years old, and it was really fun, and I enjoyed competing and thinking of strategies, and I started going to tournaments and trying to win them. In 2005, I got second at the World Championships, which I also did again in 2011, but also in 2005 in the top 8 of the World Championships, I beat the defending world champion Sugiyoshi Yamato. It was only the second world championship where Japanese players played with the rest of the Western world, so I was the first person in the Western world that observed someone beating Sugiyoshi Yamato. So that was kind of where I became famous. So that's always kind of the top highlight for me. I think Pokemon's a pretty good environment. Like, people play respectfully, people play with sportsmanship. A long time ago, I tinkered with some other games, and it wasn't always the same positive environment. So it's definitely a good community. Definitely a big part of Pokemon in my life was meeting a lot of friends that way. I'm fairly old now for a player these days, so a lot of those friends have kind of retired, but they're still some of my close friends. So I'll see them and we'll play old formats and stuff. So that's always going to be a big part of my life, you know, for the rest of my life, hopefully.
Just like Ross Coffin, both of me and Joe have Pokemon as one of the biggest parts of our life. Of course, my name is Jesper Eriks, and I'm here with Joe Bernard, heading into round 8, which is going to be the last round of Swiss here in phase 1 for today. Of course, we do have day of phase 2 tomorrow. Don't worry about that, but we of course still have to round out the action for today, but you will get to do it together with us.
Absolutely, we've already seen some great winning in action. We saw honors even in the previous round. An interesting clash between the Flareon archetype and Gardevoir. I think before the introduction of the Umbreon EX, it was a much more difficult matchup for the Flareon. So it's been a nice adaptation for the format to see balancing out one of the top metagame changes in the room. Respecting Gardevoir has to be the way to go, and that's why we're still seeing some top table threats from Flareon.
Yeah, respecting the Gardevoir, unfortunately losing the game where you're prizing the Umbreon, so to speak. So not super great showing, but rather a great showing of that Umbreon is one of these cards that makes such a difference in that matchup for Flareon. And yeah, we've seen a bit before, splashing up and down the Flareons. But yeah, the Umbreon kind of makes that matchup competitive. And if you don't have the Umbreon, yeah, you're in for a tough one.
Yeah, and seeing the Pidgeot EX as well, really cool to see. Sometimes a lot of the Flareon players don't quite have the room for the adding in the 101 Pidgeot plus the rare candy. It is a little bit tough to jiggle it all together because you need to play 4 or 5 different energy types already. You're already cherry picking with Jewel Seeker, but we could just see that when you establish that quick search, you have so much control over the game.
It's just like we saw with Alessandro Cremascoli earlier. When you're able to get that quick search online, the game just becomes so much easier. You get to actually glue together your strategy, whereas without the Pidgeot, as we saw in that game too, was not able to get the Pidgeot out, meaning that you're not able to play the game properly as you want to. Even though it's a 101 Pidgeot with 1 rare candy, yes, it's free cards, and it's quite, you know, fragile in terms of you can prize some different pieces. It's still really cool when you get it online because it just feels like you're playing the game on easy mode at that point.
And then for Gardevoir, we didn't quite see it on full cylinders throughout the entire game. Some interesting tweaks, though, having to attack with Mew EX in some strange spots. I don't think we very often see it copying Umbreon EX's attacks, but hey, you do what you got to do, and Niccolo was staying in that fight, having a really interesting end game in that game number 1 as well. Didn't quite maneuver around the Briar quite perfectly, but did utilize that Mew in some interesting spots.
It could also have been that Niccolo is one of these players who plays not very so often, so maybe that's forgetting true. That Briar was a part of the
Possibly,
player deck.
Yeah.
Knowing Niccolo, that wouldn't have gone beyond me.
You're already playing around like 5 different EVs, so figuring out which evolution to play around, then all the type coverages, all this other stuff. Yeah, the Briar snuck through in that game 1.
And then Briar on top, but at least we get to look at the standings here.
Yeah.
Even after Niccolo losing that game, he's still very, very good contention for day 2, but we do see the best of the best, and I do have to mention Camille Colatosti, top 8 last time around Utrecht, comes all the way from Canada and says, you know what, I have to do this 1 or 2 times better to make sure that they can get in. But a 6-0 start is definitely a good way to start off.
These are some fantastic records. In at 12th slot there, Julius Bromfeld, I got to catch up with him out on the floor earlier. One of the most fierce competitors, but always plays with a smile on his face, which is fantastic to see. Vincenzo there in 2nd seed with that 6-0, playing the Dragapult EX, a pilot who's been having a great run this weekend.
Yeah, and Ross going to be really happy. Victor Zhao from France, he's actually 7-0, not even 6-0 at this point, and he's playing the fabled, well, Joltic box at this point, which is why Ross is so incredibly happy about that. But yeah, a player who also did really, really good in Utrecht. As a judge, I was able to follow their progress throughout the whole event, and it was just perfectly executed plays with Joltic going into the hands, as we saw earlier. Multiple Pikachus, or even like choosing when to block, when not to. I did see some games today as well, and yeah, it's just been running ever so smoothly today.
Yeah, it feels like Joltic Box is still waiting for that big breakout. We know it's had some smutterings in here, some top 16s, I think one top 8 or one top 4 in there. So there's been a couple of placements, but we really need to nail it down as this is one of the top archetypes in the format, and we're still waiting for that.
And speaking of waiting to see if it's one of the top archetypes, we do get to see that 7-0 because one of our guys on the left here, Victor Zhao, is going to come and show us exactly why Joltic is so good. Of course, we've already featured it today on the same side of the stream, actually, also on the left-hand side here. Going to be playing against Vincenzo Zipolla, and a really interesting match. It's going to be the Joltic against the Dragapult, so it's going to be early game aggression versus late game clawing back.
A classic tale, yes, but a classic tale between these two archetypes. Are only two 7-0 players remaining in the tournament, so they are completely flawless up to this point, and they're trying to make it 8-0. At this stage, they've already made it through day 1. They know they're making it into day 2. It's about trying to bolster that record as much as possible. And just a reminder of our metagame breakdown, Dragapult EX, still the most played archetype out in the room. 18% of Masters are deciding to opt for this archetype, followed up by the Gardevoir Monkey Dory strategy, the 2 stage 2s dominating the Journey Together format right now. And then it's all about those basics, the Raging Bolts and what we're about to see, the Joltic Box.
Yeah, the Joltic Box and the Raging Bolt both have been these kind of Joker decks, been outsiders of the format, trying to attempt to beat Gardevoir and Dragapult, where we've seen both of them with varying success. Of course, we did see Christian Lebea winning regionals with Raging Bolt, but yet the name of the game in this format so far has actually just been Gardevoir. Here in Europe, we've been more centered towards the Dragapult orientation, where we've had more Dragapult victories than Gardevoir, but over in our North American counterparts, yeah, it's been Gardevoir all day.
And a couple of interesting stage 1s in the mix as well, the Golden Go with Dragapult and then that EV toolbox as well. It feels like you can just pick your poison for this format. There are great ways to play stage 2 archetypes. If you want to go a little bit less intensive, less difficult to set up, you can play the stage 1s, and if you just want to work every game, there's always the basics for you.
Exactly. And we get to go over to the match here. You know, Joe, a little bit of a prediction. We do have our players mic'd up and everything already. What are you thinking for this?
Well, it's a tough one to call. I think it's hard to go against Dragapult, but both our players are X and O. They're both 7-0 right now in the best possible position. And as you said, if Victor has already been playing this archetype for a couple of tournaments now, very experienced with the deck and having a couple good runs with it, then it's hard to look past the Joltic Box as well. Has that early aggression from Iron Hands EX, but also there's Lily's Keferi in the list as well. So this is going to be a really tough clash between two top competitors.
We do see Victor Zhao on the left here after top 16 in Utrecht here, 7-0 in Bologna. And of course, we're never to forget the local hero, Vincenzo Zipolla, who is playing, well, Dragapult, as the Fabled says. The most played deck is also going to be seeing more showings here on our feature match. I've actually not been previously super known with these players, but it's always great to see new faces on stream and new faces doing good consistently too.
That's what it's all about. These trainers have been working tirelessly through the season to claim as many championship points as they can, and this is the final opportunity in Europe to accumulate those championship points to get yourself to the World Championships. Of course, the winner at the end of this weekend will be given a direct invitation in addition to a chunk of championship points and booster packs and the lot, of course, glory on top of all that. But here we go, getting into our round number 8, our final round of the day. We're going to see some prize cards from both players. Pheasantipity EX in the prizes for Vincenzo sometimes can be awkward when your opponent's putting on pressure quickly. Sometimes you need the additional draws here and there from the Pheasantipity EX, but here we go, Jesper. We see the fist bump. It's a Blood Moon Ursaluna EX start for Vincenzo, and Victor is kicking things off with a Mew EX.
And I'm sorry to say it here, but Blood Moon Ursaluna is an ew whenever you're starting with it in the active position. Yeah. It hurts a lot to see, since it is very, very good at the later stages of the game. It's very good to clean up these games, and we've always been talking about it, get to clean up these game states. But yeah, starting with it, it has one chunk of a retreat cost.
The good news for Vincenzo is he is playing a build with Latias EX, so he might be able to Skyliner around and move that Blood Moon a little bit easier than some other builds. But Vincenzo's first search is going to be with an Ultra Ball. The priority of this Stage 2 archetype is to work towards your Dragapult EX. Phantom Dive is an incredibly dangerous attack, dealing 200 damage to the active and allowing you to place 6 counters on your opponent's bench in any way that you like. That flexibility is what makes Dragapult so dangerous. You can play around your opponent's draw engines, most notably Pheasantipity EX, on your opponent's side of the field. So don't be surprised if Vincenzo is taking turns off taking prizes altogether and then suddenly taking 4 or 5 in a turn.
Yeah, maybe even 6 prizes in one turn. You can even do that against these decks since, well, you can pull up the Pheasantipity, do 200 to it. Then you can counter catcher a Miraidon, do 200 to it. And then you can counter catcher the third target, which could be, well, a Pikachu or whatnot, and then take 6 prizes in free attacks. It's something that Dragapult often does against these decks that have limited draw capabilities, as we've mentioned with Joltic only being able to draw cards off the board with Mew and with Pheasantipity. And yeah, attached to Dreepy, exactly what I wanted to. Could have been wanting a few more Dreepies to establish that setup, but yeah, everything Victor's looking forward this turn is a Joltic, a way to get back into it. Well, we do have Mew with free retreat, and then get him right on and play an attacker's butt.
Oh,
wait
no,
a second,
Jesper.
there is honestly nothing in Victor's hand to do anything here.
It is typically so simple to get your Joltic attacking. You simply require the tandem unit ability of Miraidon EX to get not only the Joltic, but also the attacking Pokemon you would love to power up with Jolting Charge. But Victor, without Ball Search or any useful supporter card, having to simply attach to Mew EX and pass the action over, Vincenzo evolving straight into his Drakloak. These stage 1s are phenomenal. You're able to use Recon Directive, looking at the top 2 cards of your deck, you cherry pick 1 to the hand, then you throw the other to the bottom, and that's going to really smooth out the turn here for Vincenzo, because now we have a Jacques coming in.
I'm sorry, Joe, but it's not like we're asking so much of Victor, and yet he does not deliver. And I think it must have been one of the first times when you're 7-0 this happens, but it can happen with every single deck. And, well,
your opponent's had a worse start. That's the good news.
Yeah, your opponent's had a bad start. If Vincenzo had well, he could have gone Budju, Latias, and just started the item lock, and then in next turn be able to take out the Mew as the only Pokemon and essentially donking Victor. We still yet to see it. We still have a top deck hope from Victor, but really, really far behind already with the Dracloak being in play, with Ultra Ball, Jacques being able to find additional Pokemon. And we do get to see the Ultra Ball, which can then further the setup with more Dreepies. Even though there's 2 Dracloaks in the discard pile, just Jacques for another 2 Dracloaks. He has 1 in hand and the Unfair Stamp if need be. And currently, regardless of what happens on Vincenzo's board, Victor needs to give response here.
It's a devastating top deck. Victor draws a Vitality Band. Not good at all. It does mean we can unlock the Ace Nullifier Genesect. That at least shuts off the Unfair Stamp. But Victor's far and far away from attacking right now.
I was about to say, if you need to, it's fine shutting off the Unfair Stamp, but to play the Unfair Stamp, Victor has to take a KO first. Right. And that's not going to happen the way we're looking at it right now.
You can't even lower your hand size for an easy restart. You just have to pass things over.
I mean, we did see Mew being super, super good in our last round, but genome hacking right here is not going to give the same effect as it does against an EV toolbox. So, yeah, Victor's just being stuck here in a situation, and we might also be thinking, it's pretty good for Victor at least that he's playing a fast deck. Let's say it like that. True. And, Vincenzo still needs to hit something like the Latias to get the Blood Moon Ursaluna back. Still needs to hit an energy to fulfill the attack cost from Phantom Dive. But he's itching closer and closer and closer whenever he's using these Recon Directive to get cards out of deck. And we do see Latias already, so not a lot left.
It's already online, and I think with Buddy Poffin, so at the very least, Vincenzo can go into Budju and start denying the top decks from Victor from helping him out.
Reducing energy, so not much left to be needed here, and can use the Buddy Puffin and the Latias to get into a Budju. Get the energy from the current Recon Directives to start setting up these attackers. Victor's deck is not really, really well equipped to take out Dragapult beyond playing Clefairy and Crispin, but that looks a world away from what Victor's actually attempting to do right now.
I feel like Vincenzo has to, finds the Arven as a supporter as well. Again, just helping that development even more here.
We get to see the body puff and getting out for the Budgie. Could potentially, we don't even need to get a Dreepy, could do it. Even like there's 2 Drag Cloaks already being discarded. Could get one of them back with a Night Stretcher, so to speak, as well. But it's just getting harder and harder and harder when you Victor. The more time a Dragapult deck gets, typically the more powerful it is. The same with Gardevoir in this format. And a deck like Joltic Box has to win within the first like 4 to 5 turns of the game. If it doesn't do that, it's typically pretty weak compared to, yes, Dragapult, who's spreading 260 damage total a turn.
Yeah, this is really not traditional. You would not typically see a matchup go like this. Vincenzo has even had a slower start, but is slowly reconning his way into a better position, whereas Victor has had none of the atypical turns for him. Another top deck, and now it's the Ball Search card, but it's shut down by the Itchy Pollen.
And even if Victor was able to use the Nest Ball, there's no energy in hand to get the Joltic.
I've tried it.
Yeah, I mean, even if we could, even if Vincenzo could be like, yeah, you can play 1 item, it wouldn't matter at all.
At this point, there's still 43+ minutes on the clock. Do you ever think, let me have 2 more shots at this? No, we're going to retreat the Mew EX.
Even if you're playing a deck like Joltic, yes, you will be able actually to play 2 games in 40 minutes. I don't think Victor has to usually think about having to concede games to save time.
Yeah.
And also being at a 701 score, if you think about ties, etc., is a really, really good mandated score after a day 1 regardless. So I don't think Victor's thinking about it.
That's fair.
When you're playing Joltic, you're playing a deck that can play the free full games every single time, because your win con is so fast when you're comparing it to the amount of turns you need to win.
That's a fair comment. Vincenzo has now used both recon directives. Is he able to launch any attack here, or is he still going to chill behind this Budgie?
I mean, we just get to see Itchy Pollen and chill here, guys. And, well, I'm not super angry about it. He can take all the time.
It's the right thing to do, yeah.
Yeah, right now, Victor has no help in whatever he's trying to achieve. So, yeah, Itchy Pollen and chill.
Yep, it would do 0 damage, but that's not the point of the Budgie. It's all about slowing down your opponent's outs as you work towards building multiple Dragapult EX. Even though there's not much going on Victor's side of the board, it wouldn't take much. Like you said, with the Lily Clefairy EX being an aggressive basic Pokemon, thanks to its Fairy Zone ability, is so threatening for the Dragapult. It can be burst onto the board via a Crispin supporter. So even though Victor doesn't have much at all, Vincenzo still has to tread carefully here and is doing all he can. And that's why we're seeing a continued Itchy Pollen here. Another Ball Search item card, crucially, that can't be played off the top.
Yeah, Ultra Ball usually such a helper. Could also like free up cards for restart, but not in this case whenever we had the Itchy Pollen going. And I think for Vincenzo's side, we're talking that Vincenzo wants to have basically a Dragapult and a half ready whenever you start attacking, so you don't get to have any issues with Clefairy getting the 1-hit knockout, because then you could be able to answer that straight back. And with the ways of things that he's going for Vincenzo right now, he's under no stress to do anything. Victor still needs 2 cards to do anything. He needs a Miraidon, he needs an energy. Miraidon can go ahead and get your attacker and the Joltic, but needs the 2 cards at once, where Victor's sitting with neither of them. And not to forget, Victor doesn't play any draw supporters beyond the 1 Iono.
Yeah, that's just the way that the Joltic box has been built. You're typically cherry-picking pieces, whether it's energy via the Crispin or via Arven grabbing items and tool cards. And then, of course, Boss's Order's also a 4-of within the deck. You play the Iono just for some panic disruption, really, more than anything else. So you don't cycle cards, and when you sometimes just get caught short with Budgie launching attacks before you're able to find Miraidon, things really can get tricky.
Yeah, so we do see Vincenzo finding the Dragapult, although it might not be the turn yet. As I was talking about, you kind of want a Dragapult and a half in terms of the attachment. You want free energies on board, does evolve into the Dragapult, but
there's your half.
The Dragapult and a half is the XP share we get to have there. And the Boss's Orders on Mew to make worse, even worse.
This is huge. Now you're taking 2 prizes instead of 1, setting up the Genesect for a KO, and the Mew EX is a Psychic type, so you have to take away this threat. You do not want Victor finding a Lily Clefairy, and suddenly you're the one being Phantom Dived for double the damage and a massive KO. So
and now we have to have
threat.
Victor trying to catch up. Nest Ball, Earthen Vessel, stuff is going to come into play this turn, although he needs to go Joltic this turn.
Yeah.
Then Vincenzo's going to be able to take 2 more prizes because of the Genesect being able to be knocked out by the Fainted Dive bench damage. And then we're looking at it, well, Joe, then Vincenzo at some point just has to use that Blood Moon or Saluna to take out one of those, 2-prize basic Pokemon. And I think that's pretty easy once we come to that stage.
The only good news is that there's only one Dracloak in play. I think that's the only thing keeping Victor in the game at this stage, to say maybe at some point, if I do find my one Iono, take a KO, maybe I can catch Vincenzo out. That's the only wiggle room here, but Victor... has to move. Oh, it's going to be Pheasantipity EX. You can see Victor wanting to get aggressive if he can, knowing that he probably doesn't have time to even use Joltic here at this stage. Like you said, Jesper, it pushes Vincenzo down to 2 prizes way too easily. So we're grabbing Lily's Clefairy EX, and we're hoping for the best here. Flip the Script has to help us out.
This could be pushing Vincenzo down to 1 prize, if ever so happens. Not that we're going to be able to see a full prize sweep next turn, but we can still be able to see the knockout from the Clefairy. The experience share, we're reckoning that Vincenzo does remember it, is going to have the Psychic Energy move down to the bench Dracloak. And then you just, quote-unquote, need an Energy Attachment and a Dragapult DX to then be able to go back at the Clefairy, unless Victor hits one of his 2 Bravery Charms, and that has to be the saving piece that Victor has to hit. Otherwise, Bleak got a bit more bleaker.
That's a great shout. The Bravery Charm would be a massive hit from these 3 cards from Flip the Script. Victor needs to find a way to move this Genesect as well. 3 cards. Well, the Pokegear could help out. We have Nest Ball as well. I feel like this has to be for the Skyliner Latias EX at this stage.
So that's our treat, and then we can Pokegear for Crispin, and that would be pretty nice. We do see Victor check in, and we do need to see a Psychic Energy check in for the Crispins. There's 1, there's 2, there's 3 Crispins, and the Psychic Energies in there still. So we can get to, if we hit the Crispin off it, he just needs to recheck for a Psychic Energy again. But if we do hit a Crispin, yes, we can get the knockout with Clefairy. But yes, as said, Experience Share to Dracloak, and then 2 cards. And then the Clefairy's gone, but Victor, of course, has to play for his outs in this case.
Before using the Pokegear, we'll thin a couple energy out. Typically, Joltic does this for you. But in this case, Victor's going to have to do it the manual way, with Earthen Vessel pulling out. Essentially, not the Psychic Energy is the most important thing here, knowing that you need to Crispin. Well, you have 2 in the deck, so you can still pull 1 to the hand.
It doesn't quite matter if you even pull both of the Psychic Energy, because you can still then go for something like a Metal Grass, and you still get the 1 attachment from Crispin that you want. So actually, pulling 2 Psychic Energy could be favorable, but that's a whole other discussion here. We still just need to see Crispin off the Pokegear.
It's a massive
that's
7
a thing
cards.
we have to do here.
If there's no Crispin, I think we're picking up our cards, Jesper.
Yeah, doesn't look... It looks like an Arven, Joe. I can't quite see the Crispin there.
You can now Bravery Charm the Clefairy and attach 1 energy to it and hope for the best, but then a Phantom Dive,
with lack of better words, that just sounds incredibly bad.
Incredibly, he says. Well,
gets to
the hand.
Does what it needs to, and I mean, if the Genesect sticks in the active and there's no boss being played, that could still be all right. Then we're still on the same prize card counter, essentially. But, yeah, gotta get the Nest Ball, potentially getting the Miraidon there, and the Bravery Charm off the Arven. And, yeah, trying to establish a setup here, perhaps with the Joltic, but then we're going down to the low amount of prize cards. And, yeah, okay, 10 immunity for Joltic.
Is at this point where you're saying, well, if I don't do this approach, you will just put 6 on the Clefairy. You're almost enticing your opponent to put the 6 on the Genesect and go down to 2 prize cards.
Yeah, so you can kind of
sweep the board.
Go Clefairy Iono, right?
Yeah.
And but yet, like, regardless of what happens, if Victor goes down low enough, either no energy on Blood Moon or 1 energy will always be able to take out the Clefairy, regardless of there's a Bravery Charm or not. Which means that you still have to, at some point, deal with that Blood Moon or Saluna, or basically tell Vincenzo, if you just hit an energy, that's all I can do. Yet, Victor owes it to himself. When he's been playing this game so far out, has to try and do his best towards trying to pull this back. But yeah.
Hanging on in there then.
Yep.
A bunch of energy charged up via Joltic. Vincenzo already has a 2 prize KO laid up for him. You can simply deal with the Joltic in the active, finish off the Genesect if you would like. Or do we want to hunt one of these other Pokemon?
We need to see what happens after your cloak here. The recon directive is always so important, and Vincenzo typically wanted to have 2 or 3 of those in play at this stage of the game. although has had the luxury of an opponent who has been drawing terribly throughout the entirety of the game, but now starting to see something that should have been looking like a turn 2 board of Victor here, really, in like turn 7.
We're not in turn 2 anymore. I don't see any boss's orders in the hand, as far as I can tell.
Not really. So the enticing part about it is that if Vincenzo goes for a knockout on Joltic and Genesect, it means that the unfair stamp, which currently is in Vincenzo's hand, is going to be live for whenever the Clefairy gets there. It means that Vincenzo's always going to be able to essentially get a itemized supporter in that unfair stamp to draw more cards and be able to hit that energy plus Dragapult that he would then need on the following turn after the Clefairy knocks out this Dragapult. Even with Festantipity on top, being able to draw, well, 5 from stamp plus 3 from Fest, plus 2 from the Dracloak even. So you're going to get to see 10 cards in total after that, which means of 10 cards you need, well, a Dragapult and an energy, essentially.
It's so impressive from Vincenzo to realize the position that he's in. He knows he's edging closer to a checkmate scenario, so Fezandipity EX will give him a lot more insulation, floats the 1 damage counter onto Victor's Fezandipity EX, goes down to those 2 prize cards, and says, Victor, you have to deal with this Dragapult. It's too dangerous to be left around, and you also have to force me to dodge 1 energy card to win the game.
Yeah. Although with the Clefairy going out there with the Bravery Charm, yes, it's going to be able to be sturdy enough to stand against the 1 Phantom Dive, but with the 10 damage counters on the Festantipity there, it has exactly 200 HP left. And let's just say that this Dragapult goes down, Vincenzo doesn't find the out, yet still there's a Blockmoon or Saluna we have to look at in a couple turns' time.
Does Flip the Script find Iono? I don't see it in the hand. That would have been massive, but I think it's a miss.
And Joe, I already do see an Ultra Ball over in Vincenzo's side, so it means that we get 1 of these cards that we need. We need 3 cards from Vincenzo. We need Boss's Orders. We need Fire Energy or Luminous Energy, and we need a Dragapult. The Dragapult can be sort of guaranteed with that Ultra Ball there, and then we just need to follow the rest home.
Well, yeah, I mean, the Blood Moon Ursaluna still not powered up because there's been no prizes taken just yet from Victor, who goes into the Miraidon and instead uses Boss's Orders. He's just going to hope to dodge a Gusting Effect for a turn here and take away draw as he does.
Well, I do already see, well, now it's a moot point with that, trying to take away the card draw. Vincenzo already spent some Night Stretchers earlier in the game, which then this makes sense then. Gonna go ahead and draw for turn. We do see a Luminous Energy being able to perhaps power up either the Dracloak or the Bloodmoon Ursaluna, and the Unfair Stamp still being live, although, well, basically due to the Genesect not being recovered.
Yeah, you can try and use the Unfair Stamp this turn, lower your hand size down, use Unfair Stamp, see if that can get you towards a Boss's Orders to close the game this turn. But honestly, Vincenzo doesn't have to win the game this turn. Could simply come back into the active with that Dragapult EX and set damage up across a number of these Pokemon, put them all in range. He even has that Luminous in the hand that was drawn, so he can even attach to the Dracloak if he wishes.
There's going to be a Bravery Charm onto the Blockmoon Ursaluna, but yeah, what you can essentially do is you can go Phantom Dive for 200, put that within range, Luminous to the Cloak, set up to the Clefairy 40 damage, 10 on Pikachu, 10 on Latias, perfect spread, because then whatever happens, a singular Phantom Dive, regardless of Bravery Charms being attached extra, because Victor only plays 2, he's going to be able to take the game with the Dragapult. So in this spot, Vincenzo's just looking at it, how do I lose? That's going to be a question he has to ask himself, and from this spot on, if you can just make sure you can attack, then you're not losing.
It's one of those moments where you feel like you're closing in on that victory. Well, the Luminous goes on to the Blood Moon Ursaluna EX instead here, and it will be the Unfair Stamp launched from Vincenzo. Victor being given only 2 cards to deal with, and Vincenzo now will be drawing a fresh 5. Can still win on this turn, I must stress. The Boss's Orders will win the game on the spot here.
But yeah, Vincenzo doing everything he can to thin out, and do we see a Boss's Order is going to be the big question here. Night Stretcher could be drawing more cards with Festantipity, and the Recon Directed could be doing more, but we don't see a boss yet. And we do see a boss there off the Recon Directive. Gotta play the Boss's Orders onto the Festantipity EX, take out the game with Phantom Dive. We do see the fist bump there, and Vincenzo Tipola goes up 1-0. against Victor Shaw and inching himself one step closer to being 8-0 here in phase 1 of the Bologna Specials.
Really impressive play from Vincenzo there. Felt like because his opponent had this slower start, he was then able to take things slow as well. This is by no means the ideal opener for a Dragapult player. Just one Dracloak in play, that one recon directive, finding your stage 1s before you find your basics. Everything seemed to be a little bit out of sequence, but fortunately for him, Victor had an even worse time of things than Vincenzo. As soon as he established the Itchy Pollen lock, Victor began top decking item into item, which was devastating, and it did allow Vincenzo to have this great turn, bossing up the Mew EX in order to have a really impactful Phantom Dive, a 2-prize KO, while setting up that Genesect, which, as we know, came in clutch for later, Jesper.
Yeah, exactly as we see there from Vincenzo. Yeah, Phantom Dive is so-called the best attack in the game. We see it for a reason, being able to set up that Fescentipede with the 10 damage and getting that boss's orders off the recon directive. And yeah, mercilessly went through the resources of Victor here, but we have to stress, I have not seen that bad of a game of a Joltic player ever.
That's the good news for Victor. He still has half an hour. As you said, Jesper, this deck is known for having 4-turn games when it's doing what it wants to do. So we can still get 2 wins on the bounce and still recover from this position. He did spend a lot of time in that game number 1 where things looked a little bit dire. I personally would have loved to have seen a small, decision earlier on, to just move on to that game number 2. But there was still that wiggle room. I can see why Victor stayed in it. And, you don't get to an X&O record by just conceding games, I suppose. But we're getting into...
Oh,
3 Iono! Vincenzo, that's one of your best weapons to disrupt an aggressive archetype. Victor's forced Vincenzo first here, who leads with a Budju. And we do at the very least have a buddy-buddy Poffin, Jesper.
At the very least, we did not see that from Vincenzo, although he went first in the last game. But I really do need to stress this, Joe. There's a Miraidon on Victor's side. We're safe.
We're playing a game. That's typically all it takes for Victor to be in the game. Buddy-buddy Poffin's so crucial for a lot of decks in format, especially these stage 2 archetypes that have the low hit point basic Pokemon that love to evolve up into the stage 1s and 2s. In this case, Dreepy is the best friend of this archetype, and I imagine we've got to be seeing 2 coming down straight away here from Vincenzo. It's so vital. It's the draw engine, it's the attacker. You saw how it took over the game, given enough time and chances in that game number 1, that Vincenzo has to try and do more of the same here.
Yeah, with Buddy already being in play, there's no time for consideration. Vincenzo, of course, taking a little bit of time to make sure that he has whatever he needs to follow through with this game in terms of the prize checking ability here. So yeah, Buddy Poffin's straight up for those 2 Dreepies, wanted to get that draw engine into play. And when we get to see, hopefully get to see a Jolting Charge from Victor next turn, we get to see the the intricacies of this matchup in terms of, well, Jolting Charge onto Iron Hands. How quick can Dragapult actually respond to what's going to go on from Joltic's side? Because the way that the slow Dragapult deck plays against Joltic typically is Joltic, gives out the questions. Dragapult then has to try and answer those with Unfair Stamp, Ionos, and setting up multiple prizes to avoid the Fescentipedes.
And not only that, but chasing after the energy attachments. That's why it's great that Vincenzo found an early energy drop, because we saw that EXP share was crucial in that previous game to have multiple threats, represented in one go. I feel like an Iron Hands can hit the board, even if there is a response attack from a Dragapult. If a Lily's Clefairy comes in and instantly deals with it, if Vincenzo hasn't already got the EXP share down, or has had to make some awkward gymnastics, doesn't have necessarily Dracloak in play, Victor can run away with the game. As we're getting into the first search here from Victor, he has prized his rescue board, so probably will have to get Latias EX in the mix in order to move his Miraidon EX out the way here. But the tandem unit instantly grabbing 2 of your lightning types. And for those who didn't see it in the first game, because it took so long, the Joltic is the critical component in the early turns for this archetype. The Jolting Charge attack, for just 1 colorless energy, can pull 4 energy out your deck. Immediately, a combination of 2 lightning and 2 grass, And hey, look, that's great for Iron Hands EX.
And we'd also see multiple nest balls, but no need to play them since there's already a Latias in Victor's hand. Gotta retreat and go back into the Jolting charge. And you know what I reckon here, Joe? There's gonna be a Hands gonna run wild. And even the nest ball for the Genesect being able to slowly start setting that up and thinning out the deck. When you're playing Joltic, we've touched on this multiple times. There's not many ways of just straight up drawing cards whenever you want to. But then the greatest ability of this deck is actually just thinning out the cards you don't want to be drawing. And even a nest ball for the Clefairy, everything is being set up here.
Victor getting so aggressive. And yes, but with those 3 prized Iono, if there is a tool coming onto this Ace Nullifier Genesect in time, you can really deny the disruption from Vincenzo. That's going to be massive for Victor, who's not content with his turn attachment, will also be able to crisp in here.
He's just hitting everything turn 1, mate. I'm telling you, whenever you're able to crisp in the Psychic Energy onto the Clefairy, Jolting charge with 4 energies on the Iron Hands, you've got everything you could possibly ask for. And you know what? Victor's even going to find its Lightning Energy, even though that could be found off the Jolting charge, saying, I'm just going to get 2 more Lightnings, 2 more Grass anyway. We could be seeing that Lightning Energy that went to hand just be attached to Miraidon next turn to be able to take on Fecendipities and make sure you can actually set up a board that just takes 6 prices of 3 different attackers. And then the only question for Victor is going to be, do I get enough boss's orders to do it?
Victor doesn't need much else in hand at this stage, with 6 energy already flooded onto the board by the end of his first turn.
That reminds me of good old days of Max Elixir, but we don't have those right now. Going back over to Vincenzo, and the name of the game here is going to be, do we find more Dracloak? We need, well, we don't need, we want 2 Dracloak. We need at least 1. Doesn't look like there's happening much from him right now.
No, typically when Dracloak are in the hand, you slam them immediately. So possibly a decision of what's the best supporter to use here. An EXP share onto Dreepy. What else do we have?
There's nothing, mate. There's absolutely nothing. Just an itchy pollen. We can get to see the Iron Hands go on this turn, and there's no Rakandy in Vincenzo's deck, which means that very, very likely Victor's going to be up 4 prizes before Vincenzo even gets to do anything, and even the boss's orders on top.
Look at this, taking out a Dreepy. I think there's even a tool in hand. You can future booster capsule your Genesect, and then you're not walking into the unfair stamp, but your hand's so average that you're not even afraid of an unfair stamp here, Jesper.
You want to be stamped.
Yeah. Please.
Please give me this stamp, because Victor also gets to draw the Pokegear and the rescue board off of the hand's attack there. And, you know, getting unfair stamped into 2, you still then have more outs to be able to draw into. You still have Arvins to draw into, Crispins, Pokegears to draw into. Victor's deck is still chock full of cards that they want to be drawing into. And yes, now this Genesect is essentially a deck card on the bench. Yet it's a card that's thinned out of the deck.
True.
It's not going to be able to be hit again. And what Victor really wants off this stamp is either Pokegear or just straight up get boss to be able to take out this Dreepy. Since, well, if it doesn't turn into your Cloak this turn, then I'd say Vincenzo's going to be in real trouble.
This is role reversal from game 1. A terrifying position for Vincenzo, who finds the 1 Dracloak recon directive. How else can we fix this position? We really have to dodge a Gust from Victor next turn, but what else can we do, Jesper?
I don't think there's much fixing unless you can just make sure that Victor does not hit any Gust. Luckily, the bench is full and there can be no Iron Bundle place, even though that Joltic does not, in this current iteration, play Iron Bundle. But yeah,
Fecendipities, flip the script.
Is very much relying on what Victor hits rather than what he hits himself. So, yeah. It's just going to be very, very awkward when we're getting into the stages of, yes, you can flip the script, yes, you can fill up your hand, but you're totally relying on what your opponent does, and those are the worst spots to be in.
I think the game will be decided here and now, as Vincenzo will just get 1 Dracloak out, set himself up for a Dragapult, and keep his bench as limited as possible, hoping that if the Dracloak isn't dealt with, 1 Dragapult EX could run away with the game. Lily's Clefairy EX is dangerous with that Full Moon Rondo, but isn't guaranteed to KO a Dragapult. And if you're able to limit your bench down to just these 2, you can stay out of range of a Full Moon Rondo and run away with the game yourself.
Yeah, it does require very disciplined gameplay from that stage point. You have to remember that almost every single turn, and even though when you're playing Dragon Ball, you kind of want to fill out your bench, but currently we do not see the boss's orders, but regardless, it's still going to be empty very much for 2 prizes. And then Victor just needs to hit 2 attackers to be able to take out the Dragapult, if so. And yet, at that stage, it's still the question of, can Victor do that? Now Vincenzo's the one asking the questions and not opposite. But now we do get to see the Crispin. If there's 2 different energy types, we can start seeing perhaps that Miraidon being charged up and being able to deal with the Dragapult after that being hit.
Yeah, it's a huge sigh of relief for Vincenzo. He knew that as long as the Dracloak stuck around, he was in this game. And Crispin means no boss's orders. The Itchy Pollen protecting him that little bit as well. Because, of course, you at least shut down Pokegear at that stage. Even if it's not in Victor's hand, you're helping your outs. The Crispin, though, as you said, Jesper, can power up even more threats on this board. The Iron Hands will be taking Victor down to 2 prize cards. We know that much. But we're also starting to power up Joltic at this stage. That also does have an evolution. The only evolution in the entire deck from Victor is a Galvantula, a single prize attacking threat.
Yes, and the Galvantula has this Shocking Web attack, which does 50 plus 80 if this Pokemon has any lightning energy attached. And with the attack cost of that being grass and colorless, with the Joltik having a lightning and a grass energy attached, Victor would need to hit that Galvantula to be able to do that, but only would require that card to do so. Now we do see Flip the Script after another Impure very much, bringing Victor down to 2 prizes and ever so much closer to that Game Free spot.
We're pointing and looking at the Lily's Clefairy. We're also looking at the amount of cards in hand for Victor. Vincenzo only has access to 1 more Iono this game for Disruption until he starts taking some prize cards. We have to think about all these options. The only good news for Vincenzo is there's no engine Pokemon at all for Victor in play. There's no Mew EX, there's no Pheasantipity EX. If you can find your 1 Iono, you really put Victor down to a low hand size. Also, I think Counter Catcher would be massive here, Jesper.
Counter Catcher indeed would be very massive, being able to pick up this Clefairy. Because what you could do here is that you can Phantom Dive, 200 Clefairy, 20 to Joltik taken out, taking free prizes, then putting 40 on Genesect. If you then can, the turn after, go ahead and Halucha, Genesect, Latias, you can actually be winning, taking 2 times free prizes. But you would need Counter Catcher multiple times and Halucha to be able to do this. And it's actually really possible that Vigento within 2 turns with that exact line can be able to take it. Due to that Itchy Pollen damage being on Joltik, that 10 damage being ever so important.
So frequently it becomes obvious on 70 hit point Pokemon and such. But in this instance, we're going down a different route. We're putting Iron Hands EX in range, and we're scattering more counters onto more of the multi-prize Pokemon, Jesper. So we can't win simply in 2 Phantom Dives, but we're still just saying that if we have 1 turn of Breathing Room, 1 additional Phantom Dive, and then maybe looking towards his own Blood Moon Ursaluna EX could be huge. And crucially, with this 2 prize cards taken, Iono is finally pulled from those prizes.
Yeah, Iono finally being pulled for the prizes, and the Lucha, of course, being prized, unfortunately, has to go for this other route. Otherwise, I would have thought that Vincenzo would have gone for that. But yeah, really, really smart that he then puts the Iron Hands into range of Phantom Dive, unless there's going to come a Bravery Charm attached to it, which means that whenever this Iron Hands, for example, could go Arm Press for 160, there has to be a Blood Moon or Ursaluna waiting in the wings to deal with it, or you would need to go around it, because the Blood Moon or Ursaluna actually does 240, which would leave the Iron Hands at 10 HP left, which could be very, very good if you're able to get both Latias and Blood Moon into play, and then get enough energies for the Dragapult to be moving. But it's a lot of pieces now we're asking for, because yeah, 160 with the Arm Press, not being able to deal with it this turn.
A brave Iron Hands enters the fray then. It will be an Arm Press for 160 damage coming onto the Dragapult EX. Vincenzo has been able to find that turn of Breathing Room. How far can he take it with Phantom Dive now?
Yeah, and how far can we take it with Phantom Dive is a good question. It should be 160, shouldn't it? Yeah, I'm pretty sure of that. And yeah, needing to hit that Blood Moon potentially, and get to solve that. But yeah, not much I'm looking at Vincenzo's side other than if we can get this Blood Moon into play and just being able to use the Blood Moon's attack to put that down to 10 HP left, and then the turn afterwards go for a 4-prize turn is the only thing I'm kind of seeing here, Joe.
Can you even put it down this turn, though? I mean, it has the high enough hit points that you can do that. There's no Pikachu EX on the scene. So the Blood Moon EX you can put into play. You just can't put down the Latias just yet, but I suppose if the Dragapult goes down, then you just simply promote the Blood Moon Ursaluna. What else can we sculpt here? You have to think that Vincenzo's going to use one of the Iono that he picked up. Ooh, Monkey Dory in the mix as well. in the hand for Vincenzo. Is that even worthwhile right now? It could allow you to pressurize the Iron Hands even more, but you're going to lose the damage off this Pokemon anyway at some stage. There we go, as we do fix the damage.
But yeah, the Munkidori could actually be really nice here. Puts the Dragapult out of range, so then we could just go Phantom Dive instead. Then there's going to be no attacker from Victor's side that's going to be able to actually deal with it straight away, unless we do get to see Victor's own Blood Moon. That's not going to happen. Then we need a Crispin to do so. So we wouldn't be able to see an attacker that Victor hasn't played right now being able to deal with it, which makes it a little bit easier for Vincenzo to deal with this. So yeah, we are seeing both sides of this matchups and both of them drawing ever so awkwardly.
With the Munkidori in play, this Iron Hands is representing game though, unless we can take the KO this turn.
Unless we get something like a Braver Charm or Hope that Victor still does not have.
It's a risk.
The boss's orders, although, you know what, Joe? Vincenzo took an Iono prizes last turn.
He did.
We can go Iono.
We're trying to dodge and weave, and this Joltic box is an archetype very good and can very easily find its way towards Gust. It's built that way. The Munkidori can help out in some regard, but also opens the door for Victor to close the game here.
Unless we get something like an Arven into Luxurious Cape that Vincenzo also plays, can kind of stop that Ampu very much coming into play onto the Munkidori. And yeah, we're requiring cards of Vincenzo now. I'm pretty sure that the Luxurious Cape is still within the deck. So something like an Arven could potentially be stopping that Munkidori falling prey as the last two prize cards.
Here comes the Iono then. Let's disrupt Victor down to just 2 random cards. I
didn't even think there was a boss in hand for Victor, but Vincenzo has to reckon that currently there is no reason to say that, well, Victor, you don't have a boss. Like, you rather just want to play Iono and give yourself a better shot.
Less cards is less, Jesper.
Yes, and in this case, less cards equals a more chance of winning.
Here comes the Adrenabrain from Munkidori. Like you said, pushing yourself out of a second attack from an Iron Hands, a second arm thrust.
Yeah, and putting the 30 damage onto the Iron Hands, and yeah, out of arm press territory means that we can go Phantom Dive, and it means that next turn we would, quote-unquote, just need to be able to get a Gusting card on and go for it, or you could just put the 60 onto Genesect, then by that always be able.
The hand is Nest Ball and 2 Pokegear. We can grab Mew EX to draw some additional cards after a couple attempts of Pokegear. We have really good odds here to close the game. This Munkidori.
I would have liked being the Pokegear being played first, since you know that your old hand did not have a boss's order inside of it.
There was 4 cards at the bottom, I think. Maybe.
Because you're getting 1 card out of the deck with the Mew, and then you're drawing 2 with the Mew, 1 or 2. So
we have boss's orders. We also have Arven. Yeah. It's one of those moments, though. You know that the Nest Ball at least thins a card. If there wasn't any at the bottom, there's still an argument to be made.
Yeah.
But we have 2 attempts plus Mew EX draw to find either Arven.
There's 2 Pokegears.
Or boss's orders.
I only said 1, but yeah.
There's 2. You can't use Mew first here, surely.
Oh.
1 card.
Ultra Ball?
Ultra Ball not helpful. So Pokegear number 1.
All right.
A 7-card dig to Arven or boss's orders.
2 chances to hit it. First time around.
It's no. Arven. That's Prime Catcher. That's enough.
He's going to go for it, yes. He recognizes that's going to be the Prime Catcher for game. We see it there. Boom. Prime Catcher being able to take out the Munkidori. And we're on to game 3. Only with 11 minutes left on the clock, though. So Victor is going to try and go as fast as they can to make sure that this game can fall to them. But also Vincenzo, really, really close game. And both of them, again, awkward game. Yet being pulled into something where both players are on the fringes of being able to drag the game. But we do see a very well replay here. Victor getting to start the Miraidon, getting to go for Jolting Charge on their first turn, setting up that Iron Hands, and while setting up the game, it was a beautiful turn. We're talking 6 energies on turn 1, Joe.
Not bad. This is the traditional start. This is actually what you expect from an archetype like this. It's absurd to see 6 energy raining down onto the field this early on, but that is how the deck is built. The early aggressive Iron Hands. How often have we said that? That the amp you very much before your opponent's really able to react is so devastating.
And attempting to bully out these Dream Beasts, making sure that Vincenzo's not going to be able to get any Dracloaks into play. And this was the turn where if Victor had hit a boss a bit earlier, we could have said all done and dusted for that game. Although the game did drag on for a little longer, that Bravery Charm keeping Victor inside of the game still. And yeah, we're down to a game 3 in just a second. And yeah, with the finishing up moments here, Pokegear, Arvin, Prime Catcher, GG's, and we're on to game 3.
The deck just has so many outs. The Pokegears, the 4 copies of Boss's Orders, the 4 copies of the Arvin. You give yourself the best opportunity to find your way towards the win. We do see some prize cards. Vincenzo prizes his Ace Nullified Genesect and a number of his energy. 3 energy cards, including 2 of them being Luminous. That's a big issue, but Victor had an attached pass, I think, from the opening here, because Vincenzo was already going on with his Brock scouting.
And bad news here, Joe. I don't think there's a way of getting a Miraidon even next turn. So, another bad start from Victor here.
How could this happen to me? Victor twice on stream having a rough opening hand.
Even with the triple energy prize, being able to have that attachment and a switch not to waste. So there we go. Brock scouting into switch, into Itchy Paw on turn 1, and Victor getting a lightning energy. Could be attacking with Pikachu this turn, but it just seems so costly. Using your Topaz bolts.
We can't do that.
On a budget, you can't do that, no.
Let's Crispin to Iron Hands instead. At least you have some threat being represented. But how vital is that Joltic? And to have 2 hands in 3 games where you're just not able to get your primary strategy off in the opening is so rough. Victor has to debate whether or not it's worth pulling out non-lightning and grass energy, knowing that you could still try and weave in a Joltic later. Knowing the Iron Hands EX only requires 1 lightning to launch its Ampu Very Muches.
Yet, as we saw in game 1, the later you use the Jolting charge, the more awkward it just gets for you. Yes, I do understand you need to set up your board state, no matter how. But if you're setting up and your board looks like a turn 2 board on a turn 7, it doesn't look like a game you're going to be winning, mate. And yeah, I know Crispin going to get you 2 energies, but Joltic just gets you 4. And if you can get to Crispin and Joltic like you did in that game 2, you would be looking much better off. And yeah, we still have to respect there's 8.5 minutes left on the clock. So for both players, it's going to be an exercise of wanting to do this very fast, but also very precisely. We do see Jacques, who's going to be able to get 2 Drug Cloaks off, and Vincenzo just hitting everything that they need to here, getting those 2 Drug Cloaks out. And if we could just see an attachment, we could go and be very, very fast. Something that we traditionally don't see from the slow pull deck.
A very nice opener, the Jacques here. Vincenzo holding out on the Buddy Buddy Poffin as well. I think that's recognizing the threat of Lily's Clefairy EX, knowing that you only put these basics into play possibly when you're on a stamp turn or possibly when you're trying to weave something together. So the Jacques is the perfect supporter for this situation, grabbing immediately 2 Dracloak, the draw engine, and your main attacker here. Can Vincenzo find any additional attachments? Possibly even EXP share would be huge.
Yeah, there is a Luminous energy in hand. Could go for either attaching the second onto the Dracloak that already has an energy attached, or attempt to spread the energy just a tiny bit and make sure they're 1 on each. But there's going to be 2 energies to the Dracloak now. But also the Luxurious Cape is going to save that from being within Iron Hand's range, since it gives it 100 extra HP, putting that up to 190 HP instead.
Another Crispin off the top. Yes, but that means we can begin to launch some Ampu Very Much at the very least. So we found a way towards pressure. It is an Iron Hands. You're taking 2 prize cards.
Yeah, but an Ampu Very Much can turn into a Stampu Very Much there, Joe, and that could turn into a Dragapult attacking onto the hands, being stamped at the same time, which is what Victor falls prey to when their board is not set up properly, not even a Clefairy board, which means that off the stamp, you need to hit a retreating option, a Clefairy, and a Crispin to be able to be competitive. And yeah, you're kind of giving off the sigh yourself there, Joe. That doesn't sound too good.
There's a lot of pieces required. But it's what we've got to do, Jesper. When there's no Jolting charge, we have to make this play. Victor also aware of the time remaining, 6.5 minutes. We have to start taking some prizes if we're going to win this game number 3.
We do see the immediate promotion after the cloak with the 2 energy. Vincenzo seeing the lights at the end of the tunnel here. We may just be able to pull out a game which, after game 2, saw, but it seemed like we were going to be able to head straight for a tie. But here, Vincenzo could see we can get to Ultra Ball. We can get to use Fescendipity this turn. Even more importantly, get to see that Fescendipity right there off the Ultra Ball, and we get to see 2 cards from 1 recon. That's 2. 4 total. 7 cards without playing a supporter. And Flip the Script first is going to see, and I think Stamp is one of those cards you really want. You do already have the access to a Dragapult, and even a Hawlucha on top could have even been pulled there. So, yeah, Vincenzo pulling out a lot of cards with these recon directives and Flip the Scripts.
Arven coming in. That means it will indeed be the unfair stamp floating to the hand. Vincenzo instantly punishing Victor and finding the EXP share for his backup Dracloak. Dragapult EX is evolved up as well. We have got ourselves in the perfect position to launch some aggression.
Stamp, Experience Share, Dragapult, everything is being hit here by Vincenzo. And yeah, Ampere very much turns into Stamp you very much. And yeah, as Ross says, always about unfair Stamp. Unfair by name, unfair by nature. And it's going to give 2 cards to Victor. And yeah, we're requiring a lot here. We're requiring a 3-card combo to be able to combat this Dragapult. But yo, Joe, there's only 2 bench Pokemon on Vincenzo's side, which means that a Clefairy is not going to be able to hit back on this. It just seems like such a hill to climb for Victor.
Vincenzo playing so well disciplined, as he said, Jesper. Maintaining that bench is another key piece, making it more difficult for Victor to even have a say in this game. A Phantom Dive is launched, 200 damage to the active Iron Hands EX, 6 additional counters placed onto this Pikachu that's already taken a couple hits from Budju earlier on. That really sets Vincenzo up in a fantastic spot.
And if Victor doesn't hit a Pokemon this turn, this game could be over. Do see an Ultra Ball, and I think that's a Joltic and the eventual and an Ultra Ball, but you can get Mew off this.
Yep.
Get to restart, draw 3 cards, but those cards better be good. And you're not going to be able to take out this Dragapult in the active. And Vincenzo very smartly evolved a bench Dracloak to make sure that even if a Prime Catcher or a Boss was hit off this unfair Stamp, you would not be able to take any additional prize cards, meaning that if Victor doesn't take any prize cards this game, Vincenzo could just start slowly yet steadily run away with this game.
So often Iron Hands EX ignores the active Pokemon, shrugs and says, I can find 2 easy prizes elsewhere. But Vincenzo, by evolving into both of these stage 2s, has evaded that option perfectly. 3 cards then from the restart from Mew. Those are horrendous cards.
I have to tell you, Joe, that's not what we wanted, and it starts to look like we're heading towards one direction only, and I don't think Victor is happy about that direction we're heading in currently within this game. I just don't see it, really.
Oh, it's the energy attachment to Pikachu EX. We have to arm press the Dragapult once again, as we did in game number 2. You have to stay active with the Iron Hands. You have to launch an attack with it.
And even Counter Catcher is active on Vincenzo's side. Vincenzo can even go Counter Catcher Mew, knock out both Mew and Iron Hands, or even Counter Catcher Pikachu to remove both Pikachu and Iron Hands. There's so many options here. And there's already a Counter Catcher in Vincenzo's hand. So, you know, Joe, I'm pretty positive we're going to be seeing 4 prizes being taken here. It's just a question whether or not it's going to be Mew or Pikachu being taken as the secondary Pokemon knockout.
I'd love to take the Mew, honestly. Even though you're following the energy here, and the Pikachu's the thing that can take out the Dragapult, I feel like just taking away the draw, there's the EXP share on board anyway. I would like to take out the draw power. But regardless, Vincenzo's putting himself in a phenomenal position. Finishes off the Iron Hands EX, takes out Mew, goes down to 2 prize cards remaining. Victor needs answers stat.
Yeah, and I don't think that Victor's deck understood the directions you were telling it to go, and it's not stat.
Stat.
Yeah, but it's not right now, mate. It's just hitting a Pikachu off that top deck. Has to promote either Pikachu or Iron Hands on this turn. Looks like a Pikachu to stay alive initially with this Resolute Heart ability. But yeah, really, there's not much be able to be hit. Yes, there is going to be a restart. Yes, we can play out some cards from my hand with Super Rod.
3 fresh cards. The only thing that can help Victor now. Vincenzo knows he is right on the edge of closing out this game number 3 and being our only 8-0 competitor remaining in day 1. 1 minute 40 seconds remain on the clock. And Vincenzo is getting so close. He can taste that 8-0.
And that moment when you're 7-0 and you can just taste the 8-0 feels so incredibly good. I can't remember if you've done it this season, Joe. I'm pretty sure you've done it before. And I can tell you from doing it at Stuttgart myself, that is the perfect position, as long as you can make sure that you don't mess it up day 2, though. But I have trust in that Vincenzo's, with this play he's been showcasing so far, is one of the... He's putting himself initially in pole position to put themselves into a fantastic spot here in Bologna. And yeah, restart.
3 cards to rescue Victor. He does find Blood Moon Ursaluna.
Pokegear. Yes, that could give you a knockout onto the active. Yet, we still put it into a position where Vincenzo can still, with hitting the correct cards, be able to take the game straight off the bat. You know, Halucha and Naka the Pikachu. Not that we need that. We can just go.
So many ways, yes. There are
many.
so many ways.
I think the most common way here would just be to experience share down to the Dragapult.
The one copy of Iono, Jesper. This is a massive hit from the Pokegear. One copy in the deck.
Are we going to see it?
Blood Moon Ursaluna, Energy, Iono, take the KO. Victor is not out of it yet.
Not out of it yet, but with the Blood Moon attacking, would then need to hit Prime Catcher to turn after. But let's not worry about that till next turn.
I'm just worrying about this turn,
We're worried about right now. So we do need Blood Moon attachment. Iono is going to go on perfect cards, getting off the restart, and it seems like restart's either a massive failure or such a good history to be following. We do see,
can only draw 2 here.
Almost drawing too many cards.
Yeah, they caught it. We love to see that. And confirmation of time being called here. You can see with the dice that Victor is currently turn 0. His turn is still ongoing. And his Blood Moon will be launching an attack at the end of this turn. What else can he construct here?
But we'll only have one more turn to be able to take out the game next turn.
Yeah.
It would initially mean that if Vincenzo doesn't bench any additional Pokemon, gets a Bravery Charm to the Festivity, that he could say, you're not taking this game with the Blood Moon.
Yeah.
So Vincenzo can play defensively and guarantee, well, not guarantee a tie, we can never say that, but can at least give himself the best shot of taking a tie. Although if we're in Vincenzo's spot, like 30 seconds ago, we're talking about, yeah, this is a surefire win. Although we can never say that, this was the closest I've been to tell that.
Those were some amazing cards from the Mew EX, keeping Victor in the game. It's pretty much the best and only response possible from this stage.
And it's when we're having these matches with 2 7-0 players, or both of them playing flawlessly, looking at there has to be these small, very, very small margins of top decks, of singular cards being drawn, has to be hit perfectly to be able to differentiate them from your opponent. And yet, we do see Victor again pulling it out, and I mean, with options that, you know, this Joltic deck just has so much going for it when you're hitting that one Iono, that one Blood Moon, and being able to cover up the attacker of your opponent, and then forcing them into spots where they don't want to be.
Victor eyeing up the Lily's Clefairy EX so that not necessarily only Gust for game could be win. Possibly Lily's Clefairy could attack if Vincenzo tries to launch any Phantom Dive shenanigans. Because, of course, Vincenzo still has 2 turns to win this game. He could Phantom Dive taking no prizes and still win on the 3rd turn of the game. But it will be eventually the free retreat of Mew EX going into the Blood Moon Ursaluna, who has this ridiculous 5 energy attack cost from Blood Moon, but thanks to the season's skill ability, and Vincenzo only at 2 prize cards remaining, it only costs 1. Vincenzo, action to you, 3 cards in hand, and flip the script. Can you close out this game?
Show us your hand. I think that if there was a boss or a Gust, he would have slammed it straight off the bat, but we do see it flip the script. Boss's orders, Night Stretcher.
Is there energy?
We have a Psychic Energy, boss's orders, and being able to take out either Mew or Clefairy. We do see Vincenzo pulling themselves into an 8-0 pole position here in Bologna.
Congratulations, Vincenzo. Fantastic games from both our competitors there. What a wild ride that was. Again, commiserations to Victor, who found himself in a possibly winning position from a really, really awkward game number 3 there. Both players had some awkward turns. As we see the replay here, going back to that game number 1, Victor had a horrible, horrible opener. No sign of Miraidon, no sign of Joltic whatsoever. Had to sort of do his best, and Vincenzo capitalized on that beautifully with a boss's orders, Phantom Diving away the Mew EX, which is an attacking threat, draw power, all in one, as well as being a multi-prize Pokemon that really put Vincenzo in the ascendancy in that first game.
Yeah, and just following along further and further, Victor finally getting into the Joltic, trying to set up a few bits and pieces with the Miraidon, with the Clefairy being on bench, although falling prey a bit to the Phantom Dive from Vincenzo. And Vincenzo being able to pull off that boss's orders off the Recon Directive, play it onto the Festivity, which was perfectly set up earlier, and being able to take out that game 1.
in game number 2. Finally, Victor was able to find his typical strategy, which is vomit energy into play using Crispin plus the Jolting charge. We ended our first turn with 6 energy in play, which enabled the Iron Hands to take control of the game. Vincenzo, lacking those Dracloak, had to have a slower turn, and we know that Iron Hands EX is fantastic at punishing those. Even with Vincenzo finding a way around the Lily's Clefairy EX, later down the line, Victor was still able to weave in attacks with the Iron Hands. The pressure of this arm thrust forced the Dragapult EX down to a range of hit points where Vincenzo felt it was correct to put Monkey Dory into play to save him.
And going further and further in this game too, Vincenzo pulled it into a spot where it looked very favorable, although the Pokegear for Arvin found the Prime Catcher, was able to take the Monkey Dory out with the arm, well, not the arm press, but thank you very much. And then Vincenzo in game 3. Victor, again, a horrible start, just like we saw in game 1, but not being able to pull it quite enough back. And then, yeah, the counter catcher for Pikachu, being able to take out the 4 prizes. Had we moved Mew, that would actually have been game started because of the restart, giving Victor the hope back after going 30-30 there with the Phantom Dives on the bench. The Blood Moon Ursaluna being able to take the knockout, and yet we saw the boss's orders, the Psychic Energy being attached and pulling it into either a Clefairy or the Mew for a game. And yeah, back and forth, regardless of the setups. Wow.
I love those sorts of games of Pokemon. That's what makes the Pokemon trading card game so thrilling. You're doing the best with what you got, and sometimes what you got isn't great, but both players had that in our best of 3. The tug of war was real, and some big draws from Mew EX there, possibly keeping Victor in the mix, but Vincenzo bounced right back with a huge combination.
And bounce backs back and forth with, yeah, we could argue that if you had the Mew been knocked out instead of the Pikachu earlier, we would not have seen the Blood Moon being there, since Victor then would have needed to hit a Night Stretcher on top, but it would have made it more dangerous with the Crispin being played. And there's a lot of things you could say, yes, but what if that happened? What if? But one thing that is for sure is that Vincenzo pulled this out beautifully. Very disciplined with the bench management, I have to say that. Protecting themselves against Clefairy, which is one of the most important parts of this matchup, where you as a Dragon Ball player, you might just be like, well, I just fought the board with Dream Piece. But if you do that, you're just simply playing into that Clefairy time and time again.
It's so tempting to say that the more I get set up with Dracloak, the better I'm going to have of things. But again, Vincenzo identifying the matchup, identifying the threats most importantly, and saying that there can be these opportunities for Dragapult EX to stand tall, take hits, and take control of the game. Really impressive play from Vincenzo. No surprise that he's now 8-0 in the tournament in day number 1. Let's hear from Alex to see how he feels.
Thank you very much, guys. I mean, I'm feeling great. That game, that match, that series was one for the ages. I do have here the winner of our round 8 feature match, Vincenzo.
Hello.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Talk me through how you're feeling right now.
I feel really good, of course. I tested a lot to be there. I played a lot to be there. In fact, I would say thanks to my friends. But I think, yeah, it's all good. It's okay. Yeah, I feel good.
You must be feeling elated. I mean, watching you play, it was very clean. It was very disciplined. You know, you're playing into the Clefairy very well as well.
Yeah, exactly.
But how do you feel about that matchup? Dragapult up against Miraidon?
There's a plan. You have to some moves you have to do exactly to have an advantage on that matchup.
Yeah.
I don't know. I have to play only 2 Drippy in the back because of Clefairy can kill you, or another Pokemon. You don't want more than 2 little Pokemon because of Iron Hands.
Yeah, of course. You don't want to make it too easy for them to be able to take knockouts, take additional prizes, right? Because you sometimes can be a bit slower. You sometimes have to use Badoo to slow the game down, and it worked perfectly, right? Your opponent unfortunately didn't draw too well. But it worked out.
Dragapult alone in the play is the best way to win that matchup, I think. Yeah, because there are very few cards that can KO it.
Oh, absolutely. And I think we saw in game 3 where you had the Dragapult in the active, you had the Dracloak initially, but you evolved it up to make sure no easy targets, right? So that's the best way.
Yeah, it's a little bit risky because of boss order.
Of course.
He can trap me, but I have to take the risk because of I don't want to give him 2 free prizes in that spot.
And then the final Iono play, Victor found himself with a chance, right? With the Blood Moon Ursaluna and the Iono. When you looked at your hand, and then you had flipped the script as well. You must have felt very relieved, right?
Yeah, I know I have 3 bosses in the deck left.
Okay.
So I'm confident about to draw it because of there are many chances to draw in that spot. Yeah.
Yeah, nice. I mean, like, we watched the whole game plan. We watched it. Like I said, it was very disciplined, and it was great to watch you play it. It was a really masterful way of displaying Dragapult, and I think everyone enjoyed it, including us casters as well. I mean, have you played up against many Miraidons today so far?
No, this is the first
one?
yeah. I played against 2 Gardevoir, 1 Goldengo Pult, many Raging Bolts, and zero mirror matches.
0 mirror matches. Okay, well,
it's really amazing. Yeah.
hopefully you've been able to practice the mirror match as well. I'm sure maybe going into tomorrow with your 8-0 record.
Probably tomorrow I have to test it. Yeah. Improve myself in the mirror match.
No, absolutely. But I mean, the way you've been playing on the feature match so far, I'm sure you'll be absolutely fine. But I just want to say congratulations again.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
are 8-0. So good luck for tomorrow. Obviously, we'll see you back again tomorrow as well. But like I said, a great performance throughout this tournament so far. But just let us together actually go through exactly and feel the atmosphere of what's happened throughout in day 1.
Pokemon fans and trainers, we have been spoilt today. What a day it has been here in Bologna. Day number 1 of our competition comes to a close, and we get to say congratulations to 1-8-0 competitor out in the field. Such an impressive game. I'm going to come to all of you. Ross, let's start with you. What was your favorite moment from today?
Oh, there are a lot of favorite moments, but I think seeing a Mew copy Umbreon's Onyx to take a cheeky prize, it's something I was asking for. It happened. It made me happy.
I'm not too sure, Joe. It was really nice. The games we casted together were really good, all of them. But I would say the last game being that you could start so poorly as a Joltic player and still make it look like a game. That's pretty impressive in my eyes.
Yeah, you don't see that too often. Sorry, Alex.
I mean, I was going to say that was incredible. Just that whole sort of final round 8. But for myself, just being able to see Burn, Badoo, Burn really sort of hit the field, and it was just such an incredible sort of deck, unique thing that we haven't really seen before. You know, I've heard murmurs of it online, but just being able to see the Magmortar, the Volcanion, I mean, just a great fun way to actually display a different way of playing Pokemon.
That final round was an awesome back and forth. Definitely been my favorite game of the day. But I also had a really great interview of Reese out on the floor, which I really appreciated as my highlight. A different perspective, and we always have to shout out our judges. They make the game tick. They make it happen out there, and massive shout out to them. They're doing great work out there. I think we can catch up with our Swiss standings to see those players who are on those fantastic records, see where they're at going into day 2 of the competition. These are the players at the top of our field right now.
Yeah, so many great players, right? We've already seen our top 2, the top table as it were, meaning we only had the 1-8-0 in Vincenzo. Victor Zhao, despite losing, is still 7-1, still in a fantastic spot. But again, we've had a few of these players on stream already. We had Yari, who's there, 6-1 going into round 8. And then, of course, other names. You had a great interview of Julius earlier, Joe. I mean, there's just so many to pick out.
Yeah, there's a lot of good names on that list. Alessandro Cremascoli coming in. We've already seen a 2nd place this season. Looking to go a little bit further this time. And of course, you know, it might not be 8-0, but there's a Miraidon at 7-1, so I'm still a happy boy.
And I think we actually have some day 2 qualified players. So Jesper, you can pick out some more talented pilots on this graph.
I mean, Camille Galatasaray being so good today, he's been written on there twice. But yeah, as we're talking about Victor Zhao, our favorite Maridon player here for you, Ross, Julius Brunfeld, the happiest guy in the room, the godfather of control, Alessandro Cremescoli. You cannot get around him.
Yeah, also eyeing up Filippo there, playing that really interesting Flareon archetype. Very cool to see him on stream. Lots of great talent coming into day 2 of competition. The records are all close right now. Some players only picking up 1 tie or 1 loss, so a lot more still to be done tomorrow. Another thing we've been following throughout the weekend, though, has been a pollen count. And I think we now can see that the pollen count is currently sat at 25. But we also need to make an estimate of how many itchy pollens have we had throughout the entirety of the day on all of those tables. Any guesses?
Do we need to?
I mean, I feel like this is going to come to me because I feel like I've seen a few of these calculations that have been happening in the background. 25 itchy pollen counts on stream so far. 5,198 matches that were played today in day 1. You start to extrapolate those 25 itchy pollens divided by the number of times you've seen matches on stream, and then you extrapolate it out. We're looking at just over 21,000 is what our estimate would be. Of course, it is a finger in the air. And there it is. There's a pollen estimate, 21,658. But yeah, that's how I would guess it anyway.
Alex, you made that sound scientific. I think that's the right number.
I'm not quite sure because we haven't not seen Frostlass Monkey Dory today, and if we had Frostlass Monkey Dory today, that pollen counter would have been way higher. So my estimate would almost be at 26,334 if that was me.
Well, I did suggest trying to get 200-300 volunteers to go and stand at every table and do the count manually, but apparently that was a logistical impossibility. Maybe next tournament.
We've tried our best, though. That's certainly a good estimate. We're in the ballpark. Let us know down below what you think the itchy pollen count was. We got to 25. We're still going to be counting tomorrow. Don't you worry. We're putting our finger up in the air and checking the wind direction every single time because itchy pollen is out there and it's devastating. Speaking of day 2 of our competition, the phase 2 continues. More Swiss rounds tomorrow. So if you want to check back, make sure you get in here at 10 a.m. CST or 1 a.m. PDT. Don't miss a moment. There's going to be more action. Swiss rounds straight into that top cut. So much action to be had.
It's going to be a fun one. We've got a lot of good decks coming in. Maridon has had there's a real habit of it doing very, very well in Swiss. Me doing that thing where I ask you how many undefeated Maridon there are every round, and then we get to top 8 and it's kind of gone. So I want to see if that can carry on. And, you know, I want to see if there's anything else that's sneaking in. We've seen things like Badoo with Burn coming in. We saw a Blissey that was doing quite well for a little while today. I want to see if anything else snuck into day 2, because there aren't that many rounds in the second phase. Can we get one of them going on a bit of a run and sneaking into that top 8?
And speaking of the top 8 tomorrow, this is the last chance here in Europe to grab that automatic invitation to the World Championships. So it means tomorrow is going to be ever that much more important for these players if they're vying for their Worlds invites, and also to grab these last amount of points before the last chance happening at the North American International Championship. So yeah, a lot at stake tomorrow, and also we're going to be finding such a champion for this event.
Yes, but you've done a great job because we actually have a teaser for the NAIC to show you guys. We're moving into the Destined Rivals format. It's the final tournament of the season before the World Championships. This one sells itself.
Comes out of pocket, both switches are firing, he's gonna get the KO.
Orange Juicers getting it done, bell to bell.
There it is, the prime catcher.
Andrew Hedrick taking the win. Patrick through the paralysis and with a critical hit takes the win.
NAIC is going to be a phenomenal tournament. Myself and Jesper, we're already testing away, knowing that we're going to be at the tables. Alex, you're going to be commentating over that tournament as well, getting the front row seat to the action. What are you most excited about this new expansion and the NAIC?
I mean, there's so much to look forward to. I mean, it's this weekend where we get the release of Destined Rivals. Of course, all of our players will be testing all of that up against the current format and seeing what tips and tricks, and that's why both of you two are testing. I know Ross keeps a keen eye on a lot of those really cute, unique cards as well.
Now I'm looking at all the data I can. I want to know everything about the Pokemon trading card game, what's doing well. I'm picking up these little Team Rocket's R-Box, saw a winning list for that the other day. So I'm just I'm putting that one away. So if anyone brings Team Rocket's R-Box to an event next season, I am ready.
Fantastic. And if you guys don't want to miss a moment of that, Pokemon.com/broadcast is the place for you. There's going to be so many more tournaments. We're coming towards the end of this season, but you don't want to miss those final few tournaments. They're going to be the top ones on the calendar. And as we continue onwards, going into the next season, Pokemon.com/broadcast is always going to be the go-to place. You get to see who's casting, you get to know those timings. You won't miss a moment as long as you follow along there. And also, thank you to everyone who got in touch on those socials. We love to hear from you, and it couldn't be easier. It's #PlayPokemon or /Pokemon if you're looking at Facebook, and on the YouTube and on Insta as well. And we're always following X. If you're going to be giving us those #PlayPokemons, we want to hear your stories from the weekend, whether you've been playing in cups, opening booster packs of Destined Rivals, whether you're out in the hall, having a great story. We want to bring those to you. We love hearing from your stories, and we love getting you involved.
Yeah, make sure you are following those channels, included onto those broadcast sites of that hub as well. Is the new channel, which is that @PlayPokemon, where you will find absolutely everything. You can follow the journeys that all of our players are on right now into day 2, and making sure you are following along who's actually going to take down the Bologna Special Championships.
And with that said, that's everything from us today. Phase 1 complete, in the books, 180 player, lots of itchy pollens, and plenty more action to come tomorrow. Make sure you've already kept your eye on those timings, and we'll be seeing you back here tomorrow morning, bright and early.